Xavier Jordan.
$12 blunt. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't hear no silver spoon. The realest nigga in the room. Got it out the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The realest nigga in the room. My shit. The realest nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My nigga in the room before I knew where I was at. We were catching Nobly, I was on the block chasing stacks. I was in the schoolhouse, had that scrap in my backpack. Teacher get on the nigga ass, fuck it, I'm skipping class. Ayy, back to the block, I'm back to the hood, it's back to that bacon, nigga. Back to the bacon. Now I ain't playing, I ride with the K, and it's all safety, nigga. The richest nigga in the room without a bank account. The realest nigga when I move, X everybody right. I ain't gotta shout, ain't gotta make no noise. I just made one phone call and hit up my boy. You know yo come through in that 2-seater. He got Vino with him, that boy got 2 hits. I just hit Lil Savage up, he blowing reefer. City got a new plug and he cheap. He Sosa just shot me a test, got what I wanted. Told him pull up, I got cash, don't do no front. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't hear no silver spoon. The realest nigga in the room. Got it out the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The realest nigga in the room. My shit. The realest nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My move. The realest nigga in the room and I ain't gotta lie. Nigga crawl a can, he gotta die. Put that on Mom Deuce, you know that I'm talking. Shout out to that Deuce, my little nigga bloody. Still in the mound with some folks, nigga. In my crib, niggas cut throats, nigga. You know what the bid, come and get a boat. I got gas, I got Reggie, I got blow. In the summertime, I'm still serving snow. DJ for the high, I don't do the low. Can with the move if it make a profit. That boy coming brown, so we call it block. Steak props, ABM, but the team's the rock. I'm like Shaq to these youngins, I still get the blocks. All these bitches jockey, whole team fly like choppers. And we came with choppers, keep big necks just like whoppers. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't hear no silver spoon. The realest nigga in the room. Got it out the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The realest nigga in the room. My shit. The realest nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My move.
Side 92nd Street, nigga. Kind shit, nigga. Hey, I'm watching on the block for real, nigga. Ducking them all the way back to Cash Street, nigga. Cash Street, the dope shit, nigga. Falls on like my motherfucking thumb, nigga. 2-3, nigga. What's breaking, nigga? Breaking stuff, nigga. Hey, I started off rapping passenger. Call the ambulance, every single beat a massacre. Yeah, my bitch be running, had to make that dick adapt to her. All my homies feel like pictures, they trying to capture her. Load that glizzy like a workaholic, get busy. Yeah, I got shot like Shakur Stevenson, he missed me. Merry-go-round, cause you hit it, you might get dizzy. All these motherfucking bars, you would think I'm rapping in prison. From Memphis to Watts, bitch, I'm pop, bring by ambition. I'm touchable with revolvers, got the juice like I'm Bishop. Pack a nigga out like we helping them do some sit-ups. Got a homie like a Uber, I pay him, he threw them pickups. It's war, nigga. Great at Draco and left to right. Starting to think my white boy racist, they killing niggas on sight. This the game, not a gang, little homie, so change your life. If your gun jam, make like a plumber and change the pipe. I love it. Y'all ain't shit, man. Check this shit out. Hey.
Late night after dark, me and YG Wolf on the mission.
Little Penny, what's up? What's good?
Not man, I'm just coming in because not for long though, because I gotta go back to work. But I just wanted to say hello, dude.
What's up with you, bro? How you feeling, bro?
Yeah, good man. Hey, what do you think about that Canelo pay-per-view buys?
Hey, Little Penny, I know I've been kind of hard on Canelo lately, and I feel like, Canelo's only human. He has accomplished more than most of these guys. And I feel like, brother, you was right. I was kind of being a little bit too hard on Canelo, and I didn't understand, but now I do, bro. I see the big picture. I see why you support Canelo, and I just want to apologize because sometimes we can be too hard on Canelo, bro. So forgive me.
But H, say for example that figure is right. Say it did let's say it did 600,000, right? Pay-per-view buys, right?
Yes.
That's actually equivalent to like 1.2 million pay-per-view buys on HBO. And I'll tell you why. Because when you're with HBO, they take 50% of the cut, right? Because they have to give money to Comcast and these cable networks, blah, blah, blah. And then the other 50 goes to the boxers, promoters, whatever, right? But with the zone, majority of that goes to the boxers, right? Because they don't have to, because it's online. They don't have to pay Comcast, blah, blah, blah. So in a way, the 40 million and the 20 million that Canelo and Triple G demanded, it probably made money because, you got to count the overseas money and then the gate. So they probably did make money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you're right about that. And say if Canelo only did 500,000, that's still more than the rest of these guys. He's still doing more than the rest of these so-called pay-per-view stars, right? That's more than Tank. That's more than Errol Spence ever did. That's more than Terrence Crawford, correct?
Yeah, but from a revenue point of view, like say, for example, who went with Fox, right? Like that Caleb Plant fight, and it did 700,000 or 750 from memory, right? Or I don't know, or
Yes.
800, right?
Yeah, like 800, I believe.
Yeah, well, say 800,000, right? Times I don't know, say 75 times $75. Hold on. Okay, so they did 60 million, right? On pay-per-view. 30 million of that only goes to the boxers. The other 30 million stays with Fox, right? Whereas say Canelo did 500,000 with the zone times 75, right? Hold on a second. 500,000 times 75. Okay, it's 37.5 million, right? Well, probably the zone will probably keep 7.5 million, and the 30 million is with the boxes, right? You know what I mean?
Yes, the networks, yes.
Yes. So it's actually better if you're with the zone because you get to keep majority of the pay-per-view revenue. You don't have to share 50% of the revenue with Fox or HBO or, you know what I mean? Or with Showtime. So it actually works out better for you if you're with the zone, even though your pay-per-view numbers are low.
Yes. Little Penny, we have Anthony Manzano. He wants to ask you a few questions. What's good, man? Anthony? How are you doing? And Little Penny, I got some questions for you. So don't leave too fast because your boy Shakur Stevenson, he missed weight today. So he's no longer a fat.
Okay. I did. Hey, Little Penny, I was saying this. I understand Shakur wasn't struggling making weight, but it seemed like him missing weight proves the point that I've been saying. The kid looked like he was struggling making weight when he won those titles in the first place and stuff like that. So, do you think it was unprofessional of him or it's just natural? Like, because people are saying it's unprofessional of him to miss weight purposely to drop the belts and stuff like that.
Yeah, it is unprofessional, but he's not the first one to do it. This just means that he needs to move up to 135, man. This is his last fight at 130.
Yeah, when I look at his when I look at Shakur, at the max, I can see him going all the way up to 160 or maybe 168. That's how big the kid is. I'm not talking about the height. I'm talking about like how big in terms of his body. He kind of looks like him and Devin are the same, almost the same size. Am I correct?
I think
Devin is bigger than Shakur. Shakur started off at 126. If you look at the weigh-in, Robson Conceicao was bigger than him. He's taller than Shakur. He's bigger than Shakur Conceicao. Look at the picture. Look, bros.
Hey,
he's actually bigger than Shakur, bro.
Hey, Tony, Conceicao, this guy he's a live dog, right? But Top Rank is not afraid to put Shakur in some of these risky fights because they know Shakur's talented. Kind of like, when Mayweather first started out, Top Rank wasn't afraid to put him on against Castillo.
See, you're a Shakur fan that puts it in perspective. You're not saying he's going to blow this guy out of the water like he's nothing and stuff like that, because there's a lot of Shakur fans saying that he's going to sweep him. He's going to win like 12-0 or something like that. Not Conceicao is not going to win any round.
I think it will be like 11-1, 10-2 type of a fight. But Conceicao is a good opponent. He's not
walkthrough. He's not a
yeah. And I think Top Rank know that they don't mind giving him risky fights because they know he's going to win anyway because he's talented.
Let's not forget, little Penny. I think Robinson was the one that beat Shakur for his thing. Him and Shakur are around the same age, I think.
And didn't Conceicao had a really good fight against Valdez?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Robinson, Conceicao, yeah, he did have he took him to the limit. He took Valdez to the limit.
I thought he won that fight against Oscar Valdez. And Shakur Stevenson is not giving this guy any credit. He said, "Oh, you lost to Valdez. You took your foot off the gas." No, Shakur Conceicao won that fight. Shakur Conceicao was robbed in that fight, brother. That's what I think.
I do think Shakur's ceiling is higher than Haney's ceiling. I think I
don't know about that now, missing weight, bro. Shakur, Devin Haney been at 135 his whole career, never missed weight. He's a big lightweight, no excuses. Shakur, he's only been at 130 for like 5 fights, and he's already missing weight.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's kind of like, it reminds me of like Adrian Berner when he started missing weight and blah blah blah. But I don't think Shakur.
I don't know. That's what scares me. That's what scares me with Shakur. He might end up. I'm not saying he's gonna be like that, but I hope he doesn't become undisciplined and turn into AB like that.
No, I don't think so, Tony, because he's with Top Rank. I don't Top Rank. They don't have that sort of a culture where do you know what I'm getting at? That's more on the PBC side. And Shakur, he's talented, dude. His ceiling is, in my opinion, is really high. I expect him to be like the pound for pound #1 fighter in the world for a very long time. Once Canelo retires, he will be, in my opinion, I don't know about the face of boxing, but he'll be like the #1 pound for pound fighter in the world.
I disagree with you, little Penny. I think Devin's gonna be the #1 pound for pound and the face of boxing. I'm sorry. I'm not a Devin fan, but I admit the kid is I think Devin's gonna be the future pound for pound when Canelo retires.
Tony, I hesitated on the face of boxing because when I say face of boxing, you don't have to be the #1 pound for pound fighter in the world. Like
you
Mike
can
Tyson.
Be both.
Yeah, it could be both. Yeah. But usually like Mayweather, for example, he was #1 and face of boxing, but sometimes you don't. Like De La Hoya was the face of boxing for a while. Mike Tyson also. And I don't think
they ever #1 pound for were Oscar and Mike ever #1 pound for pound?
I don't think so, man. I don't think so.
H, do you remember that?
What's the question? What's the question?
Do you remember if Oscar or Mike were ever #1 pound for pound?
Well, Mike Tyson at one point they had Mike Tyson #2 pound for pound. Even though people don't put heavyweights, They had Julio Cesar Chavez number one pound for pound, and Tyson was number 2. But some people did have De La Hoya number 1 pound for pound when he beat Pernell Whitaker in a controversial decision. Ike Corte, yes, and Chavez.
I think at that time it was Roy Jones Jr. who was number 1 pound for pound fighter in the world.
Yes, I think Roy Jones. Yes, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, I think it was number 2 when he beat Ike Corte. But once he lost to Trinidad, I don't think he ever came close to becoming pound for pound number 1.
But Oscar was the cash cow, though, right, Little Penny?
Yeah, he was the face of boxing. Yes.
So, okay, so you guys think pound for pound and face of boxing are not mutually exclusive? You don't have
correct.
to be okay. So you think once Shakur moves up, do you think guys like Lara and Lara and Navarrete move up to 130 then? Once Shakur leaves?
Yeah, Navarrete should maybe move up to 130 because that guy's huge for 126. Lara, he can probably stay at 126.
No, Navarrete, no, dude. When I look at, I'm a Navarrete fan. That guy's huge. He looks like he's walking around at 140.
He may be the best fighter at 126, but I do think Lara will beat him though. I think Lara will chop that tree down.
You think Mauricio beats him? Mauricio?
Sorry?
You think Mauricio Lara beats him?
Yeah. Yes. Lara's got power, man. He's got power, dude.
Why do you think they call him Bronco? Why do you think?
By the way, today, sorry, as an example, Canelo is probably the face of boxing, but the number 1 pound for pound fighter in the world is probably Usyk, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's only been maybe there's only been a couple of times where
wasn't Tyson Fury the pound for pound number 1 before he retired, before he did his fictional retirement?
No, I don't know, man. The only ones I can think of that were pound for pound fighters in the world and also number 1. So the face of boxing was maybe Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard, and maybe Floyd.
Maybe Duran. How about Duran?
I don't know, dude. Because when they had that rematch, Sugar Ray Leonard was still the A side. I know Duran beat him, and Duran was the number 1 pound for pound fighter at that time. But when they had the rematch, it was Leonard that gave Duran the contract, which means he's still the A side, and he still had not majority. He had the higher purse. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And for me, the guy who has the potential to be both at the same time is Bam Rodriguez. I think he has the potential of being both pound for pound at the same time, pound for pound number 1.
Yeah, but Tony, I don't know if at that lower weight class you could be the face of boxing. You know, I don't know.
I think Bam. No, the issue with that though, I think Bam can supersede being in such. I think Bam can be the face of boxing, superseding the fact that he's in the weight. There's fighters that superseded their weight classes as the face of boxing and stuff like that. So I think Bam can do that, where he can be the number 1 pound for pound and the face of boxing at the same time.
He has to move up in weight though. Like, I can't remember anyone from 115 to 118 who's maybe Chocolatito, but Chocolatito wasn't the face of boxing. Like, he has to move up in weight. Like, even at 126, I think even like Prince Nassim Hamed, like, he was really popular, but I don't know if he was the face of boxing at that time, before he fought Barrera. I mean, he had a good run there, but I don't know if he was the face of boxing. Like, you really have to be at least 130. Like, even at 130, who's at 130 was the face of boxing? Like, really no one. Like, maybe Pacquiao, like when
Pac-Man.
Maybe because Mayweather retired. So
Barrera.
But Barrera was good, but he was never the face of boxing. You know what I mean? Like, you know, when you think of face of boxing, and I reckon to be the face of boxing, probably going to be at 147.
Did Tito retire before Oscar, or Oscar retired before Tito?
I think Tito retired before, because he had that legal case with Don King for a while. Because I remember De La Hoya's last fight was with Pacquiao, right? I think 2008. I can't remember Tito fighting it after that. Or even
Oscar was 2009. Last fight was 2009. I was in high
with
school when
Pacquiao.
that happened. Yeah, with Pac-Man. It was June 5th, I believe, of 2009, because I was still in high school when that fight happened.
It would have been December, dude. I remember fighting December 2008. Because Pacquiao fought Hatton in 2009, which was after the De La Hoya fight.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it would have been December, I remember. Because I remember that fight was delayed because I think they were working on the weight or something like.
Oh, like this BS. This BS. What is it called?
Because they were supposed to fight. They were supposed to fight in November because De La Hoya was waiting for that Mayweather rematch, and I think Mayweather did something. I think he went and did Dancing with the Stars. So De La Hoya had to do something else. So he asked Pacquiao if he could go up in weight, 2 weight classes. But I think they had this run-in with the weight, and it took a while. So I think it ended up being like, I think the first week of December or maybe the second week of December.
Yeah, no. Was that a catchweight fight like you're seeing with Eubank and what's his name? And Ben? Yeah, was it a catchweight like that?
I think it was 145.
I hate these BS catchweights. I don't know why they... If you know the other fighter's not going to make the weight, why bother even doing the fight in the first place?
Yeah. But De La Hoya did make the weight, though.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about...
Ben.
Pac-Man. Like Pac-Man.
Oh, yeah, but De La Hoya made the weight, though. I think from memory, Pacquiao was... I think he only weighed in at 142, and De La Hoya weighed in at 145 on the dot. His problem was...
I'm talking about Ben versus Eubank. If you know Ben is not gonna not make 160, why even bother making this fight? It's a joke now. Like, I can't take this fight seriously because you guys are doing this catchweight crap. Seriously.
Yeah, I think he can. I think he will make it. I don't know how bad he'll look though, but dude, if you I don't know if
that's what scares me.
Yeah, sorry.
That's what scares me though, That's what scares me, little Penny. That him doing that might screw his career up. Like what happened? Was it Roy Jones or was it Bernard Hopkins that screwed up the rest of his career from moving up and down constantly?
Roy Jones.
Yeah. I don't want that to happen to Ben. Ben's a good kid, but I don't want him to mess up his career by doing that. Like you're screwing up your health.
You know, Tony, at that time, right? Roy Jones, so he beat Ruiz in heavyweight. He was the clear A side to that Antonio Tarver fight. I don't know why he went up to light heavyweight to fight Tarver, even though he won that fight. He won that fight by a couple of rounds.
But he looked horrible. He looked horrible in that fight.
Now, Tony, what I'm saying is he should have made that fight at cruiserweight, right? Yeah. And then gradually go back up to 175. Like, I don't know why he had to fight him at 175 straight away, because he was the clear A side. Like, Antonio Tarver had no leverage whatsoever. Even his belt really didn't matter. Like, you know, I think that completely ruined Roy Jones. And that's one thing that Canelo probably needs to be wary of, like moving up and down in weight. Like, there's only a few people that can do that where it doesn't affect them, like Mayweather and Pacquiao, for example. Like, you know, Mayweather moved up from 147, 154, then go down to 147. Same with Pacquiao.
Dude, Penny, you have to agree with me. Pac-Man is a freak of nature. No normal person can do that without screwing up their career.
Dude, that guy started at 112, man. 112. Bam started at what, 115?
He started at the same weight as Bam?
No, Pacquiao started at 112. In fact, Pacquiao was the lineal champion at 112 pounds.
No, actually, he started at 105. Actually, Pac-Man started at 105.
Oh, yeah, that was amateurs, though. Like, but he did win the 112 belt I think it was in Thailand or something, and that guy was the lineal champ. It was the WBC belt. Yeah, so he wasn't just like a champion at 112. He was the lineal champion at 112. And then imagine someone at 112. I don't know. Say imagine Chocolatito moving up. I think he started at 112 too, going to 154 and fighting Jamel Charlo or something. That's what Pac did.
Jesus Christ.
108. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Like
no. For me, when I look at Bam, I think he maxes out at 130.
Yeah, I agree.
If I'm being generous, I think at the most, I think maybe 122.
Hey Tony, Bam didn't look good too well on the weekend.
Like, did he look like he was like struggling making the weight?
Yeah. I was thinking that too. I was thinking, his energy is not as high. Like, I thought he was going to get this guy out of there because 4 years previously, Jerwin Ancajas from the Philippines, he knocked out Rodriguez, right? And I was thinking, and I do admit that Bam is better than Ancajas, but he couldn't get him out of there.
Thinking, you know what? I've said this multiple times, Little Penny. It seems like boxers fight down to their competition. They don't do it on purpose, but mentally they feel that they're better than this guy, and they don't have to put their full skills on. So maybe that's the reason why Bam looked bad. Maybe he was fighting down to his competition, which you're not supposed to be doing.
But Tony, my first initial thought was the weight. I was thinking, this guy should move up in weight because he looks big, man, for 118.
No, he's at 112.
115.
No, 112.
Oh, was it 112?
Yeah.
He looked big out there, man. Like, damn.
Yeah, Bam started off at 108 pounds. His last fight was at 115, right?
Yeah, that's
and
what I thought.
he wants to. Yeah, so you felt like he looked weak at 115?
Yeah, he should move up in weight. Like,
well, I know Little Penny, he just moved up 2 weight classes to 115 to fight for that vacant belt. He really, campaigns at 112 pounds, or he skipped 112. He actually skipped 112, Little Penny. So, how do you think he's struggling to make 115 when the man came up from 108?
Yeah, but H, when you're big, right? It doesn't take much to gain weight. Like, for example, when Pac won that belt at 112, he didn't even campaign at 118 and 115. He went straight to 122 because I think at that time Pac was only like 21, 22 years old. Once you get to the 23, 24 mark and your body is getting bigger, sometimes you can't, it's very hard to go from 112 to 115, then 118. If your body tells you to move up in weight, dude, you got to move up, man. Like, because you're going to hurt yourself.
Well, he already moved up, Little Penny. He went up 2 weight classes. Bam went from 108 all the way to 115. He skipped 112. So after he beat Rung Vasai, he said, I'm going to drop down to 112 from 115. But he didn't do that. He stayed at 115. Now check this out. 115 pounds, Bam Rodriguez is the WBC world title. Guess what? Nonito Donaire versus Jesse Bam Rodriguez is a great fight. I would love to see Nonito Donaire versus Jesse Bam Rodriguez at 115. What about you?
Nah, I think Bam is too young for Nonito 115. I like the Chocolatito fight better. Donaire versus Chocolatito because they're both.
Chocolatito's fighting Juan Francisco Estrada in a third fight. Their trilogy. Yeah. So the thing with Nonito Donaire.
I love Nonito Donaire, right? But dude, I hate to say this, dude, but he's old now, man. Like, he can't fight these young lions, dude. Like, damn, he's gonna get killed.
Killed by who? Jesse Rodriguez? But didn't you just say that Jesse Rodriguez is too young for Nonito Donaire? Now you saying Nonito is too old? Which one is it?
No, he's too old. He's too old. What I'm saying is Nonito should fight someone like Chocolatito after that trilogy. He shouldn't be fighting these young lions, man. Like, look what happened with what's his name? With what's his name?
But Inoue, but that was at 118 pounds. And Inoue is pound for pound one of the best fighters in the world. So, Jesse Rodriguez he's not Inoue. He's not the monster. And we, like you just said, Jesse Rodriguez didn't look too good in his last fight. And guess what, Little Penny? Nonito Donaire was there. He went to the Canelo fight. He watched Jesse Rodriguez on the undercard. Nonito wants the WBC world title. He wants the WBC belt back.
Yeah, but Jesse Rodriguez, Bam Rodriguez, he'll be up for that Nonito fight, because Nonito has a name, right?
You sure about that?
You know what I mean? He might be up for that fight. So
I hope so. Little Penny.
I'd rather see him fight Chocolatito, dude, because Chocolatito is a little long in the tooth.
How is he gonna fight Chocolatito? But how is he gonna fight Chocolatito, Little Penny, when Chocolatito's fighting Juan Francisco Estrada in a trilogy? That fight is already signed. Nonito Donaire, he's 40 years old. The clock is ticking. He needs to fight now. He needs to, you know what I mean? And Jesse Rodriguez in his last fight against Gonzalez, like you said, he didn't look good. On Cajas, you just told us, on Cajas, he stopped Gonzalez, and Jesse Rodriguez couldn't do it. Imagine if that was Nonito Donaire in the same ring as Jesse Rodriguez this past Saturday.
Yeah.
What you think would have happened?
But dude, Cajas is young, man. Like you know what I mean? Like, look. If I'll obviously.
What about Gonzalez though? What is Gonzalez? You think Gonzalez is better than Nonito Donaire right now?
You mean Rodriguez? Wasn't it Rodriguez?
Rodriguez, yeah, the guy that. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's Rodriguez, the guy that Jesse Rodriguez just fought this past Saturday. His name was Rodriguez.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so Rodriguez, who you think is better, Nonito Donaire or Rodriguez?
Right now, dude, I don't know, man. I love Nonito. Nonito's probably the second or the third best fighter to ever come out of the Philippines. But dude, he's 40. Dude, Nonito's got a lot of wear and tear on that tires, man. Like, and he's on the lower weight classes. He's not like a welterweight. You know what I mean? These guys that he's fighting, they throw a lot of punches, man. Like, look, dude, and Nonito's been knocked
Little
out.
Penny, the
remember
Penny,
that
the guy that Jesse Rodriguez just fought against. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, do you remember when Walters knocked out Nonito? Freaking hell, man! That was a terrible KO. Like, it was an uppercut. Like, and it didn't. It wasn't like a second round or the third round KO. It was quite. I think it was in the 10th round or something like that. So he took a beating, man. I gotta admit, Walters took a beating as well. In fact, Nonito was winning that fight. In fact, he nearly KO'd him in the 3rd round. But then, because Walters is just so big, it's probably like twice as big as him. Like, he overpowered him. And then I didn't like that KO against Inoue in the rematch, man. Like, dude, like that tells me that Nonito is pretty close to being retired. Like, he's probably got one more big payday. And because Chocolatito is the cash cow of that weight class, I think he should just wait it out and wait for the trilogy to end and then fight Chocolatito instead. I think he has a better chance of beating Chocolatito than beating Bam Rodriguez. Don't you think?
Are you serious? After watching Bam's last fight on Saturday against Rodriguez when he struggled, bro?
Yeah, but
Nonito was licking his chops.
But Bam could, like,
Nonito was at the fight. He watched an off night. Have an off night with Nonito Donaire, he's gonna lose. If he has an off night with Nonito, you know it.
Yeah. But
so Little Penny,
man. Nonito
he can make 115. Right? I talked to Rachel Donaire about it because Rachel Donaire, she told me that Nonito was trying to fight against Joshua Franco. Joshua Franco is the brother of Jesse Rodriguez. So I asked her, isn't Joshua Franco the brother of Bam? Yes. She said yes. So I asked her, would you guys fight Bam? She said, let's go. She said, "Let's
Okay.
go." You know, so
Yeah, that's no need to.
so
No need to
I think
fight
that's a great
anybody.
fight, and exactly. So I want to see it. And guess what, Little Penny? There's a lot of people that believe Nonito Donaire will beat Jesse Rodriguez right now. There's a lot of people picking Nonito Donaire, and there's people saying Jesse Rodriguez is not ready for Nonito.
Yeah, Nonito's power will carry at 115. I just don't know if he'll throw enough punches. That's all, because he's 40 years old, man. Like,
No, he's dropping down in weight. Nonito's dropping down. He was at 118.
Yeah,
So he's going.
In Nonito's prime, I think he kills Bam Rodriguez, right? But he's not in his prime anymore. I don't know, man. Like,
Okay, Little Penny.
I'd watch it. I don't know if
Little Penny. Guess what? Nonito Donaire. He's been in the ring with some of the greatest Mexican fighters that ever lived. Jorge Arce. Nonito knocked him out. Mm-hmm. He's been in the ring with Fernando Montiel, another Mexican warrior. Knocked him out. He would like to add Jesse Rodriguez to that list.
Filipinos, they love to fight Mexicans because they have the same style, like, that come forward, KO type. Not good for your health, but it's good for the fans because, those guys will brawl it out. But I'd prefer him to fight Chocolatito because it's a more of a Chocolatito has a better name because he's got a legacy under him. Same with Nonito.
But Jesse Rodriguez has a great name. We just heard what's his name? Tony said that he thinks Jesse Rodriguez could become the new face of boxing. Some people are calling Jesse Rodriguez the fighter of the year. They're hyping this guy up.
He could. I mean, if he beats Donaire, he might. If he fights Donaire in December and he beats him and KOs him, for example, I don't want to see that. Like, I hope Donaire wins, but if he does do that, then he'll probably be the fighter of the year. I mean, who else is in contention for that fight of the year? Maybe Haney?
I mean, Devin Haney. Of course, Devin Haney, who became come on, Little Penny, don't start that. Devin Haney is he's the youngest undisputed champion in the history of boxing. Devin Haney has every belt. Jesse Rodriguez has one belt. Who did Jesse Rodriguez beat for him to be the fighter of the year over Devin Haney? Wait and let me know. I'm waiting.
Didn't he fight Quadras and Chocolate? I don't know what year that was. But,
Quadras wasn't even a champion. They fought for a vacant belt. Devin Haney, but he wasn't a unified champion like George Kambosos, who just beat Teofimo Lopez. Correct?
Yeah.
Hey,
what's up? Shout out to the panel. How y'all doing?
What's up, Robert?
Hey, so I wanted to say something. Go ahead, Lil Penny.
I was just gonna say, if Haney knocks out Kambosos, okay, maybe he may be fighter of the year. But if
Little Penny, Haney just beat Kambosos easy. You was there. He won every round for the undisputed.
I don't know about every round, but he did.
It was a shutout. To me, it was a shutout. But it's okay. You could give Kambosos one round, but Haney dominated the fight, and Haney beat him in his country, beat him in Australia. So Jesse Rodriguez, he hasn't accomplished what Devin Haney did.
But I thought Devin Haney beat Kambosos more convincingly than Bivol beating Canelo. You know what I mean? That is what you call a domination. But with the Bivol fight, I don't think Bivol dominated Canelo. Like, I thought he did.
Oh, yes, he did. Oh my!
I thought he did. Like, okay, so
he dominated Canelo.
I was someone who was saying that Bam was in contention for fighter of the year, and I actually thought he was. I still kind of think he's like kind of leading it. But after his last fight, I would like put him down, like, or at least have him like tie with somebody because the reason why I kind of give it to him is because he moved up. Two weight classes for that belt, even though it's a vacant one. I got to give him his props for that, and he's already fought 3 times already, and he might fight again. Who knows? But I think that his best bet, as much as I like his belt at 115 that he got, that I give him praise for, I think it's time for him to probably move back down to 112, because it didn't look too good at 115 anymore. Like You know, he fought an old Cuadras, he fought an old Rungasai, and it's like, yeah, that looks good, it looks impressive. But once you fight a guy around your same age and who's who's young and is still in his prime, you didn't look too good at 115. And I don't think that I don't think I think you should go back down. Basically, is what I'm trying to say, and that's the reason why I had him as the fighter of the year. And now I'm kind of leaning towards like either Devin Haney or Charlo still, depending on if we get more possible fights in the future, like Terrence Bud and
So
Spence.
did you say
But
Charlo? Dude, Robert, did you say Charlo?
who was that? Charlo?
Yeah. Who was your second guy? You said Haney and who?
Haney and Charlo?
Jamel
Haney-
Charlo?
Yeah, Jamel Charlo.
Dude, he's only got one fight this year.
Bro, it was undisputed, bro, and it was a fucking like knockout of the year
Dude,
type
you
of
can't
fight,
be
bro.
fighter of the year. Dude, Rob, with all due respect,
Wow.
you can't be fighter of the year if you only fight once in 12 months.
I mean, he was about to fight again. Like, was he not? Until Tim Tszyu hurt his hand, right? That fight was
No,
gonna happen. this
they're
year.
fighting in January, aren't they?
Yeah, they are fighting in January now, but before that fight was supposed to happen, like before the end of the year.
No, I think it was the budget, dude. I think it was the budget of the PBC. They didn't have enough money for both of them because they've already used up all of their money. So I think they had to wait until the 2023 calendar year to start.
Okay, so who would be your fighter of the year?
Oh, I don't know, man. I've definitely got Bam and maybe if Haney KOs Cambosis, I'll have him fighter of the year. But if Bam Rodriguez fights Nonito Donaire at 115 in December and he KOs him, then he's undisputed fighter of the year for sure.
Is that something that's in the talks, or is that just something that like you're just saying?
Sorry?
Is that something that is actually in talks with Nonito Donaire, or is that something you just?
Well, H just said that they want to fight.
Okay.
Initially, I think they wanted Franco first. I think that's what H said. But
Okay.
I'm guessing Bam's got a better name. So if Bam puts his hand up, I think that fight will happen because, Nonito, he'll just take on anyone. But I prefer him to fight Chocolatito. Nonito Donaire, Chocolatito, 115.
I don't think he's ready for none of that, bro.
Because I think, Rob, that's more of a winnable fight for Nonito because I don't think he can beat Bam Rodriguez. He's too young, dude.
You don't think Nonito can beat Bam?
Nah, not at this stage.
I think so, bro. I think so. Like, if they fight at the end of the year, I think he beats him. If they fight maybe sometime next year, okay, yeah, he'll probably win. But I think if he fights sometime this year, or that fight happens this year, I don't see him pulling out that win, bro. Like, I don't see Bam coming out. I love Bam. I mean, but I don't think he's ready for Nonito at 115.
Yeah, Rob, I want Nonito because I'm Filipino. I want Nonito to win, right? And it'll add to his legacy. Like he's already got a huge legacy, right? He even knocked out that guy Nishioka from Japan who was like twice as big as him. I mean, that was at the StubHub Center. I remember. I remember buying that it's pay-per-view in our country. I think for you guys it was for free. But if he does that, like, if he if he beats Bam Rodriguez, man, that's equivalent to Pacquiao beating what's his name, Errol Spence when they were supposed to fight, because Bam is like a young guy coming up, and there's not too many old guys who have beaten like a good up and coming. There's not too many. There are a few, an exception, and I think Nonito is probably he may be in that category, but man, 40 years old, dude. Maybe if it was 35, maybe, but not 40. 40 years old, I think it's too much, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that Bam looked lethargic in that fight. I think that it kind of looked like he was like he overworked himself, probably, like 3
He
fights.
did win the fight though. It wasn't
Yeah.
lost.
It wasn't like it wasn't like he lost the fight, but it was, he got put to the test, and he got put to the test for damn sure. And like I think against somebody like Chocolatito, like I don't know, bro. Like I don't think he's there yet. Like I ain't gonna lie. I was saying hell yeah, like just like fucking not too long ago. I ain't gonna lie. I'll be honest. If you asked me like a month ago, I'd be like hell yeah, I think he gets it. But like now after seeing that fight, I don't know. Like I don't know. I might have to see one more at 115 because he's already talking about going back down to 112. So we'll see. Like see what's up with that.
Yeah.
He's looking at Sonny Edwards. Like I think he'll smoke Sonny Edwards. Like he might as well just like if that's what he's gonna do, he might as well just go do that. Just go with the 112 and just go take over and come back to 115 later. I guess. I mean, because right
Yeah,
now I
yeah.
don't think he's ready. I don't think
Hey,
he's ready.
Method. I'm sorry, God. Methods, what's good, bro? Salam alaikum, Method.
Alaikum salam.
Hey,
What's good?
Meth, let them know what you think about that fight between Nonito Donaire and Jesse Rodriguez. Do you think Nonito Donaire can beat Jesse Rodriguez? And do you think that's a fight that can happen?
I don't think the fight plays out. I don't think it comes to fruition. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think Nonito beats Bam right now. He's just too. I think he's too big. You know, Bam coming from 112 to 115. Um, he did not. He did stop Rungvisai, but Nonito was still more of an active fighter. Been fighting more. We just seen him. He did knock out Ubali a little while back, and it still shows that he has that power that can carry up to damn near featherweight, right? So I don't see Bam's team making that fight at all. I think it's wrong.
Yeah, but Method, sometimes when I find out with Donaire, especially when he's a lot older now, he always looks for that left hook all the time, like it's his last, like it's his only way to win per se. And then when it connects, like it does damage. Like especially in that first fight against Inoue, I think he broke his like chin, or I don't know, but remember, like sometimes he looks for that too much. Because he's not young anymore. He can't throw 1,000 punches anymore. And I feel like he's, to me, at his age, I feel like he's a little one-dimensional now. Like he wasn't before. Like he was a great fighter, right? But it's just sometimes, dude, when Father Time catches up to you, he can't do anything about it, man. Like.
I do agree that Father Time beats all, but I just I don't believe Nonito lost power, and Bam's style is to kind of get on the inside. I don't think he could keep Nonito off of him just by using the jab alone. And I say that same thing with a lot of fighters. I guess like when they were saying Manny Pacquiao and Ryan Garcia. Yes, Ryan has power. He's younger, but if Manny and Ryan would have met at like 140, Manny Pacquiao would beat the brakes off of Ryan. That's kind of I see it the same way. Like,
but method. If Pac had that same performance that he had against Ugas, I think Ryan beats him. But if Pac had that same performance against Thurman, I think Pac beats Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, but the power and the punch resistance is different, right? Like I saw Quadras land certain shots on Bam and he had to get out the inside fighting because he couldn't sit there and keep taking that much damage. And Nonito's way bigger of a puncher than Quadras. And Ramasai got good power, but Nonito he's more of a pound puncher compared to those guys. He's hit those guys. If he hits them guys probably just 2-3 times, they're gonna go to sleep.
Yeah. Man, Nonito had a very decorated career, man. I even remember that time when he knocked out Victor Chinian. I think that was at 112. I can't remember, 115. And it was the KO of the year at that time. Man, that was like 15, 20 years ago. I can't remember, but man, I remember that, man. You remember that when he had that left hook and Victor Chinian didn't know where he was?
That's probably years ago. But I know the thing is that Nonito was able to go up and still fight guys that were bigger than him and give those guys some problems. I just don't see Bam being able to phase Nonito. I think if Nonito doesn't see hypothetically if they ever did fight and Bam fought a flawless fight, then he goes 12 rounds. That's the only way I can see Bam winning. I don't think he can stop Nonito. I just can't see Bam taking that type of punishment for the long 8 rounds. I think after the 4th, 5th round, Nonito's punches will start to take effect.
Yeah, Method, I might be a little too harsh on Nonito because, Nonito fought the best at 118.
Yeah.
In fact, he's one of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the world in a way.
Biggest punch.
whereas Bam is not at that level. So I hope Nonito wins, and I want him to win, but realistically, I don't know if he has enough left in the tank, man. Because he's 40. He has a lot of thread in that tires, man. Like, he even fought like those guys Montiel and like, oh man, like those fights at 122 and 126, and didn't he fight at one? Didn't he? And then he fought Nicholas Walters, man. That was a tough fight. And he fought that guy from Britain as well. What's his name? What's that guy from Britain again? The guy who fought Leo Santa Cruz. They had a rematch. What's his name again? He was Irish.
Carl Frampton.
Yeah, Carl Frampton. And oh man, like Nonito's got a lot of money as well, because I remember Top Rank was paying him a lot of money. He got paid a lot for that Nishioka fight. In fact, it was that big that Rios and Alvarado was on the undercard of that Nonito Nishioka fight. So, and Nonito doesn't have an entourage where he's got a fun like their friggin' lifestyle. Nonito has only got Rachel Donaire and his kids, right? So he's got a lot of money in the bank already. I don't know what unless he wants to further improve his legacy, right? Which he will if he beats Bam Rodriguez, because he's a young guy. Like I was saying before, that's equivalent to Pacquiao beating Errol Spence. But I don't know, man. At 40 years old, dude, he's probably got about 15, 20 million in the bank. So I don't know why risk it, man. Like he'll never be better than Pacquiao anyway. So like he's already either number 2 or number 3 best fighter from the Philippines. Beating Bam Rodriguez, he won't ascend any further. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Maybe fighters are just fight. They like fighting, like like Pacquiao. He wants to fight too. Like, maybe that's just who they are, because they don't know anything else.
Well, he fought Carl Frampton at 126.
He got beaten up.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He got beaten up in Ireland. I remember that. That wasn't a good fight for Nonito, dude. He got beaten up.
Yeah.
And Carl Frampton throws a lot of punches too. He's not like, you know what I mean? He's not a counter puncher. He's a volume puncher. So yeah, look, I want him to win. But I don't know. I'm just being realistic. That's all.
I want to ask y'all what y'all think about Shakur Stevenson missing weight. Little Penny, this is a homecoming fight for Shakur Stevenson in his hometown, and he misses weight and loses the belts on the scales. Let's talk about that, guys.
Yeah, not very good. I'll give him a pass though, because he's performed quite well. That's another guy who could win Fighter of the Year, but not now, because he lost. He didn't make weight.
Hey, can I be honest? I'm kind of upset, to be honest. Like, I'm a little upset because I feel like if this was like any other fighter, like a lot of other fighters, I think they'll be more scrutinized, to be honest. Like, I feel like more people would be like, yo, what the hell? Like, I think, it's just because the thing is, like, he's like one of my favorite fighters, bro. Like, Shakur is like one of my favorite fighters right now, today. And, like, I have him high on my pound for pound list. Like, I have him at 4. Like, I have him high, bro. Like, and
wow,
for him to do that, for me, it feels like, damn, bro, you kind of like, I get it. Like, you can't make it anymore, and I understand. But weren't people like getting mad, like Teofimo for the same kind of shit, like other people for the same kind of things, So it's like, I got to keep it 100 with everybody, right? Like, I'll be honest, I'm a little biased, so I'm gonna be like, not as mad, but I'm a little upset because, like, bro, I'm a fan at the end of the day, and I love the sport, and it's like, this is what it's all about, right? Like fighting, defending your belts, doing, move up after this fight, but make weight, and then move up, and not have stuff for people to say about you, bro. I feel like if this was Haney, it would be like a horrible thing. I feel like people would be like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Like, that's why, to me, it kind of made me a little bit upset. But I don't know who else got some.
Hey, Rob, I don't have. Even though I'm a huge fan of Shakur Stevenson, I don't have him that high in a pound list. In fact,
I got him off of skill, basically. Mainly like off of skill and like accolades too, but like mainly off of skill though. Like, yeah. And so
I don't have him. Like, I don't even have him in my top 10. But I do think like 2 or 3 years from now, he'll be the number 1 pound for pound fighter in the world. And I think he should stay with Top Rank, because Top Rank will, as he moves up in weight, he will. They will match him up well Whereas I think if he goes to PBC, for example, if he becomes a free agent, he might start cherry picking his opponents, which may kind of like his pound for pound status might have an asterisk. Whereas if he stays with Top Rank, they'll match him up well on a consistent basis, so that so that he can maintain that number one pound for pound status. Because I want him to I want him to be great and take risk. And even if he loses one of those two fights, then that's fine. I don't care. Like, as long as you take the good fights, like the fights that we want to see. Like most boxing fans, we don't care, dude, if you lose or not. Like Holyfield lost so many times, Pacquiao lost so many times. We just want to see the fights that we don't want like, we want to see Haney and Shakur fight, say, in 12 months or 18 months time, so that you have enough time to get a trilogy. Like these Buds, Errol Spence and Bud Crawford, these guys are like in their mid-30s now, so they can't have a trilogy. They'll only probably all fight once. We don't want that. Like, and that's something that these young fighters should start thinking of, like, that to fight these guys when they're young, so that he can have a trilogy. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Method. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. As far as everybody got their own perception pound for pound and what it would have where. I kind of, it's, when I was watching it live, right, I kind of was like, damn, I don't think he's gonna make weight, and then looking at it, I was like, damn, what's his name? Damn, Conceicao, right? I'm looking at Conceicao and I'm like, Conceicao looks to be in shape. I'm looking at Shakur and I'm like, something is off with this, right? And then when I saw him get on the scale and he got off, and they said once they said the number, he got off. I said, yeah, he don't care, and I think that's kind of the issue that I have is, again, it's like, I saw Cambosis. It's the art of deception. It's the art of deception. And then to see Shakur do that shit is like, that it isn't a good look. And I would be being biased, right, if I ain't take issue with it, right? Now, I do want to see him at 135, but you still got to leave out 130 in the bank. You get what I'm saying? I always say that sometimes fighters, they get caught up outside the ring, and that's when fighters generally fuck up outside the ring, and it shows in the ring, But I do expect him to go out there and beat Conceicao, but I could be wrong. It could be a really good ass fight tomorrow, and it's not. It leaves a bad taste, I've seen people rag Tank for missing weight, and other fighters, right, missing weight, and it don't change for Shakur.
Yeah, but Method, the difference between Shakur and Tank is that Shakur is fighting better opponents. That's why if Tank Davis didn't make weight and he's fighting crappy guys, of course we're gonna get on him. But with Shakur, I'm gonna give him this one last pass because he's fighting better opponents all the time, like on a consistent basis. So I'm gonna give him a pass for that. Just once, though. I think, to me, this is his last fight at 130. He should go to 135 because there's no one out there at 130 that will give him really good fights. Because I think the last two guys who have the belts are those Japanese guys, and they don't even have any. They don't have, respectfully, they don't have the names. The names for him are at 135 because he could fight Garcia and Tank and Haney and Kambosos and Lomachenko and. There's a lot of better names at 135 for him so that he becomes great. I think he's better than all of those guys. Those guys that I mentioned, I think he's better than all of those guys. I think he beats Haney too, to be honest.
Tank lost, like when he missed weight, it was also at 130, right? And it's just, for me, it's just a bad look, right? Because then I would have to do the same thing for everybody else, right? I don't want to be like, oh, because he fighting Conceicao, right? And it's cool. It's that because he fighting Conceicao, they missing weight, and I'm like, that's when it kind of matters, right? When you are matching up with guys that really want some work, or held to a higher regard. Not saying I'm not gonna say the guys Tank was fighting wasn't held to a high regard because them guys, everybody else wanted to fight him as well. right. So I wouldn't do that. But it just for me it's just a bad look. It doesn't show. It could be a foreshadow of things to come in the future.
Yeah, but
Bad
Method,
decisions.
he's not the first guy to do it, right? Even Mayweather missed weight against Marquez, but you know, I even though Mayweather took a lot of heat for that, look, I'm gonna give him a pass for that, right? Because Mayweather has given us a lot of great fights, especially he took on so many great fighters at 130 and 135. So I was okay with that. Like, even though Mayweather gets teased a lot about that, especially from the Mexican fans, which is justified, right? Because he didn't make weight, and they signed at that contract, I think, at 144 or 144, and Mayweather was at 146. Yeah, that is unprofessional, right? And I think that from memory, that was the only time that Mayweather missed weight in his entire career. So I was okay with that because it was only once. He didn't do it all the time, and I'm hoping that Shakur, this is the last time that he misses weight. But because he's fought a lot of great guys at 130 and 126, I'm gonna give him a pass for that, just this once.
Right, right. That teach his own, right? And I'm not trying to change your mind. That's I can understand. I know I see some people they see it differently, but for me, I didn't like how he handled it in a sense. And then, well, as far as on the stage, right? Seeing it on the stage, he just kind of turned around and watching it from a phone screen is like he don't give a fuck, right? See my language, he don't give a damn. So then I'm like, if he don't give a damn, like, so it just was weird.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I do think even if Shakur didn't train a lot for this fight, I think his crappy version, I think, will still beat Conceicao because he's that skillful. I don't think he needs to be at the A class type. Like, he doesn't have to be at his best to beat Conceicao. I think he needs to be at his best if he fights Haney, though.
The fact that he missed weight, brother, like that against a level of opponent he's playing, because you could make an argument that this guy beat Oscar. For him to miss weight like that, to me it leaves a question mark, because to me it seems like, because this is not money in the bank. This fight is not money in the bank.
That's true. But I think Shakur is just that skillful. I think he beats him.
Why he didn't make weight? Because he's smaller. He's actually going to be well till he missed weight. I mean, he got a bulkier body, but wasn't he the smaller guy?
Tank's huge, dude.
I'm talking about Tank.
He is the smaller guy. Shakur, Robson Conceicao was bigger than Shakur. We saw it at the face-off.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like, why did he miss weight? Why he didn't come in there? Because you can make an argument that this fight is going to be better. You can make a strong argument that this is going to be a harder fight than Valdez.
That's true. It could be. Yeah. But man, he gave Valdez a boxing lesson, man. Like, that's how good Shakur. I'm very high on Shakur. I think he'll be pound for pound number one fighter in the world in 2 or 3 years' time, if not earlier. He just has to take risks. That's all he needs to do. Just take risks, unlike these other guys at 135, like who are like, Haney takes risks too. I'm referring to Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia, who are like they're supposed to be fighting in December, but we all know they won't. Most boxing fans know they won't because there's a network issue. Showtime will not share content with the Zone, so that tells you it's not going to happen.
Brother, you don't think Tank going up to 140 to fight Barrio was a risk?
Nah. Barrios? No. Hell no. No way, man. Barrios is a nobody, man. Like, I'm sorry. And he had the second belt.
When we say risk, before Tank got the stoppage, it was a strong argument. I wasn't one of those, but I thought he was just stalking him.
Yeah. Little Penny, you have to be fair. Gervonta Tank Davis, he was fighting at 130 pounds. He went all the way to 140 to go fight against an undefeated fighter, Mario Barrios, bro, in a weight class he never fought in. That's taking a chance.
Yeah. But the thing is, dude, like Barrio, he should have fought someone like Josh Taylor or Prograis or someone like or Ramirez, who had real belts because what's his name? Barrios had the secondary belt. Like, you know what I mean?
No,
it doesn't mean
that's not
anything.
well. That belt is considered the WBA world title. Now, if you go to the WBA website, right, Little Penny, that will show you that Tank Davis is the WBA world champion. If you go on BoxRec, it says Tank Davis is the WBA world champion. So that's a legit world title that he got, brother.
Yeah, but H, we all know the silver lining, right? We all know that the WBA champion was Josh Taylor, right?
Yes, well, he's the super champion, but Tank is the world champion, right? Canelo Alvarez fought for that same belt when he fought against Austin Trout. He fought against Rocky Fielding for the same belt.
I'll give you another example. When Pacquiao fought Matisse in Malaysia, right, and that was for the WBA belt, I didn't consider that as the real belt because it was Thurman who had the real belt at the WBA at 147, right? It's the same thing.
So Manny Pacquiao fought for that same belt then, right?
He did, yes. But I didn't consider that.
Yeah, and so did Monster Inoue. So did Monster Inoue. So did your Dennis Ugas. So did Murata. So if it's okay for the face of boxing, Canelo Alvarez, to fight for this belt 2 times, Manny Pacquiao, who was considered the face of boxing, and so did Triple G. So if these guys, if Canelo wasn't fighting for that belt, and if Triple G and Manny Pacquiao wasn't fighting for that belt, Tank wouldn't be doing it either. He's only doing what those guys did.
But H, I didn't consider those fights world championship fights either. Like, in my opinion, anyway.
But the boxing world did, though. The boxing world did. They considered Manny Pacquiao as an 8-division world champion. And when Canelo beat Rocky Fielding, they said he was a 4-division champion, brother.
Yeah, but H, when Pacquiao fought Matisse, the hardcore fans like us, we all know that wasn't a legitimate world title fight because Thurman had the real belt. Maybe some casual fans might think that, but we know the deal, H.
Little Penny, more than 10 rounds. It was set for world-class 12-round fight. You see what I'm saying? And any of our elders here on the panel, like Shelton, you know, they grew up on 15 and plus. So we're not even talking about that, but I'm just saying anything 12 rounds is a world-class fight. You know what I mean? No matter what regional world titles on the line, because sometimes it's just that congested where 2 world former champ, whatever, veterans, they fighting for a world regional title. The next fight, they fighting for they fighting that premier guy that has the world title, but that's the game. We know the boxing beyond fans will know that, oh, this is a 12 round. This ain't no 8 round, 10 round fight, because anybody knows 8 round, 10, anything below that, that's not official tissue. There's a little discrepancy there if it's a 10 round fight. We know that most likely the fight ain't on the world class weight. You know, somebody's a little heavy. You know what I mean? Somebody had a replacement. You know, like a la Rayo. You know, we got a little critical with him, but he was still young, but it was kind of destined to happen. You know what I mean? But not to get sidetracked, but
I just want
to understand what H was getting at you was that Haney want to defend against Tank. Tank is a world champion. There's no, when you say regular, you making yourself sound away. You know what I mean? If you better off saying an interim champion, you better off saying that, oh, Tank is holding the world interim champion. And then we could say, oh, we could debate on that. We could look back and say, oh, when he fought for that title, he didn't fight no scrub. He fought a former world champion that reigned as a WBA champion.
Yeah, no,
That
I never said Barrios was a scrub, because as you can see when he fought Thurman, he's not a scrub, right? But
I'm
I
glad
just
you brought that up.
but I
yes.
just think that I don't regard these regular or these secondary belts. I just, 'cause in fact, that's actually what's ruining boxing. But just to be clear, I'm actually a huge fan of Tank Davis, because he's a knockout fighter. I do think he's a pay-per-view fighter. I don't know if he's a pay-per-view star. He is a pay-per-view fighter because his fights are entertaining, because he knocks out guys. That's what we want to see. You know what I mean? Especially like us boxing fans. Of course we want to see knockouts, because that's what gets up off our feet, right? And that's what Tank Davis is. I just wish that Tank will fight the champions at 135, like Haney, like I don't know, like Lomachenko, for example, a former champion, or someone who's got a really good name like Ryan Garcia. I think that Tank Davis versus Ryan Garcia could do way better than Canelo versus Triple G3. I think it does way more than 550 or 570 pay-per-view buys, because those two have a name. And when two names collide, right, they do big numbers. Sometimes you only need one good name in it to do a pay-per-view to do good pay-per-view numbers. But when you have two of them, when they collide, dude, I wouldn't be surprised if it does 1 million pay-per-view buys, to be honest with you.
Those are great points, brother, and I agree with you 150% with that. But where my eyebrow kind of lift up a little bit is that Ryan had an opportunity to fight Tank. He wanted to fight Pacquiao in an exhibition, supposedly. So when we say that Tank, it's not like Ryan broke his neck to fight him, because Ryan,
Sports Haven, look, when you get a chance, like if say someone offered you a fight for Pacquiao, who is going out of boxing, and then if you beat him, you become the face of boxing, right? Rather than fighting your contemporary like Tank Davis, dude, you're gonna pick that Pacquiao fight for sure.
No, brother. Let me say this as a former athlete, because I'm old. As a former athlete and getting down to the nitty gritty, Ryan made a big deal about fighting Tank. Went on Tyson show. It was a big deal. Pac-Man, that was an exhibition. At the end of the day, he was supposed to fight Tank. So all I'm really saying is I don't know neither one of them, so I can't speak for. I'm not their lawyers. But what I can say is you can't go on national TV and jump up and down doing jumping jacks saying I want you, and blah blah blah. And when Devin Haney was standing next to you, you said no, I'm good, and do all of that, and then change up and say, oh, well, I'm fighting Pac-Man. Then it turned into Fortuna, and then it turned into mental illness, which I don't want to, get into that. And then now, because personally, I think it's a 50. I think I would lean to Tank. I think Ryan's dangerous, so I'm not one of these people that think, I don't think that at all. I'm just saying though, is that we can't sit up here and then say, oh, well, Tank need to fight Ryan when Tank was they was pushing for the fight, but Ryan was the one that backed out. I think that's not being genuine when we put the blame on Tank when Ryan backed out.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I do think that the Garcia team, I do think that they may be wanting that fight, but what's his name? Showtime won't budge on the, because the thing is, dude, the Zone has invested so much money in Ryan Garcia that they're not willing to give him up anymore. It's not like Canelo, where Canelo, he didn't really he only fought a few times at the Zone, whereas Ryan has fought a lot on the Zone, and they've got same thing with Showtime. They've invested a lot of money on Tank, right? So they feel like they own him per se,
True.
So there's some loyalty there too, because but I think, dude, they just gotta get together and like work this out, man. Like share I think it's a good enough pay-per-view fight where it does good numbers, where they can share content. I think it does. Remember when Wilder and Fury had to share content with ESPN? I think it does. I think this fight will do better numbers than those guys,
I
because
agree.
these two have casual following, right? And they can talk as well. Like, when imagine that press conference between these two. I think that I reckon this fight could do 1 million pay-per-view buys, and if that's the case, then that's worth sharing the content.
I think y'all we kind of got off topic. What's good, Shell? What you think about Shakur missing weight?
Man, I'm so disappointed in that kid, man. And it takes me back, y'all, to watching his little before the fight Top Rank show, the little show they do. They had this motherfucker driving through Newark eating cookies. Then he over on, before the hair fight, he eating Raisin Canes. And man, I'm like, oh man, this dude, man. I knew he was getting too big for 35, but for 30, he gonna have to go to 35. Stop it. Get your ass down. I knew he was getting too big, but damn, man, I hate for a kid of his caliber to lose his belt on the scale, man. That's just not cool, man. It's unprofessional, bro. There's nothing else you can say. It's unprofessional.
I agree a little bit, and when I came on, I wanted to agree with Lil Penny. It's not really a big deal, fellas. Like, even though I'll be the first one to say that, that shit is unprofessional. Because,
That's a
it's
big deal,
fair
brother.
to the
That
other
is a
fighter
big deal.
ultimately.
That's
The
a big
other
deal,
fighter
bro.
gonna still want to fight you because he still got the opportunity to win, but you have that advantage. You have
That's a
an
big that is a big deal, brother. That's a lack of honor. That's a lack of
yeah,
honor. And he acting like a cur. He acting like a cur.
but
That is.
hopefully professionally that hopefully that guy is on his A game and he become champion because in all actuality, Shakur is looking at 30 as a dub. You know what I mean? And that's
Well,
what it is.
why he didn't make weight though? He should have made weight to put the
You know
stamp
what I
on
mean?
him.
If I didn't walk in there doing that shit comfortably, I'm not gonna stress myself because the division is a dub.
Well,
When
hold
he
on.
thought when
Whoa.
he
Why
thought
not?
he could make, if you listen to
No,
him, it sounded like he had
No, I
no,
can't give you that.
aspirations to be
no,
undisputed.
No, brother.
no.
No.
You a two
Hold on, and I'll let y'all rock. Hold on.
You a
Let me.
two division world
It
champion.
seemed
You're
like
supposed
he
to be more
had
prepared than that.
aspirations. He's very young. He had aspirations that, all right, I'm gonna be undisputed at 30.
That nigga worried about the
That's
fight. He
not,
came in
and
overweight. He
in all
should have won it.
actuality, it makes sense, like Bob said.
Nah,
That
man.
shit is stupid. You
Nah.
see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think y'all
You really
creating
don't put that all that
alternate.
demand on yourself because you're a big kid and you growing.
I
You
mean,
know what I mean?
I disagree. I mean, I personally don't like the physique that he comes in. He looks a little flabby. He look a little chubby. I would say Shakur like he still got baby fat on him. I mean, we look at Conceicao. He's cut up like a bag of dope. No, you see what I'm saying? So then it's like I'm looking at Shakur and I'm like you kind of half-ass, bro. That's just my opinion. I think he could always been better. He could have lost that 1 pound, bro. If you came in 1 pound over, you could have lost the 1 pound, bro. Again, I think we kind of being disingenuous, to being honest. We want everybody else to be held to that standard, especially champions to come in and wait. If Canelo came in, I would be ragging him. If Better Beef came in the week, I would be ragging him. Any of them guys, bro, Crawford, I'll be ragging them guys. It's the same shit applies to support, bro. I don't give a fuck if he was moving up to 140, bro. It don't matter.
And this ain't no.
You gotta have that respect for your opponent
But
as well.
he's the man. He is
No, this
he's
ain't no
the
easy money.
unified lineal champion in the division.
This ain't no
But he
easy
ain't
money
got none of
fight.
that shit.
There's no
He don't got
doubt
none of
that
that. It
he's
don't.
number
All
one.
that stuff. All that stuff goes out the window when you get stripped.
Yeah, that's what he
You
did.
get what I'm saying? It's not the same, bro. It's you got stripped. So you see what I'm saying? So exactly.
No, he gave it up. He didn't get stripped. He
He
gave
did.
it up.
He
He
got
had the
stripped.
opportunity. He didn't even want to take the 2 hours to sweat it off. That just go to show.
He got
That
stripped.
just go to show. I don't want to sweat this off. I
Right.
ain't in
So
the
again,
mood for that.
that
You see what
that
I'm saying? This shit
I,
is a dub.
I don't
Bob
want. I
said
don't want to
this
lose
shit
no
is a
strength. I
dub.
don't want to lose no
I'm
strength. I
not
don't want to
going to
stress
fight
myself out
two,
because this
three
nigga
more
might knock me
fights
out.
at 30. is just a waste of time.
Man, he fighting a
The
gold
bag,
Olympic.
the
Ain't he a
bag
gold
is gonna be
medalist?
at 35. His next fight
Ain't
gonna be
Conceicao a
bigger than
golden
this fight.
medalist? You can't see, brother. You looking past Conceicao like he's that's where me and you not seeing on
I
the
didn't
same
say
page.
nothing. The first thing I said,
You could
hopefully
make an
he came in.
argument that he
He's
beat
gonna come in with
Valdez.
his A game. He's gonna come in with his A game and do his thing because he has the opportunity to become the unified lineal champion. You know what I mean? So
So how you overlook him? That's the fight. Just
I
like he
didn't.
got up
Oh,
for
I just,
Valdez.
I, yeah, I
Hold on,
just
brother.
acknowledged that, yo.
No, I got you, but I got you. But just like he came in with his A game to fight Valdez, who was a little motherfucker that wasn't on his level. Now you step up to somebody that really beat Valdez, so you should have never been fighting Valdez. This was the fight Shakur was supposed to have a few months ago. That's who he should have been fighting. And now you have an opportunity to fight him, and you saying, "Oh,
But
it's a
but
dub."
but
It ain't
but that's
this,
not the
that.
case though. You're speaking on what if. That was not the case. Boxing
Man,
is
hey,
politics.
brother,
I'm not
did
supporting.
Shakur make weight against Valdez?
I'm not. I'm not discrediting what you're saying.
No, I'm
But you're
asking
saying
you though. I'm asking
he
you,
should
did he
have
make?
been. You saying he should have had this fight.
Yeah, I said it,
But
but my
that's
question, I agree, and that's a good point. So my next question is, did Valdez, did Shakur miss weight against Valdez?
no. I'm not. I'm not. Wait a minute. I'm not trying to defend him in any case. What I'm saying is politics, brother.
No,
At the
I'm
end
not
of the
about.
day, boxing. But if you're a boxing fan,
That's not true. I
you have to
don't have.
accept the garbage. You have to accept the garbage too.
No, I don't
So
have.
there's
No,
good.
that's not true. That's not
No,
true.
we're
There's
not.
good.
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah,
Like
that's
I
not
think
true.
that's
Well,
some
you
that's
may
that.
not agree with it. No, I'm
How
not
come?
saying you
It's
should agree
it's
with it.
principle that I don't. We're not going to just
No,
throw away the dollar
no.
because we
I'm
got.
not at
I'm not
all
taking
saying
anything.
that you should agree with it. What I'm saying is that's what comes with
No, I'm
being a
trying.
boxing.
I'm
I'm
gonna be. I'm. Listen to what I said to you. Because what you're doing, right? You're saying, "Oh, don't even talk about it." That's kind of what you're saying, right?
No, I'm not.
No, I'm saying you're saying it in a nice way, but you're kind of saying like, fuck up missing weight."
I'm not
If
saying
we was in the
we can
barbershop
talk
talk,
about
you
it.
you basically saying, "Hey, fuck up missing weight."
No,
Yeah, it's like, nah, bro.
you're
Hold down
trying
to
to
the same standard
you're
everybody
trying
else
to
is.
make my words. You're trying to make my
No,
words be something that is
I'm
not.
telling you
So
what you're saying. I'm receiving
I'm
it. I'm
saying
changing
I'm
your
my
words.
own.
I'm telling you, if we was in the barbershop and you say, we got to take the good with the bad, that's basically saying, fuck what y'all talking about. He missed weight. It is what it is. Right? If I
Okay, man.
translate.
So let me say this. Let me say this. When you open up a food restaurant, isn't there a possibility of spoil food?
Right, but it's not
This ain't
Taco Bell.
right.
This is boxing, bro.
Well,
That's
I
bro.
mean, again, I'll use something different. If you go to the movies, is there a possibility that you have to spend more than $100 if you're on a date?
This not the
No,
movie.
I
This
ain't
is
never gonna do
boxing. That's
that.
the
That
world
bitch can't get out
champion,
the
bro.
car.
Oh man, you saying that everything should be exact. You saying in the perfect world that everything is exact.
He's
I'm
not even
saying I'm not
defending
spending
his
You saying
followers.
that
$100 a meal.
you don't ever make any mistakes. Is that what you're saying?
I'm
And that
saying,
if you
brother,
make a
I'm
mistake,
saying I'm not
well,
spending
Hold
$100
on,
on a chicken.
let
y'all
me
off
finish my
topic.
thought.
What I'm
Stop
saying
cutting
is
me
this.
off. Stop
Hold
cutting me
on.
off. Let me finish. So you saying in a perfect world that in this world that if you do something wrong or if you make a mistake that doesn't come with living life. Is there ups and downs in life? Period.
That has nothing to do with this situation, right? He
Oh
chose.
man, come on.
He chose. He chose coming there that way, right? That's the facts.
Okay,
I
you right.
didn't. I didn't. I
That's
didn't.
gangster.
I would
Why
You
have.
you
right.
can't
Me,
why you can't
if
say
I
it
was
with that?
me
He didn't get
personally,
stripped.
I would have been like,
He didn't
Scorpion,
get
can we
stripped.
defend your
But
belt?
this is
That's
what I'm
all it
saying.
is.
But this is what I'm saying. If this was Errol or Bud, you motherfuckers would be going crazy. But it's Shakur, so you're trying to defend him.
He a youngin. What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
No,
It's not at
no.
the peak of
These niggas are
anything.
professional.
He is
Sugar Ray
already at
Leonard
the
was 22
mountaintop
years
at
old
30.
making weight. Thomas Hearns was 22 years old making weight. Part of your profession, part of your job description as a professional boxer is to make weight, especially at the world championship level. He ain't getting no pass from me. If he couldn't make weight, he should have moved up. But don't lose your belt on the scale. That's a bad look. Ain't no way to clean that shit up.
Yeah, I was, you know,
It's not gonna be that bad because you know
there is
he's
a way
not
to clean
gonna
it up.
perpetrate
There's
it.
one way.
Hold on,
There's
Smoke.
two.
But
There's two.
we know that he's not gonna fight after this fight at 30. That would be perpetrating. So we know that he ain't desperate for that. We know that the division is a dub. He's steps ahead of the shit. So
I don't know
35.
any of that. I don't know any of that. I don't know any of that.
You know what I mean? I'm
That's
talking.
that's
I'm
speculation.
talking
Now
as
I'm
I'm looking
speculating
at
I
things
don't
that we
neither.
don't know.
I don't neither. I don't neither. I agree, brother.
Okay, AL. So if he go in there and get his ass whipped tomorrow night, then what?
So
That's how that shit goes. But he's
so here's
still
the
gonna
thing. So
move to
here's
the
the
next
thing.
division. He's
So
still
here's the
gonna
thing.
he's still gonna get.
You don't have a
He's still
choice. He
gonna.
can't make the
You
weight.
know what
You don't have a
you know what
choice.
you know what it is? So here's the
That's
thing.
what I'm
So,
saying.
if you're going to miss weight, there's two instances where I saw people like going intentionally big and nobody said shit. That was when Orlando Salido missed weight against Loma, and nobody didn't say shit about that. And when Danny Jacobs was talking about coming in and just taking the goddamn penalty against Canelo. But in both of those situations, those guys were considered the underdog, right? It's kind of weird that the favorite guy, is coming in fucking overweight.
Again,
That shit don't fucking mean anything.
I don't really want to get into all that weird shit that you're doing because again, he missed weight,
That's
and
weird.
I'm
Right.
not I'm not gonna let anybody just get on the panel and start talking that dumb shit, bro. He missed weight. It's a bad look. That's not champion like, bro.
Hey, no, I'm just
What are
telling
you
you.
talking about,
I'm
bro?
just telling you. I'm with you.
I personally, I was pushing for the young man to be considered fighter of the year, right? And then you turn around and then do that. Like, what are we talking about?
Are they fighting?
Okay, so
What are we
that's
talking about,
that's
bro?
just your
Are
Like
they fighting?
that's just your
y'all literally tarnished the nigga's career by the shit y'all saying. And then we out here
so what
trying
it
to
is
fight
Man,
for the
I
young
got
man, and
you
then
all
y'all
these
turn
I'm
around
not,
and
years.
like, well, Jacobs did
I'm not
this,
bitter
and
like
then this
you are.
guy
I'm
did
not
that.
bitter like you are because I wasn't
That's
about to cape for
turtle
the guy.
shit, bro. Like,
So
we not
just because I
talking about
wasn't
them,
about to
bro.
cheerlead,
We
like
talking
I
about
get
some
it.
more serious,
You're
man.
bitter.
We
You're
supposed
bitter
to
because
compete
you were
for
cheerleading
boxing,
for the
bro.
dude.
And then
I
y'all
wasn't
start
bitter.
turning to talk about niggas that don't even take the sport seriously, bro.
Okay,
Like, what you
I got
talking
you.
about? How you gonna use
Shakur,
Jacob as
Shakur,
an
brother.
example,
Okay. Here's
and
the
that
thing.
nigga
I
can show
wasn't
up
about
and
to
shit?
cheerlead for the guy.
Like, come
So
on, bro. What you talking
so
about? That's what
Shakur
I'm
is not the
saying.
only
Like,
guy.
if you don't
Shakur
got
is not
no,
the only guy to miss weight, right? Some
all right,
guys
but
miss weight,
we're not
and,
comparing
and,
to
and
Jacob.
some
But we're not
guys
gonna
get
compare him to Jacob.
crucified.
But we're
Some
not gonna
guys get
compare him to
crucified.
Jacob. We see
Some
what
guys
Jacob
get
about. We
crucified.
bullshit.
Bro, some guys get crucified for missing weight, like David Benavidez did, like Tank did,
Right?
but some guys don't get crucified for it, like Orlando Salido or Danny Jacobs.
And he didn't win no title. He just beat up on Loma, right? Right. It was a Loma went
Yeah,
out
he
there and
lost
chose
his
the
titles,
fighter.
but he lost his titles on the scale. He was the champion. Orlando Salido lost his titles on the scale.
Right. And he
Who
just went out there
cares?
and beat Loma. So
We're not
again,
talking
Exactly.
about
Nobody
Orlando
cared.
Toledo.
Nobody gave a
Nobody
fuck about it.
cares. We're
No,
talking about
literally
Yo,
somebody
nobody ever
fighting.
yo,
mentioned that
We're
stop
shit
talking
at
about
all.
comparing
fighting
my
that's
man to
relevant.
niggas who
We're
be
talking about a
sleeping,
guy
who be
that we
skiing
push.
and all
We
that shit.
talk for this guy.
Stop
We push for this
comparing
guy. We push
Shakur
for
to
this guy. We talk
motherfuckers who
about
be
this guy.
skiing.
Shakur
Stop it.
ass is
I'm
Benavidez
unprofessional.
just
is
trying to tell you.
4
I'm trying to
pounds
tell you. And
overweight.
guys,
You
yeah,
can't
guys
sweat
come in
out 4
overweight.
pounds.
Guys come in
Salido
overweight.
was like 2.5, damn near 3 pounds overweight. Stop
That's
it.
more overweight than
it's
Shakur.
still
That's like
overweight. It
literally
don't
more.
matter if
Don't
the
matter.
motherfucker
That's
who's
not
about
a
to take
None
the
of
sport.
that
comparison.
You
shit
know
you
how much
talking about,
overweight you
AO
are?
matters. None of that shit
No,
matters.
it do
The
matter.
man is
I'm asking how
unprofessional.
much
He's
was
a
he
world
overweight.
champion. The shit's unprofessional.
Yeah,
Period.
hold
Point
on,
blank.
Shell. Hold on. I'm asking this. How much was Shakur overweight?
1.6.
1.6.
So why not make that? So why he don't make that extra weight? Because apparently he was trying to make weight.
Yeah.
No,
No,
he
he wasn't.
wasn't. He had 2 hours
Yes,
to
he
make the weight.
was.
He said,
Yes,
"No,
yes,
fuck
he
that."
was. Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
He
He
had 2
wasn't.
No, he
hours to
wasn't.
make the weight. He said,
He
"Fuck it."
didn't bother.
No, he
Listen,
When you
wasn't.
come
listen,
in
He
2
literally
pounds
he just said
overweight,
fuck
listen.
it.
He could have came in at 137,
literally, he
38.
didn't even bother
That's what
to drop his
he said.
drawers and
He's
go
saying the
behind the
same.
towel.
Yeah, none of that. None of that.
Sports haven't
He didn't
saying the
try to
same thing
drop
I'm
more
saying. He
weight. He
could have
didn't try to
came
do
in
none
at
of that
just
shit.
136. It's a reason he came down close enough for a reason, bro. That's
Plus,
it.
you two
That nigga don't
pounds
walk
in
around
2
no damn
hours, nah.
131, bro.
What
Your
does close
drugs
enough
only
mean?
weigh 2 grams. It don't make no sense. My drawers only weigh 2 grams. So why am I getting that? He ain't stupid, man.
Nigga,
He
if
ain't
you draw, let me
stupid.
tell you something.
And the
Let me tell you
game
something.
ain't yo,
Hold on, brother. Hold on,
the
brother.
game
Hold
ain't
on, brother.
you.
Hold on, brother. I wrestled on the state level, and I sucked any weight when I was a kid. If you a pound and a half over, you're not gonna take your drawers off and make weight, brother. If you dry. He was dry, and he didn't want to. And he
Right.
didn't want to come in.
He
and
was
didn't
not
want to.
dry.
Hold
He
on.
was dry at the press
He was
conference.
dry.
He was not dry.
No. What I'm trying to
I
say
didn't
is
think he looked
he
dry.
wasn't going. No, hold on. That pound and a half. He could have made the pound and a half, but he chose not to. It ain't because he couldn't. He was struggling to make that pound. He was struggling.
Well,
Listen, I'm not
Sports
asking.
Heaven, what I say to that is, I went back and looked at the Oscar Valdez
I'm not
win,
mad at him. I'm
and
not
he
mad
looked
at him.
sucked
I'm not
down.
mad at him for. I'm not mad at him for not
Bro, I
trying to
mean,
drop
eating
2
candy and
pounds,
shit. What the fuck
like a pound and a half in 2 hours.
bro.
If he's not trying to drop any more weight because he thinks it's unhealthy to do so, I'm not mad at him for that. I'll give him a pass.
Hey,
No, I don't want him. I
if
don't
he
want him
out
to be
here
in there
eating no Debbie
dehydrated
cakes
and all
and
that
shit,
shit.
and
I don't.
it's gonna
I
happen.
don't need
No,
that.
I completely
I
agree
don't
with
need
that.
that.
If he's
But
2
what I
pounds
do need for him
overweight,
to
that's
do,
unsafe.
what I do need for him to do is to fucking make weight. If you're not gonna make weight, then we should chop that shit up. But we should not.
That's
But we also
50%
shouldn't
of your
pretend like
job.
every. Hold up, let me say. Every guy, we should not also pretend that every guy who loses his weight, his belt's on
We're
the scale,
not
is
talking
treated the
about
same.
every other guy. That's the problem. I'm saying, like, why we keep talking? We're not talking
So why are we
about
making this
everybody.
special
We're
cases
talking
for?
about
Like, I don't understand.
Shakur.
Like,
We're
why do
talking
you
about
think that?
Shakur Stevenson.
Like,
We're
hold
talking
up a
about the
second.
prodigy of boxing, bro.
Right.
We're not
The reason why
talking about
you're
nobody
talking
else.
about other guys. The reason why
It
you talk
doesn't
about
matter
other
who it
guys
is,
is
Smoke.
because a
It
bunch
doesn't
of
matter
people
who it
does it.
is, Smoke. It doesn't matter who it is, Smoke. If they miss weight, they're unprofessional.
Right. So
Making weight
what
is
I'm
part
saying,
of your job description.
I
It's part of
I
your
Agreed.
job
understand that. I
description.
understand that,
Agreed.
Shelton Moore.
50%
I
of your job.
understand that. Hey,
Agreed.
Shelton Moore. Hey, Shelton Moore. When Orlando Salido missed weight on
Here you go again with the
purpose,
Salido. We're
that
not
was a
talking
smart
about
business move.
Salido, bro.
That was
We're not
professional
talking
on his
about.
part.
We're not
Yes,
talking
it
about
was.
Salido.
Very
Bro.
I
unprofessional.
know, but I
But he
am.
didn't give
I
a
know
fuck.
that you don't want to because it's inconvenient for your narrative, but I am talking about
All
it.
right, all right. So
Hold on, Smoke. I have a question for you.
let's walk down
Do
to
you
Jake
think
Paul lane,
Shakur
right?
missed?
Let's walk down to Jake Paul lane, right? With
Do,
Hossein Rodman Jr., right? Where everybody was like, Rodman should have. He signed that bitch to come in that bitch to make that weight, right? And he didn't, right?
Yeah,
So it's
right.
unprofessional,
Robinson,
bro.
right.
And it's the same thing
Shakur
applies,
and
bro.
Robinson are still fighting. Shakur and Robinson are still fighting. The thing that made Jake Paul weird is that he's fucking
It's
punk ass
not
bitched out.
the
Shakur
principle
wanted
about
to
this
fight.
fight is that they're just fighting.
That's the issue.
Robinson is the fight for the title, right?
Robinson
But
is still
Shakur is not
fighting.
defending the titles, bro.
Robinson is still
That's
fighting. All those
part
other
of legacy,
people, when
bro.
it came to
You
becoming
made
But what
overweight,
you're missing
those fights
is,
happen.
but what you're missing is no one is mad at Shakur. We're just disappointed. No one's
Yeah,
mad. We're just disappointed.
yeah.
right.
I ain't gonna tolerate the
And
this man that
because
did
I
this.
know,
That's shit that kids do and women do, bro. We're not doing that though, yo.
But we got
no,
honestly,
I'm just
honestly, Smoke, Shelton, we gotta let it go because it's predicated, in the future of him. He's already the lineal champion.
He ain't nothing
already
right
the
now,
lineal
bro. You
champion.
keep talking about the
If he
past. He's nothing. He's
wins,
stripped. He's stripped.
no matter
He's
what,
nothing.
he was gonna go to the next division and still be number one at 30, at 35. So him getting ready, stripping himself of that, allows other fighters to get their,
Nah.
you know what I mean, to get their hustle on.
Again,
Nah.
right? Getting
Nah.
stripped and dropping
Y'all
your
gotta
belt.
look
Nah,
at it.
nah,
Y'all
nah.
gotta.
First off,
You can't be all the way
if the dude is
pessimistic
already, if we're
about
saying
it.
that he's already dry on his
Honestly,
way in,
yeah,
that means
it's
that
a
this
little
motherfucker's about to come in tomorrow.
unprofessional.
Hold up a second. That means that this guy is supposed to come in tomorrow. At what weight is he gonna be at? A welterweight? A goddamn junior middleweight? Like, who knows what this dude's gonna rehydrate up to? That's just bullshit. Not only that, but he wasn't he the WBO super? Wasn't he supposed to be able to challenge for a title in his fucking very next fight if he got through this shit? Like, come on, man. Like, don't act like there's just no consequence to this shit. It's fucked up for his opponent, and he kind of shot himself in the foot for getting an automatic shot. Now he has to rely on goddamn whatever Bob fucking comes up with, and the fact that there's like it's Finn at 35 or some shit like that.
Yeah, I think it's a bad look. It's repercussions for that shit, bro.
No, it's not.
It always is repercussions.
The only repercussion, the only bad thing I can see happening is he going to war with this guy from Brazil all the way to the 12th round, and still end up winning or losing, going to war can be very punishing. But to actually not being able to compete then is a little, when you look at the 1.5, you're like, the 1.6 is like, damn, it was a little more than like what was really going on. Cause, even though it is the case that he's overweight and like smoking, or he's gonna be a welterweight, whatever the case might be. But it's still on that man. So I still believe that he gonna win, move on. You know what I mean? 130 is 130. It is what it is. The other combatant has all opportunity to be the lineal champion. The lineal champion is the super champion.
Does he
can
have
fight.
all capability?
He can challenge anybody. The WBO super champion is good. Is fine and dandy when you have it and you're not the lineal champion, and then you defend it and you're renowned as the super champion. But other than that, he's still going to be the man, because if he defeats the guy don't become the lineal
You
champion.
mean that if he defeats the guy that comes in like a gazillion pounds overweight, if he beats that
it's
guy?
all the way vacant, and he's still the man because he was the man before the fight. You know what I mean? But
all right. So first off, lineal champions don't get you shit. Like lineal champions don't get you shit except for people talking about you in chats. They don't give you a god. They don't even get you extra potatoes at dinner. That don't get lineal champion don't mean a fucking thing outside of purist. What he had in his hand was something that actually means something material in the real world. He could have challenged, moved up, and been the automatic fucking challenger for the WBO championship. That's what he's fucking missing out on. Outside of that whole fucking thing, the guy, no, he can't. He still is not. He still cannot.
Smoke,
because he's not even champion. He's been stripped. He cannot do that because he's been stripped.
That's a good point, Smoke.
Like, what do you think being stripped means?
Far forward, Smoke.
Bro, no, I'm just talking about one fight.
You, Smoke.
Hold on a second.
You're looking at far forward, Haney could be doing the same thing. Okay. Haney could be doing the same thing, and it could
Haney could be doing. Okay, first off, Haney has a rematch clause.
Lomachenko fight.
All right. Lomachenko is not a champion. Lomachenko is not a champion and is not moving up. That you just talked about in your own argument. You're talking about Shakur moving up. Shakur moving up just fucked himself for putting himself in the best position to get a fucking championship belt. For moving up. That's what that guy's thing is that you just fucking mentioned. That's the first part of this whole thing. The second part of this whole thing is you're saying that he has the same opportunity. He had the same opportunity against a guy in his own weight division. What fucking division is Shakur fighting in now? He's not in the same division. He does not have the same opportunity.
Yeah, he is he is recorded as the lineal champion. So
and so fucking what?
This recorded
where?
Smoke,
recorded where by who?
I have no doubt that
recorded where by who? Where you said it's recorded? Where is it recorded?
Say what?
You said it's a lineal champion is recorded.
Hear me out, Smoke. Hear me out.
I'm hearing you out. Where is it recorded and by who?
Smoke. If he moves up knowing that that's the situation and that's what it looks like, as him being the lineal champion of 30, he's still going to be the man at 35. He's still going to be looming at number one.
Yo, that's not what that means.
Challenge for the
lineal champion don't get you that privilege, bro.
The lineal champion does not get you a mandatory position.
They got lineal champions at 35.
As long as y'all understood what I said. I know
y'all
was
understand. Yes, he's still a big player in the game.
It's not correct. There's already a lineal champion at 35.
Because it's questions that
Hold up a second.
Haney might already not fight
let me finish, bro.
Might not
There's
win
already a lineal champion at 35. Being a lineal champion at 30 does not make you the man at 35.
Why sweat? Why strip myself? Why hurt myself physically? Which is the worst thing.
Why fight at a weight class? Why fight a division that you can't fucking make?
That's right. Why even fight, brother? Goddamn. Why even take the fight, brother? Why be a pound off and why be a pound and a half off?
That's shame. That's putting shame on the game.
Over a pound and a half off.
That's not the case. We not encouraging that. He gonna take the fight.
You encouraging it? You encouraging it? Strong. You got your.
I'm not encouraging that, yo. He fighting. We're not talking about that. He not gonna fight. You know what I mean?
He being unhonorable. He not being honorable.
He has an unfair advantage. But that is never the case in boxing. That's never always the case in boxing.
Brother, he taking an unfair advantage, brother, for unnecessary reason. I'm not saying that.
But he's going to be penalized.
Glorifying it like that makes sense. Like that's boxing intelligence. That's
Yeah, but he's gonna be
dishonorable. It's
penalized. I agree, fellas. Like he gonna be penalized. He gave up his belts on the scale.
that's
You know what I'm
dishonorable.
saying? But
That's
we know that.
dishonorable.
He said the sound.
No, I'm saying, bro. I mean, like to each his own. That's dishonorable. That's some bitch shit. He pulled a bitch. The nigga he pulled a bitch move.
And then
Yeah,
the thing, I want to say something right quick. And the thing about being a man at 35, he's not going to be the man at 35. That's still Devin Haney, Tank Davis, and Lomachenko Doreen. He's not going to be the man at 35. So you're going to have to reestablish himself. I don't know what Bob's going to do because of the situation with him not making weight and losing the
he
belt.
gonna be the man. He gonna be the man, Unc. He gonna be the man at
Shakur
in the
could have had
WBC.
the belt. He wasn't
He
going to be the
gonna
man.
be the man right behind my man
All the other guys that are the man. He's going to be
Isaac
number 4 the man.
Cruz, and he gonna be what, number one, number two. No, what am I saying? Number one. He's gonna be the number one option in the WBO, alongside with fucking Lomachenko.
What do you mean
If Haney
alongside?
don't fight
No, he's going to be
Lomachenko.
behind Lomachenko.
Up
And
behind,
not only
but
is he going to be
what I'm
behind
saying
Lomachenko,
is,
he's going to be behind everybody. Like right now, he's not even rated at fucking in the WBO at 135. Let's see who we can look. We can pull those things up and let's see where he's going to line up. But being the man at the WBO certainly don't make you the man at fucking 135.
No, not at all. Hey, when y'all get done cooking all that, hey, I heard Andre got into a purse bid, and the purse bid came up to $305,000.
so what? So what? He about to fight next month. God, you know what I mean?
I don't
God
even think
willing.
that's what
You know
happened.
what I mean? Lord willing, like, yo,
I doubt Andre gets in the ring for $305,000 to split.
I don't agree with that.
But what I do agree with you, AU, when Devin do officially, not Devin, Shakur do officially fight at 135, he's going to get a fight at the weight class. It ain't going to be a championship level fight. Bob is going to put him in a fight. That's most likely going to be a winnable fight for him at 135, and he's going to be ranked at the top of one of these sanctioning bodies. He will be. They did it with Tio when he moved up to 140. We didn't even know who this guy was he was fighting and what was his rank. And all of a sudden, Tio is ranked number one for a sanctioning body organization in their weight class at 140. So they're going to do the same for Shakur. It's going to be the same dynamic.
Yeah, and yeah, of course, and it's the sanctioning body's right. You know what I mean? Because when you compare to the other guys, as if they were any one of them were champions, no. You know, any of them are premier as him, no. So you know what I mean? Like I was saying that shit months ago. It always fluctuate when he actually ranked up to the number one spot and everybody flipped out. You know, Catterall was flipping. You see what I'm saying? And he
Mm-hmm.
don't even understand again. The game is like that, and you know what I mean, is that intricate where you gotta understand that the reason why they didn't put Catterall back in number one because you just fought for the world title. You're not no interim guy, none of the case. If anything, you're gonna get the rematch. You're fighting him again. You see what I'm saying? Like, you know, like the position is based on responsibility and demand. Like, even though he was at the number one spot, it was just like he was just gleaming at the spot. He was gonna fall in the ranks. He wasn't gonna skip anybody initially or skip Catterall, you know, etc. to fight for the WBO because that fight, and you know, the fight has yet to take place yet. It's not even scheduled. So there's room. There's gonna be room. You know what I mean? Like, and you know, I don't want to hold. You know, I know it's unprofessional that Shakur did what he did, but sometimes you gotta, you know what I mean? You gotta move on and move forward, like, you know, and do the unexpected, you know? Like sometimes, and I think more importantly, your health is more important. Like you're not supposed to try to weight gain and stuff. Now, do I believe that he could have made the weight? I believe he could have sweated off. Like he probably could have sweated off. Honestly, I know I haven't been in the gym for years, and I usually warm up, play ball and shit, and I'm sure I could sweat off at least three within 2 hours. You know what I mean? Based on water weight. So it's like, you know, but
Hopefully the professional thing is yo.
I
When
mean,
all this is said and done and the fight is over with, in the next coming weeks and months, we're gonna get an exact explanation of what went on with Shakur in that situation. Yeah, he was unprofessional, but as a man and as a professional, he's gonna have to come out and put forward what was the situation. And we're gonna know what was the real reason why he didn't make weight today. Where it was undisciplined, he's being unprofessional, couldn't make the weight, something personal in his life, uh, something triggered in his business side of the box, whatever. But he's gonna have to make a public announcement to let us as fans know who support him, what went wrong, what happened. But I know right now is the spur of the moment. He can't really get into it because he still has a fight that he has to focus on. And once that's done with, I'm just hoping we get the explanation we need so we all can move forward from there.
That's a good point.
So, question for the panel: Does does your opinion of Shakur change negatively? Do you consider him to be a slacker now? You
I
think he
wouldn't
don't he
say
don't put
Hell
a
yeah, I
hundred
think
percent of
that.
effort into it?
I wouldn't say that. I'm
Yeah,
questioning.
it's up to it's
I've been questioning certain things, but that's how my brain works, right? I question
Right.
certain things.
yeah. I question it. I want to see how he bounced back, like the brother just stated. How he bounced back will tell us really answer
That's
the
all.
question.
I gotta put him in the
But
same
as
position that we do with Tank Davis, David Benavidez, like Smoke said,
Right.
Danny Jacobs, Adrian Broner, and stuff. I put him in that same list. It don't mean that I'm throwing him to the trash, because we don't seen that happen throughout the sport of boxing generations. It happens, but you know what I'm saying, that that's something that's gonna stick to his career. Mayweather didn't make weight with Marquez. He was 2 pounds over
shit,
and
he
stuff
was more
like
than
that.
that. He didn't give
More
a
than that,
fuck.
he didn't
You
give
know
a
what I
fuck. But the
mean?
thing about it, that's Mr. Super Professional. But we held his feet to the fire for that situation too. You know what I'm saying? So we got to put them all in that category. But the one thing we did, we was able to what? Move on. He got to deal
Yeah,
with
but
that
in
criticism.
all actuality, that was some chump shit
Yeah,
that he did.
he has to deal with
Because
that.
Marquez is a lightweight,
Yeah,
is
but
a
he has to deal.
natural lightweight, where Floyd is a little bigger, a natural super lightweight. But in all actuality, you didn't get on the scale at all, and you had, you know what I mean. And he had the bag. He would have spent whatever not to get on
Yeah,
the.
he had to spend 600
You
grand
know what I mean?
and stuff
To
like that.
salvage fights,
But
and
when it came to the sport of boxing, yo, Floyd always stood on his laws and principles when it came to being the most disciplined in the sport. And he wasn't disciplined for that fight because he signed up and he was supposed to be a professional. And he got heat for it, but we eventually we moved on. We moved on. Yeah, he's on that list too, but we moved on. We all make mistakes. We moved
Yeah,
on.
well, Shakur Stevenson gave an explanation. Nigga said, "Yeah, I just can't make the weight no more. I'm moving up after this fight." He said it on Twitter. That's the situation.
You know. When I seen the weigh in, the first thing I thought about was how disappointed after he had beat Valdez and said that he wanted to become undisputed, and his own promoter was against that. And whether it sounded like he's making an excuse or not, I thought about that and I looked at him on the scales. I'm like, I'm struggling to maintain this weight. There's a goal that I wanted to achieve because he see his contemporary, Devin Haney, become undisputed. He's seen a lot of these younger guys that's put in position to do something special like that, and that's something that he wanted to do. And his own management then was against it. I'm like that too, like, well, what the hell? even though it was unprofessional, he was like, "What the hell? My own management is don't want to stick by my side and stuff like that."
So let me ask you this: well, do you think it's unprofessional if he just can't make the weight no more? What's unprofessional about that?
I
When
guess
I,
what's unprofessional is I don't think he tried, but I mean, if it's a thing of where like he might actually get hurt or he would have to go to the hospital, then I mean, shit, I can't really say nothing. But I don't know, man. It's tough.
Shakur got to stop eating them
At the end of the day,
oatmeal cream corn.
he signed the contract. That's all I know. I don't know nothing else about what went on with his camp, what's going on in his body. I know he signed the contract.
But
He
that's
said he'd show up at
honest.
1:30.
That's the business. The business will take care of that. You see what I'm saying? That's those
Yeah,
what
he
you
gonna have to
call
pay
those
his penalty and he gonna get stripped.
He didn't get stripped. He gave it up.
He got stripped, bro. Like
He got stripped.
He's stripped, right? So I can't. After the
Did they
fight,
strip
there is
him
no
before they weighed him?
after the fight.
Or
There is no hand scale,
No,
right?
he lost on the scale,
Remind
L.
them, you know what? Them shits no more, man. He didn't want to. All you gotta do is work up a sweat for 2 hours. You can sweat off a 1.6. Come on, man.
Okay, so that only
He don't care,
validates what
man.
I'm saying, right? That
We're not
he
holding this
didn't give
young
a
man
fuck,
to the
right?
fire
So
when it comes to this
right,
shit.
so that
Man,
only
when you bring
do
that
down,
only
you ain't
that only
gonna just
validates what I'm
run
saying,
off
that
a
he
mile.
didn't give a fuck, right? That's what I'm saying. If you over 1.6 and you turn around and you like, I don't give a fuck, then this is what happens. You see what I'm saying? Like it ain't no everything you saying is the complete. It only validates what I'm saying. I watched him get on a scale. They said 131.6. He looked like he was like, basically, I don't give a fuck. Don't bring that shit out. I'm not doing shit. You see what I'm saying? I'm like, in my
I saw
mind,
it in
I'm
his
going,
face too.
who the fuck this guy think he is?
But basically, we method,
You see Conceicao's interview afterwards? Man,
Hey,
he
what
was
the
cooking
fuck? Is he
Shakur.
supposed to cry?
He cooked
How many
Shakur.
ways?
we're basically Marky and method. We all know it has to be one winner tomorrow. Whoever
Yep.
don't win that fight, the belts are vacant. The belts are going to
Man,
be
what
vacant.
the fuck?
They did the same thing.
Yeah.
They did the
If Conceicao don't win, then yeah, it's gonna be vacant.
yeah, Bacon Ben. They did the same thing with Tank Davis with with IBF after he beat Pedraza. He couldn't
Yeah.
make weight. He got stripped on the scales. The guy he fought the Saturday night for the belt was in line to be champion. He got knocked out. The belts went vacant because Tank. That's why he was able to fight for the other belt at 130. He was stripped. He was stripped of the IBF 135-pound title. That Saturday night, it was only the other guy could have fight for the championship. Tank was stripped, and there's going to be the same thing tomorrow with Shakur. He's stripped of his titles, whether he win or not. He's stripped. Conceicao win. He's the unified champion now. That is the way it goes. That's the rules.
I mean, how
They
significant is that?
say
If this is his
whatever,
last
you
fight
know
at the
what I
weight
mean?
class
But
anyway.
y'all
How
still gonna
significant
remember
is
him as the past lineal champion.
Oh, I'm
That's
always
him.
looking at
That's
Shakur as a
him.
champion. I'm always
Remember,
looking at him as a
when y'all
champion.
mentioned that he didn't make weight,
That's what
it's
I'm
not like he fought Valdez and Valdez was the lineal champion and already unified, and he gave Shakur the shot,
gonna remember that
and
he fought the
Shakur
best.
beat him and didn't even give him a rematch. That's
I'm
not
gonna
even the
remember.
case.
I'm gonna remember that.
1 and 2 fought, and the best man won, and he's the unified lineal champion.
I'm gonna remember
The
he got.
division is a dub. It's a
I,
dub now, fellas.
no,
We
I'm
just
gonna
So
gonna keep
wait,
it
but
pushing.
AO, so you're saying his past achievement should excuse what he's doing right now
That's what he's saying.
because he don't
But we should now. We're gonna
Shit.
veto that, of course. So let's
He
say
ain't
that
did shit. No, man, he ain't did shit.
And he's saying tomorrow.
he
This
ain't
nigga
do
just got his
so
feet
he
wet.
gonna work
Man,
harder now.
I can't lie. That's some bullshit, man. This is bullshit. And what it looks like to me is he's underestimating Conceição
Hell
because
yeah.
he didn't work as hard I mean I don't know what the fuck went on, but I don't think he's taking this fight seriously.
Or he
And
might
Why?
made a
Why?
weight
What
advantage.
gives
He
you
might
that
have made a
impression?
weight
Just because he
advantage.
missed weight, that's all you going off of?
He gonna
He
take.
might have made a weight advantage.
yeah, I
Let me
don't. But
Bro,
still,
he
let me
based
the
that
fact
off
that he
of.
missed it by 2 pounds.
Hey, let me say this real quick, man. As a person that has watched
Yeah.
Shakur Stevenson, and as a person that just literally looked at this man step on that fucking scale, there's no excuse for this nigga missing weight, dude. You can look at this motherfucker and tell that he did not get prepared for this fucking fight. He could have came in here way more cut if he fucking wanted to, and actually lost that fucking 1.6. But he obviously shown that he was not dedicated to this fucking fight. So to me, it's a disappointment. You know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't call him a slacker, but but he has been slacking, and he needs to get back on his goddamn shit because this shit right here that niggas is up here trying to brush this shit off. That shit ain't no brush off, nigga.
It ain't no
We
brush
seen
up.
We seen Cambosa step on those fucking scales fat after he won 3 of them fucking belts, and we clowned his motherfucking ass for that shit.
Say it
So
again.
your motherfucking ass need to stop bullshitting and make that fucking weight because I
Yeah.
saw your ass on that fucking scale. You could have lost 1.6 before your ass even got into this fucking fight, nigga. You
How do
could have
you
lost
know
that
that?
one.
Exactly. He did
Nigga,
not look bone dry.
that nigga didn't look bony, nigga. That nigga looked like he could have dropped some fucking weight if he actually decided like he wanted to fucking work for this fucking fight, nigga.
Yeah,
That
I'm
nigga,
not
He
gonna
wasn't
say
trying to
that.
come in.
I'm
He
not
wasn't
gonna
trying
put that on him.
that nigga, if he really wanted to fucking do that shit, he could have did that shit, nigga. That's what I'm telling you. And I'm not talking
No,
about
but
I'm not talking about when he stepped on the scale and realized. I'm talking about heading up to the fight. He could have been well
Sport
more
7.
prepared for shit.
Shakur
Sport
made
7.
a lot of
Yep.
y'all niggas mad now.
Sport
I'm
7. Go
telling
look
you,
at the Oscar
the
Valdez
whole
weigh-in.
climate of
I'm
35
telling
will
you,
change.
compared to how
Oh
he
my
looked
God.
today, that nigga looked bone dead dry against Valdez. It
Well,
during
he
the
not
weigh-in.
fighting Val. I get that, brother, and I
No, no,
respect.
no. I'm just saying his body. His
No,
body
no, no.
looks
I get
different.
that. What I'm saying is, let me rephrase what I'm really saying. I'm saying
Okay.
that the nigga coming in, losing that weight take a lot out of you sometimes. And he felt like he could get away because he was gonna beat Valdez, so he made sure. I'm saying that I don't think he feel like he just gonna walk through my man tomorrow. And he said, "Man, I ain't about to break myself to try to get weight. I need every advantage I can." That's what I think. And I think
Oh,
this
so
fight.
you think he did this to get an advantage?
I think he wanted to make sure he wasn't going to take this L. I think he wanted to make sure he walked away and took this W and went up to the next division. I'm saying
Then
this
that's
fight,
some bitch ass shit.
and that's what I'm
I
trying to
don't.
say. And I'm
I
trying to
don't
say
even
is,
think it's that. I think
That's
well,
it's
I
some
don't
weak
more
know
so
because
shit.
Caseo,
him
listen,
him
Caseo,
cutting weight has just
I'm trying to
taken its
say is,
toll, and he can't do it no more. It is what it is. He can't do it
well,
down to 130 no
well,
more.
I mean,
Period. He
look,
just can't do it.
I think, listen, I think tomorrow, I think that's the toughest fighter he fought. I think tomorrow gonna be his toughest challenge that he's had up to this day. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, and Conceicao, he looked angry. He looked motivated after the
And
win.
and
That nigga
confident
said he's gonna take them belts.
and
He said
confident
Shakur is a fake ass motherfucker.
and confidence. I think
You
an
repeat that
argument
shit
can be
like
made.
it. You believe that shit too.
I believe it. I believe it because
He fake.
his inexperience. Because to me,
Me,
the
I
first
don't
half of the
believe that
fight,
shit.
listen, the first half of the Oscar fight, he was dog wall. He was playing with that motherfucker. He was playing with him too much, and he was a little. He was immature. He was playing with Valdez. I think tomorrow he got that. That's gonna listen. I'm not saying I would pick him to beat Shakur. I'm saying that the Shakur gonna have a fight tomorrow. And
Yeah. And then you got to think of it too, my brother. Oscar is a fighter moving up, just like Shakur. It's just that he was at that class a little longer than Shakur. They all come up from a smaller weight class. Oscar was a pro longer. By the time Shakur became champion at 126, Oscar already then moved up to 130 and became a champion. So when it came to him in that fight and stuff like that, Shakur figured naturally I'm the bigger man. I got better. I got more advantages. This situation could be a little bit different because you're actually fighting a guy that has actually been at that weight class naturally, as opposed to the guy moving up with him. That was the difference when it came to Valdez and Shakur Stevenson. He knew off top, I knew what I'm getting into fighting this guy. They got this guy at the top. I knew what I'm getting into. This
Hey,
situation,
Mark, go on mute, bro. You got some feedback. Fix your audio, man.
for whatever the
You sure that's
situation
not me?
is, for whatever what the situation was, he couldn't make weight anymore, blah, blah. He wasn't disciplined going into this camp and stuff like that. I look at it as real unprofessional because he hasn't been at the weight class that long anyway. He
preach.
only had 2 fights at 130, but this would be his second fight. Well, 2. Herring with 3 with Valdez. So he hadn't been in the weight class that long to see whether or not his body could stay there and stay acclimated. We gonna find, like I said, we're gonna find out in the ending months what really went wrong with this situation. Whether he didn't want to fight at the weight class anymore, couldn't make the weight, whatever it is going to eventually come out. But it's something that has to be discussed.
Shakur gonna get touched in this fight. That's what I'm saying. He gonna get
Yeah,
touched in this fight. In this fight,
Yeah.
he gonna get touched,
yeah,
and he gonna have to fight. And I'm
yeah.
not
He's
saying
gonna have
he's
to
gonna
fight.
win. I'm saying Shakur not gonna be able to walk out looking pretty after the fight. He gonna have to get punched. And we know Shakur don't like to get punched. He said it out his own mouth, and he gonna get touched in this fight.
Yeah.
And he gonna have to prove
I,
it.
I think Shakur is gonna win by a wide margin, but I'm intrigued to see like how he fights against another slick black boxer. You know what I'm saying?
I'm thinking Marky. He's
He
gonna
throws
have to.
accurate
I'm
punches.
thinking Marky with this fight and everything that done transpired today, and all the emotions and stuff like that. This is gonna be a fight.
Damn right. I think
Either guy gonna have to bite down. This ain't gonna be no
fucking right.
outboxing and moving and this and that. What he did with Valdez. Both guys they're gonna have to bite down because emotions are gonna be high going into this fight tomorrow. It's gonna be a fight.
Shakur
It's
gonna. I
gonna
think
be
first
it's gonna be a
couple
real
rounds.
fight.
I
It's gonna
think
be
the
a
first
fight.
round, Shakur actually, in my opinion, I think the first 2 or 3 rounds, motherfuckers gonna be surprised because I think Shakur gonna find himself on the opposite side of the car, and if he now this, I think this fight gonna show us this Shakur really got dog in him because he gonna
And
have to show dog.
I was about to say that, my brother. I said this situation here, we might be you know how the old cliche type fighters and stuff like that. I'm just waiting for that guy to bring the best out of me. This might be the guy to bring the best out of Shakur. Not saying that he hadn't been good or looking great, but this might be the guy to be like, damn, I didn't see that side of Shakur. This might be the fight here that's gonna bring everything out. Where you're gonna have to dig deep.
Facts.
You have
No,
fights
I
like
feel
that.
that. I feel that too, man.
That's what I.
Yeah, it's crazy. I feel that.
You're gonna have to dig deep, and it might be like, hey man, we gotta go for broke. Either you take me out or I'm gonna take you out. This ain't gonna be no decision type of fight.
That's real champion shit. Real like Ray Leonard and Hagler and them.
Ray Leonard and Sugar Ray Leonard and Tommy Hearns for one. Well, 2 was brutal too,
Yes.
but 1. Somebody gonna have to change. Somebody mindset gonna have to change. The boxing is. I gotta put this out the window. I gotta bite down and fight.
I'm gonna
That's what I
tell
want
you
to see.
this.
My
Go
nigga,
ahead.
with
Yeah,
the
honestly,
amount
fellas,
I'm hoping this fight is a fighter type of year type of fight. That's what I'm looking for. I
me
want it
too.
to be that way. It might not have the top billing, all the Spence and Crawford type of stuff, or all these other top fights we want to see. I want it to be a fight of the year type of fight, and that's what I'm hoping for. A fight of the year type
Exactly.
of
And
fight.
that's what we hope for with all these young champions, these young prospects who they dominating, but we ain't seen them get touched. You know what I'm saying? So we want to see them get tested like boots. I want to see what he looks like when he really come under fire. You know, same thing with Jared Anderson. So I'm intrigued. I want to see how Shakur's gonna look tomorrow.
When Shakur,
Because I've
he turned
always
around.
wondered how he's gonna look when he's not controlling shit, when it's not when he doesn't control the narrative in the ring.
I noticed in that face-off, Shakur, he looked at his boys and started playing and shit like he did against Heron, and my man was looking at
Yeah.
him like, "Nigga, keep playing. Look at me when I'm talking to you, nigga. I'm not playing with you."
No, he was angry. You go watch his interview.
Well, yeah,
That nigga was angry.
look at me when I'm talking to you, nigga. I ain't playing with you.
He
You keep
he,
playing.
he said Shakur didn't bring them belts to the weigh-in because he knew I would have took them from him.
Yeah, you know what? See, and here's the whole
Talking that
thing,
shit.
man. Yeah, he talking
let
it
me talk
because
that shit.
the advantage is with him. Unlike when you can look at the still shot of them staring at each other, it looked like 2 battle rappers faced off, and the other dude don't have no bars. It just looked like he's staring at him like this is easy right now. And what makes it like that is that whenever you cannot make weight,
Yeah,
I don't
but
care. I don't care who you are. Whenever you cannot make weight, the advantage, whoever you were coming in to fight, it's like they drunk the juice right now, and they are not afraid of nothing. So this should the first 4 rounds is gonna be like they're gonna be the best rounds because he's going in there like, dang, man, like my belt's like, dang, I don't even. So do I fight? If you go in there like it's gonna be just let me just make this money, I'm afraid to say what's gonna happen. But the way old boy is looking at him and the way he talking to him and he's upset is hey, Shakur,
No,
don't go in there half stepping. Is all I'm saying. Don't go in there half stepping. Go in there because this dude's not playing at all. He got something to prove.
not only that, if you can say so, you got to be sick and tired of this boxing shit with niggas testing positive before your fight for PEDs, and now niggas missing weight, and you getting robbed in your last fight. Like Conceicao, man, like he's been screwed in every fucking way possible, and now this nigga Shakur want to miss weight and have an advantage.
So
That means he's angry.
Facts, Marky. Facts, Marky. He
What's
tired
going
of
on right now?
disrespect. That nigga has been disrespected
How's
for
he
too
getting
long,
screwed right
and
now?
that nigga getting irritated by it. He tired of getting
Every
disrespected.
fucking time, like this is twice now.
Yeah, honestly,
How
fellas,
does he
man,
get screwed in this
I'm
situation?
looking at
How's
130
he
right
getting
now.
screwed? I don't get that.
I'm looking at the record right now
Cause he
at
got
130.
cause Shakur, cause he
Shakur is
had to
number one
he had
at
to
Shakur
drain himself,
all-time
disrespecting
number
this nigga,
one.
and
man.
Shakur did not have to drain himself
Shakur ain't
down
got
to
no
make the weight.
respect for this nigga, dog.
This
And
guy
Shakur is just gonna
Roberson,
rehydrate up to a higher weight now. Well, not
this guy
rehydrate, but
Roberson is ranked number 12 in the world.
So they don't take the fight.
So whether he
Don't
was
take the
ranked
fight then.
number 12 before this nigga met the scale and was overweight, his stock went down. So he went down in the rankings. Him and Kimura, a Japanese fighter that's above him. He's a 4-star fighter in this division. Anybody that's hold up, I'm not going to even mention the other guys, but anybody below the 6th position at 130 ain't a 5-star fighter.
Man, nobody care about.
Yeah, ain't nobody believing that. No, so if Shakur actually gets into a war and it goes 12 rounds, then it can be disappointing. But most likely this shit gonna end in like 5.
It's going
So
12.
hold on. So to your logic, hold
Homeboy
on.
gonna
To
be
your
an
logic,
eager beaver
hold on,
and
Ayo. Hold on,
eventually
Ayo.
overcome.
Hold on, Ayo. So to your logic, Valdez can go 12, but
That's what
can
he
say something can't.
Yeah, he drinking that Kool-Aid too much. He got too much
Fuck is wrong
diet.
Oh,
with
that's
you?
two different individuals. You can't compare two
Oh yeah, you
two
can't
different
compare
men
that shit.
as
You
the
can't compare
same.
that because Conceicao went in there with Valdez and outboxed the fuck out of him, and they robbed his ass. So you can't compare that. He fought his ass.
Yeah, I don't argue that. That's not what I'm talking about.
You
Bring
telling me
two
that
different
Conceicao about to get
elements and
5
spectrums to
rounds,
what
nigga?
does not
That's what I'm hearing.
factor to what I just said.
Conceicao about
It does not factor, man. It does not factor. Shakur is gonna finish this guy, and if he don't finish him, it will still be
man.
disappointing. And
In the words
then
of the
it will be
words of
it will
I
really,
want, I
really
want, to, I
be
want,
we
to, I
don't
want to
stressed
ask,
on
I want to
we
ask
don't
what
the pan,
happened with you
no,
when
I
we
you
don't
want,
was
I want to
training
ask the
and why
panel
you was training.
a serious question. What if it goes to the cause? Who y'all think gonna get denied after this situation?
we're gonna get denied.
They gonna give it to Shakur.
If it's
They
a
gonna give it to him.
It all depends. I can't even say that.
Shakur, Top Rank got much
I'm
more
just saying.
invested in Shakur than in Conceicao.
what I'm
Yeah,
saying,
they're invested
And
in
it's his
Shakur.
hometown. What you mean? It's his hometown.
Yeah,
if
all of that. Like, in order for Shakur to lose,
He gotta
like
get knocked off his fucking feet.
he
In
has
order
to.
for you to beat the
Yeah,
champion more times, you gotta knock him off his feet. You gotta defeat the fucking champ. It has to be shown
You're
in
not the champion anymore, AO.
yeah. He's not the
Conceicao
champ.
not beat
All
him
he
up.
got to
he
do
ain't
is
the champ.
outbox him and
He
win
ain't
on
got beat
So
him
points.
up. He ain't
so
got beat him up.
he got at least one judge against him. You know what I mean? So
That's
you
what
don't
I'm
have to let
saying.
it
That's
go
what
to
I'm
the champ.
saying. He gonna have one. He gonna have a judge against him. And let's
Well,
say the
listen,
fight. Let's say the fight is
It's
a
all
close
about
fight.
Roberson.
My
If
man was in a
Roberson
Chevy.
come
I
in
heard
there
that.
big Willie it's gonna end early. If he
Well, I
boxes
mean, you act
and
like
takes
Shakur knock niggas
Shakur
out
to the
for a
12th
living.
round, he can make this shit interesting. But I fucking doubt it. I don't
Well,
give a
why he?
fuck.
Well, when the last time Shakur? I mean, you talking like this nigga? Somebody like you talking like this nigga got hot sauce in his hands, nigga.
Who?
Shakur, like you're not talking reality right now.
I didn't
He
know.
got
I'm
it.
saying,
No, I'm
yo,
just saying,
when
brother, you're
he
not
got you
talking
figured
reality
out,
right
he gonna
now.
press you.
No,
When
he
he
ain't
got
gonna. He
you
gonna be
figured out,
man.
he
Listen,
gonna press you.
man,
If he
listen. He
don't
going
like,
against a
if he don't
golden.
like,
Listen,
if he
he going
don't
against
like
a
you,
golden. He going against a golden glove. Shakur is he fight like an amateur. He going against a golden glove fighter. It's gonna be a legitimate fight. The first 4 rounds, we gonna see, and Shakur gonna have to show what his balls is about to win this fight. You talking about?
Yeah, because he not the champion. They going in there to fight. This is not a. They going in there to fight now. F your belts. You don't got them. Now let's go get it. And this is what we go see. Now, like we know, if
none
it
of y'all
goes,
niggas is
if it's
betting against
close,
Shakur, so I don't
Shakur
know
gets
what
it.
the fuck I'm not talking about. None of y'all are betting against him, so.
I bet you. Listen, you want to
So
bet that
he
he don't
said,
knock him out?
Shakur said he's
You
gonna
want to
beat
bet
him
he
up,
don't knock
bro.
him
And
out?
I think everybody wants to see somebody get beat the fuck up come Friday, bro.
No matter what, I got
No, that's
Shakur
real.
winning.
No,
What
no, no.
y'all
You said he
betting?
gonna knock him out. You
Y'all
want
got
to
some
bet he gonna
friendly
knock him
wager
out?
like or something.
You
Yeah,
want to
you
bet
said
he
he
gonna
gonna
knock
knock
him
him
out?
out, nigga.
You
I
want to
said
bet he
Shakur
gonna
gonna knock
knock
him
him
out.
out?
I don't see the shit
Shakur ain't
going
knocking that
past.
nigga out.
I don't see the shit going past 9.
Do you want to bet
I
the shit?
guarantee
Do you
that.
want to bet it?
I'm guaranteeing that. You know what I mean?
You want to bet it?
Shit.
He ain't betting.
No, no, no. I'm like Jesse Lee Peterson right
Let
now.
me
Yes
let
or
me get
no?
off the page. Who?
You ain't about to
Let
bet.
me hold on. Let me go back on the page because I'm not even
I think
seeing.
Shakur's in a tough one right now. He in a tough one. Not making weight and everything changes like the whole atmosphere of the whole thing. That's like that adds in confidence to the other fighter. It's that's taking like weight off the other fighter's shoulders. Now he like, let me go in there and prove to y'all this is, and y'all been screwing me. I'm about to show y'all now. Like that's what it does. We just
This
got to,
opportunity.
yes, opportunity, and can't nobody sit up there and be like, you know what, this is opportunity. We know he gonna take advantage of that. He's gonna have to do it, and if he don't do it, then he wasn't supposed to be in that fight either. But we go see this. I think we go see, and it's a high chance Shakur will win. High chance by just the odds. But
Yep.
if this dude can literally harness his new feelings and go in there and box, he has a good chance because going later in them rounds, he holds that power and he really got that thing in that and he got that aggression. It can go the other way real quick.
Um,
But them later rounds
how is
scare
it
me.
going to go the other way when Shakur is a bigger and better fighter?
He's a bigger fighter.
Shakur the fatter fighter in this fight. He was a fat man.
No, he's not the bigger fighter, brother.
He ain't
That's
a bigger
false.
fighter
No,
for
he
sure.
is. He's
No, that's
literally the
fake
bigger
news.
fighter. Okay, hold
No, that's
up a
false.
second.
That's
He literally just missed weight. How's he
No,
not the
that's
I
bigger
mean,
fighter? He's
Kaseikao
taller.
could have missed weight too, though, bro. That's
He
what I'm saying.
weighs more.
Like that's
How is he
why it's
not the bigger fighter?
disrespectful. Kaseikao could have
Smoke,
missed
hold
weight, bro,
on, Smoke.
if he wanted to, bro.
Shakur is not taller than Conceicao. Conceicao is like 3 inches taller than
No,
Shakur.
everybody
and he,
can
Yeah.
miss weight, but only Shakur did miss weight.
no, Smoke. You're not talking
I
logically, bro.
wouldn't be surprised,
Right
Smoke,
now,
if
we're
whatever.
not talking about the ability to miss weight. Right now, we're
No,
talking about
Smoke.
this,
That's
like
not.
how this
No, when he
means that now
rehydrate, no,
Conceicao has an
Smoke.
advantage.
Smoke when he rehydrate. No, that's not. But you're not talking reality right now, brother. He's not the bigger fighter. He's not
Who's
the
not
bigger
talking
fighter.
reality? What are you talking about?
No, I said. I mean,
He
when
not taller.
He not bigger.
not
Shakur is
real.
definitely not taller. Definitely.
He
Listen,
not bigger.
reality and the dictionary mean not real. I'm saying
But,
that
all right, so if he's
Shakur is
not
not the
taller,
bigger
if he's not
fighter.
taller, but he weighs
He's
more,
not the
how's he
bigger
not the
fighter.
bigger guy?
He's not the bigger fighter, brother.
Okay,
He's not the
I'm
bigger.
sorry. If you say that if one guy weighs 130 and the other guy weighs 132, do you say that they weigh the same?
I'm saying
Or
that
is one
I weigh
bigger?
5 and I'm 5'10". I look good, decent to the average man.
I'm
But
not
if the
asking how you
nigga, hold on,
feel.
let me
I'm not
hold
asking
on.
about your
I'm
feelings
answering your
internally,
question.
how you feel.
Hold on, brother. Hold
You
on.
can't say Shakur bigger than
You got
Kaseikao,
some
bro.
niggas
He
that's
did bigger
6'2".
Okay,
shit.
all right.
You got
They're
hold on,
side
brother.
by
You got
side.
no.
Shakur's not
I'm
bigger than
asking
him
you
in
a
the
very
side by
simple question.
side.
If one guy weighs 130 pounds, another guy weighs 132 pounds, which guy is the bigger guy?
No,
The
Smoke. I'm not.
one with more muscle.
Yeah, facts.
Okay, so the guy with more muscle is the
They're
bigger guy.
taller guys.
I have a degree in kinesiology, G. You talking about the muscle
If I
now?
have a,
They're taller guys.
so hold up. If I weigh 135 pounds and I have a BMI of like 2%, but another guy
Not
weighs
BMI.
300 pounds,
No, no, you
who's the
cannot use
bigger guy?
BMI. No, I'm a trainer and I got a degree in kinesiology. Please do not use BMI. You need to go with your body fat percentage. Do not use BMI in anything, please. That is
Well, okay,
so.
hold up a second. Hold up a second.
A
I
nigga
am going to use
6'2" weighs
BMI because we're
25.
talking about
They
who's
bigger
bigger.
than.
Hey, no, hold up a
Hold on,
second. I am going to use
Smoke, hold
BMI
on,
because
Smoke.
you're talking about who's bigger, and you just said muscle.
Smoke,
So if you
listen,
want to use muscle as a thing about who's bigger, when I'm talking about weight, the most muscular guy can weigh 135 pounds, whereas a guy who is not as muscular can weigh 300 pounds. Which guy's bigger, Mr.
We
Keeney?
ain't talking about 300.
Mr. Personal
We ain't
Trainer.
talking about
Which guy's
300.
bigger?
We talking about 130. We talking about 135.
I wait. If I
No, I am now talking. I'm asking you a straight question.
Listen, let me say it.
You
No, you're
5'7",
not.
but
What you're
I'm
not doing is
6'4",
engaging.
nigga. Who's
What you're not
bigger?
doing is engaging in any genuine fashion.
You
Listen,
5'7".
hush.
Shakur Stevenson.
I weigh
Shakur Stevenson is
5'10".
going to be
Smoke. I weigh Smoke. I'm 5'10", 225. A nigga stand next to me, 6'2", 225, and he chiseled up. He bigger than me, nigga.
Okay, great, awesome. So if you're 5'5", and chiseled up,
I didn't
and
say
another guy,
5'5". I said 5'10". I didn't say
5'10", man.
I
weight
said
don't matter. It
5'10".
doesn't matter what weight you talk about or
It
what height
does
you're talking
matter
about.
what weight.
Okay,
It
all right,
does.
cool. If it does matter, then it doesn't. If it does matter, then
Listen to
neither
me.
one
I'll
of
say
those
it
guys are
again.
the.
Listen,
Neither
I'll
one of
say it
those guys are
again.
you. Okay,
Listen, I'll
again.
say it again. I'm 5'10".
I don't know why you got to say it while I'm talking.
Smoke. I'm
I don't know why. I already
5'10".
heard you say it. I don't know why
All
you need
right,
to
I'm gonna
repeat
say it
yourself
again
while
though.
I'm
You ain't
talking.
got. I'm gonna say it again for everybody else.
I got you, but I'm talking, bro.
Okay.
Like I'm saying to you, what you weigh versus some other hypothetical guy has absolutely nothing to do with Shakur Stevenson and Robson Conceicao.
It does,
Not
'cause that's
anything at
what we're
all.
using
Not
hypothetical.
Jesus Christ. So the issue is, if a guy comes in overweight and he is dehydrated, what weight is he going to be? What weight is he going to rehydrate to? Right now,
That nigga. Man, stop.
right now, Shakur Stevenson has over a pound and a half head start on this guy.
Conceicao gonna weigh more than him on fight night. Stop it, man. Get out of here, man.
Since we're not going to weigh it, I don't know where you get that from.
Well, we gonna see.
You don't know what Conceicao walks in the ring out usually, and you also don't know what fucking Shakur walks in at usually. You're really just making shit up so you can win an argument right now.
I'm not making nothing up. I gave you a scenario. You told
No,
me
you gave me a scenario. You don't know what they're going to weigh tonight.
No,
What
you're
are they
talking
going to weigh?
foolishness.
He's not bigger. He's
not the bigger fighter.
Hold up a second. What? Okay.
With
What
no
is
belt
Robson
on the
Conceicao going to
line,
weigh
we
tomorrow?
gotta talk
He's
about
not
weight.
the bigger fighter.
What is Robson Conceicao going to weigh
He's
tomorrow?
not the bigger
And what's
fighter.
Shakur gonna- I know you keep
He's not
saying
the
that.
bigger fighter.
I know you keep saying that, but you have nothing to back that up with. You're just saying shit.
I'm looking with my own eyes, brother.
Okay, you're looking for your own eyes, so you're gonna know who's gonna weigh more tomorrow. Who's gonna weigh more tomorrow?
You cannot say who's gonna weigh more because your body can
well, he
absorb
just
more
did.
than the other person.
He literally just did.
You being semantical, brother.
No,
The bigger.
okay, not being semantic. You mean like the
Yeah,
meaning of
yeah,
words,
you
like
being
bigger?
semantical, nigga. I could weigh
Yeah,
more than
exactly.
somebody.
You know what
and they
semantics
bigger than
means?
me.
Do you know
That's
that
why you
semantical
lose
means the
weight.
meaning
I
of
bred
words?
dogs for 20 years. Smoke.
Yes, I'm being semantical. You're correct.
Smoke.
I'm being
Smoke.
semantical, as in the meaning of words.
Smoke. I bred dogs for 20 years, and I.
Oh
and
my God! Now I
worked
gotta
them
hear
out.
another
Hold on,
resume.
Smoke. Hold on, Smoke. And I bred them down and cut them down.
I'm holding on.
Size, being fat and chubby, or having water weight is not the same as muscle, like the brother was telling you.
Nobody said it was. Nobody said it was.
You talking?
Neither one of these guys are fucking fat.
You talking?
So now
you're talking like adding
man.
the water weight is gonna make him
Who
a
said
bigger
no? I
fighter.
didn't say water weight or anything. I said he's going to rehydrate.
That's what we have to assume. We have to assume that because we all know that the night of the fight, water weight and everything is coming
also
in.
going to eat. Do you not understand that they're not just going to be drinking? They're also going to be eating. They're going to get bigger.
Man, you
Both of these
understand
guys.
the body chemistry of body, brother? You don't understand what
Body
you're talking
chemistry,
about.
body. So now I don't know the body chemistry. So
You don't
what you're saying
understand
to
what
me
you're
is,
talking
so
about.
what you're saying to me is,
I'm saying
you don't know how
what
much you're
you're
going to weigh,
talking
but
about.
you're just going to, by your eye test, you know that Robson Conceicao is going to be bigger.
No, we're not going by the weight, man.
Brother. Because he was trying to
I'm not talking about the weight. Well, I am talking about the weight. So if you're not talking about the weight, then we're not talking about the same thing. When I said he was going to be bigger, when I said he's going to be bigger, I was only talking about the weight. I literally said he's going to be either welterweight or junior middleweight. If you're not talking about welterweight, what are we talking about?
Are you talking about muscle or are you talking about water weight and
just
adding
said,
the
what
water
do you
weight?
think? Do you think he's gonna gain 20 pounds of
Hey,
muscle
Chad, tell
overnight.
me what they talking about.
Shakur is just heavy, just over the weight limit and heavier, but Conceicao is the naturally bigger man. Naturally, he's a bigger man than Shakur. That's why I said earlier. Valdez and Shakur Stevenson came up from 126. This man was already at this weight class as a professional. He can arguably move up to 135 as well, or even higher.
Right.
He's a naturally bigger person than Shakur. Shakur just came in heavy.
So I mean,
Overweight.
I would agree. I would agree with you, Jonathan, because like literally, like as an amateur, right? He weighed 120, 132 pounds, right? But that was at a 24-year, a decade ago. He was Conceicao was competing at 132 pounds, right? But at this point, Shakur is a growing boy, and apparently a guy who's 34 who's still fighting at 130 pounds. Like I don't understand how this is supposed to be the naturally bigger guy. Shakur is a young man, and this dude's old as shit.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Smoke. That makes sense because I think Shakur might have stayed at 126 too long.
It's just like, for example, he's an older guy. We haven't seen Gary Russell Jr. fight in no weight class but 126. He's been in that whole weight class and pretty much his entire career. So if he's ever going to fight again, coming off of his injury, he's going to stay at that weight class. We can say the same thing about Gary Russell. He never moved up. He stayed at 126. A lot of his contemporaries done moved up and moved on. And
and weight is tricky too. As being a fitness specialist and everything, weight is different because like most people when they're training and everything, it's all of their youth and they can maintain this stuff. But then your real genetics are really not going to start kicking in until a little bit later. So, like Shakur at 126, he should have already been moving up. He's not going to be able to. From this fight now, we know that if he gets another fight, he's going to have a problem with catching weight. So he's got to move up. He has to, because genetically, this is what's going to happen. He has to move up to where he can maintain it here. It is what it is. You know what I mean? You train so hard, though. You train so hard to keep yourself there, which is why this fight right here could be crucial. He said he did everything he could to try to make weight, which means that physically, emotionally, and everything, he has drained himself. Which is why this fight is different now when the other fighter gets a hold of that information there. That's why it's different.
Well, I said that earlier, and niggas was talking about unprofessionalism. I just said he can't make the fucking weight no more.
He can't.
He physically can't do it. It's a physical
But if you can't make the weight
impossibility.
anymore, listen, if you can't make the weight anymore, then you shouldn't be fighting at the weight anymore.
But the money is telling you that you can, and that's the problem.
But the money. Okay, I don't understand. Like, okay, so money is the professionalism, right? If the professionalism is saying that you can,
the money is not professionalism.
Okay, then what makes it? Okay, what's the difference between an amateur and a pro? Then I'm totally lost in this fucking conversation. What is the difference between an amateur and a pro?
No. The money is the prize for when you turn pro. Professionalism.
No, the difference between an amateur, like literally, the difference between an amateur and a pro is the money.
See, but that's not what I'm talking about. All right. A real professional is his management team is gonna know, like, look, we are gonna run a high chance and risk that we cannot even make this fight. But the money is so good, we gonna do everything that we can to try, because they gonna still get paid something. But a real professional, before, like, I'm not taking that fight, you know what? I think we should move up instead of risking. But the money is so good, I'm going to try to kill myself, which now you can lose the fight.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, that was a whole lot of shit that didn't say anything about his lack of professionalism for missing weight.
He ain't professional because he's trying to stay and kill himself for the money.
No, that's professional to make the weight. What's not smart is to fucking jeopardize your health for your profession any further than your profession demands, right?
But a professional would not jeopardize their health for the money.
They all
Right,
do that.
because it's a profession. They're in the profession for money.
He can
Right.
say
That's
The
the
that
way it
question
shit.
is,
is.
He could have
the
worked hard and
professionalism
no
comes
ass
in
no
when
weight.
you sign a contract to fight at 130 pounds. You make 130 pounds. That's the professional thing to do. Not make excuses about it after you miss fucking weight.
It's not an excuse. He
It
wasn't
is an
able to
excuse.
do it from
Okay,
the jump.
literally. You're
He
saying it's
wasn't able
not
to
his
do it
fault.
from the jump.
You're literally saying.
But you're not hearing
Okay, here's the
smoke.
thing. You're
You're
saying
not
it's
hearing
not
it.
his. Hold up a second. You're saying it's not his fault that his body can't make 130 pounds.
He
Whose fault is it?
His management team, like this shouldn't have the risk of this happening. They already knew about this, which means
Whose
that
fault is it?
his management team and him.
Awesome.
They agree.
Awesome. So it's
Okay,
so his
so then we
management team,
agree.
right? That is a professional relationship, correct?
Whoever the fighter is can say, "Fuck y'all, I'm trying to do it still." Excuse my
But he
French.
didn't
I'm
do
sorry.
that, right?
I'm on
So he
live.
didn't
I'm
do
sorry.
that. He didn't do that either. He didn't say fuck the management.
I could cuss as
The
much.
management, the team that he had, the team around him, they have a professional relationship. How is it not professional that
This
you
is a
didn't
cussing
fulfill the
channel.
terms of your contract? How's that not your fault?
They knew that this could happen and you could be
Who's the
stripped
they?
the belt.
Hey,
They
wait,
knew
hold a
it.
second. Did Shakur not know?
They knew ahead of time. Is what I'm saying.
Let me ask you
They
this.
knew ahead of time that this
Let me ask you
could
this.
happen.
Do you think it's Shakur's responsibility to fulfill the terms of his contract that he signed?
They messed up. Now
Not
check
they.
this out.
Shakur
If
Stevenson.
loses,
They didn't
does
sign.
he
I'm not
put a
talking about they right now. I'm
blemish
talking
on
about
him?
Shakur Stevenson. Right now, I'm just asking, is Shakur Stevenson responsible to fulfill the terms of the contract that Shakur Stevenson signed?
Yes,
In
he was.
America, yes, but they
Yes,
they
in America,
signed it for
right,
no
right. And if
reason.
you
Like
don't do it, is that considered to be professional or unprofessional?
it's professional
Unprofessional.
if you know exactly that it's
unfucking
It's not
professional.
professional.
It's unprofessional.
Unprofessional. Unprofessional.
Thank
Because
you. Let's stop it. Like, if you want to spread the blame around to more people than Shakur, fine. We can talk about more people than Shakur, but you can't absolve Shakur while you're trying to point the finger.
Preach, Jesse.
But we pointing at him because this is what's happening. The belts are gone. They knew that he couldn't make the weight. They
He knew he
tried
couldn't make
everything.
weight. Don't
They
blame
knew
them.
ahead
Say
of time.
him. Say him.
They knew ahead of time.
No, him,
They
not
already
them.
knew.
Him. Don't do that. He's
Yeah,
not a victim. Say him.
He knew, and his
He knew.
team knew because I know they did weigh-ins before this actual weigh-in on their own. They hit
Yep.
him and his team knew. They knew. They have a I don't know if they had a 30-day weigh-in clause going into this fight, but they knew. They weighed in before the weigh-in day came. They knew what was up, and he gonna have to pay a penalty. He gonna have to probably lose some change out of his purse, and he lost his belts.
And it could be that he literally has too many yes men around him, and that his nutritionist and the right people around him are not like monitoring him 24 hours. Also, that could be a problem too, which is why the whole thing was not professional. That was
I mean, but he's a grown man.
Oh, monitor his jaw.
Like I hear what you're saying, but like he's responsible for himself. He knows what he needs to do.
But they hire a manager, they hire a publicist, they hire everything.
If he wants to go around and blame people, like if he wants to go to the locker room, like if he wants to pull Deontay Wilder and start firing his goddamn managers and all that shit, and saying that it's your fault that this fucking shit happened, cool, you can do that shit. Fine, spread the blame. At the end of the fucking day, he signed the goddamn contract saying that he was going to weigh 130 pounds. And if he didn't, hold up a second, and if he didn't understand that he wasn't going to be able to fucking make that, that's on him. That's not on anybody else. It's not the universe's fault. It's not his goddamn management team's fault. It's not anybody else's fault but his.
I agree, and I agree with that, Smoke, because he slacked in his training camp. He wasn't disciplined going into this fight. So that is on him. Because he's the one that signed the contract. He's the one that got to get in the ring and fight tomorrow night, not his team. So it is on him. He had to put in the extra work in that camp, in the gym, leading up into this fight. So it is on him.
100%.
I got a question here. If Shakur loses, what does it do for him? Nothing. Like I mean, if he loses,
that hurts.
Does it stay the same?
I mean, it's terrible. This is a crushing defeat.
That hurts.
Not only do you miss weight and you have the label of a slacker put on you, now you get upset by a dude that we all thought you were going to destroy. It's not going to look good.
Not only that, he's kind of fucked even if he wins. Like, I think Haney's gonna get the Loma fight.
Yeah.
He might not get a good fight until he hits 147 pounds. He might not get a good fight for like 2 or 3 years.
And he hadn't been in the weight class that long. And you know what title?
Smoke, you wild,
and you know what title?
I'm sorry.
Out of
I'm
bounds.
sorry. You tell me. You tell me. You tell me. Okay, so tell me, how many fights does Shakur have left on his contract?
Hell if we know.
How is he not gonna have a big fight in 2 or 3 years until 140?
Because that's how long he has left on his top rank contract, and top rank doesn't have shit for him at 135 fucking pounds.
Why not? I don't get that. I'm listening.
They don't, because
all they got is Lomachenko, and Haney's about to move up.
You gotta put him in with Nakatani and fucking Kome, just beat up goddamn Loma. Who you got?
Yeah,
Thrice beat Loma.
Hey, I agree with you there.
Said,
I agree with you there.
He can't fight Loma. You saying he wouldn't be able to fight Loma?
I think, okay, what I'm telling you is, I think Devin Haney is gonna get Loma, and Devin Haney's gonna beat Loma.
Yes, sir.
I feel that. I feel that too.
Devin Haney don't get Loma, or don't.
If he doesn't get Loma, then he's got one fight. He's got one good fight in like for years. But outside of that, I don't think he's gonna get the Loma fight. I think Haney's gonna get the Loma fight, and I think Haney's gonna beat Loma. So he has nobody. He's got nothing but fucking other guys leftovers, as far as the fucking eye can see.
So why can't Shakur fight Haney before Haney fight Loma then?
Why can't he? Because I think because the big fight is Haney and fucking Loma for Loma. Like, Loma wants to be undisputed.
Right. Yep.
So
yeah, Shakur
wants Loma to be undisputed.
So
Shakur's not in that conversation.
So you don't believe Haney will pick fucking Shakur?
No, I don't think. What do you mean?
No, you already heard. You already heard
move up? Of course not.
You already heard what Haney wrote, man. He want Loma and Tank. You already heard what he wanted.
You want Loma, Tank, and Tio.
Yeah, Loma, Tank, and Tio. Yeah, that look. There ain't no Shakur in that mention there. That's what I want to see right there.
I want to see that Tio fight.
Yeah,
I don't want to see that Tio shit, man.
Loma and Tank or move up.
Yo, understand, why not Shakur be a part of 35? He could be in the mix.
He can be. It's just that Devin Haney only has one fight left.
Right
after the Kambosos fight. That one fight is either going to be Lomachenko or Teofimo Lopez.
He got one fight. What are you talking about?
After
this Kambosos fight, he has one fight left.
One fight after that.
Hold on. The first fight was for Bella.
3 fights. 2 of them are Kambosos. One is going to be one other fighter, and then he's done.
Right? Yeah. But the second fight, the rematch now, that's DeBella and
they both were DeBella and Top Rank.
That will be the first. That's actually the
second
first fight.
No, that's the second fight, nigga.
That's the actual second fight.
What the hell is you talking about?
You're expecting him to fight Lomachenko, which he's gonna fight maybe, right? Then he's gonna fight. He's gonna have another fight.
He is not going to have another fight. He has a 3-fight contract with Top Rank. He's already fulfilled one of the fights. He's about to fulfill the second, and after he fulfills those 2, it'll be 1 fight left. 2 of the fights were always going to be Kambosos if he beat Kambosos.
Right, and he's pushing for Loma. They're pushing for Loma. You know what the fuck Bob Arum want to do.
Anyway, point being, now you understand.
That first fight don't count, my nigga.
Bob Arum wants Loma.
I was doing that shit on the slide on GP of, I'm doing this shit. Y'all niggas can't get this. Y'all can't start this show without me. So this is what we gonna do. And that's how you see what I'm saying. That first fight,
all this doesn't make this doesn't make Shakur's prospects of the next couple of years any better. All this fucking Wilder talk and sliding out the side door. Shakur don't have fucking anybody to fight at all. The best thing he can hope for is the Loma fight falls through. That's what he can hope for, and then he has one guy.
Shakur even said it today in the interview after the win. He told a reporter. Matter of fact, he told YSM. Why are we continuously talking about 135?
He can go fight Loma, Issa Cruz, Tio.
He said this in the interview after the win.
Sorry, Issa Cruz is on.
Why are we? Why we continue to
Oh, PB.
You
And
said why you
Teofimo Lopez makes 140.
I don't know. We acting like Bob
Yo,
ain't
let
finna
him
get
talk.
Shakur fucking championship fight at 135 when the belts was dropped. That's
He
crazy.
can. I didn't say he can't get him a belt. I said he's not going to be fighting anybody.
No, nobody didn't say he can't get a fight. No, we're not talking about that.
No,
But
I'm
we
just
just
saying they
talking
don't have
about,
a good fight. I'm just saying that there's nobody for. I'm just saying for he might not get a notable name until like a worthy somebody we give a fuck about until he hits 147 pounds.
So why can't Haney and Shakur fight at 140? Like, I don't get it.
They can fight at one point. Shit. Okay, Haney has one more fight on Top Rank.
Keep going, Smoke. Keep going.
That's it. There's nothing to say.
All right.
They can be either at 135 pounds with Lomachenko or 140 pounds with Tio. I think those two fights are the top of the mind. I don't really see another fight. I don't see Shakur moving up and Devin Haney thinking, "Hey, you know what? Let me fucking sit here and make weight so I can fight Shakur Stevenson." I think he's just gonna fucking move up if he can't get the Loma fight.
And fight who?
Whoever the fuck he wants to fight, Teofimo Lopez or whatever 140 pounder, he can get a fucking belt off of.
Whoever got belt.
Tio is not fighting Haney. You crazy?
At 140,
He's fighting for
all I'm saying to
Georgia.
you
is what
That's
Tio and Barbosa.
Devin Haney.
What the fuck he got that intercontinental belt?
Devin Haney.
He said he's the Intercontinental WWF champ. Is that what you said?
Okay. Do you not understand that if
That nigga, yo, you see, y'all gotta understand. Hold on, Smoke. Y'all gotta understand what
Devin Haney.
Yo, y'all gotta understand what this position.
Okay, you gotta stop talking, man. You gotta stop talking and stop cracking jokes, man. Like the WBO, the WBO super guy, the WBO super champion. The WBO super champion is Devin Haney. He can request to fight the champion in his very next fucking move up fight, right? Not only that, the WBO is also called whatever Bob orders. If Josh Taylor moves the fuck up, then who is Devin Haney going to be fighting for that WBO belt? It's probably going to be Teofimo Lopez.
If Tio want to fight him, yeah, but if he don't,
how you gonna do that?
That's
That
money
don't
right
even
there.
make
He gonna fight him.
Yo, Smoke, yo,
fight
keep your mic mute, Smoke. Talking that bullshit. You can't skip Catterall. You can't skip Catterall. You don't know what you're talking about.
Catterall,
Josh and Catterall and that lineal.
Okay, do you not understand that Catterall is about to fight? Catterall is about to fight Josh Taylor. Who do you think is gonna win that fight?
They might not even fight. That shit might. Man, I don't even know, man.
Now they might not fight. All right, so why don't you put yourself on mute? Because now you're just doing a whole bunch of shit. All I'm saying to you is this:
I don't even want to care to talk about them.
All right, so all I'm saying to you,
I don't even want to care to talk about them. I wasn't even talking about
all I'm saying
that.
to you, all I'm
But
saying
I'm
to you,
just trying to make you understand. What I wanted to say is that when they ranked Tio at #1 in the WBO, it was in the hoping that he would have took a big challenge to keep that position.
No, it wasn't. It was because it's fucking Bob Fighter, and they're waiting for the goddamn undisputed to happen. They're waiting for the undisputed at 147 to happen, so Josh Taylor can move up.
Yes, a promoter has to say so, and the sanctioning body have a say so. Based on that motherfucker's performance, he ranks higher than anybody in the WBO.
All right, you
Nobody
understand? All right,
is a previous
so tell me. So you tell me where Teofimo Lopez is.
Champion, my nigga.
Ayo, where's Teofimo Lopez?
Been a full
Where's
champion,
Teofimo
much
Lopez
less a
ranked in the W?
champion. They're gonna rank him over.
Where is Teofimo Lopez ranked right now in the WBO?
It don't matter. It don't matter. He won't get the shot. He won't get the shot before Catterall, and
Catterall already has the shot. He's fighting for the champion next.
Yeah, Catterall is ranked #1.
Yo, we don't even know if Josh Taylor can make the motherfucking weight.
Now you don't know. Okay.
No, they're fighting. No, AO, they're fighting.
They're
fighting, bro.
No, they're fighting next AO.
Whether they fight or not.
Okay. No, they're going to.
Step in the ring with Catterall, it's gonna be Catterall and somebody else. It ain't the WBO.
Or not announced. It's been reported
to fight for the vacant title. They're gonna pick one fighter, not two. Catterall will be one fighter.
Again, all right.
We're not gonna look for two fighters.
All right. So what you're saying is, if Catterall doesn't get a title shot, then he'll be in line. I expect that he will have a title shot because in the next two fights, like while Devin Haney's going to be fucking busy for the next two, like he's definitely busy for the October, right? So if he moved the fuck up and Josh Taylor and Catterall haven't had a fight, then sure. Then the very next guy could be Catterall. It could be. But at the very same time, it could be fucking Teofimo Lopez. Because we've seen guys like Jeff Horn get over people. Right? So they could be the fucking challenger. We've seen guys like Lomachenko. He had one fucking fight, and he jumped Juan Ma Lopez. He jumped fucking Gary Russell Jr. He jumped every fucking body to get a goddamn title shot.
You might see something weird happen, like they
Don't
might
that
put
dude got
like
3 gold
they might
medals,
put
man?
Shakur against like Ryan Garcia.
Don't that
You
little
know what I mean? Like you
motherfucker
might
got
see
3
something
gold
weird happen.
medals, man?
We might okay. So right. So the possibility that Oscar De La Hoya would fight goddamn but would put Ryan Garcia in there with Shakur Stevenson is, I think, I think that is even less likely that Shakur
No,
Stevenson.
but I'm saying you might see something weird happen because how
we might see it. Shakur Stevenson might get the Loma fight. We might see that. I think that is more likely. I think it's more likely that Shakur fights Loma than it is that Shakur fights fucking Ryan Garcia. At least Shakur and Loma are the same goddamn. They're on the same network and have the same promoter.
That would be the weirdest fight in
Tio
history
is
if that
number
happened
one
anytime soon.
WBO. That shit crazy. That nigga
But
number
look
one.
at the fights that are lined up. We are going to see some weird fights happen. The fights
No,
that
we're
are
not going to
lined
see
up,
some weird fights happening. You just want them to. You just want weird fights. What we're going to get is the status quo. Some not weird shit. It would be nice if we got some weird shit because all the fights we want to see, these guys are on different networks and different promotional companies. So it takes something weird for us to get fights. But we're not going to get fights. And it won't be weird. It'll be just the fucking norm.
Can't you be a little bit optimistic, Smoke? I mean, come on.
I can be optimistic. I think Loma versus Devin Haney is a good fucking fight. I just don't think Shakur has anybody to fucking fight at 135 or at 140 on Top Rank. He's got a hell of fucking fights left at Top Rank. And they don't have inventory for him. The future looks rosy for guys like goddamn Tank and Devin, and it just don't look that rosy for fucking Shakur.
That's what I'm. Look, you naming names right now, like.
That's all because that's what we're talking about is names.
I said this before. I'll say it again. 135 is a top heavy division. You got 3 names: Haney, Loma, Tank. So I mean, it's saying that there's no fights. Well, fucking obviously, you got 3 names in there.
Exactly, and 2 of them about to fight each other. Presumably,
Tank, Lomo, and Haney, Lomo, and Tank. Cambosos, we already know he and I don't know what Tio finna do, but see, you can throw Tio up into a fight though, because they know what they gonna get from. They know what they're gonna get. You know what I mean? Like it's weird. I wish it was like back in the day, man. We wouldn't be talking about this stuff.
That nigga Tio gonna be fighting Pedraza at 140. He don't want that Barboza.
You talking about Regis? You talking about fighting Regis?
No, I'm talking about Tio fighting he better off fighting Regis, but I don't think he want to fight stylistically against Barboza. You know what I mean? So that's a
now you see, look, it's fights out there. I'm serious. We might see something weird happen. We might see something weird happen. We never know. We might see something weird happen because with this,
I mean, we got some weird shit happening right now. Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis have agreed to fight. That's weird enough for me.
No, that's weird, right? That is weird. That is weird, but it's a good weird. Somebody getting knocked out. Ryan Garcia go walk in and stand up like that, and then that's gonna
get his neck broke.
Yeah. You gonna look like what was the Mike Tyson punch out when they do the cabbage patch in the air? Do. And see, that's gonna be a good one though. But see, that's weird. But they know what the fans is gonna get from that. You know what I mean? So it's too many fighters. From 135 to 147, it's too many fighters that they're good. But
how many are Top Rank?
See, that's the promotional thing. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, boxing is weird right
That's
now.
what I'm trying. Like Khalid is saying, like the very first fight can be against a guy like Boses or Jermaine Ortiz. We expect both of those dudes to be fucking coming off losses, right? And even at that, and that's the very first fight. Cool. Who's the very next fight after that? Another somebody else that's been fucking taking a whole bunch of losses. Who's gonna be the next guy after that? From 35, everybody who's there, everybody who means fucking something has got their fucking ass whooped already, except for Devin Haney and fucking Tank. Devin Haney's not long for the division, and Tank don't fight on your fucking network. So what are we talking about?
Right.
Yeah, we talking about Haney versus Shakur, man. What the
That's
fuck?
enough,
I said
man.
that shit
But
like
yeah, that's and
20
what I'm
minutes
telling you,
ago.
what you're talking about is a pipe dream. Haney and Shakur is not fighting until 147. They're not
They
about
ain't never gonna fight.
You said
Yep.
147.
And you
They
also
probably
got
never gonna
yeah,
fight. We'll
yeah,
probably
and
never
yo,
see
you
that
also
fight.
gotta remember. You
You
also
got
gotta
me
remember that
scrolling
Tank.
through the weight
You
class.
also, hey yo, you also gotta remember that Haney and Shakur are cool with each other. They ain't rushing to fight each other.
Exactly. They're
So
gonna
they
fight
not,
each other for fucking
they not
money,
on
not
each other's
because
radar.
it's
But
really crazy
you
how we
guys
get all
act
this
like
physiology talk for goddamn Shakur Stevenson who just missed weight, but apparently Devin Haney, who's been telling you that we've been seeing this guy dehydrated fight after fight after fight. He's just supposed to hang around because you want to see Devin Haney fight Shakur Stevenson in like a year and a half.
Well, who knows
Right, what you
if
talking
this
about
fight
year and
coming
a
up,
half?
Devin Haney don't
Yo,
face a
hold
similar
on, hold on.
situation.
Let me
All
see.
right, he's going to fight Kambosos, and then he's going to fight Loma. When is he supposed to be fighting fucking Shakur?
You see, but you know, I mean, it's crazy
but there's
that
other fighters other
we
than
had
those.
this talk, Smoke, and we talked about Haney, and I thought Haney was honestly supposed to pump his brakes when it really came to when he talked about he could squeeze Tank in his schedule. You see what I'm saying? Like he could have fought him months ago, right? They could have negotiated fought months ago. He could have got this rematch off, which is coming up next month. And all you know what I mean? Like he's hustling like he could push them out every 3-4 months, which was never the fucking case. So what I'm saying is I think the temperature with Haney, just on guesstimation, that he don't really care for fucking Nomachenko, like to give him. I wouldn't even give him the fucking glory, cause you know what I mean. He gonna hop off the plane like, hot shit. You know what I mean?
So don't.
So what?
So they
Let
Shakur
him be
fight
hot
don't
shit.
That's what you think though.
Let me,
That's
The thing,
you.
but the
even
thing,
Let
That's
the
me
thing
give
you.
him
about
That's
all
it,
the
not
honor
Haney.
right now, cause
That's
if we
the
gotta
that's
go
thing
to
Haney.
about that,
140,
the
But
thing
I'm
about
that's
gonna
it,
you.
be
That's
on
even
my
not
if I were to
Haney.
grant
journey.
you,
I'm gonna be on my
even if I were
own
to grant you
journey.
that, even if I
It's
were to
gonna
grant you
take
that,
too
all you did was
long for
knock
the
off 6
niggas to
months.
fight, man.
All
smoke.
you did was knock off 6 months with that whole thing. So they fight
Smoke.
in a year, not in 6 months, right?
Smoke. Let me say
And not a
They
something
year
could
right
and a half.
quick,
fight, yo.
Smoke.
They could fight next in the spring. What are you talking
Let me
about?
say something
They
right
could
quick,
Because
fight
that's when
Smoke.
he
in the
fights Loma.
spring,
When do you think he's going to fight
summertime.
Loma? When do you think he's going to fight Loma?
Man,
Smoke.
Yeah,
fuck Loma.
Smoke.
he
Let
Man,
me
gonna
say.
fuck
fight
Loma.
Loma. That's what I'm saying. He gonna fight him.
All
Like
he
that's what
gotta
I'm saying.
do
It can go a
is
year and a half, is what he's saying. Like you gotta think about that.
all
Smoke
he
ain't
gotta
lying
do is
about.
honor his
He ain't lying about the
rematch.
timeline.
Honestly, I just think he just gotta honor his rematch so he
Well,
can be
Shakur,
considered fully undisputed. Cambosis is all the way out the box, and then any defense after this will be superb, whether it's, you know, that fucking character. But I like Shakur. Why not? Yo, this is what boxing's about. Like in a split fucking second. Like,
Hey, yo, we're
well,
not saying that we don't
Shakur is
want the
not
fight.
going.
We just saying it can't happen. The niggas say they're not gonna fight each other
I don't
anytime
believe
soon.
that.
Well, there's
I don't
not
believe that
not
shit.
just not
Yeah.
just not just that market. When he became undisputed, numerous of times, numerous of interviews, he's still saying it. What's next? Lomachenko or Tank Davis? Either one of those fights, and then I'm moving up to 140.
Gots to.
Exactly.
There's no
Gots
slight.
to.
There's no slight, and there's no discredit to Shakur. But for the time being, we weren't even thinking about Shakur being a 135-pound fighter. Shakur even that's
Well,
what I was trying to
Shakur
say.
got up.
It's
I was
just
trying to
There,
say a
more
minute
pounds
there
ago.
are.
off of 30. Come
Shakur
on,
said this.
guys.
Shakur said this
130
in
is
a.
part
Hold
of
on, man. Let him talk. Let him
Let me
finish,
135.
listen.
man.
Let me
Come
finish
on,
because I ain't got too
guys.
much energy. I'm trying to conserve my energy. You know, right after the win, Shakur said this to a reporter. You already, yes, I didn't make weight, and I'm gonna get heat for it. But for the longest, Y'all been implementing me into a weight class that I wasn't even fighting in. And he said it good. That way, the man that asked him three names: Devin Haney, Sil Lomachenko, and Tank Davis. He said, I have a fight tomorrow night. I'm not thinking about those guys, and y'all keep throwing me into a weight class that I never even fought in naturally yet. So that tells me enough.
So the ideal
He
fight for him
should
to,
be there
when he
already.
jumps
Let
up.
him finish
The
though. Let him
ideal
finish
fight.
talking.
The ideal fight for him to jump up in is to somebody like an Isaac Cruz. It don't have to be those top guys. It could be other. I mean, just to get a feel out for the weight division.
And then
You
you gotta
guys
look
want
at
him
it.
to
You gotta look at
just
it
go
like
smoke
Smoke say
for
all
the
the time.
jugular.
He's a
The
lineal
plaza.
champion. Back up. Rewind, man. He
You
is
talking
the
about fighting
It
lineal
Isaac
don't
Cruz at
matter,
champion,
dog.
bro.
It don't
135?
matter.
Cut it out. David
Yo,
Devin Haney don't got no mandatory. You know who's in all actuality his mandatory is fucking Devin Haney, man. I mean,
Man, this is not.
excuse me, is
This is
fucking man. It's Shakur, man.
In all
Come on,
honesty,
man.
No, it ain't.
on
Come
all
on, man.
honesty, on all
No,
honesty,
it ain't.
yo,
Dang,
yo,
Cambosos ain't got
look,
no respect. He about
His
to
only
fight and he's
mandatory
gonna get
really
walked
is
over.
Tank Davis, nigga. Fuck is you talking about?
in all
That's
honesty,
the real mandate.
yo, you know the fight I really wanted to
The
see.
super champion don't got no mandatory.
You know what fight you want to see? Devin and Shakur. That's an excellent fight. The fight that I really want to see is Shakur and Loma. That's the fight I want to see.
I would like to see that. You know what? You know what? That is a fight that I want to see.
if
Shakur
you're not
and
gonna see that.
Loma.
And Loma.
if Loma beats Devin, that's the fight I want to see, right? I want to see
The
Devin
reason
Loma.
the reason why I say that, y'all know, Tank stance with PBC and Mayweather and Leonard Edwards. You know that stance, so we're not gonna get into it. We know that situation. Loma and Shakur. After this fight, Shakur gonna be a lightweight. They're on the same. I hate to use that phrase, side of the street, but they are now. I'd rather see
Well,
Devin.
I thought they were
I
talking
would
about
like to
moving
see
up to
that fight.
140.
Oh, that's
I'd
a
rather
good
see
one.
Devin
Devin
and Tio.
Haney. I
I'd
thought
rather see.
Devin
I'd
Haney
rather
and all.
see Devin and Tio at 140. If that's gonna be his last fight, even if he don't fight Loma, I'd rather see Devin and Tio because Devin still be on the top rank. Tio is a
That's a
top
good
ranked
one. That's
fighter.
yeah. Ooh, wee, brother. Ooh.
Tank is in a different entity. Now, if you want to get into the mix in that equation with any of these guys, but Leonard and Floyd gonna have to come to the table on the other side now. But as for them, that's makeable fights for those guys. Lomachenko, Shakur, Devin, and Tio. That's makeable
Loma,
fights.
yeah, and Lomachenko
Yeah,
and Shakur, I will tell you this, as far as just being a boxing fan, I
but
think
in
we'll
the,
see we'll see a better classic boxing match because Loma could punch with some stuff, but then Shakur, we already know he box. Like that's perfect. Like that's what we supposed to watch. But will we see it?
I don't think you see it right off the bat. Again, that it's got to be some build up for the fight to make some money. That's at the bottom at the end of the day. Everybody want to get paid. Everybody want to make some money. There are good idea fights for him to enter into the 135 division, just like to me, Terrence Crawford, the ideal fight for him to enter to that 147 was that very first fight for that belt. That was ideal. And I
No,
think there's
you're
other
right.
boxers at 135 that's in the top 10 that could give him and make his debut, just like a debut, you know?
That's why I was saying.
And then,
That's why I was
once you
saying.
get that,
That's why I
then
was
you
saying
build up
earlier.
for
When he gonna official fight at the weight class, he's not gonna fight a champion right away. Whether Devin is there or where Devin moves up and vacates, he's gonna get a fight before a championship level fight to see where he's at, acclimated to the weight class.
yeah.
Then next he's gonna get a fight. He's gonna be in a world championship fight with who? Who knows? He's gonna
I
be
can believe
he's
that.
gonna be in a world championship fight sooner than a lot of other guys would be. That's in
Because
line waiting their turn.
that's just like an interview for power. The the powers to be want to see what he got for
Yep.
135 before they say, okay, we're willing to go into our deep pockets now. Let's do it.
Because we
So
can't
it's like
say
a debut.
we can't say that Shakur is a top bidding fight. Is this guy that Lomachenko? He's a bigger name than Shakur.
Yeah, for sure.
Is
That's why
Richard
I'm
Comey
saying.
was a bigger name. Nakatani was bigger name than Shakur. No. So he's going to have something where the Devon or Loma fights. Devon fight Cambosis and said, you know what? I'm going to take that fourth fight with Top Rank up to 140. The belts get vacated. Shakur can take a fight in between that and fight next
Right.
year in the middle or later of the year and fight
Why?
Lomachenko.
Yep. Yep.
He's not tuning up. Shakur is not tuning up at this level where he at. He's not. I don't see him tuning up for 35.
These
No.
next
Why you don't
fights, you
see
don't have
that?
to
I
do a
mean,
tune
we
up.
would.
It's all
His
fights
next
up
fight is
there.
for a world title, man. I don't see what y'all see.
Well, I mean, but why would you think he would not do a tune-up?
He did
What
a
would
Right.
be the
tune when he
reason?
moved up to 130.
He don't need no introduction.
It's not an introduction, sir. It's to get the. You still got to have your supporters, man. People want to see
Yeah,
stuff.
listen,
Yeah,
Shakur,
you like it or
Loma
not, and
might
whether
get.
you believe that or not, I know that's just how they move. It's more than just the boxing. It's you talking about money. People want to make money.
And then we got to look at it too. He's not even close to being 30. It's not like they gotta rush him. It's not like he's a 30-year-old fighter.
Right. It ain't
And
no
like
rush.
the
Yeah,
Keith
Let
it's
Thurman.
going
him
to be.
grab, let him
I think.
grab a couple
I think.
bags.
I think Loma's going to
Don't
get
bring
two.
up Keith Thurman, and no,
No,
don't bring
no,
up
no,
Keith
no. I'm
Thurman.
not. I'm not bringing him up.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
I'm looking at Keith Thurman age.
Okay.
The time is not on your side. With all the layoffs and all the time he been away, he's in his 30s now. Shakur they didn't even reach his prime yet. They got time. They ain't got to, wherever weight class that you fight at your stage where you're at right now in your career, it has to be championship. No, it don't.
No, I
It
get you
don't.
there.
It
I
don't.
get you there because he's so young, and this is what I don't think a lot of boxers like Canelo Alvarez literally. They like he was fighting everybody. Like he fought in Mexico and did all this stuff, but you got to understand he was so young, he was able to do those fights, and it did not hurt him. It just made him better. You know what I mean? Like Shakur is so young that that literally is just his weight. You know what I mean? He's young, but
Yeah.
he just can't just fight that
It's
low
a
no more.
brand.
He just
He's a
got
brand.
Shit, Canelo fought up.
Devin
Canelo.
Haney, Shakur, Lomachenko, they are what we call brands. They're building up their brand. He's just building
right.
up his brand so that when he goes out on the market, he can really demand what he wants when he
Right.
wants it. So everybody's a brand name now. So they're asking investors to invest in this brand. His name is happened to be Stevenson, Shakur Stevenson. And they're like, okay, well, what does he bring to a table? It's like going into his marketing. He's let him market himself. I mean, he can wait two fights to be. I mean, he can fight two fights. I mean, he can fight a fight before he go ahead and hit that, go for the belt. It ain't gonna hurt him.
No, it's
It
not
ain't
gonna
gonna
hurt it.
kill him.
No, it's
He's
not.
Right?
got
It
to
ain't
pick
gonna
a
kill him.
fight though where he know he can make that weight though, because right now, see,
135.
yeah, he's got to make that. Yeah, make that weight. Go ahead and just make the weight and
You
then
got
get in
top.
there.
There's top 10 fighters in at 135 that he can fight, other than those main guys that we just talked about. You got Isaac Cruz, who's been the pit bull. I mean, at 135 right now. There's
What
some
we
more
talking about?
names up there.
PB.
I mean, it's just
Those are
some good.
PBC fighters. That's the PBC guy.
Yeah, that's not. That shit not. He got to
That's
fight.
the PBC guy.
He's going.
PBC does not have any inventory to spare. Like here's the thing. Here's really what's up. None of these organizations have any inventory to spare at 135 or at 140. None of them. That's what Shakur's issue is. He's trying to come into he's moving up to a division where it's A, top heavy, and guys are moving out of it, and then B,
Okay, so
like
Smoke, this the
he
difference
hasn't.
though. So
Like
Smoke,
he
this
may
the
be.
difference.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay,
It
yes,
could
sir.
very well
Go
be
ahead.
that that Lomachenko gets 2 bites of the WBO strap. He might get one with Devin Haney, and after he loses that, he might get another one with Shakur Stevenson. I could see that happening, but that doesn't. But to
Shakur
me,
Stevenson
like
is
while
different.
Loma is still a
Go
big
ahead.
name, that like at that point, Loma will have been beaten by fucking T.O. and fucking Devin Haney. You're still going to be looking for a signature win for Shakur Stevenson at 135 pounds. I don't know who that signature victory is supposed to be.
But what you're missing, or maybe you may be overlooking, is Jay Prince. They got solid relationships, which can bypass some of the stuff that we've been dealing with from Top Rank and PBC. You gotta understand that Jay Prince and Money Mayweather have been in lockstep. You know, they was good peoples, and they still respect one another.
Jay Prince is a hell of a guy. Like he's a hell of an influencer. Right, he's got a bunch. He's definitely a power broker. The issue the issue is not whether that Jay Prince has the acumen to do it. It's the fact that that Tank Davis is signed to Al Heyman. That's actually his manager, not Jay Prince. And then also,
no, we talked about Isaac Cruz, right? No, I said Isaac Cruz.
I got it.
Okay,
but
all right.
Also, but the fact that Tank is signed to Showtime. The fact that Tank is signed to Showtime means that Tank needs fucking fights. That means that all those 135 fucking pounders are not going anywhere. They're going to get fed to Tank because they don't have inventory to spare.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
We already talked. So let's just talk about Isaac Cruz for a minute.
Well, Isaac.
No, wait, hold on. Isaac Cruz. Yeah. So Shakur goes up. We already know that Tank already fought Isaac Cruz, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be a while before Isaac Cruz get put on that plate again.
No, it won't.
Well, what about Shakur against Javier Fortuna just for a tune-up? You know,
I mean, there's other options.
There's all kinds of fights for Shakur, but who cares about Shakur versus Javier Fortuna?
Well, it's not just.
No, I'm just saying as a tune-up, just to get ready for. I'm talking about as a tune-up, just to get ready so that.
What Smoke is saying is it's not just Pitbull Cruz. You have Pitbull Cruz, you have Frank Martin, you have Rolly Romero. They are all aligned and signed with PBC. That's what Smoke is trying to say. All those guys are lined up. Matter of fact, those guys, it might be better suited for Tank Davis more than a Shakur, meaning he would buy Bearman Top Rank. All these guys at 135 is with PBC.
I get that, but at some point, you're gonna start losing. I'm still factoring in the fact that they still got to get the investors to back them whenever they go to the table. So who's gonna want to watch? Who would rather see Isaac Cruz and Shakur Davidson, or Isaac Cruz and Tank Davis for the second time?
Bro, the same thing, my brother. We can say about Tank Davis. Will we ever get a Haney or Loma fight? Haney just crossed over the Top Rank. Loma been with Top Rank. Neither of these three of these guys got in the ring with each other yet. It's the same scenario. It's a network thing when it comes down to Tank. It's a network thing. That's what we trying to make everybody understand. It's not that the fight couldn't happen, it shouldn't happen, and don't know. It's a network thing. It's a management thing when it comes to Tank.
You're talking about Isaac Cruz now. We're not talking about Tank Davis.
But you got to look at it too.
Showtime is in the Tank Davis business. Yeah. Tank Davis needs fights. They're not going to give fights that could be for Tank Davis. They're not going to farm those out to other organizations.
Exactly.
It's not going to happen.
Okay, exactly. I get that. I understand that. I got your point.
Now, my brother, y'all mentioned Jay Prince. I don't know how long Shakur contract is with Top Rank. Who knows? You don't know what move Shakur can make. He can cross over to the PBC and be on Showtime, where all those guys at, where Tank is at. Where I believe whenever Devin contract is up, I believe Devin is going to cross over too. I believe where are you going to go? You going to go back to Eddie in the zone?
No.
What other entity they have left? It's Showtime. He done did ESPN. He done did the zone. He started his early professional career on Showtime.
Those are possibilities.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking a lot of stuff going to evolve around that 140-pound weight class. and that PBC and Showtime or even Fox Monica.
Showtime knows how to promote the boxers that they get, though. I ain't gonna lie, man. They know how to promote them and get them a good stage. I ain't gonna lie about that. They know how to do that.
I'm not saying that's going to happen.
You see,
But
I
it's a
mean, listen,
possibility.
you might be able you might be able to overpay and all this stuff, but Bob doesn't strike me as the overpaying kind. But I do remember when they were trying to get like Luis Ortiz, like Eddie Hearn was trying to get Luis Ortiz for Eddie Hearn, right? For AJ. And what did Luis Ortiz promoter say? We already have a fight signed for that same amount of money that you're offering us. If you want us to break the contract, the agreement that we already have in place, you have to offer us more money.
Yep.
Right.
Like that doesn't sound like Bob does not sound like the offer more money fucking type of guy.
No,
like when
Bob
he
is
was talking about when he was talking about like trying to make the goddamn Mikey Garcia versus Loma fight when Mikey was unified with Robert Easter. He's like, nah, I take it or leave it offer. You come here and I'm not even trying to negotiate with you. Either you take my fucking price or the fight ain't happening. Guess what?
Think about it, Smoke. Wasn't Mike on the shelf for 2 years dealing with Top Rank?
Yep.
So why would I go back and try to negotiate and do business when I was just on the shelf with you for 2 years?
See, this the problem with boxing, man. This the problem. This is why the UFC, man. See, you see what we talking about, man? We talking about everything we want to see, and we know we supposed to see it, right? This is
I don't know that we're supposed to see it. I don't give a damn about Shakur. I don't know that we're supposed to see it. I didn't mean to interrupt. That was fucking rude. Sorry, bro. Go ahead, Cliff.
No. What I'm saying is, we talking about the things that we all have an intelligent mind when it comes to this, right? And we are going over bam, 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 and bam. There's 10 of us on here, right? If this was a UFC, all these fights would have been lined up. All of them.
Yeah. I agree. Right, because the fighters don't fucking make any money at the UFC, and they just throw them in like pit bulls. And there's 600 people, men and women, fighting in the entire fucking organization. There's like 1,000 people.
If you want the fights you want to see, you gotta rob some people, Smoke. That's how it was in the old days, Smoke.
I got it. Right now, the people getting robbed are people who But what also was happening in the old days was that
now the people who were getting robbed are robbing us.
Hold up a second. No, that's not what it is. In the old days, we used to be casuals and we didn't give a fuck about the fucking politics. So all we cared about is one fighter and watching that one fighter fight. We didn't hear about all the guys that fighter was fucking ducking. Now we're sophisticated as fans. We understand that, hey, the fight that you see your fighter fight, it may be a good fight, it may be exciting and all that shit, but there might be a tougher fight out there for him that you'd rather see. That's just part of being a more sophisticated fan. But at a certain point, you can't like blame the fans or blame the sport or blame the system or none of that shit. And UFC certainly isn't the goddamn answer.
No, I know they're not the answer, but what I'm saying is we would have seen the fight. And I heard Daniel Cormier on an interview. He was on the thing with Fred Taylor and them and Ryan and then Ryan Clark. And he said the UFC has all these fighters signed, but he said that the ones who have like the special thing, they make way more than everybody else. And there's fighters that put on good performances that get paid way more because they always get fight of the night and finish of the night. They get paid more than the other ones, but we still see those fights.
That's true. But at the same time, you look at Kamaru Usman, who's one of the biggest draws in the sport.
So tell me, did we see John Jones versus Francis Ngannou? Did that happen? No, it didn't. Did we see Mighty Mouse versus TJ Dillashaw? Did we see that fight? No, it didn't. Yeah, and you know what? Like when we talk, listen, just straight up.
Oh my goodness!
Like we need to understand that these are two different organizations. Both of them we don't get fights in. It's really weird for an organization to be compared to an entire sport. For the UFC to be compared to boxing, that is like it's as if you're like it's like saying
I'm talking about. Hey, I'm talking about seeing the fights though. I'm not talking about.
Hold on.
Don't see the fights.
Hold on, real quick.
Within the UFC, we don't see fights. And what we never see, I'll be real fast. There's fights within the UFC that we don't see, and then we never see UFC versus Bellator. That's never gonna fucking happen.
Yeah, true that.
Because they ain't
I mean,
no
hold on
there's
real
no
quick.
sport
Hold
in
on real
that
quick.
smoke.
You
Hold
can't
on real quick. I
compare
agree with
mixed
you.
martial artists to motherfucking world class boxers. There's no way. You can't even compare the business. You can't compare fighters who train the opposite spectrum of how a fucking boxer would train.
I'm not talking about none of that. I'm just talking about the fights that we are talking about that we think is gonna happen. We
Smoke
wouldn't have
just
to think
asked
about
you a
these
question.
if they were
He
forced to
asked
fight.
you about 3 fights. He asked you about
Okay, John Jones and Ngannou is not going to happen right now because of what happened with John Jones. I guarantee after Ngannou's next fight and John Jones gets back and then they give him his thing, I guarantee that fight happens. That's the most money
let me
the
say
UFC
this
is
real
going to
quick.
make.
So what
Let me
about
just
the
say this
other
real
2?
quick.
Smoke.
Hold on real quick, Ayo. Hold on real quick, Ayo. I just want to say this because everybody keep talking about fights not happening in boxing. Like this year ain't been great. Like this year we ain't been getting fights we've been fucking wanting. I'm tired of hearing this dumbass
We've been
shit
Oh
getting
about
no,
some
we
we've
ain't
good
getting
had
the
fights.
great
fights
We've
we
been getting
fights.
fucking
some
want.
great
No,
fights.
you're
I'm
right.
tired of
We've
hearing
had
this
great
shit
fights.
about we ain't getting the fucking fights we want when we getting the fucking fights we want. So clean that dumbass shit up. I'm not trying to hear
We
that
ain't
stupid
getting
ass
them
shit.
though.
We getting
We
the
ain't getting
fucking
them
fights we
though.
want. Just because you ain't seeing the shit right now, don't mean the shit ain't lined up. Fuck is you
Yep.
talking about? Niggas been getting undisputed all over the goddamn place. Niggas have been getting big fights all over this year. Nigga, I'm not trying to hear that shit. This has been the greatest year of boxing that I have seen, as far as big
And
fights.
especially
So I'm not gonna do that
and
silly ass.
and if Terrence and Earl fight, that'll be the cream on the top. That'll be
Yeah,
a great year.
yeah.
We go out.
To say we just a year and a half, 2 years ago, coming off a pandemic. Yeah, boxing been pretty good.
Shit, boxing was on a tear for 2017 all the way through. Boxing was lit from 2017 all the way through the pandemic, and then it stumbled because of the
Yeah,
pandemic, and now it's coming back.
now
And
it's
we're
coming
still
back.
hearing about this UFC bullshit. This is just Dana White fucking talking points. Dana White will never fucking make a fucking fight with Bellator.
Yes,
No,
well,
I know that will
What
never happen.
Dana
He
White
don't
has done,
need to
what Dana
smoke.
White has done,
shut
what
it
Dana
up.
White has done is he created a fucking organization and then he gave his own organization fucking belts and then said his own fighters are the best in the world. That's what he's done. Boxing can't do that. Top Rank can't just go, hey, you know what? We're not gonna be our own sanctioning body, and only Top Rank fighters will be considered the best fighters in the world. That can't happen.
So
Hold on,
when
but
I
smoke. A lot of hold on. Yuri Prohaska. He was the
Yo,
Risen champion.
tell
He
him
came
again,
over.
Smoke. Much
He,
respect, Smoke.
Where the thing,
he
Yeah,
came
smoke,
over
not
and won
respect.
the title. So I
Tell
agree
him
with you.
again. I
There
was
can
just
be
getting ready to
fighters
bust some
outside, but
strikes.
still, they're trying to get a lot. Well, I'm not gonna say all of them, but a lot of them are trying to get to the UFC.
Right,
You
because
look at
the
Michael
UFC
Chandler. He
won't deal
came over.
because the UFC won't deal with anybody else. If Top Rank could monopolize it the way UFC does, everybody would go into fucking Top Rank too.
but you know what
Well, yeah,
happened?
that's still the best niggas going to
But
going to
it
the
won't be that. No, but
organization.
it's
What
not
you
the best.
mean?
Okay, that doesn't mean that they have the best fighters. Just because people want to go over there because they've monopolized they've marketed themselves as the best fighters. The best of fighters are supposed to be fucking revealed in the octagon or the ring, not because not by your marketing fucking team.
Yep.
It's why,
Hold
hey,
on, but
hey,
you
check this
just said it
out.
right.
It's Wild Wild West capitalists over here. Fuck that UFC communist dictatorship with Dana White at the head of it. Fuck him.
Who just said that? I
It's
can't see who
crazy.
said
I
that.
agree with both sides. It's
Where,
crazy.
where
I
the
agree
where
with
the
both
thing
It sounds
about
like
sides.
it, where
Phantom. Oh,
the
there he is. It
where the
sounds like
thing
Phantom, but I didn't see his corner.
Yeah, I can't see it.
where
That's
the
him.
thing about boxing since the
Oh, I'm gonna
pandemic,
leave that line.
we having other names in the sport that's starting to disemerge as opposed to the norm.
I think the young guys.
What I mean by that, we have a Bivol beating a Canelo. We having a guy like Beterbiev. We having a guy like Usyk. We know that was a great fighter at cruiserweight. Now he's a unified champion heavyweight, and everybody was saying he was too small for the weight class.
He cold. That nigga
So
cold.
we got other guys in the sport of boxing that's not the norm of the Terrence Crawford or the Spencers or the Canelos or the Wilders or the Tank Davis. We're having other guys that's emerging and putting their name also on the map was that's good for the sport of boxing as a whole. So we ain't gotta just always well, I'm gonna just sit and wait for this guy to fight. No. I wanna see Better Be fight. I wanna see Bibble fight. I wanna see all these other fights. I'm not gonna just sit there and just wait for one particular fight. Yeah, I want Spencer Crawford, but I'm not just waiting for that fight neither. I want
It's
to see
funny,
Bivol and Zerto.
Jonathan. It's funny you say that, right? Because I was thinking about, and maybe it's already done. I'm an old cat, so I'm 54. I was thinking about fantasy boxing, like the fans can pick their top 10, 15, 20 fantasy boxers, but they have to at least pick one in every weight division, and there'd be a way to have something like that, and you get ranked. You get ranked based on your the opponents that they fight or whatever. I haven't really figured it all out, but I started thinking about that. If I had me a fantasy boxing,
I've been thinking about that shit too, man.
I wouldn't glad for
Everybody
Devin.
been thinking about the fantasy boxing.
I wouldn't
It's
glad
so
for
hard.
Devin.
It's hard to do though. It's hard to do because you got fighters that fight 2-3 years, and you got fighters that fight 1 year, once a year. You know what I'm saying? You got
right.
different types of shit going on.
That's why you use every weight division, and you get to pick 20. So it may not be the top 5 guys, but you get to pick other boxers
Yep,
it'll help you learn about the boxer. It'll help you kind of
Yep.
follow each fighter, and because I mean, even though the NFL, I mean, I know it's fantasy football they call it, something like that. They pick but there are other players that people pick.
I know
Man,
some.
shit.
I,
Hey, real
I,
talk, bro. If we had somebody that was technically sound at making that shit, bro, I would definitely, you know what I'm saying? We should that would be some shit that we could definitely try to fucking work on. But that's some
And
shit
then
you need somebody that just
and
know how to
again,
make apps and shit. Like you need
Hey
somebody that
man,
can
this is
do
an
that.
idea for an app. Y'all niggas
Yeah.
should think about that.
What y'all cooking on now, man?
I don't look at. I never did look at boxing. I'm 52 years old.
Fantasy
I
basketball,
never looked at boxing.
fantasy boxing if it
I don't
happens.
care.
I'm in the fantasy boxing. Let's do it.
Fantasy boxing league.
Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard. That was two of my favorite fighters. But I just didn't want to always just see them fight neither. I respected Hearns and Hagler and all these other guys that ran.
yeah,
I want to see all these guys fight. And
Hector Camacho.
even if they didn't fight each other, I
Hector Camacho.
still wanted to see them fight. That's
Yeah,
boxing.
Hector Camacho
He
was
said
one of my
Hector
favorite
Camacho
boxers.
with the squiggly Superman in the front and had the best shorts. Every time he fought, he had the best shorts.
Oh man, he showed out. He
That's what
showed up and
boxing. That's
showed
what
out.
boxing got to get back to. Yeah, we on his case
I don't
Hector
think these
about
guys
not
are
being
like
professional.
Let John cook, man. Damn.
We're on this case about not
them
being
niggas.
professional, Shakur. But I'm always ride for Shakur because why? That young man still has a career to go. He made a mistake. He made a mistake. Yeah, we get on him. We're gonna support him tomorrow night, and then after that, we're gonna move on. And I want to see his career flourish. I want
I
to.
personally don't
100%.
think these niggas like fighting. Is just from listening to y'all talk, it's always like trying to weave around from not fighting each other. I mean, how I grew up, we fought everybody. Shit, we fought, friends fought, everybody fought. Like I don't like Mike Tyson kind of said, if y'all really friends, y'all niggas gonna fight. Everybody's just be fighting, getting paid. That's what they signed up for. I don't know when the energy change. Is it because you might get knocked out? Is it because you can't really fight like that? I don't know. But I want to see these motherfuckers fight, get it over with,
Well, the
run
social
some
media has
trilogy.
something to do
Y'all
with
really
that,
about
though.
that? Y'all really them type guys fight, bro? You know, that's all
So,
I want to see. I don't want to hear no
well,
excuses why I can't do this and all that.
it's
That's not how.
branding. It's branding.
Method. Until I hear a fighter say out his
Everybody's a
own mouth.
brand now.
Until I hear a fighter say it out his own mouth, I'm not looking at into that. I'm not looking at that guy. He's not in my future. He's not my direction. Then I'm gonna have a different stance. But until then, when I see the industry and the management of boxing, hey man, let these guys do what they have to do and stop getting in the way.
The reason why you having all these dynamics is because everybody is trying to promote their brand. Even now, you can hear Keyshawn Davis promoting this brand 3 something. He call himself the 3 something. Everybody's like a brand, so don't nobody want their brand to suffer. and they want to get paid too.
But
So yeah, you have some moving parts. I'm not trying to make an excuse for them. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just saying what it is. It's marketing. It's a brand. They are brands now.
my,
Everybody's calling themselves a brand.
my thing
Yep.
is, if they can really fight like they say they can fight, and they're really the baddest, man, win or loss or draw, man. If you're getting in there and you really with the shits, you gonna sell yourself. You get what I'm saying? But like everything else, it becomes an illusion. You get what I'm saying? I think that's what boxing has gotten like prior to what we at now, and hopefully it don't keep going in that lane where guys putting on
Oh
illusions
yeah,
like they
it's
that
been
guy and that
watered
guy.
down.
We seen Canelo do that shit, right? I personally think Canelo's an illusion. He gets beat up by Bivol, then we see the Triple G fight, and he looks like garbage, right? And the same with Triple G. He's been said to be this big power puncher, then he struggles with Jacobs. He struggles with Derevyanchenko, right? So I think I'm just tired of the illusions. These guys just need to fight. And again, the
So
promoters, the
Hey, Method,
managers,
hold
these
on, hold
guys
on, hold on. Hey, Method, real talk. I got a real question for you though. Like, how didn't you have illusions from the past? Like, what illusions can you name from the past? Like, even just 10 years ago, some niggas that
you
just
talking
came
about
in
like
here
fighters,
and
right?
had illusions. Go ahead.
Adrian Broner.
Like I mean, it's they. I understand some guys want to get paid, and they may not be that great or good, and it's but they got to get in there. You see what I'm saying? Even if they lose, it's that's what fans want to see. Like, how good are you, or are you gonna put up a fight? We seen Colbert getting there with Hector Garcia and ain't do squat, right?
mhm.
You see what I'm saying? And that's an illusion. You sat there and talked all this shit. The people behind you, machine, they try to get behind you. Then when you get in there with some random Joe Blow, you don't even let your hands move. You just get beat up on. So that I'm just tired of this shit. You see what I'm saying? They used to let all these niggas fight, make the fights make sense completely. Like if you're in the same division, they got to fight. It should be no reason guys is in the divisions and they not fighting. They got to fight. Like I don't really care for the promotional side and all that shit. Put that
You
bag,
may
get the
not
guys
care,
in
but
there.
it's a part of it. You may not care about it, and it may not be even your thing. But all of those ingredients is a part of boxing. It's just like make cooking something, man. I mean, if you leave out something, it just don't taste right. It's just a different version of boxing now. Just like basketball. I like basketball when it was back when you had Dr. J and all of them, and you could get physical. You could touch the person. If you come in there flying too many times, you gonna get an elbow. I like that. I don't like basketball the way it is, but I can't. It is what it is. I have to accept that or stop
And on
watching.
top of that, on top of what you're saying, even in basketball, you got to play them trash ass teams too. You gotta play them good teams, and you gotta play them trash ass ones too. But come playoffs, you playing them hitters. And what playoffs will be is once you become a champion, you start fighting champion contenders. But it's the motherfuckers that, like he said, that be illusions and shit, get up there and get the belt and want to go fight all these motherfucking journeymen and shit. Like, so you got certain fighters that's about that shit, then you got your other fighters that really ain't. Just putting on a facade.
Yep. Yeah, I'm trying to see niggas get their teeth knocked out their mouth, nose, bro. I want to see all that shit. That's what I want to spend my money on my
Facts.
Yeah, you
Saturday.
talking about blood sport, ain't you?
Yo, I'm trying to see somebody get stuck
Man,
the
nigga,
fuck
then you
out.
need to go watch Bare Knuckle if that's what you like to see.
No, I think that's what boxing really. I generally think. I personally, in my beliefs, in the sweet science. What I understand it is that's what it's for. You see what I'm saying? Like you go in there to inflict the most harm, impose your will to get that dub. You get what I'm saying? Like, and that's what sells. I think all the other shit is some other shit. Like, I
Yeah,
don't
you
believe
talking
in
about
that.
some underground. You talking about some underground boxing there, brothers.
No,
Yeah,
no.
It all
they
depends.
still
It all
got
depends
them.
on
They
what type
still
of
got
boxing
those
you
going.
Tyson Fury going up there right now, right? And it's probably it's the first person coming here, and he's going up there and he's beating the brakes off dudes, bro. At the same time, using his skills to knock these dudes up now, right? And then we see that with, well, let's say Jamel. I see that with Crawford and Earl. They go in there, and it's exciting to watch these guys using science to inflict as much pain as possible. Now, do I think? Like, I think their fights with
You know
Crawford
how
and Earl
long
should have
we
been
had to
happening,
wait
though.
for it, though, brothers. We
Right, and
had
that's
to wait.
that's
We had
my
to sit
that's
in
the
there and
problem.
let them cook. The Crawford and Errol Spence fight remind me back when there was no microwave, there was no drive up. You had to actually sit and wait for your mother to finish cooking. And if you try to put your hand in the pot, you get your hand smacked out. You had to actually just sit. They had to prepare. You had to be. Your stomach had to growl a little bit. That's just like it is. In some good fights, man, you can't use a microwave. You can't go through a drive-through. You have to sit there and wait for it to get finished cooking. And if you try to put your hand in the pot, you don't get it slacked off.
Man, Warren G, that's a perfect analogy.
Yep.
Better
Well,
than McDonald's? You go out there with
what,
that house burger.
Y'all funny as
That's
shit.
why
what
you
are you
just
like
gotta
80,
sit there
nigga?
with the
We had
draw.
microwaves and drive-throughs since the 50s. What the fuck going on?
You see what I don't understand. What I understand.
Yeah, no,
We u-
I know. I
we
got it. It's
use
a great analogy. You gotta wait. Good thing,
we
good,
u-
you know,
we use
good things come to those who wait.
we use the phrase they in boxing today is a business, but then they sugarcoat it with being personal. If it's a business, let it be a business. And if the business is the best for the sport of boxing, and you got fighters that's on separate entities, that's part of the business. And a lot of these guys in the management position and stuff like that is becoming personal instead of business.
Right. So I think there's the
Well,
generational sort of difference that I'm seeing, Jonathan, is like this new generation of fight fans have the UFC and they're equating the two things like they're the same thing. And so there's just get this generational thing where, like, if you grew up with the UFC and boxing, then, like, so I'm sorry, if you're our age, then you grew up with boxing. If you're somebody like me, I was around for the first fucking UFC pay-per-views all the way up until the last UFC pay-per-view. So I just see the differences in the whole fucking thing. But a bunch of people who don't really know the politics of boxing, and don't really understand the structure of fucking MMA, just say, hey, the UFC should, like, boxing should be more like UFC. Like, I mean, I guess,
And
but really all
you
you're
know that
saying is UFC doesn't have a lot of guys, so the guys that they have, they mix it up. And so you see, hey, I like this guy and I like that guy, and they mix it up. But boxing is way fucking fractured. So the guy that you like, they may be on completely different networks, completely different fucking promotional organizations, and they might not even be the same age. So the window of opportunity that they have to fight each other may be very fucking small.
the
Whereas
women
the
in New York,
UFC, they may be there for, like, that same guy. They can fight a gazillion times. They'll be in the same division for 10
Shit, they
years.
could fight 20 years later. You just had it with Robbie Lawler and Nick Diaz, the rematch.
Yeah, like
And
this, like
motherfuckers
we
was
have
still up for that
17.
fight.
We have 17 fucking divisions in boxing. Like, how many divisions are there in UFC?
Like I think 7 or 8.
Yeah, like the chances of, like, moving up and all this shit. Like, it's just, you don't get like 4 division guys in fucking UFC yet. 5 division guys.
you know. That's why I say it's a bunch of silliness and semantics. We can't get fights because of promotional size, and then Fury and Wilder was on different sides of the spectrum, and they had 3 excellent fights. Well, but that's heavyweight. No, that's boxing. Al Heyman and Top Rank and Bob Arum had to do some kind of business together for it to be so personal. So we done got to the point where we pick and choose what fights could be made.
well, I mean, again, it's a branding thing. So I don't
The
want to.
dream.
I don't want to lose the power. I don't want to use the power that I have. Do you know if Earl lose that belt, you know how that would change the dynamic of the PBC's power over the 147 division?
Well, Wilder lost his belt to Fury and it crossed over to Top Rank and Bob. And that's
I
a
don't think
heavyweight.
that PBC's grip on the welterweight division is solely based, or even primarily based on Errol having the belts. It's the fact that they have so many people at welterweight. Like, Errol was just one of the belt holders. All the other belt holders were at fucking PBC too, and it's gonna be the same way. Like we still got Boots, like, really well situated. Thurman is well situated. Stanionis is well situated. Who else we got? There must be
Right,
somebody else.
but the money. So the money situation that the way I heard that their fighters get paid is on stifling. They get paid like every so month. They don't get a whole big check. They don't get paid all at once when the fight is over. That money goes into a some type of kitty, whatever that may be. I'm not sure, and they get paid monthly or however,
Yeah, just let's
And
not
so that
treat rumors
structure,
facts. How about we not treat rumors facts?
I know that Adrian
I would
Broner, his
say,
mom kept his checks and then she gave it to him on
I mean,
stipend.
maybe that's
I
an
don't think
Adrian
that's how
Broner
it
issue.
works.
I can understand that being an Adrian Broner issue. I don't think that
Yeah.
like everybody in the PBC is just like, oh yeah,
it
give me a
seems like,
stipend. I do think that there's a.
but you know
I do
what?
think that they
You know what,
probably.
Smoke? It
I think they
seems like
probably
every
get
time I
paid.
bring up something about
I
PBC,
think that they seem to be on a royalty structure though, so it could very well mean that depending on the playbacks and like all the different revenue streams from like the rebroadcast and shit, or like how many views they get on the social media platforms of the knockout highlight reels and all that stuff, that might just be a reoccurring revenue stream, right? So it's just not the money they make on the purse. That could be a thing. And I'm not saying that that they're not on an allowance at PBC. I'm just saying that just because it seems to be that Adrian Broner says that he's on a fucking allowance, doesn't mean that everybody at PBC is on an allowance.
okay, I'm not okay. So let's talk about that a little bit, because every time I seen I think every time. Well, I wouldn't say that. Not every time, because it's not. But it seems like you favor PBC versus Top Rank.
I don't know that. I mean, even if I did, I don't think that I do. But even if I did,
Okay.
so what?
So we have the Charlos. Now it's been reported. I forget which Charlo is bankrupt, or should we not treat that as a fact?
Right. So his wife on the way to fucking jail says that he's bankrupt and never going to fight again. What weight do I give that? Let's wait and see. I don't see him moving out of his house. I haven't heard him fighting for Chapter 11.
You put in two different situations in the
No,
same.
that's the only place I've ever heard of it.
No, that's the same situation.
No, the only place I ever heard of it was that.
All right,
I've never heard anybody outside of his wife say it.
Yeah, she recorded a video at their property and was basically trashing him, saying that the house was about to get foreclosed on and all types of shit.
My issue with both entities, it has nothing to do with the fight purses these guys are getting. They fight purses or they fight purses. My issue is the matchmaking. While some fights can be made cross promotional and not others. That's
okay.
my
So the
issue.
Wilder,
I'll say this before.
fight
Let me
top
explain
rank.
this real quick. Let me explain this, because what I've said before is that give fighters the power to like sign a marriage contract between each other, even if they on separate networks, and say it's gonna be the promoter's job to get us this fight, or we can sue y'all for the value of this fight that it will make. If you able to hit these promoters in their pockets, you get these fucking fights real expeditiously.
So Wilder and the Fury fight, Top Rank paid for Fury, and PBC paid for they didn't. So they kept that separate. They just separated everything. They just brought them together because they knew that they can make money.
And the reason why I'm saying that, since Bud
And
Crawford,
at the time,
Bud Crawford,
at the time that they made they initially made that fight. At the time that they initially made that fight, was they didn't think Wilder had it in him to beat. They didn't think Fury had it in him to beat Wilder. They just that's the only reason why PBC made those fights, and they had to make the second fight because it was in the contract.
It's not just Wilder.
All right.
It's not just Wilder.
All right. So they fought 3 times, right? So I think there's 3 times, right? So after the first time they fought, and there was a draw, you're saying they still didn't think Fury had the wherewithal to beat him, even though they saw him that he did?
There was a rematch clause.
Both times there's a rematch clause.
That's how the second fight happened.
No, the second fight. Oh wait, the first fight had a rematch clause, but it was a draw.
Right.
They were supposed to fight again.
But he exercised. Wilder went through limb to exercise his right.
Right. Okay. Right. But because it was a draw, they had to drop a new contract. But why drop a new contract if you don't think that Wilder could win when they just saw the guy fight? They've already seen him fight at that point. Why do it again if coming off of a draw?
Hear me out. I'm talking about the first fight. So the first fight, Fury had been rumored to been just living life haphazardly. And so he'd been on the shelf. Remember, he had to.
I get it.
He had to
Listen.
give up his
I
belt.
get all of the
So
whole thing. I'm just trying to figure out.
that
I get I'm getting the first fight. You think is a cherry pick. Cool. They cherry picked in the first fight,
right.
but it was a draw. So why go into it again? The second and third fights came. Both be cherry picks too.
Because I think they still thought that they could beat Fury.
Even though they saw the fact that he got off the fucking canvas twice, and everybody saw the performance that Fury put in. Your posit is that your argument is Top Rank was still. PBC was still trying to cherry pick Tyson Fury.
No, it was about money at that point.
Okay, I think it's about money the entire time, right? I think that they were trying to get for real. Like really, what happened is they were trying to get the AJ fight. AJ didn't want any fucking smoke, and he was stuck with not a really good opponent. And then Fury raised his hand and saved fucking Wilder from having like another mediocre fucking opponent. That's what happened. It wasn't like a cherry pick. They weren't afraid and that shit. No. That Fury was just he's better than every other option after the AJ fight fell through.
What I'm saying when it comes to matchmaking with other entities, y'all do know at 47, Bud did fight guys from the PB side. As a welterweight champion, he just haven't fought the guys that we would have liked to see him in the ring with. And that's my question. Jose Benavidez Jr., he was with the PBC. That was for Bud welterweight championship. Those fights were made, but the guys that we wanted to actually see him get in the ring with the Garcias, or the Thurmans, or the Spencers, or even the Ugases. Back in the time, those fights never materialized. And we keep saying they didn't want that smoke, but when those fights came up, it was always a barbarian thing where these guys overpriced themselves, or they. You know what I'm saying?
You don't think $10 million is overpricing yourself, brother?
We don't know what was overpriced because it happened so fast.
Thurman's last fight, what did he get? How much did he get for Thurman the Pacquiao fight?
Bud Crawford.
I'm asking about Keith Thurman. We talking about Keith Thurman and Danny Garcia. How much did he get paid? Thurman and Pacquiao fight. How much did he get paid for that fight?
Got paid pretty good penny.
No, he did. He didn't get paid. His guarantee was like what? Maybe $1 million.
What he got on the back end though?
That fight did. How many viewerships did that fight draw?
What he got? I guarantee.
They said that fight outcome was a flop.
I guarantee you. Him fighting Sean Porter, him fighting all these other guys, he made more money with Pacquiao.
Okay. What y'all talking about? Keith never flopped.
No.
He made more money with Pacquiao.
Flop with Pacquiao.
He never flopped.
Pacquiao came to PBC and it was pushing good numbers. So
yes, that fight never flopped. I
never
seen a fight when it comes to Manny Pacquiao in his career that flopped. Old or young.
This fight did not meet the expectation of what So when I mean that the fight flopped, I mean it didn't meet the expectations of what they're supposed to have been projecting. It didn't meet up to those expectations of what the networks was expecting. Period. And you could go search that on Google.
Yeah, I already know the numbers. I'm already
know the numbers. Was it on pay-per-view?
That's why you think it's on pay-per-view.
Yeah, it was on pay-per-view.
It was on pay-per-view. I already know the numbers.
Well, what that got to do with it?
And what isn't published anywhere is what the networks expected. The networks don't tell you what they expect for like what their break even is and all that shit. How the fuck would we do?
Well, how big was his purse?
I think Keith ended up like getting $5 million in total. You know what I mean?
Oh, you talking about the Keith Thurman fight? I thought you were talking about the Ugas fight.
No, the Keith Thurman and Pacquiao.
Keith Thurman and Pacquiao.
We're talking about Keith Thurman actually got $10 million.
But he's mentioning how Keith is asking for 10. There's nothing
To
wrong
fight
with
Terrence
him
Crawford.
negotiating 10 because he's been saying that for years now, and he still came back with the same number. That's not an unreasonable number because that 10
What
can
are you
still.
talking about, man? $10 million for
I
Keith
think
Thurman
that's
and
unreasonable.
Terrence Crawford
$10
fight?
million to fight who?
Terrence Crawford. You don't think that's
10
Mm,
overpricing
million. That's
yourself?
not. That's
I
not that
mean, but
bad.
that's not unfair. I mean, that's a huge fight between between
Man,
two
come on. We
champions.
talking about Keith
Just so you
Thurman,
understand,
man.
just so we understand that Keith
The
Thurman said
nigga
he
got
didn't
at
ask for $10
least
million.
5 million
We
for
talking about
Pacquiao.
a dude that's been on the shelf.
We're also talking about a dude
That does
that didn't
wait
ask
a
for $10
minute
million.
and don't have a belt. Wait a minute and don't have a belt.
We also didn't ask
All
for $10
right,
million this year.
That lost to
that's what he's
Pacquiao.
asking for. That's the asking price.
But he
And
also
if
said
Bud
he did
Crawford
not
don't want
ask
to
for
pay
that.
it, all right, fuck him.
Are you guys? Can you not hear it? Keith Thurman said he did not ask for $10 million. The only person who said Keith Thurman asked for $10 million is Bomac.
What is you
I
talking
mean,
about,
but the
dude? Come
problem
on,
is
man.
we can't believe Keith Thurman smoke.
Come on. Oh man,
I'm
come
not
on.
trying to believe anybody. I'm
See,
not trying
this
to
is
believe
where
anybody. I'm just trying to tell you that Keith Thurman said he did not ask for $10 million.
He
Well, I have a hard time believing that,
expect to be a
considering
10
he's
million
asking
part of the $10 million
for $10
fight.
million to fight Boots Ennis.
Once Keith Thurman said that, I went back to see who said that he did say he asked for $10 million. The only people who said that he asked for $10 million is fucking Bomac.
Nah.
So this is a he say she said between. This is a he said between Bomac and
Okay, but what about this current situation with Boots Ennis? He's asking for $10 million to fight Boots.
According to who? According to who?
Oh man, come on, man. See, this is
I think it's according to Thurman himself.
Right. Okay.
First of
Great.
all, you
Okay.
stop.
So if Keith Thurman, great.
Hold on, I'm
So
gonna look for that smoke. Hold on.
So I got it. If Keith Thurman says that he is asking for $10 million from Boots, I would take that as I think that is, for me, that seems to be credible. If the guy from his own mouth is saying I'm asking for $10 million, cool. But from his own mouth, he said he wasn't asking for $10 million for Bud. So which one? Like, why are you going to believe him when he says he is asking for $10 million against Boots, but not believe him when he says he asked for $10 million against Bud?
Okay, so let me ask you this then: Who do you think Keith Thurman want to fight Terrence Crawford? I'm asking you.
Do I think he wants to fight Terrence Crawford? I think he'll fight anybody for the right price.
Yep. For the right price.
Yep.
And what would you think that price should be?
What do I think the price would be? I don't know. I literally don't know.
I understand that, but based
I mean, I don't even know.
on
Like, that's kind of a weird question. Like, I don't know what.
We just talking. We speaking hypothetically.
Yeah, I know. I'm
now.
just saying. Like, I literally, like, if you ask me that about any fighter, I wouldn't be able to answer that. Like, literally, there's not a fighter on the earth.
Let me ask you this way.
Can I answer that,
let me
Luis? Can I
rephrase that.
answer that question that he asked you? Please, can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go
If you got to answer,
Because Keith has been projected and has been projected, and he hasn't been declining, other than his health and him not being in the ring. But when he does perform, you know, he got the mouth of the South thing going on, and he puts on a good performance. He puts butts in seats. And
okay, so let me ask you this. So you think you think that boxing is about the? You think boxing is about talking? With his last fight, did you really like that fight? Somebody that Davis knocked out. You giving him credit for that fight? That performance?
Yeah, sometimes it only takes one fight to see if a previous champion still got it.
He lost to
That nigga
Pacquiao.
whooped the shit out that man.
What?
You see what I'm saying? And Barrios is not no pushover. I don't know why people think,
man, Barrios got knocked out by Davis.
And Tank did that and this is
Tank Davis knocked out Barrios. Is you kidding me?
Man, you gotta understand. It's levels to it, and the style of the fight game, man. And when it comes to Barrios
was food for Keith Thurman.
It was real.
Is Mario Barrios in your estimation better than Maurice Hooker?
I think they're about the same.
At 140
No.
pounds, who do you think was better, Maurice
you
Hooker
talking
or
about
Mario
140
Barrios?
or
What are you
147?
talking about?
At 140 pounds, who was better, Maurice Hooker or Mario Barrios?
Maurice Hooker.
Maurice Hooker was better at
Oh, yeah.
140 pounds, right? So Maurice Hooker moved up to 147 pounds. What happened to him when he moved up to 147 pounds?
Got beat the fuck up.
Exactly. What did Mario Barrios do when he moved up to 147 pounds?
Got beat the fuck up.
No, he went 12 with fucking Keith Thurman.
Gave him a good
He went
fucking
12
round.
rounds.
Listen,
He
let me
got
just
beat
say,
up.
just so you understand, the only time Maurice Hooker saw the 12th round was at a catch weight. Every time he's made 147 pounds, he got stopped. He's yet to see the fucking final bell, and he's fought goddamn. Who was that? Who's that fucking mouthy guy? The light skinned guy. I can't get his name right now.
Blair
The guy
Cobb.
who just fucking
Blair
say
Cobb.
again?
Corner Cobb.
I dropped
Blair
Blair
Cobb.
Cobb
There we
3
go.
times.
Exactly. So he just got stopped by fucking Blair Cobb, and before that he got stopped by fucking.
No, he ain't got stopped. He went the distance.
You went to distance with Blair Cobb?
Yeah.
Went to distance? Oh yeah, shit.
Yeah, he got dropped 3 times in the first 2 rounds though.
That's what it was. He was just getting dropped over and over again. That's what the fuck it was. But so I'm sorry. Was Mario Barrios dropped repeatedly?
No, but he got hurt.
Yeah, right. So this is the problem with Keith Thurman. So this whole idea about Keith Thurman, this is the issue. Like, you can say that Mario Barrios is no slouch, but he certainly is no fucking Maurice Hooker. So why didn't Keith Thurman do to fucking Mario Barrios what Virgil Ortiz was able to do with fucking Mo Hooker, or Blair the Flair Cobb was able to do with Mo Hooker?
My whole point, Terrence Thurman performance in his last 2 fights. First of all, he lost to Pacquiao, aging Pacquiao, which he lost.
You can go last 3 performances. You can go all 4 years. Go back all 4 fucking years. His last 3 performances.
And so that's why I say his value, or what he used to be the one time, has diminished entirely for me to think that he deserves $10 million for a fight. When we know that, and when we know that most fighters that have been fighting on a consistent basis have not been getting that much.
Right. So do you think that in a world where Charles Martin got like $7 or $8 million to fight AJ, or Mikey Garcia got $7 million to fight Jesse Vargas coming off a loss?
Well, Mikey Garcia was the favorite, right?
I mean, everybody's a favorite. Doesn't mean you get fucking $7 million.
No. Mikey Garcia was the man, right? Wasn't he considered the man?
No, he was not. He was considered fucking. He's considered a guy.
Who was considered the A side, sir? That's what I'm asking.
Who was the A side in the negotiation?
Who was going to be the A side?
Does not equal $7 million.
I'm asking you just a question.
Oh no, I got you. Mikey Garcia was the A side.
Who? Mikey Garcia. So based on that, and based on the fan base that he was targeting, they paid him that amount.
Okay, so then what you just said about Keith Thurman doesn't mean anything. All you have to do is be worth it to a fan base.
His fan base, and again, we're talking about Terrence Crawford, who does not market himself. All he does is do what he needs to do in the ring.
Hold on a second. And
at the time, he was still with Top Rank.
Okay, hold on a second. Are you saying that only A sides? I'm totally okay. So if
no,
I believe that Keith Thurman is the A side against Boots, correct? The same way that that Mikey Garcia was the A side against Jesse Vargas.
I would say that he's a unified champion. He made how much money he made with Pacquiao?
Of course, he's a fucking A side against Boots. Of course,
he's the A side.
Does that mean like all of a
sudden what's the most Boots made in his career?
Who the fuck has Boots fought? Like, Boots ain't done shit. Like, how the fuck is he gonna be
exactly?
A side?
I didn't say he was gonna be the A side.
All I'm saying to you, right? So, saying that Mikey, because he's the A side, gets $7 million to fight Jesse Vargas.
I would then follow
that Keith Thurman should get $10 million to fight Boots.
I'm sorry, but I used the A side analogy just to point out he was supposed to be the man. He was supposed to be the one that everybody was looking at for that particular fight to win.
Oh, now
That's
you're
the only
saying just
reason
who's
why I
going to be
used
the
that
favorite to
to
win.
make my
Wait,
point. To make my
hold on a
point.
second. Right, Ace. Okay, so favorite to win equals what in your mind? That means you get $7 million because you're favorite to win.
No, okay, so let me put it this way: he's the most popular out of those fighters. He was the most popular, and his fan base, his fan base, and the market that they was targeting, dictated that. We already know that the Hispanic fan base or the Hispanic market, when it comes to boxing, they support their boxers in masses, which means
Bro,
that they're going to get more
bro,
viewership, so
do
they could
you realize
afford
that
to
Mikey
do that,
Garcia was
bro.
You know
already Mexican?
some.
Okay, Mikey Garcia. Just so you understand, Mikey Garcia is from my state. Mikey Garcia cannot sell out here. Mikey Garcia was not the A side against Errol Spence.
They're not
Mikey
looking at
Garcia
you.
was
They're
like
not
Mikey
looking at
Garcia
your
was.
state, brother. They're not
What?
even looking at your state.
I
Why do
understand.
you
Listen,
think that they
I'm
just
trying to tell you
focusing
something.
on
Like,
your
I'm
I
trying
state?
mean, he's in
again,
California. You in California, right,
what I'm
Smoke?
trying to tell, what I'm trying to tell you, bro, is this fan base that you're talking about, Mikey Garcia, targets, right? He is not a draw in this fan base. He's from here. He's literally from my fucking state, where there's a ton of Mexicans, and the guy can't sell out his own home fucking town.
That's what I'm
So
saying. You
this
from
Mexican fan
California?
base, yes, he's from California.
Again, they're just not looking at your state, brother.
Okay, do you
All I'm
not
saying
understand?
is
Do you
that
not understand? Okay, Mikey Garcia, the same guy that you're saying that they're using to get a Mexican fan base, he fights here and has no fucking fan base.
But they love that nigga in Texas, though.
the networks are
No, they
not.
like fucking. They
They
like.
don't care. They
What
don't
they
care
like.
what the fan
Okay,
bases in your
Mikey
state
Garcia.
is.
Okay, do you think that if Mikey Garcia had all of these fans in Texas, why doesn't he just fight in Texas?
Again, sir, they're not looking just inside the United States. You got
I
New
didn't. Oh, now they're
Mexico,
not looking
brother.
inside the
You got
United
the
States. Okay, do
Hispanic.
you not understand? Okay, this is going to go. Oh, this is going to keep going around and around. Mikey Garcia is
Because
before
you
he
like to go round and
retired.
round with it.
Before Mikey Garcia retired, he had more than one fight. There's only one fight where he got a $7 million guarantee. Regardless of where the fuck they were trying to get this money from, he fought Orlando Salido. A whole bunch of fucking Mexicans were interested in that fight. I talked to a guy who is so fucking, he's 10 toes down, Mexican dude. He never even knew they fucking fought.
That's one person, brother.
I got you.
So, why do you think they made the Mikey Garcia and Errol Spence fight? Will be a reason behind
Why did they
that.
make it?
Yeah.
Why did they make
We're
it?
talking about somebody that jumped up two weight classes to fight Errol Spence.
Because Mikey Garcia is a 4-division champ, was a pound for pound guy, and was fighting on PBC, and he asked for it, begged for it, for like a year, like damn near 2 years.
Okay, but did it make sense?
It made dollars and it made sense.
I want to ask the brother a question. How you think that Pacquiao Broner fight did?
Me, you asking me that?
Yes, sir.
I'm pretty sure they made pretty good money.
Thurman did better.
Better.
That was back then, sir. I'm not talking about back then.
What you mean back then? He didn't fight. He fought Thurman not much longer than he fought Broner.
Huh?
Yes, he fought
Pacquiao maybe what, a year and a half ago? Right?
Nah, it's longer than that.
It
wasn't it's been 3 years since he fought Pacquiao.
And then it was Broner fighting Pacquiao. So Keith fought him in 17.
He fought Keith Thurman.
I think it was 17.
He fought Keith Thurman after Broner. He fought Broner in January and he fought Thurman in July.
July of what year?
2019. They fought the same year.
So I was about then the pandemic hit. So that's where that little Yeah,
But
when okay,
what
all
I'm
right,
saying,
I got it.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. One. What I'm saying is
His
he did.
performance, and he lost, right? He lost against Pacquiao, right?
Yeah, yeah, Broner lost too,
Okay,
but he
so
did he
based
did
off of
better
that,
numbers. He did better numbers than Adrian Broner, and Adrian Broner was an
okay,
active
so
fighter.
my
He
point
was
is
more relevant. He was more
based on
relevant.
his performance, in his last three fights, regardless, what he was asking for from me, my perspective, he was overpricing himself. And I still think he's overpricing himself
No,
and
I'm not
feel that
talking
way
Warren.
about it.
I'm not talking about now. I'm not talking about now. When he made that assumption when they mentioned Terrence Crawford moving up to 47, well, he got to show me he's a true champion. He has to get a
Right,
belt.
so he went and got a belt.
Bud got a belt. That was before his injuries. That's the time I'm talking about. I'm not talking
That
about
was
now.
during his injuries, right?
I'm
That
not
was
talking about
during his
3, 4,
injuries.
5 years. I'm talking about back then and then. Talking about when the welterweight division was a hot name in the sport. When Bud
Right.
first
Well,
moved
back
up.
then he was
That's
hot.
what I'm
He
talking
was
about.
cold. He was hot.
I'm
I'm
talking
talking
about
about. I'm
then.
talking about. I'm
I'm not
talking about
talking
when
about
he
now.
commanded. I'm talking about when they offered him the fight. He overpriced himself.
Oh, he's irrational now. He's very, very irrational and stuff like that because he's not that same Thurman, and he's been having
That's
lackluster
all. That's
performances.
all I'm saying.
Oh
I'm not
no,
saying that
I
he's
wasn't
one
talking
the
about
one
now,
time.
Warren. I wasn't talking about now. I'm talking about back then. That's what
But
I'm
that's
talking
what I
about.
was saying earlier, Jonathan and Warren, that he's asking the same money that he was asking years ago. He's actually asking for the same amount of money for a Crawford fight. He ain't pricing himself out. So the money, so if it's 10, that shit can be split amongst them. Like Khan,
Huh?
when
No,
you
he's
think
actually
about Khan
paying
and
for
Brooks,
himself.
they basically split like
Not
10
to cut you
million
off,
amongst each other.
Shakur, they're interviewing Shakur right now on ESPN, and he's explaining right now they're gonna probably show the replay of what happened today at the weigh-in.
It's a replay.
Right, you know what they're gonna show the replay. You know, Sports Center gonna show highlights and replays of stuff, but they're gonna show the interview again. He just explained what happened today,
Yeah.
but they're gonna give a more in-depth tomorrow before the fight. They're gonna show the whole interview. Right after the weigh-in, he sat down with ESPN.
It don't matter. It's not gonna go through no arbitration, no investigation.
No.
So
And
it's
he said the last thing he said before he went up there. He said, "I'm still stopping him tomorrow."
That's all. That's it.
I believe
If
it.
a
Inside
fight
of
still
9.
goes,
I don't see it going
he got
past
his
9. I
check.
don't know what
He
round.
may have to pay a little fine. But
Now,
he got his
now,
check and he
now,
got his
now,
fight.
now you know what, Ayo? I'm good. Cause why? I got my explanation. I'm not on it no more. I'm good with it.
What do you
Yeah.
say?
He was saying there was a lot of people might call it an excuses. There was a lot of circumstances and dynamics that went on, going on into my camp into this fight. You know, I'm gonna disclose this later on and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I messed up and stuff like that. I'm gonna live and I'm gonna learn from this situation. That's gonna make me a better person and a better fighter in the long run. That's all I needed to hear.
All right, that's perfect.
That's my explanation I was
You
asking
couldn't
for.
have worded that any better.
He couldn't. He didn't duck it. You know what I'm saying? He didn't tweet it. He didn't have somebody write it up and script it. He came on TV and he spoke it. And you're gonna see the entirety of the interview. I guess tomorrow night before the fight. So I'm good now. Yeah, he was unprofessional, whether it was purposely, undisciplined in camp, whatever it is. He came out there and spoke. He didn't duck. He didn't hide. You know. And he said I was wrong. I'm good now. I'm just
So
ready
let,
for the
let,
fight now.
let me
I'm
ask you
ready for the
this.
fight.
So since he couldn't make weight, would it be more professional if he just didn't take the fight and just gave his belts to Conceicao?
No. So what he want to do is he still want to go out there and perform. He's able if the commissions and everybody allow him to fight, why not? He
Yeah.
said he's ready to fight.
He said whatever penalty that is going to be put upon me, I deserve it. It happened to
The
Tank.
question, the question is just when did you know you weren't going to be able to make weight?
Yeah, that's
And
my thing.
right, it's kind of like I know it wasn't yesterday. It's probably I know it wasn't last week, right?
Well, how you know that though?
Because he's a
Well,
pound of
he
fucking
does
apple.
no, but we don't know that. But that's what we want to know. You know what I'm saying, Warren G?
But he
No, I
already
think we do
admitted
know that.
he already taken ownership. But
But
he
we can't.
already said that he said that he will reveal as to the nature of why he didn't make weight,
Right, he's saying there's a whole bunch. Right now, the question becomes
That's
concluding
when
true.
the
did he
fight.
know? Right, the question
How
just
you
becomes
think he
when did he
gonna
know?
do it? You think he gonna go on the boxing voice?
I don't know how he gonna do it. All I know is we got a fight comes tomorrow, right? Or Saturday.
Tomorrow.
That's just
Saturday.
unprofessional.
So we
I
do
don't
got to
even
fight
understand like
Saturday.
what all the deflection and the goddamn protection is. Like when guys miss weight, it's really like universally like the same guy response, right? Almost universally.
So what do you want him to what do you want to happen? You don't want the fight to happen? Smoke.
What do I want to happen?
I'm
The same thing
asking
that happens
you.
every
So you
single
saying
time.
no,
What
wait
I
a
want to
minute.
happen is I want you to stop making excuses. Like really, what I want
He
this
just
fucking
said he
excuses
just
to
took
stop.
ownership.
No, I want
Dude,
you
he
to
just
stop making excuses, not him.
well, who am I
You,
making excuses for?
I want you to stop asking. Hey, so what do I want to happen?
Wait a
Like what I
minute.
want to happen is for
Wait a
me to
minute,
like, hey,
dude.
do I
I
want the
didn't
fight
make
to not happen?
excuses for
No, I
nobody.
want for
I
people
didn't
to.
make
I
excuses for
want for people to
nobody.
call. What I want is for people to call unprofessional behavior and not make excuses for it.
I don't have to call anything nothing.
Well, you asked me what I wanted.
I'm not giving a dime
You
out for
literally
it.
asked me what I
And
wanted.
you're not paying me to do nothing.
Well, you asked me what I wanted. That's what I want.
Okay, well then you're not wanting anything then.
Right, like you said, like, what do I want from that guy? Like, what
We
I would
done
like
with
for
it it's
any
obvious
fucking
that
guy,
you're not
what I would
want.
like for, what I would
I
like
thought
for,
I was talking about what did you want the boy to do?
right? Again, what I would like for him to do is fucking make weight.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure he had to make weight then.
But he didn't. That's what this whole fucking thing is. I would like for him to make weight. He did not.
Okay, so
in this situation where
what
fighters
would you
come
like
in
to have?
and they don't make
What would
weight,
you like to have happen?
Usually what happens when a guy comes in and doesn't make weight, we all, you universally talk about how unprofessional that guy is. But for some fucking reason, when it comes to Shakur Stevenson, for some reason we can't have the kind of conversation that we have every single time somebody misses weight.
Well, that's why I asked the question that I asked. Would it also be unprofessional for him to say, I'm not taking the fight?
I mean, it depends on when he knew he wasn't
what
going to make
your
weight.
point is, Smoke. I'm not getting your point. So
okay,
forgive
here's
me,
my
brother.
point. Here's my point. Here's really what my point is. There seems to be a bunch of double standards happening all over the fucking sport. I would like for it if there was a universal standard and I didn't have to go from fan to fan base to fucking fan base to figure out what, like just a very straightforward thing. Like, maybe you don't understand because you keep interrupting me and you're not listening. But while I'm talking, you won't understand me if you're talking while I'm talking. So maybe what the issue is, the reason why you don't understand it is because you're not actually listening to a word I'm saying. Because literally, like what I'm saying is not complicated at fucking all. Like what is professional in the sport is to make your weight. That's it. All I would like to do is for fighters to be.
I'm not trying to bring you that energy.
I'm
Don't
sorry.
bring me that energy.
All right, I got it. The only reason I even raised my voice was because I was getting interrupted. But what I would like to do, what I would like to have happen, I would like for fans to have a standard and stick to it, not change it when their favorite fighter runs afoul of their standard.
I still didn't get an answer to my question.
Are you through? And
yes,
what
sir.
world are we talking about? Because the reality is
that's not going to happen. That I actually exist in. The only world I exist in.
No. Okay, but in reality, we know that in real life, we know that there's always double standards, right? And this living.
Are there always double standards? Are there? Are there always double standards? I don't know that to be the case.
And how old are you? Yeah. How old are you, Smoke? How old are
51.
you, sir?
I'll be 50. I'll be 52.
Okay, come on now, Smoke. You trying to tell me in your walk of life as a black man If I hope I did that right. That there's never been a double standard, sir.
Wait, well, you did. Well, you went from always to never. Like, can we have something
I'm
in
sorry.
between these like absolute statements about like there's always double
Hold on,
standards
wait
or
a
there's
minute.
never
Hold on.
double
So now
standards?
why are you
This
trying
is
to
what I'm just
dissect
trying
what
to
I'm
answer the
saying,
questions that
brother?
you're asking me. I'm literally only trying to answer the questions that you're asking me.
Okay, so you said why we shouldn't have a universal in the real world it just does not happen.
You asked me what
There
I
are
would
people
like.
that use double
You
standards.
literally asked me what I would like. If you asked me what fight that I would like to have happen, right? If I
No,
want fight I want to have next. No,
I
I'm giving
wasn't
you a
clear.
hypothetical. You asked me what I would like to have happen. So if you ask me what fight would I like for Tank to fight next, I would say I want Tank to fight Loma next. In the real world, that ain't gonna fucking happen. But that's what I would like to happen anyway.
Okay, so what I was asking you, let me be more specific. When I'm asking you, sir, what would you, other than the fact that he taking ownership for his unprofessionalism, would you not like for the fight to happen as well? Would that be satisfying to you? I'm talking about
Well,
for you.
here's the thing. So what would be satisfying to me is when
Yeah.
he knew that it wasn't going to happen, right? He knew he was going to make weight, that he gave Conceicao the option to fight or not fight. Because like showing up on fight night, on the day before the fight, well, your opponent now has no goddamn choice. Like, what choice does Conceicao have now?
Well, he could say, I don't want to fight him because he don't.
Yeah, he could go out like Jake Paul, right?
Now, Smoke.
I'm sorry.
Smoke, let me ask you a question. The New Jersey State Athletic Commission could have stepped in too?
Yeah, like, see, I don't even know. Right, so I'm not sure what the requirements are for your athletic commissions. I know that they have weigh-ins before the official weigh-in, right? And I don't know if that's a promotional thing or a commission thing or a mixture of the both. But I know that the commission have some kind of say about this whole thing. It could be handled at the commission level, but I don't know. I just don't know.
I don't know either. All I know is that he didn't make weight. I'm not trying to excuse this thing. It is what it is. He should have made weight. I'm gonna say, listen to what it come out of my mouth. It's very unprofessional. Now, what happens next? I don't know. I don't know the rules. I'm not into the rules like that. I had to learn the rules. You know, what happens if a fighter doesn't make weight? Do the other fighter is allowed to say, I don't want to fight? I don't know.
That's why I asked my question. Would it be more professional for Shakur to pull out the fight?
I mean, it just depends when, right? Like, I think at a certain point, he knew before today that he wasn't going to fucking make weight, right? And the question is, like, what is your professional responsibility to your opponent? And I think that's really like where it comes down to, because I feel like it's like an informed consent thing for your opponent to go in there against a goddamn like welterweight or some shit.
Okay,
it's like kind of fucked up to find out. It's kind of fucked up to find out on the day of, right? Because these guys.
So if I play devil, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you got it. No, you got it.
Who's the person?
So if I'm playing devil's advocate, right? So if let's just say that for a fact that he says Shakur said, you know what, I can't make weight. We're gonna have to cancel this fight.
No. The question is, what do you want to do about it? I'm not gonna make weight. What do you want to do about it?
Okay, so let's just say that the fight is canceled. Then don't that hurt? Then that takes food off of somebody else's table, right? I don't know.
But that would be his choice, though. But at least you give your opponent the choice. If the opponent chooses that, okay, fucking, like, I got to put food on the table. It's fucked up what you did. Like, what I would like, we need to figure out some kind of compensation because I'm no longer fighting a super featherweight. I'm now fighting a goddamn welterweight. Or at least, I guess, I'm like, really what he's fighting is a lightweight.
Okay,
but you're carrying on the conversation and making it over exaggerated.
No, he's asking me what should we do? What would be the professionally responsible thing to do? The professionally responsible thing to do, if you're missing weight, is as soon as you know you're not going to make weight, alert the other team to see what they want to do and how to work it out.
No, but you don't.
I actually personally,
of course, you alert them, but even if you alert them, there's nothing you can do. It's more of you just telling them that, I'm a little overweight. right?
But you
But
can't.
still
Okay,
gonna
so
take a
here's
fight.
the thing.
You're not going to not take the fucking linear fight.
Holy
You're
shit!
not
Like I
going to
get.
not get extra
Listen.
pay.
Right. So it could
The
very well
business
be.
will
It could very
handle
well be.
itself.
It could very well be that they come up with like a dollar figure, and maybe they could come up with that beforehand, even, right? And maybe they did come up with that shit beforehand. If he's not
Well,
going to,
he said,
but
he said,
the whole point of it, though, the whole point
he
of it
said,
is
of course,
that you have a responsibility to the guy that he's going to be taking the punches from you.
I don't
so he
think
said,
that's the
he
case
just
because I
said that
think if
he just
Robson
said
wants
that
to
he was
pull out of this
accepting
fight
the
today,
penalty
he
that,
can if he wants to. He has that option.
Yeah, he does that. Listen, he has that option. I feel like informed consent doesn't mean ambush the guy at the fucking weight, right? Informed consent is as soon as you know, you inform the fucking person so they can fucking
breaking up.
consent.
Well, what if he didn't know till today?
Gotta take
Like within the past 48 hours? Then what? What changes?
And then okay, so if he was okay in the last 48 hours, right? Like if he was if for some reason, like let's say I don't even know
How
what
much
world
was
there
he
would be.
overweight?
It took it like he came in a pound and a half over, like over a pound and a half overweight, and he didn't
Oh,
realize
man.
that was going to happen until like he hit the scale. I don't know why that would be the case. So you would actually have to fill me in on that. I don't understand like the 40 hours.
What if you've been trying to
All I'm
cut
saying
weight
to
the
you
whole
is
fucking
it did not
time, and that's
seem
how
to
far
me.
you get
It
down,
did not
bro?
seem to me. It didn't seem to me like it was news to Shakur that he wasn't going to make weight, and it seemed to me like it was news to fucking Conceicao that he wasn't going to make weight. So
Okay.
sometime before they fucking stared at each other, they should have had a conversation.
Okay, what I'm saying
It's
is
not
that
really that
what
big
if
of a
up to
deal.
this point he's been trying to cut down all this time, and that's as far down as he could get?
It's not like it's 3
Okay,
pounds.
at what point
And
do you
and
say
they gonna
I'm
force
overweight?
him to
I
say,
don't think I
yo,
may not make
you
it.
can't rehydrate over such an
Yeah,
amount.
that's what I'm
That's only
saying. What if
IBF.
this occurred
That's
within
only
the past
IBF.
48 hours? What changes?
What do you mean? What changes is? Do you not understand what informed consent is? I mean, I don't. I can say it again.
Okay, he notifies him a day
Correct.
prior.
That is the professionally responsible thing to do, and notify the guy.
Okay, I don't disagree with that. What I'm saying is, what changes? Conceicao can pull out of this fight now that he has the information if he wants to.
Right. So again, right now, like it's very rare for a guy to pull out the day before, but a week before, right? Maybe
Huh?
you can find maybe a replacement fighter. Like okay, here's the thing. Conceicao. So here's the thing. So here's straight the fuck up. So let's say they had a weigh-in like a week out, right? Like you're supposed to hit a target weight a week from now. Yeah, a week before the official weigh-in.
Jesus.
And if you don't meet that
That's
fucking
why you
target weight,
shouldn't
if you don't
mention
meet
the
that target
idea.
weight, if you don't meet that target weight, you get stripped then, and you find that your replacement guy can now fight for the belts. Like if Conceicao pulls out now, guess what? Conceicao doesn't fucking fight for the belts.
That's not how that shit go, man.
No, it doesn't. Like, listen, when a guy pulls out because they can't make a fight, they find a replacement guy, and then those guys fight for the belt. Shakur, what he did was make sure there would be no replacement fights, and if Conceicao wants to fight for the belts, then he has to fight a fucking guy that can't make weight.
Okay, I'm not. Again, my question for
The
my question
motherfucker
to
still
you,
got the opportunity to win the
what do
motherfucking titles, and he getting more
against a guy that can't make weight. Against a
What
guy
are
that
you
can't make
talking
weight.
about, man?
And we're talking about the 130 pound
The
limit
weight
for the
is
130
not
pound
at a
title.
difference where they're gonna say, "Oh, the fight has to be called off," because first of all, the fighter is not agreeing to the fight of the weight, no matter how much money, and is above a weight based on their weight class and how he rehydrates.
Right.
Hey,
So
yo,
if
it's
right.
still
So
a
this entire conversation,
he's not the
because that
IBF.
motherfucker didn't have to cut weight.
Because he's not the IBF,
the
he
entire
can
conversation
rehydrate
is about
over
the
14
ability.
pounds.
So
But
this entire
because of the
conversation is
situation, he's gonna rehydrate probably 25 fucking pounds.
correct.
But they can restrict all of that. But you can't really
They don't.
restrict that.
Only the
You have to
IBF does.
call off the
Okay,
fight.
first up,
But
bro.
none of that
Only
is
the
in
IBF,
that
bro.
window.
You just
So
you're
it don't have
screaming
to
a
be
whole
that
bunch of shit that's not true. Like it's a bunch of bad points. The IBF is the only sanctioning body that restricts your weight. Whenever you have a goddamn a unification, that consideration goes out the window, right?
Both
That you
of
don't
them
have to.
all weigh you out, man. All of them weigh you out. IBF
Right.
is
Oh, there
stricter.
is no weight. There
IBF
is
is
no
10
limit.
pounds.
There is
The
no limit.
WBC is like
Ayo, there
fucking
is no
15.
limit. Ayo, you haven't.
The
You
WBO is
misunderstand.
like 20. Come on, man.
Ayo, the
It's
WBC does not have a restriction on how much you can rehydrate to. Neither does the WBA. Neither does the WBO. Only the IBF does, and that's only if you're fighting solely for the IBF.
Okay.
called
With all that being
based on
said,
health at this day and time. They watching your weight, man. They all watching your weight.
Watching
One
your weight
is just
is not a weight
strengthening than the
restriction.
other.
Watching
But
your
that's
weight is
not
not a
what
weight
I'm talking
restriction.
about. Then
Correct.
that's not what you were
Everybody's
harping
watching your
about.
weight. Since
That's not
everybody's
what you were talking about, sir. I don't
It
know why
is what
you
I'm
got
talking about.
into
You're just
that.
off on a tangent, bro,
You're
and you just feel like you
talking
want to.
about a fight being canceled that nobody want the fight to be canceled.
Okay, again,
It is
what we're
not
talking,
on
that's not what we're talking.
a
Holy
magnitude
shit,
where
dude,
the
are you
fight
gonna
should
ever
be
stop
canceled.
making bad points? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the ability to fight for the 130-pound fucking title. That's all we're talking about. Shakur can't do it. What they should have had was somebody in Shakur's place who could.
He about to blitz 35. You still
correct? So
talking
let him go blitz
past
35
this.
and let two 130-pound fighters fight for the
Yeah,
title.
he's unprofessional.
But smoke. But then you gotta understand the business side of it. This
fucking
card is taking
nasty.
place in Shakur's hometown. You can't have a replacement fight for the titles when and then have Shakur. Well, what you gonna do with Shakur? First off, if you do decide to replace him,
Shit, people gonna want their ticket back, their money back. They ain't gonna show up.
exactly. Can't have Conceicao versus some no-name nigga in Shakur's hometown and expect to make any money.
Right. Sounds like they got to come out of pocket, right?
Yeah, and
Exactly, and that's the result of Shakur being unprofessional
Yeah,
and
there you
fucking
go.
with other people's business.
If
Like, what was they gonna do? Okay, so what would they do? What would they do? What would they do? Conceicao says, "I'm not fighting no fat
the
fucker."
shoe was on the other foot in case Conceicao had missed weight, this fight would still be happening. They wouldn't bring in a fucking pay
right.
replacement.
All right. So if Conceicao says, "I'm not fighting any fat fucker," then what are they supposed to do?
There would be a replacement for Conceicao, I'm pretty sure.
Would they?
But then no belt would be on the line at all whatsoever.
How would they replace Conceicao overnight?
Well, no. I would say.
So what is the smoke talking about? That's what I'm saying, Phantom.
No, you hold up a second. Wait.
Who want to fight anybody else with no fucking belt?
You guys made the fucking point that if you can't find a replacement fight for Shakur because it's his hometown. So it's not Conceicao's hometown. The fuck? Why did Conceicao have to fight a fucking fat fucker?
Because he wants the belt, smoke.
Why does he have to get it against a fat fucker?
He said
I take the belt because he wants to be the unified Ring Magazine, all that shit. If he pulls out, then the belt just go vacant, and he might only get an opportunity at one later.
So why doesn't he have why shouldn't he have the opportunity for fight for that shit against a 130-pounder the same way that Shakur did?
Because I don't think they have fighters just sitting at the day of the weigh-in waiting for a chance to say, hey, he didn't make weight. It's my turn.
That's why I said this is why it becomes very important when he knew he wasn't going to make weight.
And that's why I said we can't make that
I mean,
because we don't have the timeline of events on that.
Right. I mean, I got it. But we're just talking about right now. How do you mitigate all of this shit? All we're talking about is how do we mitigate this? All we're talking about is how do we mitigate the mess that Shakur fucking caused from his unprofessionalism?
You get in there, you fucking fight. That's the only way to
1.6. It's 1.6, then 1.7. Right, Smoke?
Smoke.
Yeah,
how they do that.
Well, I think one of the things you could do is with the referee. Well, this is what happened in the UFC. A fighter named Paulo Costa came in almost 20 pounds overweight. He was in another weight class, but his opponent agreed to fight. You know, they fought at you know what I'm saying, he gained they allowed him to come in 10 pounds heavier, and then they fought. But as soon as the heavier fighter committed a foul, he got a point taken. They didn't give him no chances. And I think that's what should happen if you come in grossly overweight and they still let you fight. You shouldn't be given any chances. If Shakur goes in there and does that shit where he measures with his right hand, he should be given a hard warning, and then he should be deducted a point immediately if it
There ain't
happens
nobody
again.
doing that shit, man. There's too many fucking
No,
fights.
I know it's his hometown. He's the A side. I'm just saying
Yeah, no, it's not even
that's what
that.
I
The
believe is
UFC
happening.
UFC can do that because they're their own organization. They can just fucking make the rules up as they go along. There's still
I'm
sanctioned
just saying,
bodies.
if you want to come in
There's still
and have
hold up,
advantages and shit
let me
like
just
that, you
finish.
should.
If I-
That's what should
like,
happen. In my opinion.
what you could possibly do, what you could possibly do is do that within a sanctioning body. But all of the sanctioning bodies are not about to like come together for that kind of rule. I mean, it's just a different kind of thing. Maybe they could.
I
Maybe
know.
Compete amongst each other. Agreed. They still compete, even though they work with each other. They still compete. They want the reigning champ. They want to have to know that my champion reigned more than any other champion, bar none. So it's still that competition. You know what I mean?
Yeah, not when
hold on,
your fighter
TJ.
fucking starts sniffing coke or comes in overweight. Like then that's just
The
the window. Now they want a goddamn
only
fighter. Now they want a fighter that actually represents their goddamn organization and the division.
The only plausible thing they could have do was, well, Shakur, you're moving up to a higher weight class. We're just going to push the fight back to a later date, and Conceicao would have to fight this somebody else, another contender, somebody in line for a championship fight, and push the timeline back.
But
I don't understand. Like why? Like like Shakur fucked up. Tell New Jersey, Shakur fucked up. Get your money back. Sorry, Shakur fucked up, and that guy should be able to fight for the goddamn title against a guy who actually weighs 130 pounds.
That's not how that shit go, man. You why you keep on saying that? You speak so intelligently on boxing, and then you just say,
because we're not talking about what is. We're talking about what ought to be. If we want to talk about what is what is is happening.
How is it a challenger? How is it a challenger going to challenge the fucking linear champion with another individual? We're going to just replace the linear champion with another individual and still fight for the same thing that was
you have to. I think you don't recognize. I don't think you recognize the state of the lineal champion in 2022. Like if we're in 1922, then maybe the lineal champion would have some more weight to it. But even then,
exactly.
That shit don't really mean nothing unless you're a heavyweight. To be honest, in my opinion,
it doesn't mean anything anywhere. It really doesn't mean anything anywhere.
From Brazil
like you tell me, we got 17 divisions. We got 17 divisions. We have
not
17 divisions.
He's just
We have 17
but with the
divisions.
heavyweight smoke, you could trace it all the way back to Sullivan.
We ain't gonna remember, just like with Tank. You know what I mean? But Shakur ain't gonna be hanging on a string like fucking Tank. You know what I mean?
What?
You know,
Tank is hanging on a string? What are you talking about, man?
Yeah, he's in his own little box.
He's not hanging on to anything. Literally, Tank can fight whoever he wants. Everybody wants to fight Tank. He's not hanging on by a string. He's in the catbird seat.
But
he's not hanging on by a string.
In the fucking division, he's a big fucking deal. But he still got his one world title, number one.
And so what?
Division.
And so what?
And so what? Mediocre fighters and him and whatnot, but he's still.
Let me ask you this. Ayo, can I ask you a question? Was Tyson Fury a lineal champion?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
But
no.
Exactly.
When he was sitting on his couch, he wasn't the lineal champion.
Yeah, he had the lineal.
The lineal. He never lost it.
So here's the thing.
He never defended.
Tyson Fury. So here's the issue.
But I don't think you understand what lineal really means, Ayo.
Yeah, exactly. Lineal champion. All right, what you're talking about, what you and Jonathan are talking about, bro, can you please stop yelling over everybody? Like for real, bro.
I'm going to sweat this weight off. No. You get 2 hours.
Hey, what you talking about?
Can you please just stop?
You get a year and a half, the most amongst the top 10 in the world.
All right,
Other
cool.
than
So
that, if
here's
you
the
don't
thing.
do
So here's the
that,
thing.
that shit is vacated.
All right,
So
so here's
that
the
nigga
thing.
was
Right,
not
right. So
lineal
what you're talking
champion
about,
weight.
what you're talking about, what you're talking
well,
about is the Ring
Uh,
Magazine belt. The Ring Magazine belt is not the lineal is not the lineal title. Ring Magazine co-opted the lineal thing. What you're talking about is not the lineal title at all.
hey,
And even what
Smoke,
you're
you know it's
talking
a
about,
perfect example?
like
Ali and
literally,
Frazier.
I'm not
let me
talking about.
finish. Let
I
me
ain't talking
finish.
about
Let
the
me
ring
finish.
magazine.
Let
I'm
me
talking
finish.
about
Let me finish.
the
Smoke.
Let
number
me
one
finish.
guy
Let me
and the
finish.
number
Let me
two
finish.
guy.
Let me finish. Let me
I
finish.
know
Let
Smoke.
me finish.
in
Let me
the
finish. Let me finish.
division
Let me finish.
who's the number
The
one
Smoke.
guy
lineal
or the
Hey,
number
Smoke,
championship.
two
this is
guy.
why you
Go
got
ahead.
your own channel now. Niggas
Yeah,
can't
I
cut
know,
you
but
off over
I
there.
got it. That is literally what that's it's one of the reasons why. But like, yeah. Anyway, but like straight the fuck up. The lineal champion is not about the top 10 guys. It's not about a year and a half out of the ring. The lineal champion, before there was anything called the Ring Magazine, it was literally the guy that beat the guy. That was it. The only way you
The
could
number
lose,
one,
the
number
only way
two
you could
guy.
lose, the only way you
His
could lose, the only way you could lose the fucking the lineal title was to have that shit taken from you in the ring. What they did with the championship title was pass that shit on by word of mouth. Another guy would just anoint the guy. There would be a succession. Like when John L. Sullivan fucking retired, he gave the shit to Jim Jeffries. Or what did he beat by Gentleman Jim Corbin? Well, anyway, whatever. The whole thing is, the point being is that they handed the fucking crown to a guy. He said, okay, here's the next guy. Right? The last champ would crown the new champ, and that's the way it went. Because there's no belts, there's no sanctioning bodies. None of that shit mattered. And then Ring Magazine came along, and magazines and newspapers used to fucking score fights and say who won. So when Ring Magazine came along, they had their own fucking title. What you're now conflating is the Ring Magazine title and the lineal fucking title as if it's the same thing. It's not.
What phrase, Smoke? What phrase that Tyson Fury always used?
He used He used the lineal title because he was talking about the Ring Magazine.
And he always said it goes back to John L. Sullivan.
Correct, and he was that was the cap because Ring Magazine does not go back to John L. Sullivan, but the lineal title does.
Because somebody asked him recently about that status, the lineal.
Correct.
And you know what he said? He said, "I beat the man that was at the top, and that was years ago, Vladimir Klitschko." So he said,
But he was right. But Vladimir Klitschko was also not the lineal champion.
Yeah, he said. Because he said,
okay, let me ask you this, Jonathan. Who did Vladimir Klitschko beat to become the lineal champion? Do you know?
Ibrahimov.
No.
He didn't fight Lennox Lewis.
No,
it was some Russian nigga.
Yeah, it was Shagayev. He beat Shagayev to become the lineal champion. You tell me when Shagayev was the man.
Never was the man.
Ever. Right. So Vladimir didn't beat the man to become the man. Ring Magazine decided to put the Ring Magazine on the line against Shagayev. So that's what the belt that Tyson Fury won and started calling himself lineal.
Yep. That's why you always use Klitschko in the pretense.
Well, but an example I wanted to give was with the Ali and Frazier situation, where AO said that Tyson Fury can't be lineal because he was out of the ring dealing with whatever he was dealing with, but Ali was out for 3 years, and people still saw Ali as the people's champion.
No, he was the lineal champion because he's
exactly. Champion. But they called him the people's champion because Frazier had the belts, and they didn't want to give him that respect.
Well, because he was the lineal champion. That fight that fight that you're referencing was the first time the undisputed champion in Joe Frazier fought the lineal champion in Muhammad Ali. And he got that lineal champion because when Marciano retired, fucking Patterson became the fucking lineal champion. He became the lineal champion when he got undisputed against who did he fight to become? Then he lost against Ingmar.
Archie Moore.
Yeah, he became champion against Archie Moore.
Yeah.
In that vacant? Okay, great. So anyway, a new line was established, and Patterson became the lineal and undisputed with that fight. And then he lost it to Sonny Liston. So when Ali beat Sonny Liston, he became undisputed and lineal. When they stripped him, he was no longer undisputed, but he was still the lineal.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. It's the same thing with Tyson Fury. Neither guy really lost in the ring.
No, the issue with Tyson Fury is he never had it in the first place. There's no thing about lost it. The only thing what he lost was the Ring Magazine title. So since that was the title that he was using to call himself lineal, he was no longer lineal.
Yeah,
Ring Magazine has rules.
Right
Ring Magazine, you can lose it. You can lose the ring belt. If you pop dirty, you lose the ring belt. If you're out of the ring for X amount of time, you lose the ring belt. That's not how you. The only way to use lineal, the only way to lose lineal is to get beat in the ring. The real lineal fucking title. The only way to lose it is to get beat.
So Usyk is the lineal heavyweight champion.
No, he is not. There is no lineal heavyweight champion. The last lineal heavyweight champion was Lennox Lewis. We haven't had one since then.
That's why I said Klitschko never fought Lennox Lewis.
And
So
that line, Mike Tyson got it off of Michael Spinks. Because Mike Tyson was also undisputed, but not lineal until he fought Michael Spinks.
Yo, you still trying to confuse the audience, Smoke, man?
No, you're just confused, man.
I ain't confused.
You are like lineal champion. He's out of the ring for 2 years. But those things that don't have shit to do with each other.
I know
it's the Ring Magazine.
We was talking about Stevenson. We was talking about 130. So Stevenson fought Valdez. Was they not number 1 and number 2 in the division when they fought?
That is a Ring Magazine designation. Number 1, number 2 shit. That's Ring Magazine.
They still acting as lineal champions.
That's the Ring Magazine telling you what lineal, bro. Ring Magazine co-opted lineal. Whenever you hear number 1, number 2, that the only way that you can get the real lineal is by fighting the real lineal. That's not a number one, number 2 situation.
We don't care about none of that.
But then why are you using the term then? If you don't care, then why are you using the term?
Because the WBA got their own ribbon of Super B.
What the fuck, dude? Do you not understand that lineal predates all this shit?
Ribbons. The WBO,
the lineal title predates all sanctioned bodies.
Participate in that shit. They all participate in it. They
participate in what?
Participate in what? They all participate and compete. Just like Josh Taylor.
Yes, so what? Yes, they all participate and compete. Now what?
He
yes,
lost
all his fucking
titles.
And
the first opportunity he defended his undisputed crown, this shit was so controversial. Who? Everybody had to step off because they knew.
Who are you talking about?
Listen.
I don't know who you're talking about. I'm asking who you're talking about.
His loyalty was going to be.
Who are you talking about?
Listen, I said.
I'm asking you. Who are you talking about?
Josh Taylor. Listen,
Josh Taylor. Okay, great. Okay, great. So go ahead.
What I'm saying is, in that moment, yeah, he was undisputed. When he became undisputed, the first opportunity when he defended it, he flopped. He flopped to the point where they knew that, all right, the organization had to understand that, all right, is he going to stay? Who's he going to stay with? Obviously, he's going to stay with this one organization because why? He defended the belt based on that world title he had. He had to rectify it. So he was backing up the whole situation with the other champions. That's why he got.
What the hell are you talking about, bro? Like what you just said doesn't make any sense.
Smoke. Let me ask you a question.
Because what I'm
listening.
Okay,
Jonathan.
When a linen.
I want to hear what you have to say. I want to hear what you have to say, Jonathan. But I also want to I do want to know what Ayo's talking about. And right now, he lost me. Hey, Ayo, you asked me to listen to you, but I just don't understand what you're saying. I have listened to you.
When you speak about lineals and
I have questions for you, bro. I got questions for you.
In the ring, you have to defend it, just like how you said.
You and JFL must be brothers.
They cannot lose it unless they fight for it. They cannot lose it unless they fight for it. That title is still connected to the WBO title at 140.
What title is connected? Okay, what title is connected to the WBO title?
The fucking lineal title is not undisputed anymore.
The lineal championship is not tied to the WBO title at all.
Away. But
it is not tied to the
title
WBO
is still connected to the WBO.
What you're saying is nonsense, Ayo. It's nonsense.
Listen.
And why?
The WBO has its own organization of being
it has nothing to do with the lineal.
And the WBA also.
None
They
of them have anything
never
to do
had
in it.
mandatories. Listen, they never had mandatories. When that fight was a flop, the WBA instantly stripped him.
They did not.
Stripped him.
They did not. That's
Stripped
not
him
what
because they
happened.
knew he was not for the weight class no more.
That's
He
not
wasn't for
what
the weight class
happened at
no more.
all, bro.
He did not defeat the guy cleanly.
Why are you making everybody
He
stupid?
Did not defeat,
Why are you
he
making
did not
everybody stupid,
defeat
bro? Like, why are you
Catterall
insisting on
cleanly.
screaming nonsense?
Listen,
That's not what
you're
happened
not
at all.
listening, and you're doing the
That's
same
not
shit
what
that
happened at
everybody
all.
else
Like,
do to
literally,
you
that's not what happened.
because you just
The
want to
reason why,
rap and
okay,
you can't
first
take
off,
a
it
breath.
went to purse bid.
But you don't want to. You don't want to listen.
Okay, listen. Josh Taylor's fights went to purse bid. The organizations did not strip him because he flopped, and they knew it was a flop as a champion.
He didn't want to fight the guy. He didn't want to fight the guy for the WBA.
Oh my god, dude! Like literally
he
everything
did
you
not
said
want
is
to move
wrong.
on and fight
I'm
the
done,
guy
I'm
for
done.
the. When he defeated Catterall, he did not want to fight the short money or whatever the fuck for the WBA. The mandatory.
That's not what you just said.
He did not want to.
That's what I'm telling you. Why are you
the
screaming what I
fucking
just
belt.
told you back
He
at
was
me?
stuck in a situation with Catterall and rematching that fight.
Okay, all right.
It was
Do you not understand,
stinker.
bro? Can you please stop screaming? All right, cool. Just pass the mic. Let Jonathan speak, please. Jonathan, what's the question, bro?
I want to ask Smoke. The question. I've been on there a little too long, you know.
Yeah, I hear you, bro. I hear you. Me too, maybe.
The question I wanted to ask: when Lennox Lewis retired, what happened to that lineal status? Because you never lost it in the ring. What happened to it? Where does it go?
It didn't go right. It doesn't. A new line when you don't when you retire. Well, the last time the line was broken was when Rocky Marciano retired, and it didn't. The new line was established when they got a new champion.
Yeah,
and that was Patterson, right? But at that point, only the WBA was this recognized sanctioning body. By the time man, I'm not even going to go into the weird thing about the WBA and the thing. But by the time Sonny Liston and Patterson fought, they had two sanctioning bodies. The very first unification between sanctioning bodies happened was Muhammad Ali and Sonny Liston.
Yeah. Because I think Ali was the
that's
only
like really the first one where there's multiple sanctioning bodies, and there was like the lineal title was still there. So the line was broken with Marciano, but there weren't multiple sanctioning bodies for the Patterson fight yet.
Because I think Ali was the only 3-time lineal heavyweight champion.
Correct.
Because I was just wondering, because after Vitaly Klitschko was his last fight, he won that fight. They stopped the fight. You know, we know how it ended and stuff like that. Now Tyson Fury comes in and claimed the lineal status and stuff like that. I was just, curious to know how that played out because Lennox had retired. He never lost it in the ring.
I think Sullivan gave it to Jim Jeffries, and then Jim Jeffries lost to Gentleman Jim Corbett, and then Tommy Burns then beat Gentleman Jim Corbett, and then Jack Johnson beat him. And then Jess Willard beat him. Then Jack Dempsey beat him, right? And then Marciano. Anyway, the whole fucking point is Marciano was that unbroken line, but he retired undefeated. So then a new line had to be established once there was a new champion. The problem with the Lennox Lewis thing is when he retired, there was 3 fucking sanctioning bodies.
Yeah.
Recognized. And then a 4th one got recognized without there even becoming another undisputed guy.
Yep.
So now we got 4 sanctioning bodies that you have to become a champion of before we get a new line of before we get a new lineal champion.
Yeah. Well, that makes a whole lot of sense. Makes a whole lot of sense. It's more, you have more clarifications and stuff because it always starts and stops with Lennox Lewis when it comes to the heavyweight division. Now the other weight classes, I would have to dig in and do my research. But I know when Lennox retired, you know what I'm saying, what happened to that status?
And that's what we're talking about, because it's like the idea that the lineal championship is this thing when you have to research. Nobody can tell you who the last lineal champion was at welterweight.
Yeah. True.
Like that's not the thing. That's not the driving force behind these fights. I want to be
No,
lineal champion. Like
no.
Be,
No, you're right.
because
You're
it's
right.
rare to get the number one and the number two in the ring, right?
no, it's
So,
not rare. It
all
doesn't
right,
matter in a
Jonathan,
lot of
your
cases.
question was your. All right, because Jonathan didn't really get his question answered. Did you get your question answered, Jonathan?
I
Based
feel
on when Lennox Lewis retired, what happened after?
I was trying to translate the two when Lennox retired as lineal champion and where Fury is claiming now, decades later. That's I'm trying to
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So
But
I want
like
to ask
what
you.
happened?
Hold on,
Okay, so
Smoke. You already talked.
what it
You
was?
already talked. You already talked to
Okay,
So
right,
Jonathan,
but you don't know. Okay, again, he asked me, right, and now he's
but
like
you
really.
answered. You had
I
5
didn't
minutes.
answer.
Smoke.
Okay,
You answered.
again, bro. Do you not understand? Do
Go
you
ahead.
not understand that?
Go ahead.
Hey yo,
Go ahead.
hey yo. What
Don't
he's
ayo.
asking
Go
now,
ahead.
what
Go
he
ahead.
now wants to know
You
is
say you gonna
now
answer.
he wants to know his first question. I answered. Now he wants to know the thing about Lennox Lewis and Tyson Fury. This is a new question. The new question, right? And the answer is still in the answer is still what I gave, but specifically, Lennox Lewis beat Vitaly Klitschko, and then retired, right? And then Ring Magazine gave the title to Vitaly. So then they said that Vitaly was the lineal guy. Then Vitaly retired. And so they put the Ring Magazine belt, this lineal thing that we're talking about, that Tyson Fury is claiming, they put it up for grabs when when Vladimir Klitschko was fighting Shagayev. They said that was the number one and number two. According to Ring, that's what they said. The same way Ring said that it was Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder was number one and number two when they fought, right? But when Tyson Fury was the lineal champion, he still had the Ring Magazine. He relinquished it. And what did Ring do? They gave they put the title on the line for AJ and Usyk. Was AJ and Usyk number one and number two?
No.
Were you guessing?
I'm thinking no.
I mean, I'm saying like the number one guy is Tyson Fury, right? They said Wilder and Fury were number one and number two. When did either one of those guys beat Fury or Wilder? Or did either one of those guys retire?
Because
Fury didn't retire, Wilder didn't retire. Neither AJ nor Usyk beat Wilder or AJ. So how did they become number one and number two?
And in between that time, Smoke, AJ had lost to Andy Ruiz.
Right? I mean, Andy Ruiz. So they didn't put. So he had already lost to Andy Ruiz at that point, but because he had lost to Andy Ruiz, they were saying that he had, and Fury and Wilder were still undefeated at that point.
Yep.
They were like, "This is the number one and number two guy."
So hold on. All right. So knowing that the man was a unified champion with three world crowns, that means three sanctioning bodies. I had 3 championships. That means if I lose, how far do I fall down in the sanctioning bodies? So I got knocked out, and I didn't fall but so far. So
he fell to number 4.
Motherfucker has some credibility. Whoever his name is.
So who was one and two?
When it comes to all we're talking about is ring, right?
Who was one
we're
and
talking
two?
about, but we're talking about the ring rankings. In the ring rankings, he fell to number 4. He was behind Andy Ruiz.
Who was one
and
and
ahead of
two?
Dillian White and Luis Ortiz.
Who was 1 or 2 when Fury was on the couch?
It was when Fury was on the couch. It was AJ and Wilder.
Okay. And when AJ lost to Ruiz, because remember the first fight
when AJ lost to Ruiz, Wilder became number 1.
And the first fight with Fury was a draw.
Correct. So when they rematched, they made that again the number 1 versus number 2. Even though AJ had 3 belts at that point. That's why this whole Ring Magazine lineal shit is fucking bullshit. What it is Ring Magazine co-opting a goddamn a tradition that predates Ring Magazine, and they're putting their own fucking spin on it, and they're just confusing everybody when you use it, and then when you give it value that it doesn't fucking have at all. Like nobody's out here like, hey, let me fight for the lineal title. Man, nobody's doing that shit.
Yeah, you're right, Smoke. So
Given,
you saying in boxing we have no legitimate lineal
that is
champions?
the
Is that what
real
you're saying?
franchise title. That's the real franchise title. But y'all don't really get it. But
So
that's
y'all would include
that's what graces all the fucking titles. That's what graces all the titles. When you have it all together, when you're undisputed, is all wrapped up in a fucking.
No, what you're saying is that you need to do advanced research to find out who a real fucking champion is what you're saying.
So y'all would
include. You can't tell me a lineal champion. Who's a lineal champion at bantamweight? Who's the lineal champion at bantamweight?
You don't have to go in the past to find out
tell me.
Champion.
All right, great. So
dead and
tell
retired.
me, where can I find out who the current lineal champion is?
Life goes on. Life goes on.
Cool. Life goes on. How do I find out without doing research who the lineal champion is?
Yeah, yo.
How do I find out without doing research?
When you talk about
I'm
it,
asking you a question, bro. How do I find out without doing research? You said I don't have to do research. How do I find out who the lineal champion is at 47?
What are you talking about? I'm talking about.
I'm asking you. I said that you have to do research in order to find out who the lineal champion is. You said I don't have to do research, so I'm asking you if I don't have to do research, how do I find out?
The first 3 spots in a sanctioning body. The first 3 spots in the top 10 of the division.
According to who?
Not in the individual sanctioning bodies.
Who says the top 3 is according to the division?
The first 3 spots.
Who tracks that, bro? Who tracks that?
That's it.
Who tracks it?
If you don't understand that, then your math and arithmetic is off.
Okay, cool. We're not doing math or arithmetic. We're not doing math or arithmetic. I'm asking you a question, bro.
If it's that hard, if it's that critical, y'all, if y'all really know, and if y'all want to wrap up into what a fighter wants to fight for, because a fighter don't fight for nothing invisible.
The top 10 in the division.
A fighter want to know he's fighting for a trophy.
The top 10 in the division.
He wants to know he's fighting for a trophy.
Who decides? The top 10 in the division.
You mean who decides?
Who decides it?
The boxing world. What are you talking about?
The boxing world. How do you get the boxing world to agree?
Yeah, yo, you got management, you got fucking promoters, you know who it is.
All right, so you're saying all
of what you talk about.
How often does this body meet to decide who's the top 10 at any given moment?
I don't know. You tell me.
You're the one talking about this is all it takes. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's what Ring Magazine is. What Ring Magazine is, what Ring Magazine does is take the top 10 of every division, and then
Fury sat on the couch with that goddamn belt.
They have 2 guys to fight for.
Better not fucking drop that belt. I see what Connery put up on the comments. That shit funny as hell.
So let me ask y'all two a question. When Manny Pacquiao fought Ricky Hatton, I think that might be one of the only fights he had at 140. And there was like one of the division.
Yes. It's for the Ring Magazine belt.
He beat Ricky Hatton for the Ring Magazine and the IBO.
And he's also but Ricky Hatton was actually also lineal.
Okay. Because I know at the time
he was always top 3 at 140 at least.
That means absolutely nothing. Can you please stop jumping into our fucking conversation and add irrelevant shit, immaterial stuff? Like literally, it does not matter.
He was never
like literally what you said don't matter at all.
But he was a lineal champion coming under that.
The reason why he's a lineal champion, is because he beat Costa Zoo.
I know that, but I'm talking about Pacquiao.
The reason why Pacquiao was the lineal champion is because he beat Ricky Hatton.
No, before that he was.
He was not the lineal champion at 140. He never fought there.
No, not the lineal champion. Who he fought?
Fucking hell, bro! Like, good God. Anyway,
who he fought at 30?
Because I know when he went back down and fought Pacquiao, all the other he didn't have all the other belts anymore. After he fought Costa Zoo. And then what was the other guy he fought before he fought Floyd and moved up? Oh shoot!
He fought. I mean,
He
he
fought
fought.
Juan Lascano. He fought Juan Lascano. Then he fought Floyd.
Wait, didn't he fight like Colazzo? I mean, who's that guy that fucking Danny Garcia not like came back against? I thought it's
Yeah,
Luis Colazzo. I think
he
it's
beat
Colazzo. Didn't he fight Colazzo?
he beat Luis Collazo because a lot of people don't know Rick Haddon was a 2-division champion. He beat Lou Collazo for the WBA welterweight championship.
Right. That was right. That was at 147. All right, there we go.
But before he fought Floyd, he fought Juan Lascano. And when he went up, I guess his belts got vacated or whatever, stripped or whatever. When he came back down, he still had the lineal or the ring, whatever. I call it the yellow belt.
Wait,
And he had,
he had the ring.
He had the IBO.
Right. He had the ring belt, but he was also the lineal guy, right? So when you say he was a lineal, he was a lineal, but it had nothing to do with the ring belt.
Like I said.
Yeah, but nobody talk about it. Nobody really ain't promote no ring belt. You see what I'm saying? Like whether it co-opted or took over or compromised the history, I don't know.
They
I'm
co-opted
learning
the
something
term.
new.
All they did is co-opt the term.
I'm learning something new from you as you say it.
Okay, great. That's cool. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm glad the frustration that I feel in this conversation is actually worth it. Because like that's we're here to fucking like, and I'm not sometimes I can be goddamn stubborn or obtuse. So if people work with me to get me to help me understand a fucking concept, I appreciate that shit too. I'm just saying the Ring magazine just co-opted a term that predates it. That's all, and it's confused the fuck out of everybody.
And you're right, Smoke. A lot of fighters, when they reach that status and reach that goal and stuff like that, that's a status they really don't pay attention to. Because you never heard Floyd ever say, "I'm gonna be lineal."
Yeah, like
because you want to be undisputed. Nobody says linear. Nobody said that.
I think the highest Floyd ever been was unified. I think when he fought Pacquiao, that might have been the only time he won 3 belts at one time. But he was never concerned of being about lineal. We know that wasn't his MO. Anyway.
Linear means just linear as more like there's undisputed, of course, undisputed being above, but linear mean that is more abstract as you're like A1.
Yeah.
Based on you beat the man. You was probably the man, but you also fought the guy that was considered behind you, vice versa.
Yeah.
And one of y'all had a motherfucking title.
Yeah.
So no matter what, whoever wins will still be number one, no matter what other champions is amongst them.
Yeah.
Because usually the sanctioning bodies they will more times they just don't. Now they will just unify with they don't really hesitate to unify based on the demands of a fighter.
Yeah.
But before they didn't necessarily just unify off the rip like that, especially when a champion has so many more defenses than.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I mean? Because some people lose their title on the scale, or
so all lineal is it just there's some people who still are confused in chat. All lineal is the guy that beat the guy. The reason why Tyson Fury is not the lineal champion is because he didn't ever beat the guy. Who he beat was Vladimir Klitschko. Vladimir Klitschko never beat the guy. Who he beat was Shagayev. That's why there's no lineal at this point. For a new line to be established, we have to get an undisputed. Unless fucking Lennox Lewis comes out of retirement and somebody beats him, and then they would be the fucking lineal.
So that's
hold on, we close. Tell Smoke. As you become undisputed, that is a new line. Yes.
Yeah, but if the lineal comes back and fights, then you still have to fight that guy because Mike Tyson was the undisputed guy. Michael Spinks was the lineal champion. So he still had to beat Michael Spinks. Michael Spinks got the lineal title off of Larry Holmes. Larry Holmes got it off of Muhammad Ali.
Absolutely.
Mike Tyson got it off of Michael Spinks. These are they're just two different things. If you want to talk about it, we can, but I'm just telling you that this thing is a really obscure thing for goddamn historians and researchers.
Just tell him now. Just all you gotta do, just like how you mentioned the Ricky Hatton thing, which I understand. When he was there was a point where it was undisputed, and sometimes you can't defend your other titles, but that lineal title, that undisputed title, don't leave you. The other titles might, the other sanctioning, other sanctioning bodies might fall off, but there's always going to be that one sanctioned body that's going to fuck with you.
Right. The thing is, this is a lie perpetrated by Tyson Fury. The lineal champion, right? That can be taken away from you when you lose in the ring. Right? The Ring Magazine champion can be taken from you if you fail a fucking drug test or if you're inactive, the way that he was. He was inactive, so they stripped him. But he was trying to act like it was the same lineal champion that you only lose from losing in the ring. But he never earned that championship in the first place because he never fought the man.
Yes.
So that title is still in retirement with Lennox Lewis.
Correct. The only thing that's confused is people are confusing the Ring Magazine belt with the actual lineal title that predates the Ring Magazine. That's the issue. And then also Tyson Fury is a fucking lion sack.
He's never been undisputed. That's
correct.
one thing.
But he was the Ring Magazine.
He's never been undisputed.
So when they stripped him of the Ring Magazine, they also stripped him of his lineal status. But he was trying to pretend like he was the real lineal, that he actually beat the man. So when they said they stripped him of the lineal, he's like, well, I didn't lose it in the ring. But that's not where he got his lineal status from. He got his lineal status in the ring against fucking Klitschko.
So basically what he's been selling is propaganda and semantics.
Correct. And confusion. Correct.
Yeah. Well, I won 3 belts off of Klitschko. I won this belt off of Wilder. So really, basically, I'm considered undisputed. No, but you didn't win it simultaneously. You wanted separate stances.
Correct. That's why Joe Calzaghe was never considered undisputed, even though he held all 4 belts.
Yep.
He didn't do it simultaneously, so it don't fucking count.
So Bernard Hopkins is limited.
Listen, if Tyson, I expect Wilder to knock Usyk out and take those 3 belts. I don't expect him to call himself undisputed afterwards.
So B-Hop was lineal.
B-Hop was undisputed. He was see, and that's the thing. Now I'd have to do research
because you run all 4
see
belts.
What the hell the middleweight division was like. Was Hagler? I think he was lineal. I gotta do the fucking research. I don't know.
Because
that's what I'm saying. Like, you got to do this shit for 17 divisions. Like, this is not cool. Nobody's sitting around there going like, yeah, I'm the lineal, so I get to do. Nobody's doing this shit. This is fucking
just
weak shit.
Smoke, and they told me, you must be an older guy. He said, because I never looked at it that way. I said, could you consider a guy like Hopkins a double undisputed champion? He was like, what you mean? I said, because he was part of the status of a 3-belt undisputed, and then it crossed over to 4, and he became a 4-belt when he beat De La Hoya.
Yeah, he was a 3-belt and a 4-belt undisputed.
Yep. He said, you know what? That's a good question. I said, could he be considered a double undisputed champion?
No, Floyd Patterson was not giving the lineal champion. I already just told it that, like, he wasn't anointed. He started a new line because Marciano retired. That was the last lineal champion. They started a new line of champions with Patterson.
No, the
only issue is back then there was only 1 belt. So when the next time that it happened, the next time that it was able to happen was with Ali. And Ali Frazier was the first time in boxing history where the champion, the undisputed champion, was not the lineal guy.
Since this topic of lineal, we've been discussing for a minute. I would never talk about that status. I always talk about either champion, unified, undisputed. And when I posed the question about B-Hop, he was like, "That's a good question." I didn't pose lineal and stuff like that because I'm not too in depth with that equation anyway. I said, but I can't remember another champion. I said, but the status has just changed in boxing. We went from a 3
Yeah,
belt
it's
unit,
just that-
undisputed
it's
to
it's
4.
it's just two things. It's just like the line has been broken twice in its
Yep.
history, right? It was broken once. The first time it was broken when Marciano retired. The second time it was broken was when Lennox Lewis retired. But every single time a new line was established with the
Yep.
crowning of a new undisputed champion.
Yep. Or the addition with another belt, another sanctioning body too.
Yeah, like exactly. It's just that during these times, when these lines get broken, they've been adding sanctioning bodies, so it's just harder to get a new undisputed guy.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. That's why we got to start looking at the purity of the sport and not the mirage of it. You know, we get caught up sometimes in the mirage of the sport and not the purity of it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say a lot. That's why I tell these
You
younger
keep saying that
guys.
they designate a new line,
Yeah.
They don't. They designate it by the new undisputed champion. That's the designation. That's how
Yeah.
you designate it. It's not they
Yep.
do it, unless you mean they by the fighters in the ring. They do it that way, sure, but you don't just crown a new guy. There's not a group of people that sit around and say the line is broken and we're just going to give it to somebody.
No, you got to earn it in the ring.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Like Connor's, like they just like they anointed Floyd Patterson. They didn't anoint him. He beat the fucking guy and became the new champion.
We keep adding another belt to the equation, and damn, I'm like, what we gonna have a 10 belt undisputed champion next? We might be dead and gone by then, but I don't know.
Do we have a lineal champion at heavyweight? Yes, Lennox Lewis.
That's the last time I can remember hearing that with the heavyweight division was Lennox Lewis. That's why I asked the question.
If you want to get the title from Lennox Lewis, you have to either become undisputed or beat Lennox Lewis.
Yeah, that's the only way. You know, we know he ain't coming back to boxing. So
correct. The way Mike Tyson, the reason why he was the last one, because Mike Tyson beat that at fucking Michael Spinks' ass and took it off of him. He was already undisputed at the time. Mike Tyson was.
And then the simple thing about this whole scenario of smoking, it goes to any aspect in the sport of life, in any aspect in life, period. Because we're really older and stuff. Just go educate yourself. Do your research. And it wouldn't be none of these arguments and going back and forth. Just
the
do
line
your
has been
research.
broken twice, not a few times, twice.
Yep.
A couple of times. A couple is fewer than a few. Like, Jesus Christ. I don't understand like why people like don't get like why they're trying to purposely inject goddamn confusion into something that's really fucking straightforward. Like boxing is confusing enough.
Yeah. Yep. That's what I said. That's the thing we don't need to get caught up in because why? The powers that be thrive on that confusion. Well, they're a little confused here and there, you know, we can run this and they'll just go along with it.
No, but the past is some more times is predicated to the
yeah, it is.
Like
It is.
I didn't miss Gene Tunney. The record, the line wasn't broken with Gene Tunney. Gene Tunney did not retire fucking undisputed or even a champion. Like, no. There was no reason to mention Gene Tunney. He got his ass fucking whooped.
But it's good that we can, you know what I'm saying, we can talk about stuff and discuss things because it brings us to present day of boxing, you know.
Because what it is at the time now, we had a hierarchy in the divisions. So many of the divisions outside of heavyweight, and heavyweight has just been that close to having an undisputed champion, but it's just like, you know what I mean? But you know, that's how that should go. But you have all these other divisions that's been growing and fluctuating, and you can't help but to see the best of the best.
Like you said, yo, in the past, not long ago, shit, it wasn't easy getting a unification fight.
Yeah, you
You
know
have to
what
go through
I mean?
hell and high water. Somebody got stripped because they were supposed to fight this mandatory, and you got this big fight, and you got two of the top guys. So one of the champions had to be stripped and fight the other champion, but it wasn't for unification because he lost his belt because he didn't fight his requirement mandatory and stuff like that. Now it's different now.
And then there was this wave that came in, which it started to get that new money, that new media money,
Yep.
and more promoters, coming into play.
Yep.
So open free market, and it just is it's just that one big hit. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You know that fight. You know what I mean? It just takes. It's not that one big fight, but it is that one big fight. But it takes about two before that.
Yeah,
And
you're right. Yeah, you're right. That market changed a whole lot of stuff because fights that we was looking to see and was interesting. You got guys moving up and down weight classes and this and that, going after this situation and that situation and stuff like that. Or when we did get fights, we didn't get fights when they were supposed to because that guy left the weight class too late, left the weight class too early and moved up and stuff. And this guy was still down here when they finally met. The expiration date had done passed on the fight. So yeah, you're right.
that's fighters on their own journey. Some of them are strict. Some of them where they can only be in that one weight class.
Yeah.
And then some of them were so popular in their country and they wasn't leaving their country.
Yep, you're right. You're right.
And they could be in an interim status, and they pulling more money and more popular than the
Yep.
full fucking champion.
And when
They
they did
getting
cross, when they
more
did cross the
fights.
waters, when they did cross the waters, you know that was at the end of their career.
And then you there you go. You see what I'm saying? Like it's a different ball game. It's a
Yep.
different animal when you come to the
That's what I should have been, a goddamn agent.
America,
That's what I
man.
should have done, been an agent.
You said an agent.
Yeah, I should have been an agent, man. So that's what I should have been, and see that dynamic in boxing. You know what I'm saying? Because it's more to it than what we think we see on the TV or live in the ring. It's more to it. You know what I'm saying? And you have a history of that. When it comes to that sport, it's more than what you just see from the TV. It's more than what you just see from the ringside.
Yeah,
And we
absolutely.
really don't know. And then we confuse ourselves thinking that we do know. And then when we really get the inside, when we really get a glimpse of what really was, and be like, damn, this is what it really is. Wow. Maybe this Joker wasn't pretending. Maybe he was honest and he couldn't really say too much. Because back then, so you had people that was in such a high power position as a fighter, you really couldn't say nothing. Because not only you were jeopardizing your career, man, you were jeopardizing everything, man. You just had to go with the flow and hope something else, broke open for you. You know,
Yeah, that's a
it's a little different now. So it's a catch-22 with me. I can get on the fighter when it comes to, and then I look at his management and stuff like that. So I'm just like, shit, I don't have an answer for either. So the best thing for me to do is just pin my ears and just wait and see, and then do my own homework and research and find out what's the real deal before I give any kind of assessment. That's what it is. Because in actuality, we can assume, but we'll never really know because we're not behind them doors. You never really know. Maybe the fighter want it. Maybe the fighter don't want it. Maybe the promoter want it. Maybe he don't want it.
Yeah, and then now we're in the era now that we can intimately see that everybody's ego is at a high. The motherfucking publicist, the fucking manager, the matchmaker. You see what I'm saying? Like the matchmaker is like the hottest thing now. Like
Yeah, because you
they're
opened my eyes when you made that assessment about a champion being overseas and being a long reigning champion and stuff like that. Shit, he might be up there. He might be up there as popular as the king of that country.
I'm trying to think of a fighter that from the Philippines. He was a WBA
Yep.
champion for the
He
long.
might be the next biggest thing in that country to the king or the president of that country. So why would I leave my domain and cross the waters for the sport of boxing? And look how my life was before I ever became an athlete.
But
I'm
maybe
rubbing I'm rubbing elbows with the big shots.
yeah, that's a fact. You
You
know
know
what I
what
mean?
I'm saying? That's what you see. I didn't look at it that when you mention those champions that been long reigning champions in their country, they look up as kings too. They're looked up as kings. We don't look at it, we like, man, you need to come over and fight the best because we feel we the best over here. But over there, they ain't looking at it like that. I'm the best person in life. More so than being an athlete, I'm just as big or bigger in my country than any one of your athletes in the world.
That's a fact. They fighting.
Yep.
You know, they fighting. That motherfucker might be ranked number 12 in that section body, but they running on fights. You know, motherfucker you might never heard of. You know, and they fly.
You remember the Indonesian Chris John?
Is it Chris John? And yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you, Jack.
I think his
It's
big.
like, yeah,
I
it's
think
Chris
his most
John.
pop. I think his most popular winning biggest name was Juan Manuel Marquez, and he had to go over there to Indonesia and fight him for his WBA championship. I think it was at 130. I don't even think he ever crossed the waters, but they always had him as one of the top fighters in that weight class, and he was champion for so long with one belt. He had so many title defenses. Chris John from Indonesia, and Marquez went over there and challenged him and lost. And that was it. He was done after that. That was the name he got on his resume, Marquez.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's kind of what you're talking about when you're talking about, yeah, I see what you mean now. Chris John from Indonesia. That dude never wanted to cross the waters. He never wanted to unify because all the other championships was pretty much our way. He stayed in this cocoon.
And he also followed. You know, he did what the sanctioning bodies want. That sanctioning body want. He
Yep.
defended it. He defended it like
What was the other guy?
at
Was the
least
other
50
guy?
times.
He was that was the only guy that was a champion at super middleweight that Joe Calzaghe never fought because he never wanted to leave Germany. Swin Ate. He retired undefeated, I think, with the WBA super middleweight championship. He never crossed the water. He was undefeated. That was the only champion that Calzaghe never fought at 168.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
stayed in Germany. He never left. The only way that fight would have come off, Calzaghe would have had to go to Germany, and he didn't want to do it. He was like, "Nah, my status is higher. I'm the reigning top dog in the weight class. Why should I have to go travel to him? He need to come to me." The fight never came off. The dude retired, undefeated with that one belt. I think he had like 14 or 15 title defenses at super middleweight because he didn't want to move. Like, nah, I'm not crossing the waters. So I'm not even going to England or wherever. It ain't got to be the U.S. I'm just not going. If you want to be undisputed, he got to come fight me in my country. And he's from Germany.
Yeah, I kind of
So
vaguely.
boxing can be crazy, man. You know.
He fought Roy though. I give it to Calzaghe. You know what I mean? Ballsy. You see what I'm saying?
So
He outbox. He out hustle Roy fucking Jones Jr.
yeah,
I swear to God, I couldn't believe
I
that.
think he got the best of Roy at the right time. He got him at the right time.
That's why. That's why. Like when it come to Roy, and yeah, he multiple divisions,
Hmm.
but I could respect Floyd much more because he showed why he didn't have to use his jab when why he didn't use his jab, and he was much more effective, you know, going along in his career, finishing his career.
Yeah,
Because in that fight, you was never supposed to abandon. That's when we was to see you to shoot your jab, like, bing, bing, you know what I mean? Keeping, Cal in his place. But it was just, because, Roy never used his jab conventionally
no,
for nothing, like typically of what we knew of boxing.
yeah, he wasn't all the way textbook. He was more from the athletic side and speed,
Yeah, that's,
and he could punch.
yeah. It was sad to see him underachieve like that.
Yeah,
'Cause he
yeah,
dropped Cal, right? He dropped Cal Zaggy in the fight.
yeah,
But it sure it was more. It just in that fight and fights like that, it sure is more than power.
yeah,
It just go to show you need to use your jab and
yeah,
stay behind your jab and scheme, and what I mean, behind your jab, because like you know it shows that you have technique. And Calzaghe destroyed all that. Like showed that Roy never really had no good technique
it's just the same thing with
when
B
it came
Hop.
to somebody
B
that fought like him.
B Hop B Hop dropped Kawasaki too, but his thing was I can fight him like I fought all the other guys, be rough and tough and smother him, stay on top of him. And Joe Calzaghe was a slippery character in the ring. He had perpetual motion. He never kept still and stuff. And then the way he boxed off rhythm. He was more like I used to call him an ADD type of fighter. He never kept still. And like you see, a jab. You know what I'm saying? A jab. Because he fought with his hands down. He moved a lot and stuff like that. He showboated and stuff. His motion was unorthodox. But he was very hittable. And he had speed. Everything Kawasaki did was with speed and combination.
All right.
Like,
Oh, hey, sorry
he
guys. What's
didn't
up?
he
What's up?
destroy? Did he destroy Jeff Lacey?
Oh, left hook Lacey.
Expert-
Oh man,
Oh my God! Like that guy's like the modern day Kirkland. Like yo,
He told Jeff Lacey before the fight, "You're gonna be my easiest fight of my career." They were like, "What you mean easiest? I'm a
yeah,
champion like you." He said, "You're gonna beat yourself. I ain't gotta do much. You're gonna beat yourself," and that's what Jeff Lacey did.
treat him like a banner.
Yeah, I'm like, damn man.
That's a fact. Yeah, that was an eye opener.
I
Cause
said, I was
Lacey
like,
was he
damn.
was
Jeff
Lacey
Lacey
was
was never the same
old.
after that fight. He was never the same.
I think Lacey had more like a demeanor where it broke more fighters, based on his demeanor and his physique,
Yep,
and that he was coming, and then he was coming right around everything he was doing.
yep. Because he was like
Outside,
that young champion. He had that Adonis physique and everything and stuff. And Jose was like, "Nah, I don't have the biggest muscles. I'm just the better fighter all around."
Yeah, he bust.
He
He
took
made
him to the he took him to the woodshed. Man, I was like, damn,
he beat shit out.
bit that man. I'm
You
like,
know,
I'm
you know,
sorry, Jeremy. I'm sorry,
you know,
Jeremy. I had to
like
step away for a minute. What we talking about?
you remember
oh
how you ever seen Balrog from Street Fighter when he get fucked up and you lay him
yeah,
out? That's how Jeff looked at the end of the fight, like just eyes
Oh, we're
open
talking about
out,
shit. We're talking about
mouth
Jeff
busted
Left Hook Lacey.
no,
Are
hey
we
yo,
talking about
smoke,
overrated fighters? Is that what we're talking about right now? What are we
smoke,
talking about?
no. What we how we got on that discussion?
No, yeah, we should
Ayo,
talk about
Ayo opened my eyes to a situation. We talking about we had got beyond the lineal stuff. We talking about these guys that was champions
Uh
that stayed in their domain, and basically the only time they come to crossover to make a bigger fight was pretty much almost the tail end of their career. And I mentioned, I said, he said, yeah, I remember that guy. I said, you remember Chris John from Indonesia? They had him ranked up there with all the top guys in his weight class. But his only real name on his resume was Juan Manuel Marquez. And
huh.
Marquez had to go to Indonesia and take that championship fight. I don't know if he was 130, 135 WBA champion for the longest. And he never crossed over. And I say a lot of those guys that do cross over, that's champion that we don't really know too much about them. When you look at their record, they're like they got all these title defenses, and they've been holding this championship for a long time. A lot of time when they do cross over, it's like they're at the end of their career when they do cross over. So it's more so not just the fact of them want to accomplish something as a champion. It's more so of picking up that bag. Because that's a fight that we was expecting for them to have a long time ago. And they finally was able to do it. And then look again a year, a couple of months later, then they retired, win or lose. You know, Kazaki more prominent fights was his last when he fought Hopkins and Jones. He finally crossed over and took them fights. But it was a lot later in their careers than his. And I was telling them, when you said Joe Calzaghe was never undisputed, I said the reason why they had one
What?
guy in Germany
Huh?
that, huh?
Calzaghe Left Hook Lacey was Calzage's biggest test.
No, what I was saying when you say Joe Calzaghe was never undisputed, I said yeah because they had a guy by the name of Swin Octave from Germany. He never fought. You remember him, Smoke?
No,
yeah,
I
that's
don't.
good. That's yeah.
At one time he was
I
at one
don't
time
remember. I don't remember.
he was
I remember Calzaghe was like he was a WBO guy.
a
Yeah.
Before
long time.
it was like he was holding the WBO belt down before it was recognized. But he did
Yeah.
have the IBF and the WBA and the WBC all, at some point. We just didn't have them all three at the same time.
But that guy, the Swin Octave Smoke, before he retired, he was unified. He had the IBF and the WBA when Joe Calzaghe was a WBO. And that was the fight they kept talking about, but he wouldn't leave Germany. He got one loss, and that was in the disqualification.
That's his.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really like the 168 division had some really good fights there. I don't know. Like Calzaghe.
That never happened.
I wasn't really
That was
Calzaghe before,
way
like
after
really,
that was way
maybe like
after
a
the
couple of fights before the Jeff Hook Lacey fight, but they left Jeff Lacey fight. I was checking for him a few fights before that, but once they started, the way that they talked about Jeff Lacey, I was just like all the way out on the guy. I was just like, man, you're acting like Jeff Lacey is the second coming of goddamn Marvin Hagler.
See what
just
happened
for this Joe Calzaghe guy.
They was promoting him as a draw though. He was a look. Smoke. He was gonna. He probably broke. He probably could have brung like like that unification appeal, like because 68 didn't have it. It could have been bigger than what it was. Like how Jonathan was saying, like
yeah.
It's relative. It's relative. It's not that old a division, right? Like some of these divisions, Like, yeah, 68's not that old, and then like
Wait, what happened?
all right. But like so a weight like cruiserweight, which is also really not that old, but unlike cruiserweight, there've been a lot of dangerous guys come through 68. A lot of really great fucking fighters. Even though the division itself is like kind of is not very storied, it they really have, you know, some ATGs that fought there. Whereas cruiserweight, like really not so much. It's really kind of just Holyfield. Maybe Kwawi. What you say about Usyk, whatever. But when it comes to 168, you got guys like Roy Jones, goddamn, you know, James Toney, fucking Mike McCallum. Like you got all these guys that fought there. They just didn't like spend a ton of their career there. That's all.
And that's what happened when Kanzaki came on the scene. Either the guys had done moved on in weight, or a lot of them guys got old and retired. So he wasn't in the mix with the James Toney and the Iran Barclays and the Steve Collins. Yeah, he might have fight those guys later on, but they was on their way out. Chris Eubank, Nigel Benn, Gerald
Even like all those guys, they made their bones somewhere else outside of 168. Yeah. Like they fought at 168, sure, but I mean that's not really where that's not where they're remembered for the both. Unlike Joe Calzaghe, like Andre Ward is like a 168 guy, but even still, his biggest fights didn't happen at 168.
You know, it's just like when they. Not to the same degree, but when they talk about Larry Holmes, he came on the back end of the Alis, the Frazier's, the Foremans, the Nortons, and stuff like that. You know, even though he fought Norton for the championship and stuff, he really caught him on the back end, kind of like Calzaghe. Either the guys got too old, or like Tony and Roy moved up in higher weight classes. So they never was able to get in that mix. So whatever they had left around that was nameable, he was able to fight them, win, and kind of build his name, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's the other thing, like he didn't move, he didn't leave. I don't know, like the guy, like he didn't get James Toney, right?
No.
And there's a couple of other guys that I think he could have fought that he didn't get in there with. He just didn't leave. I mean, there's a few things about Joe Calzaghe. I think he's a good fighter and all that stuff, but just kind of that not leaving what the conversation is based on, guys not leaving their
where Steve Collins turned down the fight with him too. But Steve Collins' thing was he wanted to fight Roy at 168, and he never got that fight.
Steve Collins was an Irish guy though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he fought outside of Ireland all the time.
Yeah. But he fought Eubanks twice. He was a champion at 168.
He beat Eubanks and fucking Ben.
Yep.
Steve Collins was like kind of, it was cool to see him in Liam Williams' corner, right? When he was fighting goddamn Jesse Vargas. I was like, God, man, we got Steve Collins versus Nonito as the cornerman. That's kind of crazy.
Hey, Smoke, he had a nice resume, Smoke.
Yeah, Steve Collins.
Didn't he fight McCallum at 130?
Yeah.
Didn't he beat Reggie Johnson at 130?
At 130 pounds?
I mean 160.
Yeah, no, I thought it was at 160. Yeah,
because he was a middleweight champion also.
I think he's let's see, McCallum. Well, did he beat McCallum? McCallum beat him for was it the 154 belt? I think it's the 154 belt that McCallum beat him.
I know they fought
I think they fought at 54. I think they fought at 54 and McCallum won.
Because he got some names on his resume now. Don't get me wrong, that dude was no pushover, man.
I'm almost sure, because I think McCallum was trying to get the Hearns fight, and then at 54, but instead Duran got the fight, and Duran relinquished the title. So that's how Mike McCallum became a champion at 54, because Duran got the fight that McCallum was supposed to get but didn't, but he got the title instead, and I think that was against Stevie Collins, if memory serves me, but I may have the names mixed up. I think that was Steve Collins.
He lost to Mike McCallum, for the WBA middleweight title in 1990.
Oh, it's middleweight. It's 160. Okay.
Yeah, and he beat Reggie Johnson for that same title in 92. And then he lost it to Sumbung Kalabay, I think. Then he moved on.
Yeah. Colin Bay is that Michael Nunn knocked the fuck out. Colombe, the African living in Italy, the first guy before. Anyway, whatever.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. And he Sumbung Kalabay beat Mike McCallum in Italy for the WBA title.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that was some fighting back then, man. You know.
Calabay became a full-on Italian citizen. Like that guy, didn't he? Wait a minute. He was a guy from Zaire or what it was called before fucking Zaire. But anyway, point is he got his like boxing start from the Rumble in the Jungle.
Yep.
It wasn't called. What the hell was it called before? The Congo. That's what it's called. The Congo.
Yeah, Congo. He's Congo.
It's the Belgian. Yeah.
He's Congolese. Yep, he's from the Congo.
He's a Congo. Yeah. And then like Mike. Yeah, and he was a bad kid and all that shit. And yeah. Sumbo could fight too. He could fight like that. I was at that build up because I was a big Michael Nunn fan. I remember that whole build up.
Beat Iran Barkley too. Beat Iran Barkley too.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, them guys did some fighting back then, man. You know. That's when boxing was boxing. I still think we're getting good fights. We just got to be patient, especially with these younger guys.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like a good fight. I mean, we understood a good fight in high school didn't necessarily mean the best athletes were about to fight each other.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
You're still gonna get a good fight after school, right? It didn't have to be the captain of the football team versus the captain of the fucking basketball team.
Yeah, because we knew when a dominant person was against the least dominant person, all it took was one lick. As opposed to two guys or two people that's average and they're just swinging for the fences all day long. Take a break and they're back at it again. That was good fighting. I don't know. You know, like I said, I'm not giving Shakur a pass, you know, but you know what I'm saying, you know, he's young, learn from it, handle your business in a couple of hours, and then we go from there because he's still a young fighter. I'm not going to just throw him away.
Yeah, McCallum was trying to fight all of those guys. He wasn't just trying to fight Duran. Like the reason why he fell out with fucking Hearn was because Hearn hornswoggled him out of that fucking thing. That's why he fell out with Stewart.
Yeah,
like,
he wanted Hagler too.
Yeah, he wanted all those guys. He wanted Hagler. He wanted fucking Duran. He wanted Hearns. That guy wanted everybody. Like literally, all four kings ducked that guy.
Yeah. Until this day, you know, he's older and stuff like that. And when you mention those names, he said, "I'm supposed to be one of them kings."
Yeah, he's definitely the fifth.
He's
but you know, like between him and, well, I guess yeah. Like Michael Nunn is another guy that like they say was you know like he was trying to get that work out of Sugar Ray Leonard.
You see a lot of these.
So y'all can understand why they got 4 sanctioning bodies, 4 to 5.
What do you mean we can understand? So now why we can't? Like, what do we just say that has anything to do with that?
You gotta understand why they have 4 to 5 sanctioning bodies.
What makes you think we don't understand?
Yeah, I want y'all to listen to this. Y'all listen.
Not every division can have the potential to have 4 to 5 glorified champions. But you know what I mean, it just shows that the potential is there where it's multiple divisions. It's not going to be every
Do you
division.
know that right now you can have
Some
10
divisions
fucking sanctioning bodies.
that kind of
That
like are
doesn't make.
slow.
What are we listening to, Jonathan?
Well, they did ESPN did an interview. They show. So I was telling AO they showing the replay. I think they're gonna show the.
Oh, you might not want to put that on. We might get a copyright strike. We want to listen to that shit with your volume down.
But they were saying that you can see the entirety of the video tomorrow before the fight, and basically, they kind of abbreviated. Basically, what he's saying, he said, I did everything in my power to get. He said, I couldn't sweat. I ran. I did everything before the win. He said, I just couldn't get it out of me. He said, I tried everything.
Okay, so did he have a nutritionist in his camp?
He didn't say nothing about his nutrition. The guys.
Okay, yeah. So like all you're trying to tell me is like when it was too late, you couldn't do anything about it.
He was like, I tried. I don't know if he meant.
I mean, when it's too late, right? I got you, but like, why did
I don't know if he meant the week of it, like the week going into this win that he said I just couldn't get it out. I tried everything. He said I couldn't get it out of my system.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I
don't know.
It sounded like weak tea to me. I need for him to say when he say he did everything in his power. I need to hear from his nutritionist that he hired one, that he works with one, he hired one, and he was sticking to the fucking regimen, or else you didn't do everything in your power. Because this is what I mean by professionalism, right? Like if he is a professional, then he hired a nutritionist in order to fucking make his weight.
Yeah, when I go to my next weight class, that's when I get it. That's when I get it done. But
yeah, I mean, you can do it however you want. I'm just saying, I'm not going to call it professional. I mean, you can say whatever you want about it. Like when it comes right down to it, he is coercing. He's forcing a guy into a corner to fight a guy outside of the contract agreed stipulations. The contractually agreed to stipulations. That's what's happening.
That nigga said I would not step in the ring with him on GP. That's not the case here, man. Not at this level. That's not how that goes. Don't smut it up like that.
No, I'm just trying. Like, don't listen.
It ain't that bad.
We can talk about how it is. Like, listen. We can talk about what is and what ought to be, right? But toggling between the two because it fits your narrative that is not really compelling. Like, what is that guy is not fucking professional. What ought to be is a completely different situation, right? We can both talk about what ought to happen, either before the fact or even after the fact. But what is the fact is this fucking guy is unprofessional.
Yo, things happen, man. I get it.
Yeah,
and
unprofessionalism
no
is
matter
one of those
what,
things that happens.
we're gonna chalk it up as unprofessional, based on insurance.
Because it is unprofessional. Not because we're chalking it up as so. It's because that's what it is.
Percentage of the blame.
We're not calling it something that it's not, right?
Did you look left? Did you look right? Did you look behind you?
Listen. If you're gonna come out and tell me you did everything in your power, but all you did was look straight ahead, but you have the power to look left and right, then I'm gonna call bullshit.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna hold that. That's 50 grand to me. That's 100 grand. He's official to me, man. I'm not.
He's official. I mean, what's official is he lost his fucking belt in the scales. That's what's official.
But I think he's leaving that in the past. That's a dub where
I think. Listen, I think that he's the best guy at 130, right? I think he's the best guy at 130, right?
10 times better, and I'm going to bring myself down to 129 and 7/8. That's not. I don't see that. 130 is the past. He's not coming back to this weight division unless
it's literally his next fight. It's literally the future, right?
He's just going up
his fight is
and then maybe come back down. But he still has a career where, you know what I mean, whether he win or lose this weekend, he could go in the next division and get a rematch or give a rematch. But but I could say that enough. He could go to 35 and say, yo, homeboy, yo, if you want to fight again, you can get it at 35. it'd be perfect. Just like how y'all said he not getting a title shot because he failed to make weight and shit. But he was not just the unified champion. Once again, he was the lineal champion because when he fought the guy, the other guy was a champion. The other guy, it's not like the guy was the unified champion and he was already the man, whether he was undisputed or just lineal, that he beat another guy that was number 2. He was a champion, the other guy was a champion, and they both were 1 and 2. And he
According
was
to who? Who said they're 1 and 2?
They envision them as number 1, just like anybody else in these divisions, and we're not gonna argue about that. We're not gonna do that right now.
Well, then stop anointing these guys behind nothing. If you can't fucking back it up, don't say it.
Because I swear, I bet you that
who says they're number 1 and number 2?
Conceicao wins because I'm not pronouncing his right name right. Robson. If Robson wins tonight, this week, if he wins, he will have that ribbon belt with the other 2 cornerstone sanctioning bodies, the WBC and the WBO. He will have 3 straps.
No, he won't. He will have 2 straps because that's all fucking what's his ass has. So not only does he have to beat Shakur, but there's still another guy out there with 2 straps.
No. I'm just talking about that belt that you're talking about that the ring took over. The fake lineal champion or the fake ring title and all that. That's attached.
What the hell are we talking about?
Look, listen. If Robson beats Shakur this weekend, he is number 1 at 130. He is number 1. Okay. He'll be number 1 plus with that ribbon belt. Whatever, if it says or not.
There's more than just a ribbon belt online.
Yes. He didn't have to fight for that. That was a given.
He didn't have to fight for what?
That was a given.
No, you said he didn't have to fight for what? No, you said he didn't have to fight for that. What's that you're talking about? I'm just a little bit lost, that's all.
Nobody's arguing that. Yes.
Arguing what, bro?
World titles out there.
You didn't have to fight for that. He didn't have to fight for what?
Yes. Shakur is not fighting for that.
Okay,
30
right.
is the pass.
Right. He's not fighting for anything.
He's leaving there number 1.
Mm-hmm.
This weekend, he's going to be leaving there number 1. Joe Cordini, he's outside. He's number 5, number 6. You know what I mean?
Doesn't matter. So what?
But
so he's leaving 130 number 1. Okay, so what's the point? He's leaving 130 number 1 if he wins. Okay, go. Okay.
Let me say something different. And Shakur got to understand that it would be so easy for him to fight another champion instead of Robson. I get it. You know what I mean? He fighting somebody that.
Wait a minute. How would it be easy for him to fight another champion?
Yeah, you think it would be easier that knowing that what he achieved and Valdez don't want a rematch?
Yeah, I don't think that there's any other champions at Top Rank for him to fight.
You see, but
which is why he's fighting Robson in the first place.
Correcting the situation.
Because I think anybody has to be a champion. What you're saying is actual is not actually actual. That's the issue. Like the issue is that you're acting as if Shakur Stevenson has all the belts at 130. He doesn't.
I'm not acting. Don't say you're talking like a female. That's how females talk.
No, you are talking. Okay, listen. I say literally, like straight the fuck up. Acting. I'm not coming after your nuts.
30 is a job.
If you want to talk about how females act, like you will pass the fucking mic. And what you're saying don't make no goddamn sense. I could put that on females, but females I know make fucking sense. Females actually make goddamn sense when they talk sometimes. And they also sometimes
you another one, man. We
bash talk about how females don't make sense. But guess what? That is doing a disservice to fucking females. Because sometimes females make sense. I'm asking for you to make sense. Actually, females are doing better than you are in this fucking conversation.
Feelings about what feels. Can they conclude on all of that shit? All the time?
Apparently, you are the one talking about
But
feelings.
we're
You're
not
in your
talking
feelings.
about that. So
You are the one
don't
in your
defend
feelings.
what you.
You're the one in your
There you go.
feelings.
You want
You're the one
to.
talking about
I'm
he's
gonna
got,
let you
he got all
defend
his
it.
goddamn things.
I ain't
Listen,
gonna
he can be
disrespect
number
you. I'm
one.
gonna let
He
you
can be
defend
number
it.
one in 130 pounds all he wants. As soon as he leaves 130 pounds, that shit don't fucking matter.
Yeah, I get it. We get it.
So then why are you talking
That's
about
what
it?
we
Why are you
talking
taking
about.
15 fucking minutes to talk about it then?
Yeah. We talking about the future, how shit get tossed
No, you're
up.
not talking
Like
about the future. What you're
we
talking about is
talking
the
about
whole shit
how
that don't
yo
make any sense.
Shakur getting a title shot, man. He coming to 35 getting a title shot. That's what we talking about now.
Okay,
That's what we
again,
talking
like I
about.
said,
We ain't no talking about no tune
okay,
ups.
right. So
We
what
ain't
you're
talking
saying
about
is,
no
what you're saying is right.
Roberson
So right
rematch.
now, what you're saying right now is that he has to rely on Bob Aaron's acumen and his fucking and his ability to wheel and deal to get that title shot. When he's already in the position to just demand it based on his fucking status.
Chewy.
So what you want to do is like act like the dude didn't fuck up. You're like, hey, it don't matter. Yes, it does matter. He fucked up, and this is how he fucked up.
Yeah, but we're not gonna be heavy pessimistic.
No, what we're gonna do is call it for what it is.
The
Stop making
world,
excuses about the shit.
world has, you know
Yeah,
what I
so
mean?
because Big Daddy Bob can maybe finesse him a fucking position, that's what Bob got to do now. That's not what Bob had to do before he fucking missed weight.
What are you talking about finessing? What are you talking about finessing?
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Okay,
He's charting high
how else are you
regardless,
gonna
my
okay.
nigga.
If it's not based on Bob finessing it, how is he gonna get this title shot?
He got it over Tio. You was mentioning Tio. God damn you. That nigga fighting Pedraza. If he was saying that, yo, I'ma fight Barboza, he would be in the mix to say, yo, he could skip like a situation which Shakur kind of created. But no, hell no. If anything, Shakur's way over a fucking Tio. Or I'm saying damn Tio, he ain't even fucking 35. Fucking
Right, you see how long it takes you to
Lomachenko.
answer a very
He
simple
could get in the
question?
mix
All right,
with
let me restate the
Lomachenko and
question. You're
Haney right
lost.
now.
You're lost already. What I'm
I'm not
telling you,
lost,
if
but
it's not for
I'm
Bob,
just
if it's
saying
not for Bob Aaron's finessing it,
he's gonna
how
get
does
a
Shakur
title
get a
shot,
title shot?
and it's
How
not
does
just about the
Shakur get a
WBO
title shot at
also, my nigga.
135? Explain to me how Shakur gets a title shot at 135.
If Haney don't fight, he gonna vacate. He's gonna gracefully. I could see him defending and reigning and defeating Cambosis and dubbing that shit. Not dubbing it on the scales, but gracefully and saying like, yo, I'm done with 35. That
How
you know,
does it get a
and I
Man,
yo,
fuck that. He want
and
to
them
fight Loma.
titles gonna be vacated. You think them shit,
He
man?
gonna fight
How
Loma.
does he get
He
a
gonna fight
fight
Loma.
for the
He
championship?
gonna fight
He got
Loma?
a 3-fight deal. He gonna fight
It don't
Loma
sound
after
like he got the
Cambosa.
energy for that.
Yeah, he do. Oh, trust me, he do.
I'm not
He
saying
gonna
he's
fight
scared.
Loma.
I don't never say that, but I don't think he got.
That's about to
I think he
happen.
got more energy for like a tank. You know what I
How
mean?
he gonna
Or
get a?
something
Why would
much
they give him
more
a tank?
appealing.
Why would they give him a tank when Bob can get an in-house fight with Loma? Why would they do tank when they can get an in-house fight with Lomachenko? I mean, I won't tank just as much as you do, but we still got to be realistic. I'm a
But
Shakur fan. You know what I'm saying? I was shocked. Hey, you know, smoke right.
I've
I
been
mean,
telling you
smoke
guys about
right,
this
bro.
Shakur shit.
Smoke right. It's unprofessional. Just period,
so
point blank. Bro, you gotta be real,
Bob
bro.
won't tell Shakur, yo, call
Oh well,
Haney
you
out.
know, hey, you know what? Yeah, he's number one in
Bob
130.
can't
That means he's
tell.
gonna automatically get a shot.
Bob won't
Yeah,
tell him
because
to
Bob
call
is his
Haney out.
goddamn daddy. That's how he's gonna get a shot.
Well, even if he do fuck it, give him a shot, goddamn. Because more than likely, if Devin Haney fight Lomachenko, it's gonna be a minute, bro. They probably gonna fuck around and give him some food until Devin move up. Or if Devin stay, then maybe they can make the fight, but it's a 3-fight deal. So shit, Cambosis, that's one. Cambosis part 2, that's 2.
Hell, Lomachenko, that's 3. After that, he a free agent. Then you looking at a move up. So that's about the only way. But Smoke right, bro. I can't sit here and cap. I mean, bro, that's unprofessional. He had a contract, an obligational contractual agreement. You know what I'm saying? He didn't make that happen. You know, he didn't do it. You know, period, point
That's
blank.
GOAT, right? That's the
Yeah,
GOAT, right?
yeah. And I'm a fan, bro. But at the same time, like I say, bro, I gotta be real. He fucked up. I be on everybody else's ass. I was laughing at Cambosa's ass when he didn't make weight. And he was talking about deception. Let them believe. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
And these motherfuckers just like, oh, it ain't no big deal. You know, Shakur is still Shakur. Man, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, whatever, man. Like, this shit, this hypocritical shit, I'm done. Like, go fucking pom somewhere the fuck else.
Yo, you talking like the fight should be scrapped. That's what
No,
I'm
I'm talking
getting.
about.
That's your
I'm
energy you
talking
get
like
off.
I'm
Other
sick
than
of
what you're
fucking.
saying,
I'm sick. What I'm sick of is goddamn two-faced fans. That's what I'm sick of.
that's why I'm being a bag. You hear me, Smoke? And I'm a fan, bro. You know I
I
fuck
can
with
appreciate.
Shakur.
Like, listen, exactly. Like, that's why I could appreciate Prime. He's like, yeah, that's appalling. But fucking Canelo's still my guy. I'm gonna ride out with this dude. Just tell me, just be a fucking real. Like, I asked a straight up fucking question. How does this guy become a fucking champion at 135 with no belts? And he's still like, oh, well, what about these other guys? Blah, blah, blah. And then fucking can't answer the shit. Fucking a triple straightforward question because we know what the answer is. If without Bob Arum, he's not getting a goddamn shot.
Nah, I ain't getting them no more.
yo, what are you talking about, my nigga?
Oh.
Yo, you a contractor gotta
You wanna?
focus
How
on
you
the
wanna do?
job, my nigga. You need somebody as a
You gotta call
mediator
back.
to fuck with the
Reset.
organization. What are you talking about, promoter and daddy and all that shit, man? And it's more
Right,
than a promoter.
because
There's
the
more
guy that
pieces than
the
a
guy that he
promoter.
has to go between, the guy that he's hired for his go
Damn.
between is the
Alright.
reason why he's gonna get a shot. If you had a different guy,
Alright, I
like
got
let's say
you.
he was signed to Lou DiBella, right? Then he wouldn't be getting a motherfucking shot at 135. Don't matter if he's number one or whatever the fuck. It's because Bob is his fucking go between, aka his daddy in this fucking conversation that I'm talking about.
You crazy, crazy.
Yeah, I know because you want it. That's why I got to go to extreme fucking. I got to use extreme language for you to get it. Because for some reason you don't get what the fuck just blew.
What do you mean? I don't get what
He just blew it. The guy would like he had right now. Didn't matter. He could have like if he never if Shakur Stevenson said, you know what, fuck Top Rank. I don't like Bob. I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna wait out this goddamn legal battle for me to get out of Top Rank. Once he was done with that shit, he still would be fucking WBO Super and still be in a line to get a title shot at 135. Guess what? He now doesn't have that thing at all. The only reason he's gonna get a title shot at 135 now is because Bob is gonna fucking finesse it.
You say his resume. Now he was a champion at 26. He is his
When is your resume the thing that got you a fight?
He's a champion at 26, right?
When is your resume got you a fight?
Hold on. Was he not a champion?
I don't understand. Like, why all of a sudden you're talking about resumes as if resumes ever got you a fight?
I think he's gonna be highly ranked with all the bodies. Everybody's gonna be bidding for who he want to fight for, no matter who the promoter is. It is the game. Of course, there's different promoters and factions, of course. But when it comes to when it comes to his name and recognition, he's gonna be ranked in every fucking sanctioning body,
How does
and
that
he's
get you
gonna
a
get
fight?
a title fucking shot.
How does that get you a fight?
Think about it. You
How
talking
does that
about
get you a fight?
promoter?
How does that get you a fight?
Say what?
I said, how does he gonna get a fight? And you tell me about his rankings. How does that get you a fight?
Yo, somebody at work or something?
Yeah. All right. So Did
I'm
Gary
hearing
Russell
some
Jr.
other
Did
shit
Gary Russell
that's
Jr. Did
fucking me
Gary
up.
Russell Jr. fight Orlando Salido? He was ranked highly at 126 for fucking ever. Did that get him a fight with Orlando Salido? No, it didn't, right? His high ranking didn't do that. Instead, a guy who was unranked got the fucking fight.
I don't know, because you could get a world title fight based on a volunteer.
Correct. So I don't know why you went to rankings.
Mandatory.
Correct. I don't know why you went to fucking rankings.
Because as we talk about it, Robson is not top 10. He's not a mandatory.
Top 10 according to who?
He's not top 10 in the world of the division. Yes,
according
he's
to who?
high in the sanctioning, that one sanctioning body.
That's
yes.
the belt that he's fighting for.
Yes, because there's so many other combatants in the division. But when you measure him up, they rank him number 13 or 16.
Who's
or
they?
whatever.
Who's that? Who are you saying they only rank him number 13? Who's
When
only
you
ranking
look at an
13?
overall ranking,
No, who? Whose ranking system are you using?
BoxRec.
BoxRec is a fucking has a horrible ranking system. Horrible.
That's your opinion.
No,
That's
okay,
your
no.
opinion,
I'm gonna tell you
but
why.
everybody's
No, this
operating
is
off
fact.
it.
I'll tell you
And if you-
why it's
Let me tell you why it's good right now. And
I'll tell you why it's horrible.
Let me tell
right?
you why they still decent, because they doing better, because when you look at
Better
their
than
front
who?
page,
They do it better
when
than
you
who?
go to their homepage, you
They do
don't
it better
see that
than who?
pound for pound list you don't see that pound for pound list no more. You don't see that bullshit. Like how I've been saying for the time I've been on.
Because you don't see the pound for pound list
That
in
is a
front center, that makes them
vague-
better.
That's one of the
That makes the
vaguest
ranking
lists.
system better than whose?
It caused the utmost amount of confusion. When you look at the page now, you just see all the number one guys.
That doesn't make the ranking system better. That doesn't make the methodology better just because they moved the fucking pound for pound page.
Look. When it comes to rankings, it's a consensus.
Hold up a second.
Smoke.
The reason why fucking the ranking system
Rankings
sucks
is
because they use methodologies
media,
that don't
old
have anything to
media,
do
everybody
with whether or not
get
you're good as a fighter.
H
That's why
Money,
their fucking methodology sucks.
Jonathan, everybody got an opinion. Everybody is asked, and they take a poll. Everybody, but the
reason why their methodology is fucking whack is because of the
people in the background. And 20 people is calling the shot saying, yo, this is the number one guy. This is the number 2
I can't
guy.
listen to this guy drone on about fucking nothing.
Consensus, man.
Bro,
we all take a
the
poll,
reason
man.
why BoxRec's fucking rankings suck is because they think if you're active, that makes you a good fighter. So they put a premium on active fighters regardless of their fucking skill level. So
That's
a guy
that's
who's been
why
active all of a sudden becomes
that's the
better
same
than a
example.
better
Hold on.
fighter.
That's why I want to cut you off. I want to
Yeah, you
use
wanna
that
cut me off because
example.
you don't
That's
because
why
you don't
he's ranked
understand
high
shit.
in the WBO. For the guy that Shakur's fighting, he's consistent. And because you're consistent, it gets you up the rankings. There's nothing wrong with
literally
that.
said that guy's not
There's
highly
nothing
ranked.
wrong with that.
Hey,
But
let me say more. I just want to say
all the
one
other
thing real quick,
lightweights,
y'all. I
he's
don't
not
want to
top
interrupt
10.
while
He's
y'all
not
in the.
top 10. Let me look at the list now and
You
call
literally just
motherfuckers out
Hey,
right now.
hey, smoke.
Let me just.
Hey, check this
I
out.
cut you
Hey,
off for a
smoke.
reason, and
Is it free smoke Friday
I'ma just prove
already?
it.
Is it free
I'ma
smoke
just prove
Friday
the shit.
No,
already?
it's just a fucking dumb fuck who
I'ma
won't
just
shut the
prove
fuck
the
up.
shit. Hold up, I'ma just prove
free
this shit.
smoke
And I'm
Friday
gonna
just shut
already,
the
call
smoke.
fuck
the
up.
top 10, and we all gonna disagree or agree that why he's outside the motherfucking top 10. He's high in this one
It's free smoke
sanctioning
Friday
body.
already.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, it's just a guy that won't shut the fuck up, even though I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Just based on your fucking
No,
feelings.
just shut the fuck up, bro.
Yo, you can tell everybody
just shut the fuck up, bro. Like, why
Nobody's
do you
gonna shut the
Hey,
fuck up just
Smoke,
because you said
Smoke,
shut the
you on
fuck
his
up
ass.
because your feelings
Smoke.
is all
No,
wrong.
I'm not. Bro, what you're saying don't make no
Hold your
fucking sense. It won't
feelings.
shut up.
Check your feelings,
Like
man.
literally, like
Check
right
your
now, this is
feelings.
what happens with Detail of Truth.
We know BoxRec sucks.
This is what the fucking
We know
problem is.
BoxRec
Dudes
sucks,
come
but
on
you
here
ain't saying
and
who's better than
feel like
BoxRec.
they don't have to. All they have to do
You
is
ain't
just keep
saying what's
talking.
better than BoxRec right now. So you ain't
Correct.
gonna shit on something like a woman and not get solution after the fact. All right. So yo, cool your jets.
Yeah,
Cool
why
your
don't you zip
fucking
your lip? Why don't you put a sock in it? Why don't you shut the fuck up?
A sock. Where you get that talk from?
The
A
English
sock.
language. Put a sock in it.
Sock.
Yes.
Who puts a
Yeah,
sock
yeah.
in
That's
their
what I'm
mouth?
saying. Do you want me to start quoting Austin Powers?
Hold up. Here we go.
Do you want me to start quoting fucking?
Number
Do you want
2,
me to quote
Oscar
goddamn Medea?
Valdez.
Who do I need for you?
I
Who do
can't
you
pronounce
want me to
dude's
quote for
name,
you to stop
but he
talking?
got an
And you be silent.
asterisk
Do you
next
want me
to
to
his
fucking start
name.
quoting with
And when
Martin
you
Lawrence?
got an
I can start
asterisk
quoting
next to
Martin
your
Lawrence.
name, that means you
Silence.
got a scheduled
Silence.
fight.
Who do you need for me to
That
fucking
means
quote?
you
You
got a
shut the
scheduled
fuck
fight.
up.
And when you got a scheduled fight too, you move up the rankings too. No matter, even if you are consistent. Maybe you have 2 fights. Maybe you are consistent. You have a 6-fight winning streak. But no matter what, when you're scheduled, that means you're scheduled. When you're scheduled, a fighter's happy. He's at work. When you're scheduled and you got that asterisk next to your name, you're good. You're going to move up the rankings. So there's more than one way you move up the rankings. And you, as fast as you move up the rankings, you will fucking fall the same way based on your fucking performance.
Awesome. So Trevor Bryant is better than Deontay Wilder because he's more active, right? So Trevor Bryant is better than Deontay Wilder because he's more active, right?
With all due
So
respect,
Trevor Bryant is better than Deontay Wilder because he's more active, right?
American fighter.
So Trevor Bryant is better than Deontay Wilder because he's more active, right?
Hector Lewis
So
Garcia,
Trevor Bryant is better than Deontay Wilder because he's more active, right?
Just defeated homeboy from Brooklyn.
So Trevor Bryant is better than Deontay Wilder because he's more active, right?
Which is number 14 in the division. Is number 5. Now number 6 is Joe Cordina, who has an asterisk next to his name, and he's scheduled to fight. He's number 6. Then you got Zelfa Barrett from the British.
Why don't you just read the dictionary, bro? If you're just gonna filibuster, why don't you do it like the real fucking people do it?
Japanese fighter number 8. You got
why don't you
somebody
just start
from
reading the fucking Chinese fucking dictionary?
Wilson, number 9.
If all you're gonna do is talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, why don't you
number
fucking
10.
This is fucking dumb. This is dumb as fuck what you're doing right now.
And I name at least 8 fighters that rank, and it's obvious why they rank ahead of Robson from Brazil.
Even though, right. So, like I said, BoxRec's ranking system is a fucking joke. You're the only person talking about that's not even what they do as a core business. Their core business is fucking as a database for fighters. They tried to become the official record keeper for all of boxing, and they got bounced out because they couldn't even fucking do that right.
Who's better? Who's better, Smoke?
Who's a better ranking system? Or who's better at what? Who's better what?
To keep the records.
Who's better to keep the records? The people who actually do Fight Facts. I think they changed the name, but they're called Fight Facts. They're the official record keeper. BoxRec tried to fucking take the title, and they got smacked the fuck down because they don't keep fucking records accurately enough. And that's their core business, actually. Not fucking rankings. That's this goddamn side business for entertainment purposes. And they still got a fucked up methodology for even doing that.
All right, let me get it.
Like, miss me with BoxRec, bro.
All right, easy. Take it easy, Smoke. Take it easy. You said...
Man, I would have taken it easy if you would have shut the fuck up 10 minutes ago. Now that it's too late for easy. Easy would have been cool if you just shut the fuck up. And I didn't have to listen to you goddamn drone on about fuck all for the last 10 minutes. Easy left the fucking building.
Confirm. Fight Facts?
Easy fucking left the building. Now it's hard time.
Fight Facts.
Figure the fuck out before you come
never heard of it. Nobody else have never mentioned no Fight Facts. Based on
welcome to the goddamn panel.
Okay. We're gonna size it up.
Yeah, where can you size that shit up in silence in your own time?
But when it comes to information, you cross-reference. You just don't go blindly on one.
I don't give a fuck what you do. I
So
just wish you did the shit
so
silently.
so I don't bash one. I don't just bash and say, oh, fuck them and they have this obscured way and they do this weird thing and you just create all these notions and shit. That's fine, but I'm not gonna do that. But you saying
Whatever you
Fight
do, can you do
Facts
that shit on
has the
mute,
better
bro?
records and all that? Fine. You said that's truth, that's fact. That's fact. Fight Facts. They got the best record and shit. But we still gonna compare it. You know what I mean? But we
No,
gonna go
you're
off
going to
this
compare this
that
shit because
you're
you're a
right.
waste of time.
You're right, Smoke. You're right. For now.
Fucking hell. Goddamn box rec ranking system? Give me a break. Anywho, woosah. Woosah. This goddamn Shakur has brought out to me, it is exposed in a way that I did not expect. All these fucking fight fans who are complete goddamn hypocrites. That's what I'm seeing. I'm just seeing that Shakur turned you guys into fucking bitches and hypocrites. You now all of a sudden you need to get your picket fucking signs out because this dude can't fucking make weight.
No, but yeah, that's the problem with you motherfuckers. People who be saying, toodaloo and whatever you did to exhale for that little 2 minutes. You know what I mean? Whatever the fuck you said, like you can't make people like you mad, man, because you just be going off your fucking rocker, man, like and saying all type of wild shit and getting too
Okay, how's
emotional.
my anger different from anybody else's anger?
Why you're angry? Why
You're
are
the one
you
saying
angry?
that. You said that you can't get people like me mad. So I mean, how's my mad different than anybody else's mad?
I didn't say what I said. I didn't say
And then
that.
okay, I get it. You don't even know what you say to yourself. Okay, I got it. It's
I
all
never
good.
said.
It's cool. You didn't say it. I'm good.
Yeah, but like you get a little upset, man. I mean, like.
Why the fuck you so like everybody comes up here trying to police grown men's fucking feelings? Why
So
don't you
what?
figure out your own fucking
So
feelings? Stop telling other people how to fucking feel
what if
about shit.
Haney
Goddamn,
vacates?
control your
So
own emotions and stop trying to control other people's emotions.
is he under criticism if Haney vacates? I fuck with Haney. I respect Haney. I love Haney. So if he vacates after he beat Cambosis, knowing that he want to fight somebody, this guy and that guy, maybe arguably only two or three, maybe one or two, three people left. Who said he's gonna do that multiple fights? But it's only Cambosis right now. Is there any room for criticism? Like, you know what I mean? Because I talked to you and we clashed to the point where I couldn't understand why he would want to fight Tank right now when his destiny is lined up. Where after he defeats Cambosis officially, he got more fights than anybody. He got fucking Haney. He called him up. I mean, I said Haney. He got fucking Lomachenko. Like, but he got more options than that. So if he leaves and go to 140, he can't be criticized. What is fans gonna be hypocritical? Like,
Um, Yeah, like listen, whatever the fuck it is you're talking about, there's a standard that we hold fighters to. Period. Fucking dot. As long as you're a goddamn fighter, this is the standard. There are times when some people like fuck with that standard, and then we can chop it up. Hasim Rahman Jr. was the latest fucking victim of this whole thing, where Jake Paul was like, "You're not making weight, I'm pulling out," and everybody tried. People came up here on this fucking panel and started to try to cast aspersions on Hasim Rahman Jr.'s fucking name, and he didn't even fucking miss weight.
That's not the same thing, but all that shit passes. But eventually, people understand the truth. In real time now,
Yeah,
they understand.
the truth is he missed fucking weight.
cares.
That's the truth.
The
He
truth
missed
of the matter
fucking
is,
weight. And damn,
They
if
matter
Devin
they wanna
Haney,
fight.
even
They
if
tryna-
Devin Haney vacate, it don't matter because he didn't lose it on the scale. You know what I'm saying? Like Shakur lost his shit on the scale. Period. Point blank. Like I don't know what the argument or what we arguing. Like
this is the
doesn't
same
matter.
type of
Like,
shit. He want to
Our
act like he
argument
fucked
is
up,
being
but didn't really
constructed
fuck up.
for him.
He's like, oh yeah, he fucked up, but he didn't really fuck up. Yo, he fucked up. He really fucked up.
So you agree that that lineal title commands that title defense?
No, I don't.
You saying it's just the world title itself?
What is this? The world title? What is this? The world title itself? I don't know what the fuck you're saying half the time for real.
No, because you said because he lost his super belt, his super WBO belt, that he ain't gonna be able to command that title shot.
Yes. How else would he? Yes.
That ribbon belt. You forget that ribbon belt
does not give you that. No, that doesn't give you that.
You are the ultimate A side. That belt says you are the A side of the division.
Jesus Christ. No other belt gives you this privilege. Only the WBO Super allows you to immediately go up and challenge for the title. No other fucking sanctioning body has that fucking privilege.
Smoke,
Only
who's
the
number
WBO.
one at 30? Who's number one at 30, Smoke?
Holy shit. Oh my God, dude.
Just say yes.
According to BoxRec?
No.
According to Ring?
I said
according to
you.
Transnational? According to Box Records Association?
You see,
according to
you
me,
acting
Shakur
like
Stevenson.
you acting
okay,
like.
according to me, Shakur Stevenson.
So just leave it as that.
At 135, what does that matter? We'll be moving up to 135.
If he don't lose in the ring,
do you not understand?
Like you've been saying with these other fighters, and you've been giving examples. If he don't lose in the ring,
I'm actually missing Kazi. I actually miss Kazi in this shit. Like for real. Like why don't you guys get together and like join, like make a group where you guys don't understand shit?
Another man. Call him up.
Okay, so how about this? How about this? Hey, do you not understand that no matter who I think is number one at 130 pounds, that does not get them a title shot at 135. It does not even get him extra potatoes at dinner. Okay, cool. Yeah, apparently, like if you like a fighter, like there's certain fight fans, you know, and I should have learned my lesson a long time ago when we did the Zab Judah versus Andre Ward shit. Because he's going to start making me say foul shit about your fighter that you like. I'm not trying to say foul shit about Shakur. I like Shakur Stevenson. I liked fucking Zab Judah. But guess what? Zab Judah got his fucking ass rocked by Amir Khan.
I don't know why we got an argument.
Amir Khan. Zab Judah got knocked the fuck out by Amir Khan. No matter how many how you want to dress that shit up, he got knocked the fuck out by Amir Khan. And just like Shakur Stevenson, even though you don't like it, that was fucking unprofessional. And he's no longer has his pick. He can't just move up and demand a title shot. He lost that shit on the scale.
Zab never failed on the scale. Why are you bringing up Zab? Yo, you disrespectful, my nigga. You talking fuckery. I don't know why you bringing up. Yo, I don't know why you brought him up. And I never
Oh,
blamed
I'll tell
on
you
you
why.
about
If you
Zab
want,
and
if you
Andre
hey,
Ward.
if you're confused,
I'm not.
if you're
Why would I
confused, I'll square
compare
that
them?
circle
I
for
don't
you.
know what
It's very simple. I was making a personal
listen.
attack because the person I'm dealing with, I was recognizing the mentality. When it comes to a fighter that you like, the facts of the matter
Why
go
didn't
out
you
the fucking
swerve it?
window for you.
You're swerving all over the fucking place.
Okay. Let me bring it down for you. I'll bring it down for you so we can like within the swerve, driving within the lines. I think you have double standards for fighters you like versus fighters you don't like. When it comes to fighters you like, you make all types of fucking excuses for them. And it's shit's goddamn annoying today.
Example what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm not talking about anything. You got it, bro.
What? Like I said, you brought up Zab. Zab's never failed at the scale. Like he's always respected
And I
the
told you why I
scale.
brought up Zab 3
Like
times. He's still confused.
Like what
Why
are you
did I bring
talking
up
about,
Zab?
man?
Why do you think I brought up Zab? I
You
told you
said
why.
I heard you say
I told you
Andre
why.
Ward and Zab. We had something about we talked.
I told you why. Do you want me to tell you
I don't know what
again?
you talking about because
Do you want me
you
to
be
tell you
having
again?
your own
Okay, I'll tell you one
argument.
more time.
You
So
have
we
your
can
own
clear this up.
internal
When
argument.
it
That's
comes
what
to
I'm
right,
telling you.
right,
Emotionally, you be having your
exactly.
own. I would never argue about Andre Ward and compare Zab and vice versa. I never do that. Why would I do that?
Okay,
There's no comparison.
like I said, okay, dude, if you want me to go
And
back
you
in
can't even
time,
reflect on what
if you
we
want me
was.
to go
What
back in
what's the
time, we
comparison?
can and
What
rehash
was it?
this whole
What
fucking
were we?
thing. I'll tell you how it started. If you were really confused and you want to be unconfused, or if you just want to be confused, I'll just let you be confused. If you want to be confused, I will let you. I'll allow you. I won't bother you. You can just be confused. It's all good. If you want to actually some clarity, I'll provide clarity for you. I'll attempt to try to.
Not really, but go ahead.
Cool. Then if you just want to be fucking confused, just be confused. It's all good.
No,
Be
go
confused.
ahead. Go ahead.
I already
I'm
said it
not
like 3 fucking
confused,
times,
man.
right?
Go
Like
ahead.
the reason
Go
why I
ahead.
brought him up.
But
The
you're
reason
a
why I
little
brought him up.
long-winded, but you don't believe that. But go ahead. Go ahead.
The reason why I brought up Zab Judah was I was making a personal attack against you. You got it?
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't talking about Shakur anymore. I wasn't making an analogy about Shakur anymore. I was just talking about you. Are you still confused?
I'm not confused about that. I know you
Hey
get a
yo,
little personal.
hey yo, I got
I
a
know you
question.
get a little personal. Oh, he got knocked his Mirkan knocked his ass out. Like you always make it sound like it's the most dramatic
Hey,
thing and the shit
hey
is
yo,
like
do you think that it was unprofessional? That's all I want to know. With Shakur missing weight, just yes or no.
yes, yes. You see what I'm saying? He could have put the effort and came in like he could have came in 130 something, but he put in the effort. You see what I'm saying? But and he could have, and it is what it is. You know what I mean? But ultimately he is the man that controls his career. But when you do that, you will be penalized. He's been penalized, but we not going to scrutinize him because he has time to redeem himself, like Tank did. You know what I mean? But and I digress on that shit. You see what I'm saying? Like that's a sensitive thing, the scale thing. You know what I mean? That's the first battle. You know what I mean? That's the first battle. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna leave it as that. But it's really about the performance, you know. Because if it go past 9, I'm gonna be like, damn, like shit was really going bad, you know. But
You
you know,
see how long it takes for this, like
if he
how much
could have done
words you
it,
need just to say the guy's unprofessional? Yes, it's fucking unprofessional.
yo,
Move the fuck on.
go. Then let me move on. Like, yeah,
Motherfucker, you
go.
won't stop
I answered your
talking. You
question,
said yes and then kept talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and
but
talking.
he ain't got
Yes,
nothing
it's
to
fucking
say to you.
unprofessional.
He's talking to me, and I'm talking back to
Correct.
him.
It's unprofessional. Yes, everybody says it's unprofessional. Now the very next thing is how you going to talk about how is all good, right? It don't really matter.
Yeah, you don't believe he's a fucking big deal, man? Just like how you said his daddy is in play, Daddy Warbucks of this promoting shit.
I didn't
About
say
to
what.
shake shit
I
up,
didn't say
man.
it was his
Don't be
money.
mad,
No,
man. It's
how,
the
no.
game. Don't be
That
mad
he
at it.
influenced over the WBO. Whatever Bob orders.
That's the game. That's the game. You gotta pay to play, man. What the fuck you talking about?
Well, he already figured out the game, but he didn't need to play that game because he knocked it because he was actually the WBO super champion.
But you have to be responsible.
So now he's
You
back
as
in
a
Bob's
promoter,
pocket.
when it comes to the high life, you gotta be responsible. When you get these privilege, it's a privilege to have these to know that you can control this contractor, you can control this sanctioning body, you can control this symbol I have in my this physical. I call it a medallion. This medallion worth 6 figures. You see what I'm saying? Long as you pay your fucking dues, you there ain't no cap in your
What the
fucking money.
fuck?
Yeah, I'm from fucking New York. You ever heard of fucking medallion? Go. Unmute. All right, I'm losing you. I'm talking in parables. So medallion, not other than ink that hangs off your fucking chain, which is a medallion, but also medallion symbolizes something. You know what I mean? And in the streets of these cities of New York, we have a medallion. That shit worth 6 figures. Not only in New York, Boston, you know what I mean, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. 6 figures. You like, damn. This shit worth 6 figures. It's worth every fucking penny. It's a privilege, it's a responsibility to have that. And I'm gonna leave it as that. Promoters got a huge responsibility. You're gonna keep your fucking champ. If you're gonna keep your fighter happy, you better pay them motherfucking sanctioning fees. Oh, you got the WBO, man. What the fuck you talking about, Smoke?
I am talking about the history, the traditions, what actually happens in boxing, the actual fault lines, not whatever the fuck it is. I like literally, man, like you're tough for a couple of reasons, like just to talk to. Firstly, because I'm not sure about your listening, right? And then the other thing is we don't have the same meanings for words. So it's going to take a whole lot of listening to each other in order for us to understand one another. That's just straight off the fucking rip. And I am the only person doing the listening. And so it's goddamn frustrating, actually. That's like what I'm talking about really is like, bro, like you need to figure out what the fuck is going on in
one that
boxing.
be on the panel talking about I'm frustrated. That's how women be talking. But go ahead.
Bro, do you understand that women and men have a lot in common probably when it comes to you? I don't understand. Like, what makes you think if a woman gets frustrated with you and a man gets
Fatality.
frustrated with you, like, I don't understand it. Like just because a woman got frustrated with you, then like
My
men
nigga, what
can't
are
ever
you
say
talking
that
about?
shit.
Are you talking about your feelings? Are you talking about
Fatality.
your feelings?
Fatality.
I understand, you sensitive. You could be sensitive. I understand that.
You are sensitive about Shakur.
But what?
We're all like, bro. Listen, men are not robots. We all have emotions.
I
Women
didn't
are not
say
the
you
only
didn't have.
women are not the only human beings with emotions.
No. But you.
Both men
But
and women can be frustrated
you
with
gotta
your
hear
dumb
yourself.
ass for
But
the
you gotta
same
hear
fucking reason.
yourself. But only if
Just
you
because
can
a
hear
woman is
yourself.
frustrated with you doesn't
But
mean that now all of a sudden men can't be
no, but
frustrated with
it's
you because
just
a
based
woman
on
did.
reaction,
Or
buddy.
women beat
It's
it.
just based
Like
on
women don't have
reaction,
dibs
buddy.
on the shit.
But like you were saying, you started talking about women and
You started talking
talking
about
about
fucking women,
relating
bro.
and understanding. I
You are the only
understand and hear
person
what
trying
you
to
say.
deflect
I
from
hear
this
what you
goddamn work
babbling about.
by
Like
genderizing this
I
shit.
say, you emotionally a little off.
Yes,
You know what
you
I
are
mean? But
totally
it
off.
is.
You're totally off.
We all are emotionally a little off.
You are totally
But
off. So
you're a
why
little
bring it up?
emotionally off. But you
So why
maybe
bring
you
it up?
don't want to agree to it. But
You are
I agree
totally
that
off, bro.
you're
I
a
don't know
little
why you
emotionally
would.
off.
I don't
Because you
understand
want to
why
harp
you would.
on Bob Arum got the WBO. So who you think got the WBC, man? You see what I'm saying? Like, yo, get with it, man.
Do you think that they have the same? Do you think that WBO has the same history as the WBC?
It don't matter.
Oh,
It's
if not
what
to
the
you, no.
fighters like.
That's why
The
women are
fighters
frustrated
love
with
the
you, and
green
men
and
alike.
gold. It
That's
is
why
what it
women
is,
and
man.
men
It is what
alike
it
are
is.
frustrated with you because
And
for
it
some
can't be
reason the shit
singular,
that matters
man.
to everybody else doesn't matter to you.
What are you talking about, man? Yo, I get it. WBC was first. They were first, yes. But in time, you have to expand. They all work amongst each other. They don't bang on each other. So I'm a mute. Go ahead.
Best thing you fucking said. Anyway, what's going on with this goddamn Shakur fucking missing weight from reasonable fucking people?
So he can't redeem himself?
Because that's what we're saying, right?
So he can't redeem himself?
Because who said he couldn't redeem himself? Whoever said that?
No, I'm just saying you want to.
Yeah, I got it. Whoever
Go
said
back
that.
in. You want to
So,
go back.
wait a minute. Hold up. Do we have to say a whole bunch of other shit we didn't
Nobody
follow?
want.
Like, so he's never going to
I'm
be a billionaire?
talking.
So he's never going to be a
Get at
billionaire?
me, man. I'm talking. You talking about somebody going? You want to revert back to Shakur? Like you talking about? People being hypocrites. Like you're looking for the hypocrites or something. Like Shakur.
No. But
What about the Shakur
if
situation?
Shakur
Like
is moving up
leave
to
the Shakur
135,
situation alone. Like
okay. If Shakur is
people
moving
are
to
giving
135, how
giving
is he
them
going to
a
redeem
fly.
himself?
Like
By your
my nigga
definition, how
lost
can he
his
redeem
titles on the
himself?
scale. He about to take. He about to be penalized financially. What else? But they still gonna fucking fight. You talking about? You said it more than I think you said at least twice about it should be scrapped. Not on this level.
When did I
Not
ever say
on
it
this
should be
fucking
scrapped?
level.
When did I ever say it should
Come
be
on, man.
scrapped? You said I said it twice. I never said it at all. That's why I said it's frustrating talking to you because
So
your
fights
listening
don't get
skills
scrapped
aren't
like
very
that.
good.
You saying that you act like this nigga's 3 pounds above the
Okay,
weight,
you
3-4
again.
pounds. You
I never said
mentioned
that the fight should be scrapped.
David
That's why
Benavidez.
I
You
said your
mentioned
listening skills are fucking poor.
you mentioned what's the face that beat Nomachenko.
Orlando Salido.
Yeah. So
Was the fight scrapped?
That's why you
So the
comparing
fight wasn't scrapped.
them niggas was doing all type of wild shit.
All type of wild. What are you talking
wild
about?
lifestyle. Like, come on, man. That's not. Yo, come on, man.
Okay, hold on. How do you know Orlando Salido didn't just come in purposely overweight? Why are you talking about his lifestyle all of a sudden?
Because he's a young man and he's not associated with those characters.
Hey, whatever, dude.
You don't do that. And he has time
I'm
to
good.
redeem
Cool.
himself.
Go there. I can't
Like
play
how
with the
you
animals
be
anymore.
banging on Tank and you talked about how he got stripped and he was running around with regular titles and hasn't been fighting nobody meaningful. And then Shakur now, for the next 2 years, he ain't gonna have a big fight. Everybody just gonna shelf him.
Nah.
He about to
Not
be
with
on
me
the
when
shelf.
you're with Top Rank. Top Rank ain't shelfing Shakur. That's not gonna happen.
Man.
You're stretching truth. Stop it. You know what I'm saying?
Who's stretching truth?
How can
Who said that?
you're stretching the truth like in a
I'm
fucking elastic
repeating
band.
what he said earlier.
Let me tell you this. How can Shakur redeem himself if he's moving up to another weight class?
My nigga,
Doesn't
shut
make
the
no
fuck
sense.
up, man.
You don't tell me to shut the fuck up. I've been shutting
What
you
the
the
fuck
fuck
you
up.
talking about? This nigga
Hey,
ain't
yo,
35,
bro,
man.
listen.
He's
This is
not
the
30
thing.
years old.
So you're
Hey,
saying that
Mr. Wade,
Shakur
he's a
should
young man.
redeem
He can
himself,
redeem himself,
r-
man. He got
right?
a
But
promising
how?
career.
Redeeming
Just like
himself would
Tank,
mean
he
if he was
redeemed
to go
himself.
back down to
We
130.
all
That's
make
what him
mistakes, man.
redeeming himself.
We ain't
That
gonna
would mean
harp on
that
that
if he
shit.
made one mistake at 130, that's the mistake that he made, but he's gonna move up. So how would he redeem himself? That would mean that he would go back to 130 and redeem himself. That's how you redeem yourself when you make a mistake.
All
Right.
possibilities. He
All
might do
possibilities.
that.
But what did
He
he say?
might
He's
do
moving up to
that. But
135.
who
You got to
said
look
he
past
would?
that.
But who said?
Stop it.
But
Stop it.
there's all possibilities. But that's
Right.
all on
Okay.
him. But I'm not projecting that. I'm not
You
projecting
literally
that.
are. You literally are
But no
when you're
matter
saying that.
what, he can do
What
that.
you're saying.
But we're
Okay.
not going to take nothing from
No,
him
we just gotta move
just
forward.
because he ain't
We
make
have to
weight.
deal with the
That's
situation at
all
hand.
right.
That's the
We're
whole
gonna
fucking
strip
thing.
him. We're gonna strip
You don't
him
think that hurt?
politely,
You don't
and
think
we're
that
gonna
that
tax
okay?
him.
But this is the thing. You
Polite,
don't think that
yeah.
it's already affecting him
That's
already?
it.
Being stripped, being deducted fucking money.
I
You
know
don't
what the
think that
fuck
that
I said when I
mentally
come on the
it's affecting
platform.
him? That's what
Yeah,
he
that
does.
shit
That's
ain't.
what.
That shit is unprofessional. But
Okay,
we're
he's
not gonna
dealing with
be
those
testing. We're not
consequences.
gonna
You
hop
know what
on
I'm
that
saying?
shit. Fuck that.
Okay, then let's move
Yeah,
Fuck
forward.
that.
like he wants to
Let's
acknowledge that
bring
he
this
fucked up without
argument.
saying
Let me
but
see the
without taking
same
any
energy
responsibility for the fuck
smoke.
up.
Let me see the same energy smoke when what is it, Sunday? And Kaz Mike, your man. Yeah.
That's
Bring
me.
back the same
That's me.
energy when
Bro,
you finish
sometimes
this
I don't
guy.
I
have
do
to. I
have the
don't
If
have.
same
it go
energy.
past 9,
Listen,
then you could bring the
my
same
energy
energy,
for
man.
fucking bro. I don't have
Come on,
patience for
man.
fucking
This
idiots.
guy still got an opportunity
I'm
to
trying to
be a
become a
world
better
fucking
person.
champion, man.
I'm trying to
He got
become a
more
better
money in
person.
his pocket,
People like
and you
you,
talking
people
about,
like
oh,
Kazi,
fans
people
want to be
like fucking Mo
hypocrites.
Bars, if people like
Nobody
Detail the Truth,
cares.
totally fucking trigger
Everybody
me.
just want to see the fight.
Totally trigger me. But I'm trying to become
Nobody
a better person.
cares, man.
Get the smoke. I trigger you
You
because I
what?
smoke you all the fucking
You
time.
can't
Whatever, bro.
penalize the young
All
man
the
no
fucking
more.
time. It's so easy,
Whatever
You
you
bro.
can't
tell, whatever
penalize
you
him
need to
no
tell
more.
Bro,
yourself,
Get stripped
you
of
know,
his
it
I'm
doesn't
belt
so
matter
bored
to me.
of this shit. You know what
and
I'm saying? But
money.
you always, try
You
to
talking
speak up.
about
But it's all good.
he gonna get
All of
boxed
you
Deal,
out.
guys
deal
are
with
in the
this guy
same
then. Go
fucking
ahead, go
boat.
ahead.
He ain't gonna get
Kazi,
no title
goddamn
shot.
Ayo, Mo Bars, and Detail the Truth are all in the same fucking boat for me. You won't
That's
shut the
crazy.
fuck up, and you keep talking a bunch of dumb shit.
Yeah, right. And you
Yo,
get so worried about it, get
when
affected
I
by it. It's
politely
crazy.
stop
Hilarious.
talking,
That
it's not like you refer to and
triggers me.
go in.
That shit
You
triggers
still
me,
want to
and
boo
I'm trying to
boo
become
about
better.
how
Hopefully, I'll get better at it. The more
somebody need
time
to
I spend
listen
with you
to
guys,
you. But
I'm gonna
you saying shut the fuck
I'm
up,
gonna
like
develop
you
skills
command
to
something.
deal with
You don't
fucking
command
idiots who
nothing
won't
over
shut the
here,
fuck
man.
up. But at
You
this
are
point,
earning the
this is
respect.
what I got. What I got
Nobody
is
got to tell
shut
you
the
to
fuck
shut the
up, you
fuck up.
idiot. That's all I got for you
Nobody
right
care
there.
what you
I'll get
say.
better.
Everybody
I'll
gonna
get better
talk
at it though.
over you,
Hopefully.
son.
Hopefully.
Especially when they speak
Yeah.
in their mind.
Step your
After
skills
you
up,
saying
Smoke.
some fuck
Step
shit.
your skills
After
up,
you
Smoke.
speaking rubbish and garbage, man. You still gonna iterate and still gonna put your point in, and it don't even fucking matter. It don't even matter. You be answering questions for you be having answers for a different question. Like, if you have a fucking answer. So, you know what I mean? Bring the same energy if Shakur don't finish him before 9, man. But leave the shit alone, man.
I don't have
Leave that
Shakur
shit
finishing him
alone.
at all. I never
Leave
thought
that
Shakur was
shit
going to
alone.
fucking finish him. I
Talking
never
about
thought
old
Shakur was going to
Zab
stop
and
him.
Andre
I never
Ward
thought Shakur was going to stop him.
and Zab
You
got
can
the
keep
fuck
on
up.
droning on and on and on
Yeah,
about
you
fucking
act like the
nonsense all
nigga
you
got
want.
carted out, man. You act like he got carted out.
You act like he didn't miss weight.
Zab ain't miss weight. I don't know why the fuck you miss it. Oh, I want to be
Fatality.
personal. I want to be
Fatality.
personal. Like, nobody nobody got time for that. Cause the way you be talking, you ain't got time for that. Cause you be exhaling like, and people gotta, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
See your
because like
fucking man.
generally in my real life, I wouldn't fucking deal with
Just because
imbeciles.
smoke.
But on this
You
panel
ain't got
shit,
no man.
I
You ain't nothing
actually
but
I should
hot air,
probably
man.
evolve as a human being. So you guys are a challenge for me that I accept the challenge. I'm gonna get better coping skills for fucking idiots that won't shut the fuck up.
Finish him. Finish him.
What happened? I just got back. So H,
What
did it
you
end?
talking about, Go?
Me?
Finish what? Finish who? Cali Bally from the fucking shores. I just wish he shut the fuck up. I just wish. And you got your, yo, why you ain't more confident? You got your Kazi on the mic, rocking the
I'm
mic,
chilling, bro. I'm chilling,
bobbing
man.
on the mic.
I was smoking. I've been smoking all fucking day. Just got out for
That
work and
nigga been
shit.
calling for you for a couple hours. Where you at,
Me?
man?
Me?
Kazi, yeah, Kazi. You supposed it's either Kazi or Khan or Shaunery
Cosmic.
or whatever.
Cosmic.
I
No, no,
forgot
no, no.
who
Not
he
Khan.
needed some
Kazi.
his
Cosmic.
man.
I don't know
He
who
needed
that
his
is.
boots.
You know me. But it's all good, man. This fight's gonna be good. I just like for me, I was hoping Shakur could become undisputed at 130, but it's his decision. Um, and whatever he chooses to do, like I don't know what the fuck is going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, but he is facing the consequences of not making weight, which is losing his belts and like that's it is what it is. So him, his team, his managers, I'm sure they know what they're doing. So if they choose to move up, they're saying they're gonna have a big fight. I don't know what would be a big fight for Shakur at this moment at 135. You know what I'm saying? The only big fight would be Lomachenko, based on him being with the top rank. So I don't know what they're alluding to because that's also something that they said. I'm saying that's what I was watching because I was at work all day.
So Kaz, you think everything's all well, after Cambosos get defeated by Haney, and what's the chances of everything, going smooth and we getting a fight with Lomachenko and Haney? What's the percentage?
Uh, I mean that's what they're going to try to do. That's the thing with Bob, and that's the thing with Bob is not gonna
Is it
he's gonna
difficult?
give you
Is it
fights.
really
He's
that difficult?
Yeah, no, it's not gonna be difficult. No, no, it's only a matter of them agreeing. Lomachenko agrees, Haney agrees, the fight's made, done. You know what I'm saying? It's just a matter of where they're gonna have the fight, and that's pretty much it. You
New
don't see a lot of
York, New
amazing.
York.
That would be amazing. Yeah, because Lomachenko usually fights in New York. Big Ukrainian population, big American population. In Chicago, that would be amazing. We have a huge Ukrainian population here in Chicago. I would love that. And United Center, that would be amazing. Yeah, Ukrainian population in Chicago is huge, bro. They have it's Ukrainian village. It's like a huge. We've had like the Eastern Europeans like
No, not bigger than Jersey. Not bigger than Jersey. No.
nah. Jersey's bigger than Chicago. Ayo,
Oh yeah,
as a
nigga.
city? No, my God. Chicago's literally the fucking third biggest city in the United States. So how would Jersey
No.
have a
Jersey
larger
is the
population?
state. Jersey is the state.
Okay,
I
same
was,
thing. It would be the same thing. Trust me. The
no, I was just
population here
saying
of Ukrainians is
population.
huge,
I was
bro.
just saying the population.
The
The
population in New Jersey State, but I'm talking about
in
this the
comparison to
city. Okay,
Chicago when it
all
comes
right.
to the
I don't know that,
nationality.
but I'm telling you, here in Chicago, Ukrainian village is fucking huge. You know what I'm saying? So, the Polish used to have their big
Hey
fights
yo,
here.
say
Yeah,
Chicago.
that fight coming to New York, my nigga. Yeah.
All right,
Lomachenko,
cool. It's your opinion. It's
New
okay.
York, New York. That shit might come
Yeah.
to New York. I don't even think it's gonna be in Cali. I don't know. I don't think
No,
so.
I wouldn't put it. They wouldn't be in Cali, but the point is, wherever it's going to be, it's going to be dope. You know what I'm saying? My whole thing is, I don't want these fights to continue to fucking happen in fucking Las Vegas. I know that's the money, but like I want to see them in all over. You know what I'm saying? In Chicago, New York, Boston, Philadelphia. All different. All different places. It always happens in Las Vegas. It's kind of when you play a game, you don't always want to see the same fucking stage all over again, over and over again.
But that's like the neutral ground for the big fights.
Yeah, yeah, but it shouldn't be that way. That's the old way of thinking. Like, these guys are fucking watched by, they have their athletic commissions and they have people watching them. So it can happen in Las Vegas. Las Vegas would be the most corrupt since it happens there more often. You know what I'm saying? They invest in these Las Vegas referees as opposed to smaller, you know what I'm saying, athletic commissions in other states.
Our state, legislators, is very lenient compared to other states. You know what I mean?
Okay, so
Jersey, we still got Jersey. Jersey can always pop off again.
yeah,
But I'll be surprised. I want
Atlantic
to ask
City.
Smoke.
Atlantic City was once that fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? You see
It
Donald Trump,
still is.
Don King, Mike Tyson, bro. They were doing their fucking shit, bro.
Yeah,
That
the
was
right
crazy. Like,
fight.
what the
You see what I'm
fuck?
saying? Like the right fight. You know what I mean? You had the best fights. You see what I'm saying? Like, right, right arena, right region.
Yeah, bro. I think one of the biggest fights here in Chicago. I think it was the Andrew Galata fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck is that? And here in Chicago, if I'm not mistaken. One of them was, you know what I'm saying? So, like, bro, when we were gonna get Adrian Broner versus Figueroa, I was hyped for that shit. I was, you know what I'm saying? I was like, bro, let's get that shit. Like, I'll take that. I'll be there. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, give it to me. I mean, so yeah, people have been wanting these big fights here to happen here. So, yeah.
So, Nomachenko, is he
By the
going 12
way,
rounds versus two
shout
now?
out to Butch. I don't know if you in here, Butch, but fuck Connor Ben and fuck you, Butch. I want my fucking money. Shout out Boots Ennis. If you want some, Butch, bring your ass on here, Butch. Yeah, nigga.
Hey, yeah, that's gonna set off his UK Spidey sense. This fuck Connor, that's all he needs to show up. He's wherever the fuck he is in the world. He heard that shit. He about to pull up. Give him a second.
Yeah, they have a Batman car. Boom.
But I'm gonna tell you this, Go. I'm gonna let it be known, Go. If that motherfucker Conor Ben do what I think he gonna do to you, man, he gonna put that's just another shadow on Boots, my nigga. That's another shadow, boy. It don't look good, boy.
We gonna have our chance. You know what I'm saying? It's bullshit. Hopefully we get Stanley on this. We can go ahead and get him in there, but he bullshitting. We trying to get Keith in there. Keith talking about he want 10 million. You got fat fuckers like Butch supporting that shit. Yeah, bring your ass on here. You unfit fuck. Come on. I got time today. Yeah,
Yeah,
fuck Connor Ben. Fuck Connor Ben. The nigga just started boxing when he was 18. He's been knocked down twice to a spicy tomato can. So yeah, I got time. Come on, boy. Oh, wait.
But yo, Go, you know that nigga Keith he fought in Jersey. He fought in on Broadway over there in AC. I said Broadway. Yeah, he fought in
Fuck
AC.
Keith Thurman. Fuck him.
No,
Fuck
but
his
I'm
damn.
saying no,
Fuck
like
his
yo, that
Indian.
nigga
Fuck
could
his
blow up
Indian
Philly.
foo-foo. Fuck his Indian foo-foo eating wife. Damn, he need to take the 6.5 million so he can get her some new silk sweaters and fucking uh damn shiny gowns and shit and take his ass whooping. Talking about the fucking gate welded shut. Nah, we gonna weld your motherfucking eye up shut. That's what we're gonna do. Gonna shut your motherfucking eye up.
Yo,
Fuck them ribs up.
yeah, I said, yo, get that nigga boots for. Get that nigga boots for. Get that nigga Keith 6. Do that shit in Philly. Yeah, them niggas will sell out something out
Fuck
there.
that. We'll go to Miami. We'll go to his hometown. We'll go to Miami. We'll go to
Even
wherever the
better.
fuck.
He's ain't
Yeah,
never throw
we'll
shit
go to
in
I even
Miami.
said
Miami.
that too. Or some, like that's
Ayo,
different.
Ayo, where you from? Ayo, where you from? Ayo, where you from?
New York.
New York. You sound like you from Houston. Be slow when you sit down. When you speak a sentence, you be talking like
And then yeah.
this.
And then I talk fast enough where you like, what? But whatever.
All right. So who do you got? I'm sorry, I caught the end of the story. So you have Shakur versus Conceicao.
Yeah, I don't see it going past 9.
So you're going with Shakur?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much everybody's going with Shakur, right? Is that the thing?
No, not Smoke. Smoke think
I'm
yo,
going.
that nigga should
I'm
abandon
going
shit.
with. I'm more
That nigga can
concerned.
make weight, so y'all be like, yo, nah, that
What
nigga
y'all?
make weight. Fuck that
What
nigga.
y'all think of? What y'all think of? Joe the Juggernaut Joyce versus Joseph Park. They fight too.
Yeah,
I,
that's
I
gonna
mean,
be
I think
crazy.
it's a pretty good fight, right? But I think got Joe Joyce winning the fight.
You
He's all
think
right.
hey Smoke, you think Joe Joyce will get the knockout? I was thinking about betting with Joe Joyce by knockout. But Joseph Parker ain't never been stopped before.
Man, I can see
Yeah,
Joseph Parker actually
I don't think
winning
he has.
this, in my
I don't have.
opinion.
I don't think he has the feet to knock out Parker. I think Parker is like kind of too smart and a little bit too mobile for that shit. That Juggernaut shit is slow and fucking steady, and he needs you to be there.
Hey, you should see fucking who got's trainer? Silas is training Joe Joyce. That motherfucker had on like 2 diabetes, like when a motherfucker leg is shorter than the other one and they gotta get a foot with like a step on it.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
motherfucker had like 2 fucking stepping shoes on. But Joe Joyce looked slow as hell, boy, and this goddamn in the little press practice where they letting the motherfuckers hit his training. Man, look, Joe Joyce looks slow as hell, boy. But like you say, that's what he is. He's slow and steady.
Yeah, he's slow and steady, and if you can't move, then you're about to become a Vic, right? But the guys that beat him are mobile guys.
Hey, Smoke, hold on. Hey, Smoke. Say if you ain't got no footwork, he about to tee off on your ass.
Because listen, a butterfly might be able to land on one of those fucking punches, but it still comes around in the grip. Those fucking guys are still surprised as fuck when it fucking hits them, right?
Hey, that's how Daniel was. Daniel thought it was sweet. Now you want to sit here and talk about his mama blind and shit. He fucked around and closed your shit all the way. With that same damn slow ass jab, he was jabbing his goddamn head off.
Like if you can't master the motherfucking 5 steps to dodgeball, then yeah, Joe Joyce about to whoop your ass.
Hey, Joe Joyce like one of them big ass video game bosses who you can avoid they hit, but if he hits you, your health bar about to drop. Your shit.
That's what it is. I don't think Parker is good enough to get the W, but I do think he's good enough to not get stopped.
So I think that's the bet then. I think everybody probably bet in the knockout. I think I'm gonna go the distance. I might put a fight on Joe Joyce by decision. I
Hey,
know
go.
that's plus money.
Hey, go.
Yo,
What's up with you? What you think about your boy Shakur Stevenson missing weight, man? He got stripped for all of his belts today, bro.
oh yeah, you know I already said that I'm a man of my word. I'm professional. You know what I'm saying? He got to get his head in the game. All he had to do was make the weight. You know what I'm saying? And he make it. He had a hometown fight. You know, you go on the. I ain't even gonna get into that because that's my dog. But it just it let me know like I ain't not tightened up. Like I beat Valdez. You know, just stay focused, bro. I'm not gonna sit here and just bash him, but he is wrong. He fucking missed weight. I fucking laughed at Cambosis when he missed weight. But Cambosis was saying stupid shit. But at the same time, my boy missed weight, goddamn. Like I said, I if you listen, I predicted this shit. I said it a few days ago. I said after the fight, the nigga gonna go to 135. Cause like me and Smoke was talking.
Nobody predicted that he was gonna miss the weight and get
Oh,
stripped
come
from his
on,
belt.
bro. You know that. You know that.
Nobody
It ain't
predicted
nothing.
that. Ain't
It
that
ain't
not
nothing
just
I can
you though?
say.
Nobody did. Ain't
Yeah.
nobody predicted this.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
So it's
I
a
don't
bad
know.
look, though, especially when people are saying Shakur Stevenson. I like
Yeah.
Shakur. He a
Yeah.
beast. But
I
when
fuck with him.
people, but when people compare him to Devin Haney and they say, "Oh, he dedicated like Devin Haney," he just like Devin Haney. I don't think so.
You
I
can't
don't think so.
and you what can I say? Hell, Devin Haney ain't never missed weight. Devin Haney got a nutritionist. Devin
Oh,
Haney goddamn Devin Haney bigger than him.
y'all leave
Goddamn.
that nigga Shakur alone, man.
Nah, bro.
Stop
Nah,
bashing
bro.
that little nigga,
Nah,
man.
bro.
That nigga's a middleweight.
Nah,
Yo,
bro. You
Haney
gotta get
is
out your
one
feelings
division,
about
man.
it, bro.
Haney is one division. Shakur,
Okay, Shakur moved up
more
in
than
weight
one
though.
division.
Shakur started off at 126. He moved up to 130. Haney been at 135 his whole career. And he
That's
ain't
the
never
whole
missed
point,
weight.
bro.
Yeah,
He
Shakur
ain't
just
never
And he
got
missed
to
about to
weight.
130.
leave.
So
That
Yeah,
nigga
so
about
what
to
you
leave
saying
when
don't
that
make
shit
no sense, bro.
145. That nigga
Nah,
about
you
to
still
leave.
wrong, bro. Because look, Haney been at 135 his whole career. At least damn Shakur moved up and was able to, give himself some more room to grow.
Nah,
So I can't say that neither, bro. Because Haney been at
y'all can
135,
say
that nigga growing. And he bigger than Shakur. That nigga bigger than Shakur and he's still fucking making weight. So like Shakur, I don't know if it's maybe like cause he got a kid and shit, and maybe he was at home and
The lack of
like
discipline.
it's a lot of shit, bro. And
Lack of
and at the end of the day, I can't make excuses. It's
smoke.
undisciplined. That shit undisciplined. My nigga Boots ain't doing that shit. Devin ain't doing it. Has Terrence Crawford ever missed weight? They say Mayweather missed weight versus Marquez. Is that I don't know. Like
that's a catch rate. That ain't any of official. That
yeah,
ain't.
see
And
that's what
now
I'm
he
saying.
But
See?
I still held it up to him because that
listen,
Marquez was.
listen, bro. Shakur ain't the champion no more. So if he move up to 135, he don't get an automatic title shot no more, smoke. Cause he lost his belt. He don't get that privilege no more, smoke.
He
Man,
don't.
I'm
He don't.
tired of screaming about it today.
So
I've been
that
screaming
so
about that
that's
shit for 2 hours, bro.
and
I don't
that's
know
what
what to say
happened.
about that shit
Goddamn,
anymore.
smoke been saying that the whole time. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, bro, it ain't. Like I say, anybody who's on here, know goddamn my top three have always been goddamn my favorites have been Devin Haney, damn Boots, and Shakur. And goddamn, man, it's like that nigga missed weight, bro. And like Smoke said, you got to take the bias out of it sometimes. If it was anybody else, we'd be laughing at their ass, calling them, saying they ain't shit, calling them fat and shit. You know, I stay consistent. I got on
Yeah, bro.
Cambosis ass. I laughed at
Yeah.
him, so I
But
gotta stay on goddamn Shakur.
Conceicao, he just fought a guy in his last fight, who was on PEDs. You know what I mean? And now he fighting a guy who's missing weight. So he ain't getting a fair shake, bro. He doing his job. You know what I mean? And I feel like Shakur Stevenson, he did discredit Robson Conceicao. Shakur said he didn't win that fight against Oscar Valdez. Come on, Shakur. You know Robson won that fight, bro. Stop trying to downplay him.
Yeah, it's what you call it. They fucking talking shit. But the main thing is you missed it
because we fighting him. You right, probably trying to get in his head, but I'm just keeping it real. That nigga won that fight. Everybody know that he got robbed.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, he definitely got robbed. I agree with you on that.
Shakur try to play him. Shakur try to play him.
You want to know something? Shakur, goddamn, he gotta take this one. He gotta eat it. You know what I'm saying?
Back to the Shakur Devin Haney situation. Now, when I be talking about Devin Haney, some people think Shakur is better. That's cool. You can think that. I'm not tripping. But when people say Shakur is just like Devin Haney, he disciplined like Devin Haney, he focused like Devin Haney, he dedicated like Devin Haney, I don't think so. I know he dedicated, he good, and all of that, but he ain't like Devin Haney though, bro. Devin Haney don't miss weight. Devin Haney ain't got in no street fights. Devin Haney ain't never been to jail, bro. They different people. That's all I'm saying. Shakur's more of a street guy.
Oh hell, Shakur, it ain't.
He come from the street.
That's why I want to see them fight. That's why they gotta fight. That's why them two niggas gotta fight, bro.
And then when Tank Davis missed weight, everybody was bashing Tank.
Exactly.
For his belt. So right now, a lot of people, they mad at Shakur. And I think Shakur got a lot of haters, bro. I'm not one of those haters. I defend Shakur Stevenson. Double S. You know what I mean? Undefeated, bro. He didn't lose his belts in the ring. Couldn't nobody beat him. But at the same time, now Shakur is talking about he moving up to 135, but he just was talking about going for undisputed at 130. So which one is it?
I don't know about that. I don't know.
I got some questions. He did say that. He said he was trying to fight Cordina.
I know. That's Cordina, but like you say, hell, Bob ain't gonna make that shit happen. Cordina, when he fought, he only had 5,000 people in the crowd. Like, Bob ain't gonna make this shit happen. Bob said it himself, his own promoter. He say undisputed at 130 is stupid. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, like I've been saying that. I said a few days ago, that nigga's going up, bro. That nigga going to 130. He ain't got no choice now. Because now he done lost his belt. Shit, exactly. You gotta chase Devin Haney.
Yeah, I was already talking about Shakur going up to 135. Remember, Smoke? And they were saying, oh, he gonna stay at 130. He going for undisputed. We ain't gotta rush him. But, man, I was already talking about this. So... Man, it's an unfortunate situation. I hope Shakur Stevenson learn from his mistakes, because this is not the end of the world. This is not the end of the world for Shakur Stevenson. He could move up to 135 for bigger and better things. He already was a champion at 130. I was already talking about Shakur moving up to 135. You know what I mean? And even Devin Haney got to think about moving up after this fight, bro. Because that man been trying to, stay at 135 this whole time. And Devin Haney, a big ass lightweight, bro. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So it might be talking about his health.
You gotta be a man.
Shakur said my health is more important to me. I'm not trying to kill myself to make 130. If he can't make it no more, move up to 135. Same thing with my boy Devin Haney. You know what I mean? If it's time to move up to 140, move up, bro. You already won all the belts. Shakur, he was already the best at 130. Now you got all these haters celebrating because Shakur got stripped for his belts.
Yeah, it's bull. Tell them.
Fans, they celebrating. They laughing at Shakur. They hating. You got a lot of racist fans hating on Shakur, bro.
Tell them
listen. And today is their day to fucking shine. The problem, though, is when you try to fucking extrapolate 2 years from now, when Shakur is about to beat one of your fighters' ass, you're gonna still talk about he missed weight 2 years ago. That's the fucking shit about Tank that was fucking whack. Like, people still picking goddamn Leo Santa Cruz to beat Tank because they was talking about Tank's gonna miss weight in that fucking fight and be drained. There's all some dumbass shit. Like, yeah, It's not a lifetime. It's not a life sentence on him, but he fucked up in this one, and he gave a whole bunch of haters. Goddamn, he gave them refuge. Right now, the haters can come out of the fucking shadows.
They shining right now. They happy, Smoke. I see these guys throwing parties right now.
Hey, and another thing, they can still get on here. They free to get on here. If they got some shit that they want to say, they are free to come on here. H, you can drop the link. If they feel like, that their fighters, whoever they think is like that, But as far as Shakur, I can't defend it. If they come on here and pop on Shakur for missing weight, what I'm going to do? I'm not no man fan. I mean, shit, I fuck with my dude. Hell, he missed weight. Hell, my job doesn't give me a fucking pass if I tell them, oh, well, fuck it, I'm not coming in today. Or fuck it, I come in and I fucking just sit around like, nah, motherfuckers gonna get on my ass. You know what I'm saying? My girl gonna get on my ass.
It doesn't mean that you won't get a better job in the future. It doesn't mean that you can't become the president of the company or whatever the fuck. Like all these weird ass goddamn justifications people are coming up with to just to deflect from the fact that this dude fucking missed weight. That's it. Like just own the shit.
Yeah, and even with me, bro, when I seen it, I thought that's the first thing I thought. I say, damn. I say, mama, this nigga don't goddamn miss weight. What he got going on? And like, I don't think people understand. Like, this ain't. It'll make you wonder. Like, what's really going on? You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that he's not committed or he's not the one, but like, what happened?
Hey, Shakur better not be bullshitting in that fight too tomorrow too. I'm just saying, bruh, because Robson Conceicao, listen,
it just stopped for no reason.
Listen, when Stevenson fought against Oscar Valdez was scared of. Let's be honest, he fought him. He got him the ring. Nigga, but he was
waiting on him. Fuck, yeah.
What is going on with the background? Like somebody needs to figure out their goddamn audio.
Hey, go on mute real quick, go. But listen, hey, Smoke. When Shakur Stevenson, when he fought against Jamel Herring was scared. You saw it at the press conference. You seen it at the weigh-in when Shakur Stevenson was grabbing his belt and doing all that extra shit. Jamel Herring didn't stand up to him. Yeah, he got in the ring and got his ass whooped. He got a paycheck. He act like he didn't want to win.
Oh my god, dude! Why are you making the Marines look bad right now?
Nah, it's the truth. Nah, when Oscar Valdez, when he fought against Shakur Stevenson, he looked like he was scared. It looked like he showed up for a paycheck. He didn't come to win that fight, Smoke. He didn't. He did not. But guess what? Robson Conceicao, he's ready to fight. Robson Conceicao, he didn't back down from Shakur Stevenson at the face-off.
That's what I like too. That's what I like.
It's gonna be a fight tomorrow.
We're about to beat his ass. It's gonna be a fight, but he about to get his ass whooped. My boy,
that nigga ain't backing down.
I don't give a damn what goddamn.
That's what I like.
Like Jamel Herring did, nigga.
When
Jamel Herring was acting all shaky and shit. You know that.
That's fine.
Robinson ain't act like that, bro.
Hey, listen, he can get his whole favela ass fucking whooped too. Don't get it twisted. This ain't about Shakur being a fuck. All of a sudden, Shakur can't fight because he missed weight.
Robson is a master boxer. Robson is a master boxer, one of the best in the business. Robson could be an undefeated world champion right now. Right now.
Good. So when we whoop his ass, it's gonna make it all the better. That's fine, because he's, like I say, he about to get his ass. Regardless of if he got robbed, regardless of if he a master boxer, it's level, and that nigga's gonna get exposed.
But Shakur didn't come in on weight though.
Yeah, I mean that's cool. And what
Like,
can
so,
I
so
say?
here's the
There's
thing.
nothing I can say.
If Shakur stops him, then we can bring up that weight shit.
He
But
ain't
I don't
gonna
think
stop
Shakur's
him.
going. I
There
don't
ain't
think
no
he's
way
going to
he
stop
gonna
him.
stop Robson
Exactly. I don't
Conceicao.
think he's going to
There's
stop him.
no
I think he's just
possible
going to
way
get a
he gonna
lesson.
stop
I
him.
think he's going to get
No
taught a
way in
lesson.
hell.
Exactly. I think he's going to get taught a lesson, and so that weight shit don't fucking matter.
It's gonna be a chess match tomorrow. It's gonna be boxer versus boxer, skills versus skills. We're gonna find out who got better skills tomorrow. We're gonna see who got a better jab. We're gonna see who faster. We're gonna see. Because Shakur ain't gonna knock him out. Shakur couldn't knock out Oscar Valdez, who had no defense, who was a flat-footed, come-forward fighter.
We gonna beat the fuck out of him. He won't get more than 3 rounds. It's gonna be a wash. When it's over with, H, I'm gonna come on here and I'm gonna say, H, this nigga got washed out. And you gonna say, yeah, bro, he did.
God, I got a question for you. Am I wrong when I say Robson Conceicao should be an undefeated world champion?
You're not, bro. You're not. I thought he beat Valdez. I thought he beat Valdez.
Why Shakur couldn't say that and ride with his
Well, you know, it's art of war, bro. You just popping shit. Niggas be popping shit. Niggas popping shit. That's what he's supposed to say.
Black, though. Listen, Robson is black. He could have gave that brother some credit and be like, damn, I beat an undefeated champion. I beat a fighter who should be undefeated.
But still, when you want to say stupid shit like I'm really defending my belt right now. I never lost, like, nigga, okay, you can say that you thought you won, but to sit here and talk about really I'm defending my belt, that belt is nah, nigga. Now you feel like, okay, I'm gonna pop my shit. You lost. You gave it up. Not saying that, I agree with that, but I agree with what he's saying, his tactic. Because you ain't about to just sit here and say the stupid shit talking about, well, nigga, you shouldn't have been showboating towards the end of the fucking fight. Cause let's act like the nigga didn't let. Bro, he was, bro. He was. Yes, he was, bro. Bro, hey, listen. That's not, bro. I'm not, bro. That's not what I'm saying. H, I watched it too. But what I'm with you. Bro, I'm with you. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying he didn't box. I'm just saying, if you know that you in there with a motherfucker who got caught with PEDs, they still let him hold the title and they still let him fight, you're supposed to be in that bitch 100% focused. Like, that nigga was smiling, goddamn hands down, then getting hit. Like, bro, you can watch the fight. The nigga was goddamn playing. What I'm saying is, if he would have just stayed focused the whole way through, like, okay, this shit like how he is now, go in there and not fucking play, then he might would have got down just won. That's all I'm saying. But still, I had him winning. H, I'm with you, bro.
Yeah, but I feel like he wasn't showboating in round number 12. Nah, Shakur was wrong.
No.
With that. Let me finish, bro. Shakur Stevenson was trying to discredit Robson Conceicao when he should be building the dude up. Because if you beat him, when you beat him, you can say you beat an undefeated fighter who should be a champion instead of saying he lost and trying to make him look bad, bro. Robson Conceicao is a true professional every time. When he fought against Oscar Valdez, and Oscar Valdez cheated, nigga, and he was on them goddamn steroids. And guess what? Robson Conceicao, he didn't make no excuses. He went out there and he beat his ass. He gave him a boxing lesson. That's what Shakur should have said. He should have said, Robson, he beat Oscar Valdez. This dude is a master boxer. He's an undefeated fighter.
Well, goddamn, H, he ain't gonna sit here and give him all that. He's still an opponent. Goddamn. At the end of the day, bro, and I hate to say, he lost.
Nah,
I mean,
bro, he got
you
robbed,
can say he got robbed, and you're right. You're right.
He got robbed. What we gonna say about Pernell Whitaker when he got robbed against Jose Luis Ramirez? What we gonna say?
Well, he not fighting him. Nah, we not gonna say that neither. But what I'm telling you is, when you talking shit to somebody and somebody popping shit about you, shit, why the fuck should I sit here and fucking be nice to you? It's a fucking fight. Like, nigga, you talking shit, talking about you think that I'm overrated and this and that, nigga. Well, fuck you. That's what I'm saying. Shit, fuck giving everybody just all this respect. It's a fight. You sitting there popping your shit. I'ma beat your ass. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? I'm with you. He still goddamn. I still thought Roberson won, but I ain't gonna sit here. Go ahead, bro.
That was a great chance for Shakur Stevenson to look out for another brother, Robson Conceicao, who was done dirty.
Well, you know what? You can go to.
Wait. And that nigga Oscar Valdez was on steroids. Shakur could have said that. Damn, he fought a guy who was on PEDs, and he still outboxed him. He's the best fighter I ever fought against. This the toughest fight of my career. He couldn't say that and give that brother credit, but it's all good, bro. We gonna see tomorrow night, bro. That's all, bro. Robson,
you right about that. We are gonna see tomorrow night. Above all and everything, tomorrow night we gonna see. We gonna see.
Come on, bro. Oscar Valdez was on steroids when he fought Robinson, bro.
Yep, facts. And now Shakur missing weight. Roberson motherfucker down, Roberson got to fight motherfucker on PED. Motherfucker got to be overweight.
Hey, guess what, Go? Robson, he a brother too. He black too. He from Brazil. He black too, bruh. We got to look out for him. Oscar Valdez can fight that nigga on PEDs and nobody says shit about it. And niggas forget about it. Oh, he lost the fight, even though motherfucking Oscar Valdez was on steroids. Come on, Shakur. He wasn't on steroids when he fought against you.
You right about that, bro. And we got to bring that to the light. You right. I ain't sitting here and I ain't gonna argue with you. You know what? And I might not can say I fuck with him, but I respect him. Like goddamn, and I feel for him. Cause like goddamn, my title shot, the motherfucker got hit with the PEDs. They should have stripped him off the rip and made me the champ, but they didn't do that. Then they robbed me within a fight that I won. Now I get another chance. And this motherfucker missing weight. So it's kind of like I feel for Robertson, bro. I'd be lying and I would be two-faced if I say I didn't feel for Robertson, bro.
Hey, I like Shakur Stevenson. I think Shakur Stevenson is the next Pernell Whitaker. I think he gonna win that fight. I think he gonna beat Robson, bro. I think he gonna win. You know what I mean? But you can't underestimate Robson Conceicao. He's an Olympic gold medalist. He's a master boxer. He's a technician in that ring. He's one of the best. He got some of the best footwork. Some of the best boxing IQ in the game.
I can't wait.
Best movement.
You want to know the only thing, Smoke? You want to know? You want to know the only thing, H? And you can attest to this. The one his downfall, he gets sloppy, bro. And he used the same 1, 2, 3. But besides that, his footwork and shit and his setup is crazy. I get it to him on that, but I think that's gonna be his downfall ultimately. He's a little sloppy on his punches. He's not totally accurate, and I think that Shakur gonna be able to counterpunch the fuck out of him. And once he starts, go ahead. I'm with you, bro.
I got a question for you. And Smoke, everybody on the panel, is this the toughest fight of Shakur Stevenson's career? Yes or no?
Yes. That's easy. Yes. You got somebody who actually moving. Like at the end of the day, the niggas moving. Like Valdez was fucking very, 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 very limited head movement, on offensive only foot movement, can't fight on the back foot. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like this is the perfect, as far as challenges, this is a perfect challenge because he finds somebody who can fucking box. So I think it's his toughest opponent. Yes, I think that, bro.
All right, what about you, Smoke? Is this the best opponent Shakur Stevenson has faced? Yes or no? All right, Ayo. Where you at, Ayo?
Yeah. This year it's gonna be the toughest fight, knowing that this nigga he done slipped on the scale and shit and bumped his fucking head. You know, so it's gonna be a tough fight because all eyes is gonna be on him based on how he performed. You know, if he finish him within 3, you're gonna be like, oh man, you was overweight, you was probably like 10 pounds. And then if he let that shit go over 9 rounds and go to war with this guy, you know what I mean? We're gonna look at him totally different, man. Like, and you might have to worry a little, but I don't see that.
All right, a real deal boxing says no. This is not the toughest fight. So what was this toughest fight? Who's better than Robinson? Who's the better fighter than Robinson that Shakur Stevenson has faced? We can't say Oscar Valdez because Robinson beat the fuck out of Oscar Valdez when Valdez was on PEDs and still whooped him.
Yeah.
So who's tougher than him? Jamel Herring? I don't think so. Jamel Herring, come on, bro. You gotta be joking, bro. You must be joking. Jamel Herring, he laid down.
That nigga smoking crack. That nigga smoking crack rocks.
That nigga Jamel Herring like 35.
That definitely ain't
he about 35 years old. Jamel Herring.
That nigga packed it up.
He already got knocked out by Dennis Shavakov. Jamel Herring got beat by Ladarius Memphis Miller. You know what I'm saying? So you talking about Robinson, who should be an undefeated world champion. Come on, man. Let's talk about it. Who's better than Robinson that Shakur Stevenson has faced? Who?
Nobody.
Nada.
Hey, real deal. Hit the link. Real deal. Let's talk about it. There go no cap right there.
Niggas ain't gonna talk about it, bro. Niggas just don't goddamn tight.
Man, this shit crazy, man. What's up?
Yeah,
what was you gonna say?
You work at UPS, man. It sound like you. I used to work at UPS. Sound like you.
Man, let Tank miss weight. It's the end of the world.
Yup, facts. You're right about that.
It ain't nothing but excuses. But I've been told y'all niggas he was too big for 130. This nigga sparring Boots Ennis and shit. You know what I'm saying?
It's obvious.
Tank Davis, little nigga out here. The Tank miss weight because he drinking Budweiser beers with Broner and shit, drinking Cristal and shit. If Ace of Spades, whatever the fuck them niggas do now. And this nigga stopped doing that shit. Yes, and now he ain't missing weight. Which Shakur ain't never did that shit, so this nigga just too big for 130. You know, which is obvious. Nigga should have been moved up.
Nah, I would be lying, bro, if I say Shakur been on the scene. Shakur been with goddamn Baby, the Baby, Lil Baby, goddamn Finesse 2 times. Damn, Shakur been out here in these streets showing his face a little bit.
Well, hey, that's not a good thing, man. That's not a good thing if that's the case.
Everybody party, but I don't know. I just want him to whoop Robertson ass, so goddamn he can move on. But he missed weight, goddamn.
It's difference between being out and partying, nigga. Like Floyd will be out, he don't be drinking and smoking. Tank is going out drinking. But
then that's fraud. You know what I'm saying? Everybody can't just fucking, be able to go out and go to the strip club and have the ability to come home and then want to run fucking 10 miles.
Crawford was at the 50 Cent shit in Houston. He ain't motherfucking drinking at that bitch.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Smoke, nigga. He ain't even a boxer.
Yeah, so but like you say, bro, when Tank missed weight, and that's why I'm being a bag, you know what I'm saying? Like Tank missed weight, everybody get on his ass. The world say, "Oh, he's not committed. He's like Shakur missed weight, bro. You got to get on this shit."
Man, I think he did Starlin. He had to be up there the same time as Devin Haney, dog. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I think he just tried not to go up there because Devin Haney up there.
Nah, I don't know about that.
He ain't the type. He can't miss weight. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Nah, he missed weight, but I don't know. I don't know if he's doing. What do you think? What? So you're telling me? Hold on. You're
He
telling
decided
me that
to miss
he's
weight. He literally can't make. If he missed the weight, it's because he can't make the weight, nigga.
so nah. You said something about Devin Haney though. You said something about.
Yeah,
I
I
want to
said
hear
he's.
that
I
shit.
think he's staying at 30 because Devin Haney at 135, and they try to
Hell,
avoid that fight.
hell, they might as well fight. Fuck it.
You said
They
That's the
might as
one.
well.
who
That's what
trying
I've
to
been
avoid that
said.
fight?
But
No cap. Who you said try to avoid that fight?
I said he was trying to avoid the fight, but he was trying to avoid having a fight
Who?
because they want to push that later down the road.
Who trying to avoid?
Shakur Stevenson. That's why he at 130. He could have
Oh
been up at
wow.
135. He
Oh
could have been up
hell.
at
Here we
135.
go. Here we
Oh,
go. This
He
nigga.
decided he
This
kept
nigga.
he been tutored by Ward. He been tutored by Crawford. Did he miss some weight?
Why would he? Why would he
Come on
be?
now.
Why would he duck Devin Haney?
Because they
Why
want
would
to
he
fight
duck
later down the
Devin
road.
Haney,
That's what
bro?
they both said. He wants to
But
fight
why?
later down the
Why?
road.
But
Sooner than
still,
later. If he was already up there, they would have had to fight, nigga.
what does he? I mean, like what? He's ducking Devin Haney, like
I didn't say you ducking.
nigga.
I said he letting him be in it. He don't want to be in the same division as him at the same time.
Well, he moving up there now, so
All right, then about to go to
he,
140.
I know. So it's bullshit. I want to see them motherfuckers meet. Hopefully, goddamn Devin. Hopefully he somehow still Lomachenko. I don't know. Shit. I don't know how they gonna fight. You right. Shit.
I mean,
Maybe it is a. But
probably
I
gonna fight
don't.
Lomachenko now.
I'd be lying, Brett. I'd be lying if I said that I think that he ducking Devin Haney. Nah, bro.
He
Or
ain't
he
ducking. He
waiting
avoided
it
the
down
fight.
the road. I don't think he waiting down the road either.
They said they wanted. He said they both said they wanted to fight down the road. They on
Well,
record saying that.
that's both of them, Nick.
Right, but I'm
It seems
saying
like
that's part of the
it's both
plan.
of them.
He like, all right, you be at 30. We gonna do
Oh
this,
well,
do it
yeah.
like
See
this,
that
and do
that's
it
a
like that.
bag. Now we be in a bag. I thought you were just saying like it was one sided. You know what
No,
I'm saying? Yeah. Now if you
I ain't
saying it's
saying he's
both
scared
of
of the
them,
nigga. I'm saying
yeah.
them niggas is not trying to have a fight right now. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, you know they're gonna make that shit marinate. They gonna let that shit marinate, bro. We already know this shit. I'm about tired of us goddamn asking motherfuckers to fight early, cause the shit never ever happens. These motherfuckers
They
want to
don't.
make their money, man. This shit a business,
They want to
goddamn.
maximize.
But
They want to maximize the potential because it ain't too many names that can be bigger.
exactly. So why the fuck would I go ahead and let these niggas fight early when they could goddamn keep fighting with this network? And we can build them to the biggest possible moment and then make the
Right.
shit happen. It's a bunch of look capitalism and other fucking shit monetizing with entities, and that's some whole other shit, man. Fuck that. Hey H, I want your opinion. Just a side note, and we can get right back to Shakur. But who you got in Joe Joyce and Joseph Parker fight? And you too, no cap.
I
Because
gotta go with
I want to do a little poll.
yeah, I gotta go with Joe Joyce. I like Joe Joyce in that fight, but Joseph Parker, he's a former heavyweight champion. He beat Andy Ruiz, right? Joseph Parker, he knows how to box, and Parker is very fast. He got speed. And Joe Joyce is very slow. So I gotta see how that will play out. You feel me?
Hey, Smoke, you was the one who had posted the video of goddamn Joe Joyce training. That motherfucker slow as hell, boy, but this shit's loud as hell when he thump.
Yeah, but so I think the size of Joe Joyce will be the difference. And Joe Joyce got a very good jab. Joe Joyce has one of the best trainers in boxing, and Ismael Salas, the legendary trainer from Cuba, the same trainer as your Dennis Ugas, and this guy right here is going to have the right game plan. So I'm going with Joe Joyce. I think the jab and the power, the size, and the strength of Joe Joyce, but the speed of Joseph Parker, let's see, can Joseph Parker, outbox Joe Joyce? Joe Joyce might be too slow for Joseph Parker. Joseph Parker is a master boxer. But go ahead, no cap.
Man, I'm gonna be honest. I ain't really watched too much of Joe Joyce to where I can I mean, the shit I did see of him, he was kind of trash to me. But Parker, he ain't too much. He ain't shit either. You know what I'm saying? So this is a fight to see if George Joyce is really a top heavyweight. He should be able to beat Joseph Parker. If he can't beat him, then forget about this nigga. Feed his ass to motherfucking Anderson or somebody like that, nigga. They can be used for a stepping stone. You know what I'm saying? Well, he still got a little bit of a name. Because at this point, the heavyweight division is so damn terrible. You know, it's a toss-up between a lot of these guys. You know what I'm saying? They all in the same boat. You know, I mean, Joseph Parker, he a solid guy, but he ain't like, you know what I'm saying? He ain't no world beater or no shit like that. He ain't nothing special. You know, I've seen a couple of Joe Joyce fights and he looked trash to me. But, you know, he might, you know, I don't know. It was like, this is a test for Joe Joyce, you know what I'm saying? To see if he can be on that level.
You make a good point, bro. He is slow, but just like H say, that motherfucker got a hell of a jab. That motherfucker pretty much jabbed goddamn Duval's eye out his head. like Joe Joyce got a hell of a jab, boy. I like to see Joe Joyce and
climbing the beat speed, but it's just
I like to see Joe Joyce and Herkovich go at.
I gotta see, bro. I only seen like two of that nigga fights, bro. I can't really say if he could beat Parker, but I mean he should be able to beat him. You know what I'm saying? He should be able to beat him if he a top heavyweight. Because I don't think Parker is one of the best heavyweights. He like a nigga you supposed to go in there and use as a stepping stone to get to the Joshua's niggas and the motherfucking real niggas.
Salute to the panel. Hey, real quick, because I'm at work. Before you niggas correct me, because I already know y'all gonna get on my head. No, y'all right. Robinson is his hardest fight. This real deal. I couldn't get on my other account, so I had to pull up my other account to get on here. Ace, I know you listening. You right. Robinson is gonna probably be his hardest fight of the date, but I feel like he's gonna make it look easy, and I think he's gonna break this guy down, and then he should. I feel like he's gonna win unanimous. I don't think it'll be a split decision. I don't think it's gonna be a hard fight for Shakur. That's my thing. But I'm at work, y'all, so I can't even really talk about it right now.
Man, I think Shakur going for the knockout. That's why he didn't even bother to try to make that weight. Because he was like, I'm gonna put the weight on, keep the weight on to have my power. Because I'm moving up. He was moving up anyway. He probably gonna come in there and whoop dude ass. He can't fuck with Shakur. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if this nigga shredded, made the weight or not. He was Shakur gonna beat this guy. Motherfucker, he go to 135 next. He missed the weight, lost. Now but the other thing is he fucked up because now he can go get. They can duck him at 35 because he lost them belts. That WBO belt was a cool way for him to get a title shot as soon as he came up. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, real quick,
that might have been strategic by him, so they'll make him fight Devin Haney when he get up for this next fight because he's the WBO champion.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And I
looking at all these things, all these angles.
And I get it too. The energy, I get what the panel's saying. We got to keep that same energy, like Smoke was saying. I get it. I mean, I ain't gonna bash him. He missed weight. It is what it is. But at the same time, this is a young man, so he got like to me, it's like okay, he missed weight. Yeah, okay, we're gonna keep the same energy. You need to stay focused, but he's growing at the same time, and he's young. He's a kid, man. He has time to get back to where he needs to be.
Shakur like 25 now, ain't he?
I'm with you. You, bro. But still, it's like, come on, bro. I don't want to hear that.
Bro, I'm agreeing with you. He missed weight. Keep the same energy. I get it, bro. I get it. But I'm just saying, it's a kid too, right? So I'm not saying like no more. That's a grown man.
And the nigga not a kid, bro. He got a family. He got a kid. He got a kid. He not a kid. He got a kid now. But I feel what you're saying, bro. We don't need to just keep riding him like the nigga is growing, bro. You make a good point. Nigga
I mean,
growing,
I
goddamn.
got a son like 8 years, well, 7 years younger than him, but yeah, like I don't know. I just look at him like from my age to his age. I ain't hella older, but I had a son when I was younger, so when I look at him like that's a young man. But you're right, he got a family, he got kids, all that shit. Yeah, I get it. But I'm just saying though, like he got time, bro. Like, but at the same time, I feel y'all because we smoke everybody else for not making weight, so we got to keep that same energy. I agree.
Bro, I need, like I said, he ain't missing the weight because he ain't disciplined. He just can't make the weight. He was already big for that weight class in the first place. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it was like with the tank situation, people was, I think they was more mad at him, the lifestyle choices he was doing more than him missing weight because he ain't that big. He could have made the damn weight if he was just doing what he supposed to do. But you know, but you know, tankers and they get people like the shit on. You know what I'm saying? But you know, Shakur, this ain't a good look. But at the same time, if it was because people expect him to win this fight anyway, it is he moving up the weight classes, they gonna forget about the shit. You know, as long as he don't have a terrible ass performance. I mean, he gonna get criticism for this, whether he beat the dude ass or make the fight boring or however the fight go. He gonna get criticized for the shit anyway for missing weight. If he go in there and knock the nigga out, they gonna say you missed weight. That's why you knocked him out. If he go in there and have a bad performance, they gonna say you wasn't disciplined in the gym. It's gonna be something. No matter what happened, he gonna get criticized and he gonna have to deal with that shit because he missed the damn weight.
Hey, so what you think? What's gonna happen at 135 for Shakur? What you think he gonna do at 135?
I think he gonna fight Lomachenko.
You think he want to fight Tank or somebody like that?
Yeah, Tank is definitely a possibility, but I think Tank, if he don't fight Devin Haney, he probably would. I don't know, man. It's like Garcia. I don't fucking know, man. This shit's look crazy right now. It's like shit. We don't know if Devin gonna be able to fight Tank if he will go to 140. After this, he might go to 440 after he beat Cambosis. Shit. And fight one of them niggas up there. Josh Taylor or motherfucking T.O. or one of them other top ranked niggas.
Who you talking about? Shakur Stevenson?
No, Devin Haney. I'm saying that. So
Okay.
that might open up the door for Shakur to fight Tank at 35. But he on top rank, nigga. So you know that shit ain't happening. So I think Lomachenko is the next step for him. And after Lomachenko fight his tune-up, because I don't think Lomachenko interested in fighting Shakur, nigga. I mean, Haney. Yeah, I don't care what that nigga say. You know what I'm saying? He said he was gonna fight him before he ducked him and still ducked him. You know what I'm saying? So everything Lomachenko say, you can't take that shit as a motherfucking 100%. Because he always went back on his word before. So, but I think he'll fight. I think he had no choice but to fight Shakur because Bob Arum would make him. So that ain't gonna be that'll probably be the next step for Shakur is Lomachenko at 135.
So you think Shakur Stevenson will move up? You think Shakur Stevenson? Yeah. I mean, you think Devin Haney will move up? You know, to 140 after his
it's a high possibility. It's a high possibility. You know what I'm saying?
It's hard for Devin Haney to make weight too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was trying to get the Tate fight next because he trying to move up to 140 because he only got limited time at 135. You know, after he beat Cambosis, depending on the time frame of his next fight, he might have to move up to 140. Plus, he got fights at 140 right now. He could take. You know what I'm saying? He can go straight to the belts at 140 if he undisputed. You know what I'm saying? Well, I forgot. Josh Taylor got stripped, but he can go get as soon as he move up, he get in the belt. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. I mean, he might. We got to wait to see what happens because he can stay down too for another fight. He'll probably fight Tank. Like if he don't fight Tank next, he moving up to 140. That's it.
Man, hey, so Man, it's gonna be interesting, man. Who you think gonna take over 130 since Shakur about to move up to 135? Who you got taking over 130?
Like I said, it's like a. I think it's like a toss. It's not gonna be like one clear guy that's dominating like Shakur. Like you already knew Shakur is gonna beat everybody.
You
Whoever
think
he
Gary
thinks
Russell can
will
move up? Do you think Gary Russell can move up and take over 130?
move up and do well, but I don't think he could take over. You know what I'm saying? He
Who you
could.
who you think is better than Gary Russell at 130 right now?
I don't think these guys are too much better. Like it's not. They ain't leaps about. They ain't like a giant step better than each other. None of them. You know what I'm saying? It's like you got Gary Russell. They be better than in some aspects, or he might be the best, but he's not that much better to where he's just stomping the competition where he can't be challenged. You know what I'm saying? And now he done got all these injuries and shit, these layoffs and shit. Him moving up to 130, it's like you was having problems at 26, nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's like shit. You
Nah,
gonna have
I
more
mean
problems.
nobody beat him though. He already beat JoJo Diaz, who's fighting at 135 right now. Gary Russell, the only reason he lost his last fight because he was injured. He had one arm in that fight. The only other fighter he lost to was Vasily Lomachenko, who's fighting at 135.
Right, but even the JoJo Diaz, he didn't like blow JoJo Diaz out the water. You know what I'm saying? That was a hard fight for him. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, JoJo, he beat JoJo.
But he didn't blow him out the water.
So you think Oscar Valdez will take
Devin
over?
Hank beat him easier than Russell did.
You think Robson Conceicao could take over 130? If he about to fight Shakur, let's see how he
I don't
does.
think it's not about taking. None of them can take over to where they just the clear nigga. You know what I'm saying? They all gonna be in it. It's gonna be a competitive division.
You think it's the weakest division?
It's not a strong division. It's like the beginning of the real niggas. It's like if you had like a real nigga barometer, they'd be like 5, and then they'd be like below. They'd be like just when you first testing the waters of real niggas, and then 35 is like where the real niggas begin. And you got 40 and 37 with the real niggas, and then 47 is like you up there with the real niggas. So I'm thinking like I don't know, but it should be changing every new fighters coming in and shit, new guys moving up. We gotta wait to see how it play out. How the division restructure. You know what I'm saying? Then these guys gotta fight each other. We gonna have to see. It's like it ain't nobody we can clear cut say this is the guy. They gotta prove. They gotta go in there and fight, and we gotta see how the performances look. And somebody might emerge as the clear favorite, the clear dominant fighter at 130, but Shakur is that guy now, which is obvious. But I don't see nobody who could take his place as that guy being the clear dominant fighter.
But who do you think will be that guy? That's what I'm trying to find
I don't know. I can't see a guy that's that's on Shakur level like that could be the clear dominant. I think they're more closer to each other skill wise than how Shakur was just leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else. Like, cause I don't think Gary Russell can fuck with Shakur. Like Gary Russell, I think that's an easy
Shakur
fight
is
for
gone
Shakur.
though. Shakur is out of
Right,
one.
but I said that one of them dudes is like his type of breed. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't put Gary Russell in the same. I don't put Gary Russell in the same category as a Shakur.
Okay, what you think about Hector Garcia? He got the WBA belt, and then you got Cordina with the IBF. Right, those are the two other champions.
Right, they got to fight. You know what I'm saying? These
I
dudes
like
got
to
to fight.
see Garcia, Hector Luis Garcia versus Roberson. I like to see that.
Right, like I'm saying, I think it's a competitive division. I think the division to be competitive.
What about Oscar
More
Valdez?
so
Y'all
with
think
Shakur
Oscar
gone.
Valdez could take over 130? Y'all think Valdez could take over? You think Valdez will be the best now since Shakur is gone?
I mean, he could barely beat. He really couldn't beat this nigga Robson.
He couldn't beat Roberson, so hell, put them in a rematch.
I said they all gonna be competitive with each other. It ain't gonna be like one guy dominating the division. They're all competitive with each. They're all around the same level of skill. They kind of evenly matched in different ways. It's nobody really the favorite, like the guy that's clearly better than everybody else. Shakur was that guy, and he's not. And he's out the division. So they got to. I mean,
that
that's
would
good
be
for them because they got a chance to be great. Now that Shakur is gone, they got a chance to be champions and unified and all that shit.
So if this becomes an empty hole, and Valdez and Robson can have a rematch, that would be very good and very entertaining. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that rematch means more now that they are going to be literally the top guys at 130. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, what
It makes
about
more
guys
sense.
that? What about the guys that are moving up to 130? Right, Cosmic, like Emmanuel Neverente,
Right.
Navarrete moves up to
Navarrete.
130.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just put the
He's a
American sauce
problem.
on it. Call him not
No, it's all good.
Navarrete.
It's all good. No.
Neverente. Yeah, you're right. Neverente. I say his name the right way.
Karate.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's all
Neverente.
good. It's all
So
good.
what you think about Neverente versus Oscar Valdez at 130?
Bro, that shit would be war. That's gonna Oscar Valdez versus Navarrete. That shit is gonna be just like a beautiful mayhem. You know what I'm saying. You just see motherfuckers. It just makes sense. You just see. To some people it's sloppy. To some people it's just fucking risky shit. But it's just fucking beautiful when you see it. So it's gonna be crazy. And I
Do you
see
think
Navarrete just
Neverente?
like putting a beat down. I think he'll beat Valdez. Yeah, at this point, yeah, I think
Cosmic,
so.
do you think Neverente could take over 130 pounds?
Um, we don't know because like right now, all everything's shifting, everything's moving up or down. You know what I'm saying? But does he have the skills? Does he have the grit and the ability? Yeah, you could see that he does. You know what I'm saying? And if not, that he's going to be, he's gonna rise with the rest of them. He's gonna be like maybe one or two or 1, 2, or 3 of the rest of that weight division. You know what I'm saying? He has the potential to be there.
Brandon Figueroa would beat the shit out of fucking Navarrete right now.
And where's Brandon Figueroa? He's at 126. He just got there to get the smoke. Come on now.
That's where Navarrete
Right.
is actually also at 126.
Exactly. So Navarrete
So
is.
right
You
now,
don't
I
think?
got
There
Navarrete.
you
Like
go.
White
You're trying
saying
to
he's going to be
ask.
the shit at 130. But you're talking about he's going to be the shit at 130. I don't even think he's the shit at 126.
Okay, then you could say that. That's good. I'm just saying that
That's what my point
the
was.
way it looks, that it would be that he could go up to 130. So if you want to argue Figueroa and Navarrete at 126, yeah, that's a fucking war. That's a great fucking fight. And
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
where they
even.
are
I
right
can't
now.
call it. I can't call it now. Okay, so if you're trying to say that we shouldn't dismiss that fight and that fight should happen, I totally
No,
agree.
I'm just saying like the idea of like the moving up guys, like if Navarrete was to move up and
But
was
that's
like
what H
threatening,
asked me. That's what H
I
asked
understand.
me about
I
Navarrete
understand.
going to 130.
I got
And
it.
I just answered his question. Okay, it's all good. All
Yeah,
right,
I
good.
know. I know that I'm not confused. But thank you for the meta fucking analysis. I don't need your help. I'm just saying, like, I don't have him cleaning out 130. I don't even think he's really the best at 126.
Don't disagree, but I think that he would be a threat. He would be a good threat, to the guys at 130. And at 126, yes, that's a very, very. I do forget that Brandon, is it Brandon? I keep on mixing them up.
Yes,
Figueroa,
Brandon.
Figgy.
Yes,
It's Brandon,
Brandon
right?
Figueroa. Yes, yeah.
Um, at 126, yeah, he brings it because he's just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a big fucking motherfucker. Every month almost he's outgrowing the weight class. That's how young and how big he's growing. You know what I'm saying, so yeah, if he's gonna be at 126, he's always gonna pose a problem to anybody. You have a fight against Fulton the way that you did. You know what I'm saying? It just shows you that you can be there against pretty much anybody. You're gonna give anybody problems.
Yeah, I like like Navarrete will beat the guys at 130 that Top Rank has for him, maybe. But I don't know that he'll beat Robson Conceicao. I don't know that he'll beat goddamn Oscar Valdez. I don't know if he'll beat Adam
But that
Lopez.
would.
I don't know if he beats any of those.
The top of the top. Okay.
Nakatilia, like we're talking. That's not the top of the top. Adam Lopez is not the top of the top. None of these guys even that I mentioned even have belts.
So what's going to happen at 130 now? Get smoking your opinion with this happening. Shakur moving up. What would be the
With
layout,
Shakur
the
moving up,
landscape?
I think that it clears up a couple of belts for their guys. I think is the clear opportunity. Like I think the superstar that could, or I want to say the superstar, the top ranked star that has the most to gain from this whole thing is Navarrete. Now, whether or not he's going to clean out the entire division, I don't think he can because Top Rank doesn't have an inventory for him to do so. The same thing Shakur fucking had to deal with.
My bad. That's what I'm trying to say.
You all right, Cosmic? Dang, bro. You all right? Could you breathe? Dang, my boy. You sound like you have a problem breathing, bro. You okay?
No, I was smoking these. We got the pens back in, so the good carts from Cali. So these are fucking $80 as fuck.
Yeah, that Cali smoke will make it show.
Yeah, no, but we get the the certified Cali carts. We don't get the what I'm saying, like the street $12 carts and shit. We get the real shit. So these motherfuckers smack. But yeah, man, that's what I'm saying.
Understand that we produce the real shit. Just to understand.
No, of course. Yeah, long time smoker participated. Yeah, we smoking. Man, it's disappointing. For me, with like, do you think so? One last question, Smoke. Do you think that Shakur should have took the 2 hours to try to go down the 1.6 pounds, or do you think that he made the right decision and was like, fuck that, I'm not gonna drain myself, I'm gonna drop these belts and move forward, and that's my decision, right? I don't disagree, because if you do drain yourself, you're gonna dehydrate yourself, and you can drink water and rehydrate, but it's not the same thing. You're still fucking you're what you're losing is vitamins, proteins, and all different types of things in your body. So it's not the same thing if you're doing that extreme in that amount of time. So
yeah, I think everybody understands the wisdom of him not trying to cut any more weight. Anybody who wants to see him try to cut more weight is just trying to see. They don't understand the dangers of what they're talking about, or they just want to see somebody fucking die in the ring.
It's crazy. And like I always say, it's up to the fighter what they choose to do. If he chooses to, cut the whatever weight class, that's what he does. If he chooses not to, then it works both ways.
Listen,
no, but it works both ways in the respects that it's up to the fighter to choose that.
No. There's all of these checks and balances in place.
Right, I agree.
So that the viewing public doesn't watch a goddamn snuff film, and that thing can't just be left up to the fucking fighter's discretion. I don't want to see somebody die in the fucking ring just because a fighter thought that he could fucking power through. Miss me with that shit.
But it has happened, and it's
correct, and that it has happened because a whole bunch of shit had to fail for that shit to happen.
Don't disagree. Yeah, I see that. I see the point. You're right. But I also, in my opinion, not that it's fact, I'm just saying, like, if this person chooses to fight, because we not that we glorify, but we acknowledge other fighters that have taken these types of risks in the past, and where there weren't those measures, right? They were having 15 round fights, and they continued to fight. So people weren't protecting them necessarily, but now we kind of respect that we need to protect fighters
All right.
more.
So,
You know what I'm
so like, there's just a modicum of things I feel like that we have to acknowledge when it comes to boxing, and it comes to the motivation of boxers to step in the ring. The chief motivating factor for like most boxers, right, is a financial concern. They don't have fucking money. So it's their pockets that are fucking making them do this thing. Not that they just want to fucking fight. Right? Like some guys, when they get to the top level, they also do like to fight. And most boxers, like it's a profession. Like if you think you can make money at it, it's probably because you feel like it's something you're good at, right? So you go, yeah, I can fight. I like to fight. But if you had an option to make money some other way, most people wouldn't choose fucking fighting. So this whole thing about like, yeah, it's just what the fighter wants. Meh. It's what his financial situation dictates he has to do.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah, sometimes like you're so fucking broke, you're like, fuck it, I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna fucking do it. And other people have options to, something that they can fall behind, and then
correct.
other
So
people
are
have
we really about
ambition.
what we're really talking
There's
about?
very
Is,
different dynamics, but you know what I'm saying?
yeah, I'm just saying, like what it boils down to is how can we coerce the fucking desperate? Like really, that's what a lot of the shit, and it's an uncomfortable conversation to have. But that's really what the fuck is going on here. That's why I'm not like trying to hear this whole like, yeah, if a fighter wants to do a thing and a fighter, no, these guys have to do this shit because they're gonna feed their fucking families.
I got something for you. Get this smoke. But what about these journeymen? Fucking, they have 37, not even 37. Like let's say 20 wins, fucking 18 losses. You know what I'm saying? 5 draws and continue to fight, and they continue to build other people's resume. Aren't they necessarily putting their life at risk? Aren't they, doing the same thing, going after money? So who's protecting them? You know what I'm saying? But they're significant in somebody's resume.
I don't know what points. I don't know who the they is. You can't you're gonna have to be more specific. I don't know what you're talking about. And maybe just make the point instead of the example. Instead of giving the example.
Very simple. Who's protecting those guys that are significant in somebody's?
Who are the guys?
The guys that have overextended records, like fucking 20 losses, maybe 18 wins, you know what I'm saying, and then 5 draws, you know what I'm saying.
I don't know I don't know like what you're talking about. Are you saying that like the sanctioned guys in the UK should have different standards?
Anybody.
There's not anybody, because anybody that doesn't happen everywhere. I'm trying to answer your question, but like it's so general, it doesn't make sense. It's actually like kind of vapid, right?
No, we were comparing the difference between people that are financially relying on fighting, and that's what they do. You know what I'm saying? And then you have people that are not good at it, and then you have people that are really good at it, and they just like doing it. You know what I'm saying? So now you have a fighter that is just a club fighter. That's what they do. They've been fighting, they fight at clubs, they fight everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Who's protecting them? How many losses do they deserve? Because a lot of these guys get the records
I'm not
padded
quite sure
from these
where the
club
protection
fighters.
comes in. All right, so the protection comes in with sanctioning bodies, with the rules of boxing.
Those guys are being sanctioned. They're being sanctioned because they're being qualified into somebody else's record.
Okay,
And that needs to be sanctioned into the record.
Okay. Again, you ask who's protecting them. These are the people that's protecting them. What you're talking about right now is who's protecting their record. I'm not talking about protecting their record.
Not protecting the record. Protecting the fighters.
For real. Like you've gone from
journeyman. Get the smoke.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter your level. It doesn't matter your level of that you've achieved. The issue is whether or not you should drain your fucking self in order to make a fight. Regardless of where you are, whether you're a journeyman, whether you're a novice, or whether you're at the top of your game, that shit is fucking dangerous. And fighters, it shouldn't be left up to the fighters to just decide that shit.
Get the smoke. I never. You took it to a whole nother.
No, you're taking it somewhere else. It doesn't make sense.
We were not discussing draining people for.
That's what we're talking about.
No,
was it a smart decision for Shakur to say that I'm not even going to try to cut weight? Yes, that is a smart decision. It should not be left up to the fighter to just say, "Hey, you know what? I'm just gonna like, hey,
conversation.
you know what? I get it. I only have like 2 hours. I have 2 hours to drop 2 fucking
Nope.
pounds. I
Not
should
what I
just
said.
go for it. That should not be left up to just fighters. No, I think that at a certain point you have to look at the fucking. You should look at doctors, right? Like the same way that, like at the UK, for instance, you can't use saunas.
Get the smoke. Then that's not what we were talking about. We were talking about
That is literally what we're talking about. What are you talking about?
No, we were talking about the fighters when they choose to fight. You know what I'm saying?
We were not talking about that. You have.
Yes,
I don't know about the voices in your head. I don't know who we is.
You deterred from that. Rewind the whole.
Ask me a question, and I answered your question, and now you're going to somewhere
question?
else that doesn't really make sense.
Bruh. I'm the one that's been smoking and drinking, and you're the one.
Yes,
that's
I know.
lost.
That's why I
fucking
understand what the
crazy,
fuck
bro.
is going on.
Yeah, right. Exactly. No,
But
if
you're
you
smoking and
rewind,
drinking, you don't. But we're here for each other.
you would hear. Yeah. Okay. There you go. All right. Let's get back on path. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't leave the path. I'm telling you, like you've gone to some place that doesn't make sense.
No,
you can help
we were
me
talking
and make
about
it make sense, but right now
all right,
you're not
cool,
making
cool,
sense.
cool.
Shakur,
Okay.
dropping weight.
No, we were talking about that. We got past that. So what we were talking about is
Okay, well, great. You got to tell me.
hold
Like
on,
you got to
get your
listen.
yeah. All right, I got you. Let me tell you. So what we were talking about is how you actually said it. You said how you have these athletes that do make a lot of money and still are ambitious and fight, and then there's a different motivation in fighters. So we were talking about how there's fighters that have the motivation because they're poor and they're out of poverty and they need boxing. Then you
That's
have these
most
guys
boxing.
that are boxing.
That's like almost
Right,
universally
exactly. That's
this issue
the
of
majority.
boxing.
Exactly.
No, that's
They're on the
almost like
streets,
universally
right?
everybody.
Yeah, of course. It's just out of necessity. You know what I'm saying? Not out of enjoyment and not out of competition or accomplishment or
Yeah, like
significance.
there's not really
It's out of
millionaires coming into boxing. I think like Devin Haney is like kind of an example where it wasn't really something that he needed to do.
Yeah, exactly. Not out of necessity. He would have been just fine. He would have been,
right. But like I've said, like he is. You can find a couple of guys out of the thousands of people, the tens of thousands of people who box.
Of course,
you can find like one or two examples of this shit.
Yeah, I mean, and I think Ryan Garcia kind of sort of he looks like he would come from like you know what I'm saying, like money. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, he's not.
No, let me just tell you what Victorville is a fucking shithole. That dude does not come from money. No.
Yeah, I'm not from Cali.
Yeah,
but like that's the thing. So then you have people that are middle class and they just do it for just to do it for as an accomplishment, as a hobby, as something they just did. Bro, I used to have a friend because she fucking hoop with the best of them. He just didn't want to go play fucking professional basketball, but he can fucking play basketball. He was a very good basketball player. He played with like he would go play at where all the basketball players would play here in Chicago when they opened up the new place for the Bulls at the that wasn't the United Center. So he used to play with them. You know what I'm saying? With Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman. You know what I'm saying? They would all just play together, and he just didn't want to become a pro. He just had the skills to do it, but he didn't choose to. He did whatever. So there's people that do it because it's trying to get them out of their situation. Then there's people that make a shit ton of money and they're just still crazy to keep on doing it. You know what I'm saying? Your Floyd Mayweathers and your Michael Jordans, I think, are the two best examples of just motherfuckers that just want to keep doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? Want to keep on beating people. You know what I'm saying?
Nigga, what the fuck Jordan got to do with boxing?
The mindset that it's not about the money, it's just about the competition and fucking beating motherfuckers, and that's the enjoyment. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just how crazy of competitive they are. You know what I'm saying?
That's true, but but still, when you got financial obligations, you got to handle that. Jordan get paid enough to.
Why do bodybuilders keep on fucking lifting weights?
Bodybuilders ain't no money in bodybuilders, so they do it because
they're addicted to that. They just keep on fucking lifting more weights and more weights. They're never satisfied. You know what I'm saying? That's how the crazy motherfuckers are.
But boxing is not like that.
Like normal body people that lift out, they don't look like bodybuilders because they don't take
No, I know.
steroids.
I'm not saying the muscle mass and how that works. I'm just
No,
saying
like
that these
literally, the
motherfuckers are
motivation
never
to do them
satisfied.
are totally
They're
different
never
things. The
satisfied of what
the
they've
motivation
done.
for boxing is money. The motivation for weightlifting is fucking is because you like to look good and you want other people to appreciate the way you look.
Yeah, you see, this is
There's like
Arsenal. You
the
get me?
motivation is
You're
totally
missing. You're
fucking different.
missing the point. You're
No,
missing the point, bro.
listen,
That's
like
okay. You want
I
to get
promise you,
technical, and
it's not that.
come
Your
on,
point doesn't make sense, bro.
yeah, but you take the fun out of every single. Well,
No, I
technically,
wasn't even the one that pointed it out.
Coca-Cola, when
I'm not even
Coca-Cola
the
was
one who
invented,
fucking
it
pointed
used
it
to
out. I
have
don't
cocaine.
understand why you think
So
it's fun to make points that
Coca-Cola
don't
is
make
not even
sense.
Coke.
But I'm not here to fucking
Yeah,
even
exactly.
judge your
Okay,
fun.
you
I'm not here to
scrutinize
take the fun out.
everything. Yeah,
I
you
don't
scrutinize
understand.
everything. It just takes the
I'm
fun out
sorry.
of the
Hey,
fucking the
listen,
whole
I
situation.
can't.
It's all good.
Can't.
Go ahead, continue. Go
I'm not
ahead.
responsible. If you think things that don't make sense are fun, a lot of shit that doesn't make sense can be fun. Cool. But I don't know where the fuck your fun is. For the purpose of a conversation, I'm trying to make it make sense. So if all you're trying to do is have fun with it, and
I've been
whether or
having
not it
fun.
makes
Having
sense is
fun.
whether or not it makes sense can be irrelevant. We can just say blah blah blah, googie googie googie, and have fun, and nobody will understand what the fuck is going on, but you'll be having fun.
But if you listen to what I was saying,
Yeah,
I proved my
am listening
point,
to
but
it.
you
It's
just
not
didn't
if I'm listening.
understand
I
it.
am
It's
listening
okay.
to what you're
You're
saying, and
missing
it
the
doesn't make
point. It's
sense.
okay. Cool. Go ahead, no cap. Speak. I guess you know what I'm saying. Y'all can have a conversation. Go ahead.
I don't even know what y'all talk. I don't even know what y'all was talking about.
I don't know. Yeah, this motherfucker confused the shit out of me.
No,
too.
exactly. Of course, he's gonna lose. Like, I guess you need to have fun, not knowing what the fuck anybody's talking about. Just have fun.
I know
Have fun with that shit.
I don't know who you talking about being competitive like Jordan. Like, who was you talking about?
Floyd Mayweather Jr. You know what I'm saying? Like there's certain fighters, you know, they can make any like competitive athletes. They just continue to
different breed.
to
Floyd
compete.
was
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Floyd is like how you say when you talk about competitive or life. He's of a different level than Jordan as a competitor.
I don't know if you've seen. I don't know how old you are, but like if you see Michael Jordan in the game, like he was more competitive than anybody, bro.
Jordan was the Jordan.
There's no stopping Jordan. There was no stopping Jordan.
Yeah. So what you never heard from Jordan is him talk shit about fucking Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You never heard him talk shit about goddamn Bill Russell. Meanwhile, from Floyd, you have him talking shit about Muhammad Ali. They're really not really on the same fucking plane. I am old enough, and I understand exactly what No Cap is saying. And I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So maybe if you want to make example, maybe you can help us out and tell us what you're talking about instead of like make jokes and shit and insults.
Get the smoke. What the fuck? I was saying his competitiveness, not his shit talking. I was never saying
Again, I was talking about his
talking.
competitiveness.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Been the best his whole life. Like,
do you understand that the shit talking was a part of his competitiveness? You don't understand that?
He wanted to be the
Okay, so do you not understand that when
shit talking is not
do you
the
not
same
understand
to
that when
being
Floyd Mayweather was shit
okay.
talking Ali, he was trying to say that he was better than Ali.
Right.
You don't have to do that.
Ever gonna be.
So what side of the argument are you on? Are you just trying to argue?
Listen, I'm on the side that makes sense.
You're losing.
This is the side of the argument that I'm on. I'm on the side that makes sense. If you want to be on my side and make sense, that's cool. Then we can have a conversation. You can be an adversary. You can be an adversary to making sense. And you can talking gibberish.
Boxing is an individual sport. Like basketball, that nigga fucking Jordan cannot stop Shaquille O'Neal on the fucking court, nigga.
No, but he can outsmart him. He would always outsmart him. He would always use his team.
That's how they.
Only he never did that. Literally, he never did that. There's no film of fucking Michael Jordan outsmarting Shaq.
He can't fucking fuck with Shaq. That nigga.
No, but
nobody fuck with that big ass nigga. That's just what it was.
That's what you would do. You don't face.
Again, this is why I keep saying, like, what you're saying doesn't make sense, bro.
Oh my goodness! See, this is where you're trying to.
You realize that they played against each other.
Like that.
So, all right, are you gonna let me speak?
We're
gonna finish this. We're gonna finish this real quick. We're gonna finish this real quick. I never said that. All I'm saying is that their competitive spirit, meaning that they were never satisfied, you know what I'm
Team
saying? And they
sport
were
is
very successful, but they always wanted to, be the best and compete
right,
to the
but
highest
what,
extent.
you can't compare
That's the
combat to
only
basketball though,
that's the
because they
only
get
thing.
paid way more in
No,
like
but I
you
can
pay
compare
basketball
how
player,
far they can challenge
basketball
each other.
player.
If you
And
want to
fighting some
shorten
folks
that
can be the end of
analogy,
your career,
I
some
won't
folks
disagree,
can
but
be the end of
like
your life.
I still stand on what I just said. So
So you
it is
got
what
it.
it
It's more
is.
than
We
a
can move
competition.
forward.
You gotta think about
I will
about
agree to disagree. You
you gotta
know what I'm
move
saying?
different.
You got it. Go ahead.
You can't play boxing. That's what they always say. The cliche
And it
was
certainly ain't no fucking team sport if you could.
So you're missing the whole point. You just want to hear the
No,
same thing
no,
over and
you
over
missing
again.
the whole
I
point
just
about
told
Floyd
you.
versus Jordan. Like you are missing the point. Floyd is a fiercer competitor than Michael Jordan. You are just riding the fucking hype of Michael Jordan.
Okay.
Okay,
Cool.
Jordan.
Cool. You got to get the smoke. Look at
You
that. Oh my
hear the
God, you
song, like,
won.
this nigga called Earl Spence a bitch. So
Me?
Earl Spence can get back in the ring and fight some more. And they smart, bro.
Nah.
Like, different
Never
levels.
said anything about Michael Jordan talking shit. Michael,
practice.
all I
The
said
talking shit was a
is
part
the
of it. Do you understand that Michael Jordan talks shit all the time about everybody, except for the guy, except for the guys that I'm talking about. He didn't talk shit about Larry Bird. He didn't talk shit about Magic Johnson. He didn't talk shit about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He didn't talk shit about Bill Russell. You know why? Because they're greater than he was, and he understood that.
You see how you like to fucking carry on, and I've given you the chance to acknowledge that I've said, okay, you got this. You know what I'm saying? Let's move forward, and you continue on, get the smoke. And I'm just trying to explain to you what I was meaning. So you already won, but I'm just gonna tell you what I was saying is that
You
their
haven't told us what
ambitions.
you're saying. What you're saying is fucking
Because you
dumb.
keep
Like I said, it doesn't make sense.
Listen
You
to
can
me.
keep trying. Yeah, because what you already said that
You keep getting
you told me already.
emotional and
You already told me that you
overspeaking.
told me, right?
But you want
So this
people
is
to
just
respect
rehash
you.
shit.
You want people to respect you.
I don't
right?
care. Like, what are you saying
Then
to me? Like, now you're telling me what I want?
can you
Like, literally, you don't make sense,
okay.
bro.
Can you stop
What I
speaking
want
so I
is
can
for
speak?
fucking people that I talk to make sense. That's
Get
what
the
I'd like.
smoke. Can you
Like,
stop?
I don't care if
Can you
imbeciles fucking
stop being
respect me.
emotional?
No,
Bro,
I'm a
this
human
is the
being.
same
No, I
fucking
cannot.
thing.
I
Wow,
can't turn
okay.
my emotions off. Sorry, neither can you.
So
You just cannot. You just don't recognize that you have them.
win an argument when you don't let your opponent fucking
Not
speak?
even, okay, you already said that I already won the argument. So now we're just talking about whether or not what you're saying makes sense.
Cool.
I already
Cool,
won
cool.
the argument according to you.
Fine. Go ahead. Do your thing.
So
Go
now
ahead.
I'm just trying to figure out what the
Go
fuck you're
ahead.
talking about.
Now you're trying to figure it out, but if you would let me
Correct.
speak,
I've
you can
always
figure it
been
out.
this entire time. When I said I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, it doesn't make sense.
Well,
Why don't
man,
you
go
help
ahead, do
me?
your thing,
That's what I was
Christian.
saying to you.
You do your
It
thing.
still
You
doesn't
got
make
it. You
sense
got
to
it.
me.
You got it.
Your overall point
It's not
about
even funny
Michael
anymore.
Jordan
It's not
being a
even funny. It's
fiercer
just fucking
competitor
boring.
than Floyd Mayweather does not make sense to me.
No.
When I talked about them talking shit, this is a direct
I know people
fucking
understood that
comparison
shit.
metric about their competitiveness.
No,
And
that they
everybody
have the
fucking
same
recognizes.
ambition
And
as
literally everybody recognizes.
Right,
For some reason, it's over your head though.
and get the smooth. You continue to. I could have just said those words, and you'd have been like, "Okay, I don't
Say
agree
those
with it."
words, and then I'll say okay.
Yeah, and you would be like, "I
Say
don't
those
agree
words,
with
and I'll
it,"
say
but
okay.
whatever. Yeah, and
Okay,
yeah,
I guess it didn't happen then. So maybe I guess you're just wrong.
You just want to have a whole argument.
Okay, it's all good, bro. Whatever.
You
Like you cannot actually make it make sense. It's all good. I won the argument, and you can't make it make sense. Awesome.
Because you don't let people speak. That's
Okay,
the
cool.
thing.
I'll let you speak.
Go ahead.
I'm on. I'll
You
go on
have it.
fucking mute.
You
Now you
have
tell
it.
me. Now you make it make sense how Michael Jordan is a fiercer competitor than Floyd Mayweather. Make it make sense.
You're not understanding. See, there you go. All right. You're letting me speak. This is the thing. When these two guys compete, they fucking, they're trying to like beat themselves. They're not satisfied with what they've done. Same thing with Michael Jordan. He's always been a competitor. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing that I was comparing. You can say anybody else, any other, fighter, boxer, they're competitors. I just mentioned two people that are just have the same mindset that they
So now
always
it's the
just
same
want to do
mindset.
better.
Now he's not a fierce. He's not a more fierce
Boom,
competitor. So
boom,
now
boom.
they just got the same mindset.
So that's my opinion, right? And
okay, so what does this have to do with
it's-
fighters being coerced into situations?
Never said anything like that. See, you're
Okay,
stretching
that's
your
what this
shit.
conversation was about. This is why I don't make like
Was
this,
it,
your
bro?
examples don't make
You got
fucking
lost in this whole fucking
no.
thing.
Okay,
Bro.
so help me.
Look at it.
So help me. So find me back to it.
Bruh.
We're talking about fighters being coerced into fucking fights.
Smoke, we could barely have a fucking conversation without me
Okay, great,
arguing.
awesome.
It
So
just
you're not
doesn't
gonna
fucking
so you're gonna call me lost,
look at
and when I
this.
ask you to
Yeah,
fucking
you're
bring me back,
lost.
instead you
No,
can't
I'm
do
just
that shit.
saying.
What you can do, bro?
How?
Like I'm
Look,
done. I'm done. Go
yeah,
ahead.
you've been
Let
done
the
for a
next
long
fucking
ass time.
let the next
Jesus,
fucking
fuck,
person deal with
Christ.
trolls. Like I'm done with this fucking dumb shit.
Next person.
I can
Somebody.
only do this. I can only
Warren
do it
G,
so
how you doing,
fucking much.
sir? Warren G
Good
just joined
lord.
the panel. How you doing, sir? You know what I'm saying?
What's
Let's talk
going
some
on?
boxing. Yeah, all good. Everything's good. Welcome.
How y'all like that new Wilder footage though? Just, with this
Wilder's
nigga
looking
trying to
good.
box.
I like it. I like it. I like how he's moving his head, moving his shoulders. You know what I'm saying? Like he does that. The dip with the shoulders. He turns. To get that punch over his head. You know what I'm saying? So he has the potential to go to the body or do an uppercut, then do a straight hand. And then pivot out. I like it. That's what I see. So definitely you can see the work that he's doing with Malik Scott. It's dope.
Yeah, but will he be able to do it in the fight though? That's the difference. You know what I'm saying?
So what I saw is that he's
The footwork
having
look kind of janky with a couple times like everybody. It's just like it's a little too late for me, but it's like
no, I don't think it's too little too late for me, because what I see is a little bit more imagination, knowing what he can do. Like he has more, like he's being Malik Scott's teaching him more of things that he can apply. So those slips. So you can do a lot of things from those slips, right? So if you slip, you can do a slip. Like if you're slipping, I'm a southpaw, so if I slip to my right, then I'm gonna shoot my overhand left. You know what I'm saying? Right over that slip. That's what I like, right? So if you slip, you can also do a slip and then do an uppercut up top. You can slip and roll out. You can do a lot of those with those slips. Those are very good from what I saw today. And bending the waist. It's looking good, and that's the thing. It looks like he's still training for Fury, because that's what you're going to have to do, is be able to move your waist along with Fury. You know what I'm saying? Not let him move your waist against you, in my opinion.
Are you talking about Wilder?
Yeah, Wilder. What he was doing today. They were mentioning what he did today.
Okay,
The media
I just
workout.
missed that part. I'm sorry, I just missed that part. I'm just asking.
Yeah, did
I'm
you see
good.
that? Did you see the media workout?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, no, Wilder's looking good. I'm telling you.
Wait a minute. Who has media workouts a month before the fight?
They had it today. It was today. Get the smoke. They had a media workout.
the other thing. I didn't like the way his feet was moving. Like he had, like when he was looking light on his feet. Some of them pivots, they was looking kind of like he was losing his, like he was kind of off balance. It's like, to me, it's an improvement, but it's like it's still a flaw. It's like he ain't. It's like he ain't there. He ain't mastered. He's like
Footwork.
he's too old to learn how to box. It's like why was you doing this shit 5 fucking years ago at least? Or motherfucking
Footwork is, I
8
think,
years ago.
the hardest thing to
which
develop.
outlet? What outlet can I get this media workout? Like who?
Fight hype. Fight hype. It was all over the place. Most likely Fight hype.
I think it's on Fight Hype or one of the, Fight Hub, whatever. One of them motherfuckers.
Yeah, it was on. It was on all day today. It was crazy. I was like, damn. Yeah,
Hey,
I see it. They were doing the straws and shit, big ass straws, the swimming noodles. They were doing all that shit.
Shit in the fight, it'll be a
Hey,
progress. Like,
How old
fight
is
like that.
Wilder?
Yeah,
How old is Wilder?
hey, do y'all think it's good Shakur going up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the best for him right now. As far as fights.
So what's the scenario? It would be Lomachenko, right? Eventually, right?
I mean, yeah.
Whoever's available, I guess. I mean, we really don't know. I mean, we don't know. There's so many moving parts. It could be. I mean, I guess the ideal fight that the fans would like to see is Lomachenko. I mean, that would be what the fans want, but we don't know.
No, because He was saying that. Sorry, Warren G. He said they were going to announce a big fight like right after that. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like a counter. Like if
What you mean they was gonna announce what fight they was gonna announce? What,
so after so you know how he mentioned the fact that he's gonna move up to 135. I don't know if it
oh, you
was
saying they was gonna announce a big fight after that fight that they have
yeah
tomorrow? Okay,
yeah
it
that
could be the well. There's implication that Terrence Crawford and Earl is to be announced. Maybe that'll be the fight that they're announcing out there. I'm
no
speculating at this point.
Shakur saying is they're
Right,
going to
right. But
announce not
he
that
said that. Oh, he said what fight he's gonna announce he's gonna be taking. Is that what you mean?
I think it's gonna be. I mean, people might call me crazy, but I think it's gonna be. I think he fighting Loma next. Everybody think it's gonna be Devin, but when Bob was talking, he was talking about making a fight with Shakur and Loma.
Oh, okay. So you talking about a fight that he's gonna be taking on? Okay. I'm sorry, I thought you did. All right, I got it. So they're supposed to be announcing a fight that after this fight, or what fight he's gonna be interested in. Is that when I'm? Is that what I should take away from this? From that?
What'd you say?
So, based on what he said, is he saying that after Shakur finishes his fight, they're supposed to be announcing a fight that they're taking, or just they're supposed to be announcing a big fight in general?
I guess he announced that he moving up to 35 because that's what he doing. Shit, I don't know.
So the PBC is just heavy on their goddamn counter programming game right now. That's what's happening.
The PBC is announced after Shakur fight. I ain't never
Good
heard
God,
of that.
like nobody can fucking live, right? Like Shakur can't just get a fight. You gotta like who the fuck has a media workout day a month before the goddamn fight? Like, okay. I get it. I remember when Canelo was trying to fight, they're like in his fight week for B-ball, they're like, oh yeah, didn't you just duck goddamn Benavidez and Charlo? Yeah, these PBC guys, they're not letting anybody just have their fucking fights without
foot on neck. They gotta keep their foot on their neck.
Stink on doo-doo, white on rice.
I'm trying to see. Man, I hope Shakur can knock this guy out. You know what I'm saying? Because if it's a
what network is supposed to be on?
I guess everybody's next. Nobody can get nobody can get any shine without PBC showing up. Wrecking the goddamn party, jumping on the bandwagon, pissing on the parade. What about me kind of shit? Like, yo.
I'm talking about Stevenson. What network is it on? Going to be on ESPN?
Yeah, he's an ESPN guy.
Yeah, it's top rank. So.
It's gonna be plus, or is it gonna be regular?
I think it's regular.
Okay, cool.
Smoke. So who you think that Shakur fight going up to 135 next?
Somebody's leftovers. The goddamn recycled top ranked talent. And basically, I think Loma's gonna get that Devin fight, and then he's gonna lose that shit. So, like, whoever the fuck you're gonna win, like, I think that Shakur can probably get a title, probably off of a Loma fight, and that'll be it for him. Like a thrice beaten fucking Loma, and then like whoever gives a fuck. Like he can still beat Nakatani if he's still around. He can still beat Kome if he's around. Nakatil, like whatever the fuck. Like those guys over there, the usual suspects at 35. If Brashelt is still fucking alive.
Comey moved up to 140.
Yeah, there you go. Not Comey then.
Like I was saying, everybody think that Loma and Devin is gonna be next. I kind of doubt that.
I mean, if Loma wants to be undisputed, then I think his best shot is fighting Devin Haney next.
I think it's more Bob. I think Bob would rather put Shakur Stevenson in position, and I ain't saying that he's going to fight Devin. I ain't saying he's trying to make that fight, but as far as looking for the future, I know Shakur got like 3-4 years on the contract with them.
Yeah, but what's that to do with Loma?
Bob was saying that he would like to make that fight.
Right. So you're saying that Lomachenko wanting to be undisputed is irrelevant. Bob wants to just make the shoot. Like, here's the thing. Loma can get 2 bites at the apple, right? He can get the Devin Haney fight, lose that fight, and still get the fucking Shakur fight because Loma is still the draw at Top Rank.
This is the thing. I strongly think that Devin is going to be pursuing Tank next, and I think
he's not a Top Rank.
Tank's they don't got to be a Top Rank. We gotta stop thinking. We can't stop. We gotta stop thinking that these fights can't be made.
All right. Hold up. Tank Davis is exclusive to Showtime.
Yeah.
So how does that work in your mind?
Just like Fury and Wilder. Exactly. Just like
so you
Fury
think right. So exactly like Fury and Wilder. So if it were to happen exactly like Fury and Wilder, that ain't happening next. Like that Fury and Wilder shit took like 2 fights on it was the 3rd fight on a 5-fight deal.
Okay, so I think the money that's going to be generated in this fight, they gonna come into an agreement.
So not like Fury and Wilder then.
Hold on. And look, everybody is looking at Bob and paying attention to Bill Haney. Bill Haney and Devin Haney is who's calling the shots over there, not Al. They gonna fight who they want to fight next. And who have they been adamant about fighting? It's Tank. So everybody is just automatically like assuming that it's gonna be Lomachenko next. I don't think
I'm a little bit confused. What do you mean by Bill Haney is calling shots?
He's the management for Devin Haney. They decide who they want to fight next. Not Bob.
Well, Smoke is putting the onus on the fact that
they're under contract. You're saying what you're saying. Hold up a second. All I'm saying, like only thing only Bob. Yes, what they did was they decided, but Bill Haney as his manager to sign a 3-fight deal. At that point, now they're contractually obligated to fight Top Rank fighters.
No, they're not. Bill, we talked to Bill. Bill did not say that. Bill said he could fight whoever he wanted to fight. That's why he was trying to fight. That's why he was trying to fight Tank. That's why he didn't want the
correct. He was trying to get out of correct. I got it.
So it's not strictly top ranked fighters. It's not strictly top ranked fighters. So
you keep saying it's not strictly top ranked fighters. You keep saying that.
No, he said that. It came out his mouth.
You said it. You said it's not strictly top ranked fighters. You just said that.
Yeah, I'm saying because that's what Bill said.
Right. That because Bill was saying what Bill was saying was that he could put what actually how the whole thing went down was that was the Tank side saying you have contractual obligations, go deal with that shit and then come back. Bill was saying, hey, you know what? Exactly. Here's my contractual obligations, and here are some ways around my contractual obligations. He didn't say that.
He did. He did. He said we can drop the belts, or we
correct. That's how you get out of his contractual obligations.
No. That's with Gambosas, not with Top Rank. It's still they were trying to make a fight with Top Rank and Showtime.
Correct, right?
Yeah. So again, so we got to get out of the notion that
we don't have to get out of the notion because first off, we don't have to get out of the notion because Bob Arum is still the guy that they need to fucking convince. Even if Bill Haney was like, hey, you know what? Like maybe it could very well be the case that Bill Haney has already talked to Bob and Bob's all on board with the Tank fight. That could be the case.
It
But
could
whatever
be.
the fucking it is, he's got to deal with Top Rank.
That's at the end of the day. Yeah, but it's still, put it like this. Just because they're with Top Rank, what if Bob was like, "Hey, I want you to fight Loma," and Devin was like, "Nah, I don't want to make that fight. That ain't who I
Yeah,
want to
that
fight
could be
next."
the case. That could be the case,
So
but I don't know why you're going like we need to get out of the idea that Top Rank's involved. We don't.
no,
Like
no, no.
Top Rank
I
is
never
going to be
said
involved.
that. I said we need to get out of the notion that he's just fighting top fighters because he signed the Top Rank. That's what I said.
That is what.
And back
correct.
to
We don't need to get out of that
the
notion.
beginning. Back to the beginning. What I've said.
We don't need to get out of that
Everybody's
notion.
under the consumption. Everybody under the consumption that he's fighting Lomachenko next just because he's with Top Rank. That's not the fact.
Listen,
That's not
bro.
the fact.
Hey, bro, for real, like when it comes right down to it, we're talking about Shakur's likelihood at 135. That's the only reason why we're talking about this. But for real,
yeah.
like if he doesn't fight Lomachenko, the most likely opponent will be Teofimo Lopez. You know why? Because he's also signed to fucking Top Rank.
That's not gonna happen either.
Correct. Also, it's not gonna happen. You're right, because Loma's gonna be next because he's at Top Rank.
I said, I'm all I'm gonna say is everybody holding on to that Top Rank shit. Yeah, it's easy to make fights because it's in house, but they're about that money. They're about
Who's
making
about
money.
that money? Who's about that money?
Top Rank, Showtime. When they can make a big fight and make money, they're gonna get it done.
Do you think? Okay, so do you think that Jeff Horn was a bigger fight than Bud Crawford?
What do you mean? They fought each other. What you mean? You said a bigger fight with Joe Horn, a bigger fight than Bud. What do you
okay, for Manny Pacquiao, when Manny Pacquiao was at Top Rank and Bud Crawford was also Top Rank, do you think it would have been a more lucrative fight for Pacquiao to fight Jeff Horn or Bud Crawford?
At the time, Jeff Horn.
Okay.
Later on, down.
What do you mean later on? Like
later on,
he
like
fought him the very next fight. They literally Bud fought him the very next fight.
Because I'm gonna say Jeff Horn. With Bud moving up in weight, I'm gonna say Jeff Horn.
You think Jeff Horn that nobody knew of was a more lucrative fight than Bud Crawford?
So okay, let's get this correct. Even though Bud had became undisputed, his name wasn't known like that.
Do you think he was more known or less known than Jeff Horn?
I mean, I'm gonna say it's.
Man,
I'm gonna give Bud a little bit.
Man. Jeff Horn was a bullshit fight. Everybody knows it.
Yeah, man, stop it, bro. Like, stop with this whole like Top Rank is just fucking motivated. But no, they're not. Like, Bob is literally motivated by fucking Bob's own interest. He don't give a fuck about what the fucking fight makes money or not make money. You know how long he stalled out fucking Pacquiao?
You gotta understand with Devin being undisputed, he holds the cards. With Devin being undisputed, then belts over there. He's deciding who he's gonna fight next. If he don't want to fight nobody at Top Rank,
so now it's not Bill Haney. Now it's Bob that's doing it. Just a second ago,
I said Bill. I said Bill. Are you
okay? Sorry.
Thank
you. All right, cool. So Bill is undisputed, and Bill is the catbird seat. And I'm with you. Go ahead. I thought you said Bob.
He's the manager. Yeah. If they don't want to fight anybody at Top Rank, it's gonna be a problem at Top Rank between a fighter and promoter.
It's gonna be a problem between Devin Haney Promotions and fucking Top Rank. If he doesn't want to fight any fucking Top Rank guys, it's gonna be a problem.
I'm just saying the fact of the matter is, yes, it's truth to make. It's easy to make in-house fights, but everybody need to get out the notion that a fight with Showtime can't be made.
Okay, right. So because why should we get out of that notion?
Because it's been a fight been made before.
When?
No matter what the circumstances is.
When? I'm trying to figure out what you mean.
Hold up. No matter what the circumstances, this fight got made multiple times with Wilder and Fury. it was a fight made between Showtime and Top Rank. So that tells you a fight can get made.
Right. Right. So
that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
No,
hold on.
nothing
So
else to it.
if I'm picking up what you're putting down, you're saying that we shouldn't think that Devin is going to be fighting a top ranked fighter because Wilder and Fury happened.
No,
that's your
what
that's your argument.
No. What I'm
That's not
saying
what he's
is
saying.
don't. What I'm saying is
Okay,
don't exclude that a fight can't get made with PBC
because of what? Because
That's
of what
what he's saying.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. You're twisting my words.
I got you.
Okay, we're saying the same thing.
Using. I'm not trying to
We're saying
twist
the
anything.
same thing.
I'm not trying to twist anything. I'm just getting because I want to make sure when I rebut that I'm actually talking about what you're talking about. Okay. So when you bring up Wilder and Fury, you're bringing that up as an example of how the fight can be made, correct?
I'm bringing it up how they co-promoted and they made a fight happen multiple times. I'm using that as an example that they worked together to make a fight happen.
Okay. All right.
Showing
so
that
just
they
so
can
you understand,
work together and make again.
All right. Cool. So just so you understand the multiple times part of it, they had to go through arbitration for multiple times.
Regardless if they,
when Top Rank got involved,
they had to go through sanction and
just so you understand, just so you understand what happened.
No matter how the fight got made, it got made.
Damn, can I finish my thing for real?
Go ahead.
Thank you. When it comes down to the multiple fights happening, the first fight happened and Top Rank was not involved at all. They had a rematch clause. The fight was a draw, so they had to come up with new terms. But they're already going to fight. When Top Rank got involved, the fight got actually pushed back. And as soon as that rematch clause was trying to get engaged, Top Rank tried to get out of it. So the idea that like Top Rank is like making all these fucking fights and multiple fights happening, Top Rank wasn't a hurdle for the fight happening at all the second time and the third time.
Not the third time, the second time.
Yes, and the third time they had to go through arbitration.
The reason being because Wilder was
Top
trying
Rank
to
was
fight
involved.
Joshua. I mean Fury was trying to fight
because Top Rank was involved, bro. Bob Arum was trying to do that shit too.
Bro, you see you're putting it on Top Rank. You're putting it on Top Rank, but it was more.
You keep moving the goalposts.
You're moving the goalposts. I can't
actually have a conversation with you with this example.
You're moving the goalposts, bro. You didn't move the goalposts.
You are the one talking about how Top Rank makes these. Okay, you're saying
did they not make a fight this last time?
After arbitration, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Because a judge
that's
made
all
them.
I wanted to know.
Because the judge made them.
That's all I wanted to know.
How is that gonna? I don't understand.
And it wasn't Top Rank. It wasn't Top Rank. He was Wilder went to court for Fury with Fury. He was gonna sue Fury because he was trying to fight.
That it was
Joshua.
Top Rank. It was. Do you not understand that Fury was Top Rank?
All right, bro. Regardless,
you do understand that Fury is the Top Rank, right?
The fight got made, right? 2 fights actually, and if you look at Bob,
you understand fights got made before he went to Top Rank.
Did you hear what Bob said? They made the fight.
The fights were already going to happen before he went to Top Rank.
Look,
when Top Rank got involved, the fights became harder to make.
You're making excuses for why the fight happened. At the end of the day, the fight happened.
No, I'm not, bro. What I'm trying to get you to see as your example is a poor one.
It's not. Because the fight got made.
It is. Because Wilder and Fury was made before he went to Top Rank.
No, not. Oh my God, you're talking about 2. You're talking about 2. The second fight.
I'm talking. I'm getting all of them.
Look.
All of them happen. Like I'm just telling you. The first fight.
Hold on. This is what I want to. This is what I want to ask you.
The first fight had a rematch clause to it.
Okay. But this is what I want to ask you. So you don't think that Showtime and Top Rank will be doing business no time in the future?
I don't think they'll be doing business next.
No,
I don't think Devin Haney and Tank Davis.
That's not what I asked you.
So what is it? I mean, I'm not quite sure what your point has to do with Tank and Devin fighting next.
But you didn't ask my question.
I can. At certain point, maybe. I don't know.
It's an easy question. Do you think
it's not? I know, but it's not an easy answer. It's a very easy.
We'll work together in the future. Do you think Top Rank and Showtime will work together?
I literally don't know.
Come on, man. You dancing around. I'm done with the topic, man.
No,
You
I'm
dancing
answering
around
your
this
question. I'm answering
goddamn.
a direct question directly. You asking me
No,
about the
you're not.
future of the fucking of these
It's
guys
a yes
fighting.
or no.
If you
It's a
ask
yes.
me about
It's
the
a yes or
bro,
no
goddamn, can
question.
I
Me
answer your
saying
question? I'm trying to answer your question, but you won't let me.
it's yes. You can't answer it because you saying
I
I don't know
can.
instead of
I
yes
will
or
if you
no.
stop talking, bro.
Go ahead.
Like I'm telling, like to try to figure out what they've done, what if they'll work in the future. All I have to go on is what their state is in the past, right, and the present. In the past and the present, because of their relationship being so fucking fractured and being so weird, I don't know. The only time they actually did work together is when the guys were already working before they ever even fucking got in these separate camps. So I don't know how to fucking extrapolate that to the future. I don't know.
Understandable.
Well, there's always a possibility when money is involved that two different promoters companies can work together. Now, in the case of Wilder, in Fury, I believe Fury was a free agent, and he ended up signing with Top Rank because Top Rank provided him with some money. They brought his paid him pretty well, so he went with them. However, I'm not. Some of these boxers say that they could do stuff outside of this PBC, but I don't know. I mean, Sean Porter fought Terrence Crawford. He was with PBC, so
Facts.
but I don't know the situation I don't know if that's the same dynamic, but
It's the same
he
dynamic.
crossed the street.
It's not the same. Like here's the thing. Here's like really the thing. Like
Okay.
Devin Haney has one fucking fight left on there. Is that fight gonna does Tank's crew want that fight so badly that they're gonna be like, oh yeah, let's do a cross promotion? Like why? Why would they even care about doing all that shit when all they have to do is wait for him to fight one time and then he won't have all these encumbrances? Like, what is Tank's motivation to make this fight happen now?
Now we're talking about motivations, but
correct.
I'm just saying it could happen. Whatever.
I mean we're talking about how it could happen, but I'm telling you how it can't happen.
Some type of way. He might feel some type of way about Devin and them calling him out, and he had a plan to fight Ryan the whole time, and now he's going back to fight Dev. You never know.
Okay, all right. I mean, I never know. I mean, we do have some inkling because they are saying stuff about it, and we can talk about what they're saying and what they're not saying. We can talk about what they're saying and what they're not saying, and we can also talk about what they're doing and what they're not doing. Right. So what we understand what they're not doing. Right. They're not petitioning to get the fucking Devin fight. They're not doing that shit. They're also not saying that we're going to fucking fight Dev next. They're not even they're not saying that shit. So they're not acting on him fighting next, and not even saying they're going to fight him next. So this idea that it could possibly happen
that don't
is the
mean
same.
They don't have to petition to make a fight. They don't have to petition
to
make the
so why
fight
would
next.
I think this happening next? So based on what I think is happening next,
bro,
all signs point to Loma happening next.
How when Bob Arum said he really wanted to make the fight with Loma, and this coming
Loma
out of Bob's
versus
mouth.
Devin Haney. All signs point to Loma and Devin Haney being next.
Yeah.
Tank's side. First off, Devin has a whole. He has contractual agreement. He has contractual. He has contractual arrangements with a promoter and a broadcaster that Tank is not a part of. He only has one more fucking fight after the Kambosos fight. Why in the fuck would Tank not just wait for him to finish that shit out and then fight him?
Because I don't think Dev is going to sign with Showtime. I think he's gonna re-up over there. That's why.
Well, okay, that doesn't matter. That still don't fucking matter, right?
It has to matter. Because you saying why won't he wait till he's free under contract to fight Tank? What if he reads up?
Okay, so what you're saying is Devin don't want to fight Tank.
That is not what I said.
Well, then why would why wouldn't he shine the Showtime where Tank is? And he knows that Tank is under
why should he have to?
Why should I was just going to say
why should he have to? Okay. Why should he have to? That's an excellent question. because when it comes to promotional organizations, they have their own contracts with broadcasters. So if you want to get it so right now, Tank Davis, we don't even know if he has a promoter.
Hey,
What
then
we do know,
didn't he just say Sean Porter?
what we do know about Tank
Sean
Davis
Porter and
is
Terrence
that what we
Crawford
do know
just
about
made a
Tank
fight.
Davis is that he's managed by Al Heyman, who is the owner of fucking PBC, and we also know that he is signed to Showtime, the broadcaster. So if Devin Haney wants to fucking fight Tank Davis, it is going to happen on Showtime.
That's not 100% true. It ain't facts. That's not facts.
Okay, you keep saying it's not facts. When is Showtime? When is it? Okay, so tell me how Tank is not signed to Showtime then.
Okay,
that's not what I'm saying is not a fact.
Okay, so how did Terrence Crawford and Porter fight each other?
That's none of those guys are named Tank.
Are they on the same network? I'm going off what you just said, though.
No, you're not going off what I just said. I said that Tank is signed to Showtime.
Okay. How long? So you know that he specifically signed with Showtime or
yes,
PBC?
According to Steven Espinoza. Steven Espinoza said that Tank is signed to Al Heyman and Showtime. Steven Espinoza, the vice president, the exec at Showtime. That's what he's saying.
Okay, so I hear you, and so let me say this before you say something.
I got you, bro. Go ahead. I'm good.
All right. Is it that PBC is signed to Showtime and then Tank is signed to PBC, or he's signed to both?
Right. So that's a great question. Tank is signed to Showtime. PBC has contracts with Showtime and Fox. PBC is not exclusive to Showtime. Showtime is not exclusive to PBC. There are guys like Boots Ennis. He's not signed to PBC. He's signed to Showtime.
Okay, I get it now. I got you.
Yeah,
I see that.
Strictly with
Clarissa Shields was signed to Showtime.
Yeah.
Okay,
not
now
to PBC.
I understand your point better now. I got it. Makes sense now. Okay. Showtime is in the boxing business, basically.
Yeah,
Showtime.
Yeah, since for decades now.
Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't know they was into. I thought they may be. I thought they may be tied to promoters more so than the individual fighters. But now I understand.
Yeah, no, you have promoters who are with Showtime. Like, if you were to ask like what promoters only fuck with PBC, I'd be like Tom Brown, right? That's a guy that just fucks with cheap PBC. But there are other guys who do work with PBC and work with other people, right? Those in promotional companies. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I'm just saying that there's fighters who are exclusive to Showtime. And if Devin Haney wants to fight Tank, then he should understand that that's going to be on Showtime.
Got it. I understand, which makes sense now. He's exclusively handled by Showtime, and Showtime is not just going to allow him to allow that fight without them being able to view it. And then there's, Devin Haney. If he signed with Top Rank is going to have him tied up to ESPN.
Right. And that's the thing about PBC. You have to look at each fighter's individual circumstance. When it comes to Tank Davis, that guy is he's in a very special situation where he was managed by Al Heyman, signed to Showtime, and promoted by Floyd. We don't know if he's still promoted by Floyd. Maybe that relationship is gone. Maybe it'll be a one-off or whatever the fuck. But he's still with Al Heyman and Showtime.
Yeah, but it's still no difference from the Sean Porter and Terrence Crawford. They went.
It is totally different because Sean Porter is
a lot different.
This is the only difference is
he's not signed to Showtime.
No. They still went through Showtime. It was Showtime and Top Rank. PBC deals with Showtime. It was Showtime.
Okay. So
that's what the difference is. The difference is with fighters that sign strictly to Showtime, they don't got PBC in their pockets. It's just Showtime. Okay. They're not paying the percent to they ain't paying percent to nobody.
You're off on a tangent. Like Sean Porter and Bud was not a co-promotional.
No, it wasn't.
How come it wasn't?
It wasn't.
It was.
It just wasn't. If you look at the promoters, it was promoted by Top.
No.
It wasn't even aired on. Like, do you think that Bud and Porter was aired on Showtime?
Hold on. Yeah.
It wasn't.
It wasn't aired on ESPN.
Yes, it was.
No, that was a pay-per-view fight
on ESPN.
No.
Yes, bro.
I can't. I want to make sure. I might be wrong. I ain't gonna say.
I'm telling you, you are, bro. That's where I'm just figuring it out. Like I'm just trying to figure out where you're going with this thing. Yes.
It went into bid. It went into a bid, and Bob brought the fight.
Yeah, like Sean Porter was a mandatory.
Right, it went to a purse bid. So PBC never bidded on the fight or whatever. They decided to allow Bob take it for the money that he said he was gonna pay for the fight. Basically.
Okay, you might be right. I ain't gonna. I'm not.
No,
sure,
I'm just.
so I'm not
it's
gonna
all good.
sit
I'm
up
just
here
telling
and
you. I'm
say
just
it
telling you
is.
that's what the disconnect is. I'm like I figured out. Like this is what is going on. Like that was not a co-promotion. They've co-promoted one time. And that was Tyson Fury versus Wilder 2. That was the only time they co-promoted.
But he can't. But if Devin Haney and them fulfill their obligation with Top Rank, they don't necessarily have to. They can go as independent or contract fighter for hire. You know what I mean? They could be independent.
Yeah, it was on.
Right. So when it comes to PBC, right? When it comes to PBC, they don't all have the same situation. So all I'm just saying, like PBC is a production company. They're not a promotional organization. They're not even a management organization. They're promotional. They're a production company. All they do is put on live events. Now you got Al Hammond boxing, which is something different. But when it comes to the PBC fighters,
with Showtime.
When it comes to the fighters that you see on PBC broadcast, you have to look at their own individual management, and you'll find that they're very fucking different. Tank is a special case. But Boots, you'll find, has a completely different situation than him. Luis Ortiz has a bit different fucking situation than most PBC guys. Like Sean Porter has a different thing. Like you can't just go PBC and now wash your hands of the whole situation like you understand what's happening. They're not a promotional company. Top Rank is a promotional company. Those guys are just under contract to fight at Top.
That's why PBC deals with Espinoza. They deal with Showtime.
They also deal with Fox.
They rarely, but they do.
That's because Fox got sold a couple of times. The last both Ruiz's pay-per-views have been on Fox, and Wilder's next fight will be on Fox. They're not exclusive to Showtime.
Oh no, they ain't. I'm saying, but majority.
The majority. That's because Fox got sold in the pandemic. Before the pandemic happened, Fox and PBC were just fine. They're putting on cards all the fucking time. The pandemic fucked all broadcasters, but specifically, Fox Sports got sold twice during the pandemic. That fucked up all of their programming, not just PBC.
Yeah, they got sold to Bally Sports or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Somewhere. Bally and Sinclair broadcast, and then they sold it after that. Yep.
Yeah. And Bally Sports, it has a promotional company, a sub-promotional company. I forget the name that Terrence Crawford is tied to some kind of way.
I mean, I'm down for. Listen, I'm trying to be optimistic. I just don't live in a goddamn fantasy world. That's all. I can be optimistic without living in fantasy land, right? Like to me, the optimism comes in with the fact that Devin Haney only has one more fucking fight, and he still got Loma and T over there. So those are two good fights. But like, if I was just to say like Tank needs to happen next, but bro, I'm gonna be a pessimist because I don't see how the fuck that shit happen. Like, I would literally have to like ignore everything I know about the fucking sport to delude myself into thinking that's just about to happen next.
No, I don't think we saying that. Is somebody saying that fight should happen next?
Yeah, that's what he said. Like, we don't need to. No. He said we shouldn't get out of the notion of like he needs to like Top Rank.
Is we can't sit up here and say that it can't happen next.
Next,
That's what I'm saying. We can't
Yeah,
sit
it
up
nah,
can't
here
happen
it
next.
and
can't. I don't think
100%
that fight
sure
It
happens
and
can't
sit
next.
happen
up here and
next.
say it can't happen next.
Yeah, no, it can't happen next. You might as well put a fucking fork in it. It can't happen next.
You can't say that.
I just
Cause
said
you
it.
leave it out. Well, see,
You can't say that.
I just said it.
That's not fact. I hear you say it, but that's
No,
not fact.
I got it because it can't be a fact because it's the future and we don't know.
why would I leave money on the table though to go fight Davis?
What money's on the table?
You don't think that Lomachenko and what's the name is big money? Why
Not
he's under
like
contract?
not like
That is
it's
easy.
big
It's
money
easier
for top
price to
rank.
make.
It's big money top rank because you ain't splitting co-promotion. But I mean, like I said, just
We're
listening
talking about
to
next. Okay, we're talking
next.
about that. We're
Look, the
talking
only
about
reason
Devin
I'm
Haney
saying
being under
next,
contract with Top Rank,
yeah,
and we're talking about him being. So why would I put myself through a headache of trying to make a fight with Davis, Tank, when I know the fact that I'm signed with ESPN
because they were trying to
and
do it
Top
right
Rank?
now. They've been trying to do it right now before the damn this rematch. They was trying to do it right now before the rematch. That's why
But he's
they
Tank
are
told and
adamant.
Tank told, and
I'm
what
just talking about Haney
I'm just
Camp,
saying.
man.
I'm
They
just saying that.
adamant about fighting Tank.
Right. So they were, but Tank's team told him to go figure out his top rank shit and then get at him. That's what fucking Calvin Ford told him.
it's a hard fight to make right now because he's with Top Rank and Davis is with Showtime.
It's gonna it's gonna be a hard fight to make unless
He's only there for one fight. I mean, it's not like he's there on the like. It's not like he's Errol Spence. Like he's there for the foreseeable fucking future. You got one fight.
Right. So why would I leave money? Why would I miss? Why would I take Why would I miss out on some money
Yeah, like why would
that's
Steven
easy to make?
Espinoza do this? I don't even understand like
because
why Steven Espinoza do this.
because they both would be making money.
Right, but Steven Espinoza wouldn't it be more advantageous for Steven Espinoza to say, hey, you know what? Maybe I can get Devin Haney for like a 3-fight deal the same way Bob did.
I mean, yeah, but what if they like how they treat them?
I'm just trying to tell you, like, I'm just trying to tell you the
See,
odds that you have.
now we haven't we been. It's just like you were saying. You like the optimism. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It's the same thing. We don't know. We don't know
No,
because
I'm just listen. I'm putting myself in everybody's. I put myself in everybody's position so that I can get as inkling about like whether or not I have like a justified true belief. Like I don't want to be optimistic and because I'm delusional. I want to be optimistic based on like the tendencies and the facts being presented. The tendencies and the tendencies of all the operators involved lead me to say that fight is not happening next and can't happen next.
So let me put it this way: Devin Haney's promotion has agreed to side with Top Rank because they had an agenda to want to have be undisputed. So they was willing to make some concessions on their own under their own management to sign with Top Rank. In order to be undisputed, they made an agreement for how many how long they would be. It's just like NBA players who go to different teams and sign for 1 or 2 years and then they move on. So he could
yeah,
decide to say,
he was with the zone. He left the zone because he couldn't get the fight with Cambosis or anybody that had belts over there. So he went over there to become undisputed. But
now, so
as soon as he got those belts, he was talking like he was
but he
at
still had but he still
Showtime.
had right. I mean, they're gonna talk, but at the same time, he's trying to honor his contract because the breach of contract
No, he
can mean
wasn't. Hold on. Now he is. But Bill, I ain't even gonna say he was talking reckless. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna use them words. Bill was trying to get that fight with Tank, not honor no contract. He didn't give a fuck about no contract. He was trying to fight Tank next after he got those belts. Period.
Yeah,
Like
but he was but he was totally cognizant of a bunch of market forces. Even when he was speaking, the way he spoke about it, he was under contract, and he knew it, right? Because he was talking about all of these different ways to go around the contract that he's in.
He was talking about it, but he still was trying to make the fight with Tank. That's what I'm trying to.
Correct, and
regardless,
what they told him was, and what Tank's team told him was, go figure your top rank shit out, and then get at us.
Look, I even up until they started training for this fight, they was like, fuck it, we gonna fight, gonna make this fight. Was it like 3 weeks ago? Bill was still trying to get the fight with Tank. That's all I'm saying. They are optimistic. They trying to get the fight with Tank, regardless of who promotion company is with who.
Right. So if they want to get the fight,
they want to fight Tank.
Right. Great. You know what the easiest way to get that fight is? After they're done with fucking top rank contract, go sign to fucking Showtime. That is the easiest way to get this fight.
True. That's true. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just going off what they don't care about who they with, but they want to fight now.
I got it. I got it. I understand Bill's. Yeah. I understand what Bill was saying, and I'm all aboard. I'm all on board with what Bill is saying. I'm just saying that what Tank's team told him, and I understand why Tank's team told him what he told him, because they also this is a very this is a fine fucking tightrope they have to walk because they're contractually obligated to do some shit. So what Bill was actually publicly discussing is how he fucking circumvent the terms of contract. The shit was fucking banana. It was very fucking difficult. And it put Tank's team in a weird position because they don't want to be party to somebody breach a contract fucking action. So what they just told him to do was just figure that shit top rank out and then get back at us.
Because they could come liable to the lawsuit too, even though it'd be hard for them to lose, but they can but to be tied up in court and legal fees and all of that.
Yeah, Bob don't. Yeah, Bob keeps he keeps an ear to the ground for a goddamn lawsuit.
Yeah, but I was on another platform. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Bill was just adamant. He didn't give a fuck about what was going on. He want that smoke with Tank now, and I understand it. Everything you're saying. I'm not disagreeing.
His job is to market his son.
Yeah, but so he wanted it now. He wasn't looking for the future past this deal with Top Rank. No, he was looking for the now. And what I'm saying is, I'm not disagreeing.
No, what he was doing was keeping his sons in the news, his son name out there in the public. It's how you promote yourself. It's how you gain leverage. It's branding.
Yeah, but he want that fight with Tank. He want that fight with Tank. He want that fight with Tank. That's all.
I think if there was a way forward, then I think Bill Haney would have done it, and he was looking for a way forward. But he couldn't find one because Tank's team was like, I'm not even getting involved in this shit. It's too goddamn complicated. We don't want the headache. Figure your shit out and then come to us with a clean slate.
That's why I say after this fight, it's clear. He got the only contract obligations he got is another fight with Top Rank.
Correct. So why don't you just do that? That's what they're telling him. Finish your shit out with Top Rank and then you holler at us. We're not going to go anywhere. It's Devin Haney that seems to be talking about he's going to move out of the division. Tank said he ain't going to 140. All the urgency really came out from Tank saying he wants to fight next. And Bill Haney was all over that shit, as he should be.
Yeah, that's where I'm coming from. I'm not disagreeing with you saying about the complications it is to make fights, because that's where the Bud and Crawford shit happened. Bomac said that he was trying to get the fight with Spence.
That's the only time.
He said Bob never even contacted Al, none. So I get where you're coming from. I'm just saying,
I think I don't know, man.
So then you do understand why it's hard for me to say whether or not they're going to work in the future, because I don't fucking know. There's all of these fights that didn't happen because they don't work together.
It's understandable. I'm just not leaving that off the table because I think they're gonna push for that shit. I think that they're gonna push for that
that's
shit.
not gonna happen. That's not
I
gonna happen.
I think Bill and them gonna I think they're gonna be at Bob neck about this goddamn fight, trying to make that shit happen. It might not happen. It just I also seen like two or 3 weeks ago Bob talking about making the Shakur Steven and Lomachenko fight. So I don't know. I don't know. But I do.
Yeah, I'm optimistic that the fight will happen at 147 pounds.
But
When Tank is old and in need of tens of millions of dollars. I don't know about what needs in tens of millions of dollars. I guess who needs that? That's puts this when he's just trying to get a huge payday. How about that? That's when I think this fight happens. I don't see a way forward for this fucking fight happening. Not next year.
Well, back to what the original topic about Shakur. I think for him to grow his name bigger, it's better names at 135 and up. Even if it's has-beens. If he's fighting has-beens, I still think it's better names for him to fight.
Shakur, to me, has got a long road ahead of him of fighting other dudes' leftovers. I don't think he has a signature fight. I don't even know who the hell he's gonna who is gonna be his signature fight. Like it would be Devin Haney, but I don't even think Devin Haney. I think Devin Haney's gonna move up. They're not even. I don't. There's like they're homies. Like I don't like who's gonna be fucking Shakur's signature fight. Where's it gonna happen at, and when is it gonna be? Like
I don't know.
And see, the problem with that is most of those young guys around his age or a little bit older, they hang out or they socialize together, so they become, like Keyshawn Davis. Even though he's new on the scene, they know each other. They've been sparring each other for a while. Tate Davis and them, they come together. They know each other. It's not like it's not like Earl. I mean, even Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford know each other, but
not only do they know each other, but they know each other as their kids.
Yeah, so you're right. My point is my point. You took my point. Thank you. You made I mean, it had to really be some money, or it had to be a certain situation where they talked about it and they said, "Man, let's go get this bread. Don't matter who." At the end of the day,
exactly. You know how many asses they got lined up for fucking Tank for big bucks, not named Devin Haney. Like that right now, Tank is in a beat ass, but like for real, if you want to be all the way funky with it, Tank is in the beat ass against a Latino to be determined. That's what they got for fucking Tank. As far as the eye can fucking see.
I don't know. I think Tank gonna be running out of options unless he go to 140.
Shit, they got right now. They got the Rolly rematch. They got the Isaac Cruz rematch. Both of those fucking fights. I bet both of those fights, Steven Espinoza will make before fucking working with Bob Arum.
I don't think now one of those fights. Well, it's a more realistic. I don't see it happening. Isaac, yeah, because Isaac got a big ass fan base now. Like,
and so does Rolly. And Rolly can talk his way to fuck. And Rolly might talk his way out of a sunburn.
I don't know, but I mean at 135. I mean, the
don't you have Ryan Garcia too? Don't you have a Ryan Garcia?
I don't. Well, he said he's not interested in working with the zone. So I'm just looking at the fact that they're lining up guys. Like Showtime seems to be in the Tank Davis business. So all of their 35 guys over there is probably going to get fed a Tank. Frank Martin's probably going to go over there at some point unless something happens. But really, all I'm just saying is, if you look at Tank's fucking resume, it's a whole bunch of goddamn Latinos. Like, it don't matter if you know him or don't know him. That's who the fuck he's fighting. Like maybe
Yeah,
that was a Floyd thing, and he's not fucking with Floyd anymore. But Steven
but
Espinosa thing, he's not fucking with the
I don't know.
zone.
But even still, the pickings are getting slim at 135 if he ain't going up to 140 like he said.
Right, those three fights right there. That takes us to 2024. We
No,
already that takes us all the way to 2020. That takes us through 2023. It might take us through 2024. Really, actually, we might be talking about
I don't know.
2025.
I don't see Rolly rematch. Isaac Cruz, I can see that. Ryan Garcia, depending how that happened, like if they fight and how that play out, I can see that happening.
Okay,
But
so if you can't see Rolly knocking out some fucking scrub and then talking his way into a rematch, then you're missing what's going on in this fucking sport.
Rolly didn't even want to fight Isaac, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I know that boy
That'd be
Isaac.
nice. I would love to see a 6-man tournament though. That would be nice.
Ooh, they need to get into the tournaments, man. That'll give all the
Last
fans
time
what they want.
Showtime had a 6-man tournament was with Andre Ward. That
That'll
was
give
pretty
all the
cool.
fans what they want.
Yeah, that I love that thing. That was pretty smooth. I can never forget that.
What you doing over there, Kazi? You ain't slipping that jab. What you doing?
Okay, yeah. Hey man, why'd you point it out, man? I was doing, and jeez, and my tone might be all over the place and all the stuff. Like I mean, no disrespect. I am trying to figure out where people are coming from. That's it.
Nah, it's understandable. Everybody got different point of views, and some people are more optimistic than others. And
No, but I understand what Smoke
optimistic.
is saying. So Smoke, let me just we're not all on that same, at least not for me. I'm speaking for me, so I can't speak for nobody else. Uh, we're not we're not on certain levels, or we're not thinking on certain levels that you are thinking on. So sometimes you have to come down so that we can come up.
And
You
I'm trying
understand
to,
what I'm saying?
and I'm trying to make sure that happens without me like. I'm not trying to
I
disrespect people.
understood
Like
what
that's
he
all. Because we all
I
like, man.
understood what he
I've been
was saying
studying this
from
shit. Like, not only am I been like a really hardcore boxing fan for a really long time, but I've also been like close to people in the sport, and that's also a sort of a level of engagement that your average boxing fan might not have. But I've also been on these fucking panels for years talking about all these goddamn situations like ad nauseum. So like some of my patience might be worn a little bit thin, but believe you me, I'm not like I'm trying to meet people where they're at, where they are, and I'm not trying to make you feel like intimidate you or anything. Like because I was there. I was
Nah,
like
I understood what you were saying from the from the jump, like the how Showtime and Top Rank has been. I've understood that from the jump. I'm just looking at, man, Tank. I mean not Tank. How they camp, like they really want this fight. So I understand what you were saying. Everything you were saying was right. The best way to make the fight is to obligate your contract and then go over there and sign 2-fight, 3-fight deal. Yeah, I understood what you were saying from the get. I was
So,
just like,
so,
they camp
so
looking
back
like they
to
want this fight next.
so back to your answer that you gave, Smoke. Listen, brother, if we all men and we all come from different backgrounds, so certain things may not affect us like other things. However, if we can't handle that, then we need to just get off the panel. I'm just the type of brother just point out the fact that this is what I noticed. That doesn't mean that I'm right. Don't mean that I'm wrong all the time, but at the same time, I'm just letting you know how it came off. So I'm just giving you some insight that I know you've been on this for a long time. You're a veteran, but if you're going to teach us how to learn the game, you have to be able to, sometimes say step back and just bring us up a little bit. You
Yeah,
gotta, you
nah,
gotta,
hey, he wants you
you
to
ain't
lay
gotta
it on him
indulge us
soft.
in our bullshit all the time. But
He want you to lay it on him soft, man. These panels teach you, you gotta give it to him tough. Not everybody.
Listen, I
no,
do it.
I didn't
I do
mean,
it the best I can because I don't
I
need
don't mean being
listen.
soft.
I
I don't
don't
mean
mind
being
doing it
soft.
soft, hard,
Nah,
medium,
not
like for
like
real.
that, bro. Not
Like,
like that.
for
Not
real,
like that.
for real. Like all I'm saying is I understand where he's coming from because I'm not trying to be like unnecessarily hostile or combative because it
Right. That's
isn't
all
like
I'm saying.
it's not really conducive to like learning or really like even your day to day fucking life. Like who the fuck wants to be in the red zone all the goddamn time? I'm just saying like, but.
Hey, Smoke.
But hey, but I have the patience that I have. I will lose my patience with you, but I'll also work with you because I feel like we're boxing enthusiasts. We should be here for one another. Like boxing is a really fucking difficult sport to grasp, and most of the people in the sport.
95% of the time, this shit combative. No matter who
But
right and
not
who
only that,
wrong. That's why it's
the
that's
people who
why it
know,
seemed like
the
that.
people who know, but also the people who have knowledge generally are using their knowledge to keep you fucking ignorant and to manipulate your ignorance. So I'd say that's also like why I have like man, I've been on pounds all goddamn day about Shakur fucking Stevenson. Like people can't even call it him missing weight unprofessional.
Nah, it's unprofessional, but
Yeah, I've been arguing that shit fucking
it
all
is
day.
unprofessional until to a certain extent. Like what you were saying, like when it gets to the point to where like he feel like he in a danger zone. Not saying that he might have could have made weight, but it feel like he had to go. Like if he went in to exert himself to lose that weight, that it might have had him feeling weak or in danger of some of his health or anything. You never know. To where you
Yeah,
like,
dehydration is fucked up. Like that's how you die in the ring. Dehydration.
yeah. So I mean, you're right. Is I don't know how to make it to where it's like, is it okay for what he said? You know, what his I ain't gonna call it excuse. What he said was the reason why he didn't make weight. So it's like a thin line there that like, all right, is unprofessional, or is it like he's telling the truth? So like, I'm kind of like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, so the rules of boxing changes like who can participate in the sport, right? It's like once you get rid of same day weigh-ins, now it's geared towards people who can cut weight healthy and rehydrate big.
Yeah, I agree.
And now you get those kinds of fighters, right? Can be successful, right? It's the way that the sport works, but there's always the risk of fucking danger, right? So it's just kind of like, how do you mitigate that stuff? And yeah, trying to cut 2 fucking pounds the night before. I'm not trying to. I mean, just let that shit go. Like you already chalked it up. You missed weight. It's unprofessional. You fucked off your fucking chances, all that stuff. But we don't need to see you die in the fucking ring just to like we can get an automatic spot at 135. Like, give me a break.
They didn't just figure this shit out like when they got on the official weigh-in. They was looking at the scale the whole got like.
Yeah, I think they knew a
up
week
to the
away. I
weigh-in,
think they knew last week he wasn't gonna fucking make it.
Yeah, if he was making difficult, it was difficult for him to make weight, and it's been days, and your body is not allowing you to lose this weight, or he might have been at 130, but he might have been feeling weak or
Well,
something, so he tried to eat something that's healthy, and it just went back up to 133 or something. You never know like how his body was reacting to this shit and how he was feeling.
well, I wouldn't. I think one of Smoke's arguments or frustration with the fact that it's not a universal agreement uh, that this was unprofessional. I totally agree that was unprofessional. However, in the contracts, if you do there, I'm pretty sure that there are stipulations. If this happens, this was going to happen. So not only did not only did we see
that he at least acknowledged his or took ownership for it. But I'm pretty sure that they're gonna penalize him for it as well.
Oh yeah,
Financially, they're gonna hit him in his
yeah,
pocket.
yeah.
So it's nothing more
They
that I can do now. They still gonna carry on the fight. I'm gonna watch it.
they gonna
You
do
know what I mean?
like they did. They penalized Floyd when he was overweight. That nigga had
Because
paid like
my main
I forgot how much it is,
thing for
like a
watching the
pound. That nigga.
fight is Keyshawn Davis. I really just want to see Keyshawn Davis. They don't even have to have the secure fight. My whole interest in the fight was to watch Keyshawn Davis fight.
So why did Keyshawn come out in a beekeeper fucking fit? Like, what was that? What's the story there?
I didn't see that. What do you mean?
Yeah, he did.
Where? On where? Where?
On the weigh-in. That's what today's weigh-in was, just fucking banana. Like Shoo and that other dude, like Shoo, I think is
Oh,
also
you talking about the weigh-in? I didn't see that yet. I haven't
You
had
gotta
a
go
chance
check
to
that
see
out.
that.
Now I'm gonna tell you what's gonna exonerate all this shit, as far as not by the contracts and shit of him missing weight. If he go in here and just dominate him, everybody gonna look past this shit, and then he move up. But he go in here and struggle, they gonna bring that up, him not making weight, and he wasn't being professional, and they gonna turn it into a whole mediocrity.
They're gonna do that regardless. That shit, like, you can book it. No matter what happens, they're
we
gonna be
thirsty
talking
for
about this shit for
drama.
a long time. Like, they're not gonna let Shakur live this shit down. Shakur's been getting some fucking passes for a whole bunch of stuff. They're not about to let this live. I just promise you, it ain't gonna happen. Like, we're about to find out about all this other shit they've been talking about. I've never heard people mention how many times Shakur got into a street fight and hit some chick before today.
Yeah, I seen that.
I've heard that shit repeated more than I've ever heard it. Like, I only heard it one time before today.
Did you see the interview they had him do on ESPN? They trying to
Not yet.
Yeah, they trying to do a little coat like what they call
damage
it?
control. Yeah, fucking damage control. Spin. Yeah. That's time for it.
Yep,
What he should have done is just come and said, like, he came out and said mea culpa, right? He's like, my bad. Don't blame anybody else. It's all on me. That's cool. But it sounds like he wants to blame it on some other shit, but he's just not going to tell us right now.
He talked about it in the interview.
Yeah, no, I heard. I haven't heard it yet, but somebody came on and summarized it and was just like, Jonathan, big bro Jonathan. He came up and was like, he said that there was some circumstances that he's going to go into later on, but it is he's not making excuses. It's all his fault. It's his responsibility. He didn't make weight. So I get he took as much responsibility as he could without going into a bunch of detail that it seems like he wants to go into to make us either explain why he mixed weight or maybe justify why he mixed weight. But at this point, he's taking our responsibility. But regardless, they're not going to let him live this shit down. I expect to be screaming at motherfuckers in 2 years who are still like talking about how Shakur is about to miss weight again. Because that's the same thing that happened with Tank. I was fighting with guys with Tank. It's the same thing fucking happened with Tank. People were talking about how Tank was missing fucking weight in 2017. How he missing weight in 2017 was going to affect him in the Leo Santa Cruz fucking fight.
They was on Tank ass when he lost though. I don't think it's
stay
like
on his fucking ass.
It ain't. I don't think it's like to the. I don't think it's to like the Shakur's ain't like Tank's. It's still big, but
bro, like
Tank's is
Benavidez.
huge.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, Benavidez has not lived it down yet. He's not gonna.
Because he had weight and drugs.
Ain't gonna live it down.
Yeah, Bosa. I think he could have made weight, but it would have been drastic measures to make it. I thought he was in the sauna for like an hour and 30 minutes and only lost like 0.2 pounds or something. 0.2. He said his body wasn't just sweating. It wasn't producing sweat, so he couldn't lose. Like, no matter if he ran or what he was doing, his body wasn't sweating, so he couldn't. The weight wasn't coming off of him.
Yeah, whatever. Anybody trying to hear that shit? That's for fans. That's for fan shit. Anybody trying to hear that dumb shit, man? You should have got a nutritionist, or you should have moved the fuck up.
See, that's what I think it is. I don't think he got a nutritionist. I don't think he got one.
Exactly. All that I did everything in my power. No, you didn't. You didn't even get a fucking nutritionist. Where's your strength and conditioning coach? Where the
I
people?
think a
Was it?
lot of these guys. I think a lot of these guys like to get in the weight class where they feel like they have the advantage and try to stay there as long as they possibly can. Because to some certain degree, I think this this is my personal opinion that Earl Spence stayed at 147. He's been there too long.
I mean, I can't disagree with you. I mean,
To a certain extent, I think
I I
I
think
just
like
think
when he first started, I think he was like 150 or some shit. Like
I think
he
he's
had weight
natural
on him.
one. Yeah, I think he's natural
He
160.
isn't. He's only had like 3 fights or something at 130. He's brand new to this division. He's already grown out of it, apparently, according to him.
Yeah.
Or maybe you could just get a fucking nutritionist and spare us all the bullshit.
Yeah.
And look how big he was when he fought Oscar. He could have been.
I mean, he's
I
a
don't
big
know.
dude, and maybe he's just growing out of it. It could very well be that he's just growing out of it. I'm not saying that. I'm
It's
just
the same
saying
thing with
that,
Devin.
yeah.
Same thing with Devin.
These young guys that they gotta start taking on. Talent can only get you so far, but at some point you got to start using your other resources. Just like LeBron James, he pays millions of dollars just to keep his body ready to continue to play in the NBA as long as he did, without falling off to a degree. I know there's other NBA players that stay in the NBA, but they on the bench. Just trying to get a
I
little
see.
check.
I see that hair finally fell off on his ass. For real.
Yeah.
He had cut his
So
hair. He cut his hair bald the other day.
I think Earl had mentioned it that he started investing in a nutritionist
Yep.
before he fought his last fight, I think, or after his last fight. One of them, I heard him say that uh, he had to change his diet. Yeah, combat sport is a hard sport to, especially on a professional level, to really uh, come out of there undisputed. I mean, without a loss, if I can say that way. Yeah,
Undefeated.
yeah, undefeated.
Yeah, UFC.
Well, remember,
UFC. We got. Yeah, it hasn't happened. Mighty Mouse, they fucking robbed him and then kicked him out. John Jones is he's undefeated, but he's not retired yet.
I think Ward, he got out at the right time.
Yeah, Ward did it. Calzaghe did it. Floyd did it. Marciano did it. Right, but you can almost like name them. Like you can almost name the guys, and this is like out of hundreds of thousands of fighters.
And I think Ward retired too soon because at one point on the back end, he had some hungry lions on his heel, and on the front end, he couldn't get the fights that he wanted on the front end with some of the players that was already in the game. So he said, "Forget it. I got what I needed. I done what I wanted. I didn't abuse my money, so I'm gonna let it ride." That's just my opinion. I'm not saying that's factual. But I knew he had some young guys that was hungry and he was ducking that smoke a little bit.
Yeah.
And at some point, Terrence Crawford, man, I think he got about 3 good fights before he move up out of that boxing space and just doing something different.
Yeah, I mean, there's they're growing up with different incentives, and a different landscape. I try
Yep,
not to hold the new generation to the standards of the old ones because it's just a different world.
it's totally different, man. These young people are crazy, dog.
Yeah, yeah. I
they
mean, man,
they they crazy weird too. They awkward. You be like, man, wait a minute. You
but
really
you're
think that's
also
it?
right. So the thing is, you're allowed to be crazy more. Like Sugar Ray Leonard was wild as fuck, but nobody knew that he was wild as fuck because they kept that shit under wraps. But
Well,
now
we
you don't
didn't
have to
have
do it. Like being wild is like being is part of your authentic self now, and it's kind of like we don't
right,
want to
but
see phonies. They want to
you
see
didn't have
like
a
they want
million
to see
cameras
wild
too.
people.
You didn't have a million cameras. It wasn't no cell phone. It wasn't no phone where you could take a picture.
Yeah,
If you was being wild. You know what I mean?
they would have caught him doing that booger sugar.
You know, right? So they probably it wasn't like that back in the day. We didn't have none of that shit. But I think the younger generation just feel like they like they entitled. They got too much sense of entitlement. Like shit's supposed to
Yeah,
be.
well, that's just all right. So that sense of entitlement, I think, comes from you can't put hands on people the way you used to. Right? That's literally like, man, if you were 70s baby, I don't know. I grew up in the 70s. We fought every fucking thing. By the time the 80s came around, they started shooting it up. And yeah, you had to start talking and shit, talking stuff out. You can't just knuckle up and figure it the fuck out. Like it's just a different thing.
Yeah, they shoot first now, and instead of knuckling up, they would think, man, I keep myself out of jail. I either go with some bruises. I can lick my wounds and live tomorrow. And shit, they better just shoot it out and take another person. Like take the risk of just. It's like they think they in Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, it's
You
the
know.
Wild West. Yeah, Western. What did you just refuse a drink? Pow! I guess let's meet me in the street. Like, okay.
I mean, they literally
That's
think they playing in a video game. It's like they simulating that they're in a video game. They got all these lives until reality hits.
yeah, but the fighters, I don't know. I try not to. And maybe I do fall prey to it, but I try and I think I'm pretty good at just letting each generation be what it is and appreciating it for its own generation. I understand that Wilder wouldn't be a champion in other generations. That's what I think, right? I think he's very lucky to be fighting the generation that he is. I think all
Right.
these guys are, right? Like really when it comes right down to it. But yeah, it is like I don't go like, but there's some people go, yeah, Fury, drop him off anywhere, he's gonna win. Like I'm like, 100 years ago, Wilder would have killed fucking Fury. He wouldn't have got out of the first fight.
Yeah, that nah.
If all Wilder, if there was no such thing as neutral corners and standing 8 counts, all you had to do was like stand over a fucking guy, he would have fucking killed fucking Fury. He wouldn't have got out of the 9th round. It wouldn't even been the 12th round. Like he wouldn't have got out of the 9th round.
And then back they was fighting back to back. At that time they was actually that was their job. They went to that was really a job for them. I'm going to work, and my job is to box.
Shit,
I mean,
That's Hagler was like kept. He worked the job while he was a champion.
And some of those fighters will fight 5 or 6 fights in one day.
Or on his way to a champion.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he actually kept his construction job when he was a champ. Maybe. But fucking fucking Ramirez, he was working at goddamn Starbucks as a champion.
Yeah.
Some old like Matt, can I take your order shit?
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, yeah. Anyway, I'm not. I try not to be mad at the guys. I try not to do the whole old man shit. Back in my days, guys fought, 50 times a week. It's all good. Like let these youngsters have it because fucking I don't want it. I already seen what the job is.
They're not listening anyway.
The fuck out.
They not listening anyway.
Yeah.
Money got their mind. The money and all the lures of the
correct
life has got them so captivated that they're not listening.
Yeah, Tank, bro. They already told you. Like Tank ain't tripping. Like I get it. That dude used boxing as a refuge, as a home away from his broken home, right? Like that was his oasis from his troubled life. He wasn't trying to be the next goddamn Sugar Ray Leonard. He wasn't trying to be the next Sugar Ray Robinson. He was just trying to get through his fucking day with some semblance of fucking mental health. Oh, now he's just getting paid for the shit. Like he's not. I understand what his motivation is. I get like why if you're making 5, 10, 15 million to fucking fight, like like why would you question that? Because the fans are mad? Like what? What are you guys talking about?
And they use that as an excuse to what they call haters now. They call them what they call them now. They actually love some of that shit though. That hate, they use it as a tool to want to what they call be a boss, and all that shit.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I just call it for what it is for me. Like I'm not mad at Tank or Ryan or Jake Paul for fucking breaking the bank, like for figuring out how to entertain people and get paid for it. Like that's ultimately what they're in the business of doing.
The promoters been doing it to them, sticking it to us for a long time. So they taking a page out of the book and taking some for themselves. That's what Floyd did.
Yeah. So now all I need for these guys to do, like I'm all on board with that. All I need for them to do is become better promoters. Like give me fucking some spectacle. Don't just cut out the middleman and give me some dry ass fucking fights. Because say what you want about those goddamn promoters of yesteryear, they put on a goddamn spectacle. Say what you want about Floyd, but his fights were goddamn mustard. Like you were looking forward to that guy's fights.
Yeah, for sure. They just I don't know, man. But
like I was not looking forward to no goddamn Canelo Triple G3. Sorry. I was looking forward to the first one. The first one was lit. Like, don't get me wrong. Like the family was talking about it. My boys, the wife, the dog. Like everybody was all in on that one. Miniature golfing. Hey, what do you think about this?
So So they was talking about right. I was having a conversation where he said, "Well, would you pay for pay-per-view fights?" I said, "No, I'm not paying for. They don't give me what I want. So why should I give them what they want? I'm a stream it just like I'm not that right. I'm not that big of a boxing enthusiast that I'm gonna pay $94 for a fight that I do not want.
It's beyond that, bro. Like it's way beyond that. Like why would you buy something that you can get for free?
Right. And it's not even worth it now. I said once they give me what I want, I might decide I'll pay for the Earl Terrence Crawford fight because that's the fight I've been wanting for the last 4 or 5 years. And you've been giving me garbage, so I'm not
I'm a
I
streamer.
don't worry about like, my mortgage being paid or property taxes or where my next meal is coming from. I don't worry about none of that shit. I still bitch about the fucking price of gas though. Even though I got it, right? Like, not only that, it costs more to fill up my fucking tank than it costs to get a pay-per-view. But like, fuck, like why? Like I find myself going like feeling like a fool pulling out my credit card to pay for shit that I could get for free.
Because I want to be able to see that fight right on. That's something I want to see. I don't want to see it after everybody else then saw it.
I was a oh shit. Hey, I'm all about the I was what is it? Mostly
I don't
what
want
I'm
to have to
about when
worry
it comes
about. I
to
don't want.
when it comes to contracts. I'm just talking to the chat right now. Rome just says I just looked at the chat for the first time in a while. I just saw a comment about honoring contracts when it comes to these fights. I am, for the most part, a person who thinks you should either honor the contract or be able to accept the consequences of breaking the contract. But don't I don't know. I don't know. I feel like there's a certain thing about bad faith. But like if you enter a contract with your other party is in bad faith, then I'm not necessarily sure that you need to fulfill a contract like that. I don't know. Like I was what I felt about Wilder 3 contract is something different than I feel about Devin Haney versus Kambosos. It's not just like all contracts should be honored because they all have the same like kind of power and weight. They not so much. Like really, all a contract is an agreement between two parties. And if you break that shit, you better be able to deal with the consequences. We're like grown people, not like because you told me to, because you said so. Like, okay, that's what I thought then. I'm sorry that I led you astray. What's it going to cost me to move the fuck on?
Or be able to buy your way out of the contract. Either one. If you could afford to get out of the contract and you don't want to deal with that, then this is like you said, with every decision that you make, there is a price to pay, whether it's good or bad. We all have to pay a cost to some degree, and it doesn't mean that it's financial. It could be emotional, physical, mental. You pay every.
Yeah, wow, man, like Jesus Christ. Now we're in the Wilder 3 fight. He's like, we didn't need that third fight. Okay, I'm gonna define we as boxing fans, right? We as boxing fans got a fight of the year candidate. Not a candidate, actually a fight of the year. Like Wilder Fury 3 was literally the fight of the year. If you're saying that we don't need fights of the year, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I really don't get it. I don't get it. Sorry, Warren. I'm just like trying to, it's one of the elements from the chat, but this don't make no damn sense to me. Like, we didn't need Wilder Fury 3. Like, we just got fucking fights of the year hanging off. That was a hell of a heavyweight fight. And if fans were hating on it, what they should do is slap themselves, not like double down on saying we don't need that fight. All those fans were talking about we didn't need that fight and Wilder and we wanted to move on and all that shit. You were wrong. You're absolutely incorrect. And the fight proved it. And I don't know why you haven't woken up to that fact yet. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
I just didn't want to see Wilder lose again, which I knew he was going to lose.
I mean, I hear that part of it, but I mean, Wilder want to go in there and do his thing. He talked too much shit. If you go in there and talk about the dude fucking spiked your water and had egg weights and you got a dented skull, you threw your fucking you threw your trainer away, all that shit. No, get your fucking ass in there. And then I was go get that fucking do what you got to do. And to me, Wilder gained fans. Like all those people that are hating on him, telling me he was fucking full of shit and all that stuff, you can't deny the heart that he showed in that way. You can't deny that spirit.
Yeah. He went in there and got his ass whooped.
Yeah, but he showed the fucking world what he was made of while he got his ass whooped, right? That's all you can do. Win, lose, or draw. Like, you know, go ahead and live your truth.
Well,
wait, hold up a second. It was a worse beat. Okay, hold up. Did Fury have to pick himself off the canvas twice in the third fight? Didn't that happen?
I think so.
Right? That did happen, right?
Yeah.
There was 5 total drops in that fight.
They were dropping each other.
Right. So if you want to say that Fury if you got to say Wilder got a worse beat down in the third fight, Fury definitely got a worse beat down in the third fight. That was actually the worst fucking beating of all 3. Fury got the worst beating of all 3 in the third fight. So both guys getting a worse beating, you're telling me that we didn't need that? Like I don't know, man. Like, if it wasn't for that fight, what would have been fight of the year? I don't even know what the second one was. All that shit.
Well, I would have preferred to see Fury versus Joshua give Wilder some time to, because I think it was too soon, that third fight, because he needed to change up some stuff, and I don't think he allowed himself enough time to get acclimated to what he needed to change up. That's just my personal opinion.
No, I mean mine too. But I mean, I feel like he had enough time to. I just don't think that he's that guy, and I don't think he had the right trainer to do it either. Like, he needs a guy that was going to make him be more urgent and proactive in like certain spots, specifically on the inside and with the clinch. And he was still the same passive guy, reactive in the clinch, and in the close spaces that he was really in all 3 fights. Like definitely in the second fight. Like, he didn't make any fucking changes, and that's actually when he got hurt. That's where the entire fucking fight happened, was Fury leaning on this guy and Wilder not doing shit about it and letting his strength get sapped.
Mm-hmm. And Wilder's good with leaning. He uses that to his advantage. He would just lay all his weight and then be hitting you at the same time on you in the clinches. He was very
I think he had enough time to work on the shit. He just didn't work on the right shit, and he didn't have the right guy to work on that shit.
He may have had enough time. I don't think he took enough time, though.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, anyway, it's just from what he thought, right? Like, he felt like he got robbed in the first fight, and I feel him. He felt like he was cheated in the second fight. I don't have this. I'm not working from the same group of facts that he is, right? So I'm just gonna reserve my judgment on that shit. But in the third fight, I definitely saw what he did not work on from the second fight. He ain't work on any of that clinch shit, and that's literally where he lost the fucking fight. He lost that shit in the clinch. Like, he could have, like, I get, like, focusing on the targeting to the body is a good thing to, like, slow down fucking Fury and all that stuff. That's a pretty good strategy. I'm not mad at that one. And he was doing that in the first fight too, just got away from it. But what he really needed to learn how to do is be mean in the clinch and fight dirt with dirt.
Yep, exactly. But I think he should have let Fury took that fight with whoever he was supposed to be fighting instead of trying to position and get himself mentally, because he claimed that his trainer did something to his water and this, that, and the other. So I don't know. To me, for a fighter, that's a lot to have on your mind. And then, even though it's enough time, technically, I don't think it was enough time mentally, because after the fact, you see how he went on this little rant
and you know, and this he was being weird for a moment. You know, I don't know. At least at least on the video.
Listen, like Wilder lost me a long time when it went with the weird shit. Like, dude's weird.
Yeah,
listen, like when he started talking about how he had wanted to give birth and shit, like I was like, okay, my man's been taking a lot of shots to the head and watching Arnold Schwarzenegger movies and shit. Like, I don't, what the fuck is it? What are you doing? Like, I get it. You're alpha male that wants to fucking have babies. Cool.
Oh wow,
that's goddamn weird.
I'm glad I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, this dude was talking about how he would give birth if his wife couldn't because he's such a homebody and the mom. And it was fucking odd.
Yeah, he say some weird. He like
yeah, he's a weirdo. Like that guy's fucking weird.
At some point, it reminded me how Broner was acting, all weird and just say some off the wall stuff. You know.
Well, yeah. The difference is I never liked Broner. I did like I still like Wilder.
Okay.
I never fucking like, but Broner, like, but hey, Dad, brush my hair. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Yeah.
Wilder, though, he was about that action and he was about his people. And I felt like even though he said a whole bunch of things inartfully, and I think that even though he had a whole bunch of ideas that I couldn't get behind, he said enough of the right shit that I was like, yeah, that's my guy.
Mm-hmm.
He did enough of the right shit, right? He said it and did enough of the right shit. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm riding with this dude. That fucks with Wilder. Even though I think he's a goddamn weirdo.
Well, he is. The shit that he come in on wearing, I'm like, okay, they didn't went overboard. That was a little bit. That was a little bit overboard for me. I'm like, I understand you wanted to be fresh and everything, but damn, do you have to wear a mask and shit like that?
Yeah,
Is
man.
it
Like,
really necessary?
oh my god, you're picking up what I'm putting. See, that's what it is. You know, the fun side of 50. It tells you that as a grown man, you don't need to play fucking Halloween dress up. The fuck, dude. Like, go in there with it. That's what I was like in their next fight. I'm not with all that mask shit. And it wasn't just him. Like the entire, like, I didn't like Michael Hunter when he came out like Predator. I didn't like when goddamn Big Baby Miller was coming out like Black Panther. Like, man, get all this weird ass shit out of here.
Oh, you said Black Panther. Oh shit. That's weird.
Everybody went Wakanda crazy for a minute. I'm like, these are grown ass men talking about comic book characters. I don't get, like, if you guys don't stop anyway. Then I recognize that like all of these guys are actually like young enough to be my kids. Like, okay, maybe they're still at the age that they play fucking dress up. I don't know.
You think it was Halloween? It was Halloween to them, bro.
Yeah, man. You should have seen my reaction. I was like, does this motherfucker really got lights and a mask? Is this thing battery operated? What am I watching right now? And then he's like, oh, the costume was heavy. I didn't take a walk in it. Why the fuck do you have it?
Right. Man.
You look like a video game character.
I remember when Tyson, he just came out of a ripped old towel, man. And will whoop your ass. He didn't need none of that. And some black boots with no socks. He didn't buy nothing special, nothing. It was just all black. With a cut up towel.
Mm-hmm.
That was a mean boy.
Yeah.
Now you said that what's the name came out with some. You said Keyshawn Davis came out with what now?
Oh my god, dude. Just take a second, Warren. Just pop open one of these YouTube things and just go to the fucking weigh-in. You'll see. It's so extra for an 8-round fucking fight. Like, what are you doing right now, man? Like, these kids today.
But he seemed to have his head on his shoulder, though. After listening to his conversation, I feel he seemed to be thinking about stuff. You know, he ain't thinking.
I guess they're trying to figure out how to break through the noise, right? They're trying to like do whatever they can to get traction and take him to the next level and all this. I mean, I get it, but fuck.
Yeah. Oh man, I gotta take a look at that. But I'm taking a liking to him though.
No, Keyshawn's a fucking good. I like, what's not to like? It's just like, these guys today, they have some different notions about stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know why. Like, what happened to like a robe, some trunks, some boxers, and some shoes? I don't know, like why that got to be too boring. Now he got to come in dressed like fucking Mario Kart, but.
Well, you gotta get understand. Hector Camacho was a special kind of guy too. He would come on with all that
Yeah,
flair
because he was
stuff
out of his
too.
mind on cocaine.
No, it wasn't always like that. I think
Yeah, he was a cokehead before he ever boxed. He was like literally fucking zooted out of his mind in these fights. Like,
okay.
Yeah, he got that whole flamboyant stuff like before that. Yeah, that was.
But when he got in there to fight, he was good, bro. He was good, bro.
He was good all the way
He
until
put on a show for
Rosario
real.
touched that chin, and then he turned into a guy. If you touched him right, then whatever. But he is still the only guy to knock out my guy, Sugar Ray Leonard.
Yeah. Well, you get in there, But it was a while before you. I mean, it wasn't too many people. It took him. It took a while before somebody finally got to him, though. He put on a show. He put on a show. I gotta give it to him.
Oh, I mean, he applied that A side correctly.
Yeah,
he had all kinds of A side advantages, and it worked out.
And back then, for blacks and Hispanics to get along, Puerto Ricans, I think, right? He's Puerto Rican, right? We was at odds.
Yeah. He's Puerto Rican. Yeah.
Yeah, back
I mean,
then,
there's still like Cuzzos and all that stuff, but yeah, I don't know.
Back then, it was hard for a black to really, latch on to Puerto Rican fighters. But
he
broke through all of that.
Yeah, we weren't really like we could get with the Gomez's and the fucking Benitez's. But yeah, it was kind of tough. Even the Cotto was like kind of like a lot of the my boxing partner. Anyway, it is what it is.
Yeah, but Hector Camacho broke through some of that stuff. See, I grew up in New York, so we was very, I grew up where you had your Nation of Islam and your 5%ers. You had your little corners, you had your little spots. You had your Puerto Ricans over in Queens, and Brooklyn. So when boxing was exposed to us, Hector Camacho kind of broke that barrier where we would cross the line to see him fight because he put on a good show and he could box too.
I feel like I went to grad school in New York, but I'm a Bay dude. But my parents were NOI. I was born, raised NOI. Claire B. Muhammad schools, first ones I went to. Then they went to Panthers after Elijah died and Wars took over and whatever. That's my whole. That's my reality, right? That's why that's how boxing came. Like I got into boxing because my father's relationship with fucking Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X kind of shit.
Yeah, that's how I got to do boxing by my father. Matter of fact, I got a picture with my father and the young Cassius Clay when he was Cassius Clay before he became Muhammad Ali. So that was.
Yeah, but the Puerto Rican, like I wasn't, I like Cotto. Camacho, I mean, he was all right. I did like it when he showed up. I can't lie. Like he was exciting and all that. Like I was, I smiled. You can't help but root for the guy. He was infectious. But yeah, I wasn't really like. He wasn't like he wasn't like the guy I followed. Like I was just like sort of happy to see him.
Right, that's what I mean. I don't mean that we didn't, we couldn't coexist, but
And you couldn't in my community. You just couldn't go in the Puerto Rican section and then you talking to one of their women, and you think that's gonna be all right. You understand what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Right. You couldn't mingle with them like that. You know.
Oh shit, you
You
talking
had
about
to
some
be.
warrior shit? Hey, you in the wrong neighborhood, bro. Some Bensonhurst
Yeah,
shit.
but that's just how we was. You know, I'm originally from. I was born in New York, but I was raised in Chicago on the west side of Chicago, where you had your different areas that you just couldn't walk around in if you was a certain color. You just couldn't do it. It just wasn't gonna happen. The chances of you going in a certain community was most likely you gonna get jumped. Now there wasn't no killing, but you gonna come out of there with a rude awakening. You know what I mean?
So you live in you're living in the Good Times area.
Yeah. Well,
Wasn't Good Times supposed to be Cabrini Green actually? That's maybe a
yeah,
different
yeah. Well, I don't know. Yeah, yeah. They filmed that. Right, right. So yeah, I was in that time, that around that time where you had your projects. They not that no more. They use that. They selling them at condominiums now, man.
Yeah. I
Yeah. So
remember the nights though, like all that, we're the same, man. Whatever.
right,
We
right.
grew
You
up the
just
same
yeah,
time.
you have to be
You're a Gen
careful.
Xer. I'm a Gen Xer. I remember the good time shit. Like Chicago, to me, I'm from Oakland. That's where Good Times is where I was got my Chicago fucking thing from.
Well, yeah.
That
So,
goddamn
but
TV show. Yeah, oh, wait a minute, that's what's happening over there. Okay.
yeah, so it was just certain sections that you had to be very careful. If you just couldn't stay there no long time. Now you could go through because you had to get to, if you had to get to the lakefront or something like that, you may had to go through pretty green, the greens, right? And you had to catch a bus that take you through that area, but you don't just sit over there too long, you know and think that you wasn't finna get approached by somebody who was doing something or gang members, you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
all that. The Sweet Daddy Williams and the Ned White, Lenny,
yeah,
the fucking thing, yeah, all that shit. The Lords, some Lords were over there.
Vice Lords,
Chicago, that's Vice Lords.
Latin Kings, Puerto Ricans
Latin
were
King. Okay, yep. I thought Latin Kings was in New York, but
they spread it out. I mean,
did
you
Chicago
know,
have black? Did Chicago have Blackstone Rangers? Is that what they're out of?
yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
right.
Panthers, we had the
Yeah,
Panthers in
yeah.
yeah. Black Gangster Disciples, you know.
Right. The Disciple. All right, let's get this chat caught up with us. We've been old manning it up for a while.
Yeah, I'm good.
What are talking about in the chat? Let me scroll up. You going backwards, fighting Pitbull? I don't think so. Pitbull is on the come up.
Yeah, he won his last fight. He did pretty
Last two
good
fights.
too.
Last two fights.
Yeah, I mean, but the most recent fight he had a good showing. Everybody talking positive about that fight.
He absolutely disgraced goddamn Gamboa. He made Gamboa. Jesus Christ, that was disrespectful. And yeah, he beat Gamboa like Gamboa spit in his grandmama's eye or something.
Yeah, Gamboa's on the way out the ring, I think.
He was definitely, but I mean, he didn't have to do him like that. Like he was just like, I don't know. That was
No, I'm just
mean.
saying. I think
I
he's
felt like
about
he
to
was.
hang up his gloves.
I felt bad for Gamboa. God damn, you didn't have to do that to that old man. Come on, man.
Yeah, I think he should be I think he should be putting it up pretty soon.
He is. No, that was it. Come on, you can't come back from that. That's how you retire someone. All right, so yeah, I don't think Pitbull is a step backwards. No.
He
The
put
worst.
he put his name was on people's mouth about Tank Davis rematch. So apparently he put himself in a good position to get to at least be mentioned for a rematch. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The
And I
fighter
think
makes the belts nowadays. Anyone can win a belt. The belts matter when it's who you beat for the belt, not the belt itself. Um, hmm. There. All right. So sometimes the belt makes the fighter, right? Cambosis, nobody gives a fuck about Cambosis without a belt, right? Sometimes the belt makes the fighter. Charles
right.
Martin or Joseph Parker. Sometimes the fighter makes the belt. Um, Muhammad Ali comes to mind. Yeah, that's the very first thing. I don't think I need to go further than that. Where it's the fighter that you want to put the belt on. Yeah, the fighter totally made the belt, right? Like even when Joe
Like a
Frazier,
Roberto Duran. Like a Roberto Duran.
um, yeah,
That belt that make him, he made that belt. When he beat Sugar Ray Leonard, he made his name
yeah,
by getting that belt. So
the
you won't
belt, like
never forget his
yeah,
name. You
like
won't
I think Duran made the belt, right? So, um, hmm.
you
And
can't yeah,
Canelo kind of made the belts matter at
yeah,
fucking 68. It was the fight. It was
right.
Canelo that made all those things. It wasn't the belt didn't make Canelo at 68. Canelo made
Right,
those
right,
fucking
right,
things.
right, right. Canelo didn't make right. Canelo, the belt didn't make Canelo because you could still remember you remember him even after he loses or he
Yeah,
retires. You're gonna be able to talk about him
yeah.
for
The
a
belts made him
while.
in 54. He made the belt at 68. But there's a place when you can get beyond the belts where it doesn't fucking matter. They can create belts for you, and Canelo should be there,
Mhm.
but for some reason he's not. He's still like
So
in his own mind relegated himself to fighting for belts. So he's like limited his own growth, in my opinion.
so the so do you think? And I'm throwing this out here. So this is. Do you think if Terrence Crawford become undisputed at 147, right, and move up and become undisputed at 154, do you think that's beyond the belts at that point?
No,
Looking at
he's
over
still
his
no.
whole
The belts
career.
are still making him, and the reason why the belts are making him is because he doesn't have like the opposition. He doesn't have a dance partner.
Right, I'm saying so. Here we. So I said I put it at this:
Mm-hmm.
if he becomes undisputed at 147,
Mm-hmm.
right, and become undisputed at 154, do you think at that point he's beyond the belts?
Nah,
Well, I
nah.
mean,
It'll
so
still be the
you
only
don't
thing that's
think Earl Spence
legitimizing him
is a
is the
good
belt.
you don't think that Earl Spence is a good dance partner?
He is a great dance partner, but he's not that. He's not big enough to get you past the belts, though.
Huh?
Like you know, like
Okay, so he's
for
undisputed.
Canelo to get past for Canelo to get past the belts, I don't even know if he did actually, but that I think is a personal choice. It's just like the way he moved fucked him up. But like Floyd getting beyond the belts took a bunch of fucking champions, Hall of Famers, all this other shit. Like Floyd didn't like become beyond the belts after beating Corrales or
Floyd,
Gotti
but Floyd came up.
or Gotti.
Floyd,
He got
but
there after.
Floyd came up in before it started to get really diluted. He was in between that good group of boxers, and at the same time transitioning when the transition was moving. Boxing was transitioning to moving away from those thoroughbreds that we're used to, like your Hop, or your
It's the Oscar De La Hoya of it all, right? So Oscar De La Hoya was the face of boxing. He came up after like Mike Tyson went to jail, right? That vacuum created by Mike Tyson being in jail, Oscar De La Hoya fucking filled it in the lower weight classes. So Oscar De La Hoya became bigger than the belts, and then Floyd beat him, and he was kind of on the cusp of being bigger than the belts. But I think really the Pacquiao thing is what put him over the top. But maybe it was the Oscar. But he might have been bigger than the belts after the Oscar fight. He definitely was after Pacquiao.
Okay, but here's my point. He got lucky because he was still with those groups where you still had your Roy Jones, your Mosley, Sugar Shane Mosleys that had some that give you some credibility too, as being when you fight them, you consider to be a top dog. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is, it's not like that now. To me,
That's what I'm saying. Like Floyd was in a unique position where the
that's
face
a
of
good word to
boxing,
use.
the face of boxing was in his division, right? Like Errol is
Okay,
not the face of boxing, and neither is Jamal Charlo. Like,
right. Okay, I got you. You're right. You're right. He came up. The stars lined up for Floyd, where he monopolized off those.
yeah,
Everything
exactly.
just lined up perfect.
The stars lined up for Oscar De La Hoya, and then it lined up for Floyd, right?
Right. It just he took advantage of the situation, or he took advantage of the blessing, whatever you want to call it. He
Yeah, the
utilized
boxing
it
landscape at
to,
that moment, right?
yeah.
When Mike Tyson his shit crumbled, Oscar De La Hoya stepped in and became like the pay-per-view king and all this other shit. And so
Okay,
like when
all right.
Floyd beat him, he was just like, oh, now Floyd is the new guy, kind of thing. Whereas like Errol is not there. Like Errol's a good fighter and all that shit, but like it takes more than that to be bigger than the belts. Yeah, like there's a
So
bunch of great
you
fighters,
don't
right?
think Roy Jones is bigger than the belt?
Roy Jones? No, the belts kind of made him who he is, right? Like Roy Jones, the first thing I think of he's one of 3 middleweights to become heavyweight champion. Like literally, the belts like kind of made who he is. Like Floyd, like he's kind of like he fought a bunch of champions. It's not like I don't even know. Like I'm assuming he got a bunch of WBA and WBC, but I wasn't like tripping off which belts he was fighting for. Like not at the end, right? I mean, not really even
I
at the
guess
Oscar
you're
fight.
right
Like
when you
I
say
don't even know what fight
it's
that
a
was. Like
personal.
what?
I guess it's personal. I guess if to me it'd be a personal thing. I think it's more of a because to me, if Terrence Crawford becomes undisputed, and he'll be the only fighter to ever do that
No, he wouldn't be.
with 4 belts.
Oh, 4 belts, yes. But I
Right.
mean,
That's what
all that means is that you just gave a bunch of guys belts. That doesn't mean like
I understand that, but it has not been done before, right?
it's
For
a
4 belts,
historic. It's a historic feat, sure.
right?
Not
So
for
that
the
would be
but it's a historic feat for the 4 belt era. It's not a historic feat for all of boxing.
no. I'm talking about for the 4 belts.
Yeah, for the
It'd
4
be
belt era,
right.
it'd be
He'll be the
yes.
first one to ever do it. Even Floyd, with all his accolades, have not done it. So
Right,
I mean,
yeah, but you're still, but that's still the belts making Terrence Crawford, not Terrence Crawford being bigger than the belts.
if he's undefeated, right? So let's say he undefeated, he haven't lost, and after he comes undisputed, and he comes to undisputed in the middleweight, he moved up 4 weight classes and became undisputed when the belts were for 4 belts, and then he retires. Man, for me, I would say, man, you became bigger than the belts at that point. For me,
I mean, not if the only thing that made you is the belts. Like you gotta like what makes you bigger than the belts is fighting guys who are bigger than the belts. Fights that make you like, so you don't have to
But
use belts to
we
legitimize
already
your
said
greatness,
that
right?
ain't nobody around. What we gonna do?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't think he can be bigger than belts. Like the face
Okay.
of boxing is in,
So the
like
time
you could say right. So you could I think you could make 3 cases for the face of boxing, right? You could say maybe Tank is the face of boxing, maybe Canelo's the face of boxing, maybe Tyson Fury is the face of boxing, right? Or maybe the 3 of them together. Maybe you can throw in like who else? I think that's it. I think you can go Tank, Canelo, Fury. Right, as the 3-headed faces of boxing. Bud can't fight any of those fucking people.
So you saying that the face of boxing just not in the welterweight division? So
Yeah,
the
like
stars just
I
ain't
think,
lined up for him to be the face of boxing. Is that what
yeah,
you're saying?
right. I think that Spence has a better shot at getting beyond the belts than Bud because I think Spence can actually fight Canelo, but neither one of those dudes can fight either Tank or fucking Fury. I mean, I guess they could fight Fury technically, but I mean, who's gonna fucking watch that shit? I mean, I guess people would watch it, but it's kind of a weird fucking fight. I don't think that, whatever.
That'd be like some promotional shit.
I mean, I just can't even but even beyond the promotional part of it, it's just kind of like
promotion.
what
I
a
mean,
5'9" guy versus a 6'9" guy. Like, come on, man. The guy's a foot taller than you. He's gonna weigh like 200 pounds more than you, damn near.
I don't know, man. I think it might be like you may have to change the criteria for the boxing community as to what is being, because it ain't gonna ever get back. Well, no, I can't say it.
No, because I'm saying, like, I think that you can get past. Like, I think right now Canelo is beyond the belts, like in his thing, but in his own mind, he for some reason he keeps fighting for fucking belts. But Canelo's way fucking past belts. If Canelo dropped all the fucking belts right now, he wouldn't lose a fucking dime. He wouldn't lose any fucking of his profile. Nothing, like literally nothing would happen to his career or his earning potential. The belts don't matter to him. Like, to his earning potential, to his profile, to his legacy, none of it. He's bigger than all that shit now.
I get your point in that. I could see that happening.
Like Bud, still needs some belts to fucking legitimize it. Not only does he need belts, but he also needs opponents.
Man, it's 4:30 in the morning, man.
Oh
what
shit!
am I doing?
2:30 where I am.
Yeah.
It's still early. As a matter of fact, let me get in here. So it's one. But anyway, it's nice chopping it up.
All right, bro.
Until the next time, either we have a great, a nice, calm, cool, collected conversation, or whether it gets heated and we're screaming, I will be. I actually like chopping it up with you, and you can. Well, I'm not going anywhere. I was just gonna do something right quick, but we can discuss whether or not, if you want to, whether you think that I have some PBC bias over Top Rank.
I can't really say either or at this point, because I think I'll be prejudging you, and I haven't chopped it up with you. I think that,
like earlier you said that you were getting that impression, right? So I was just like, okay, I don't know if you still have that impression or what.
the impression. No, I don't know if I said
No, you said something like it seems that way. You didn't say that it was that way. It's just like it sounded like you were picking up on something that I was saying.
Well, no. So I said I think, but I would have to, and I might have spoke too maturely because I probably was in my feelings at that point. Because I too much don't like to speak when emotions are too much involved instead of being logical about it. So with that being said, after now that you asked the question, I would have to double back or
take back whatever, eat whatever I said, and
Oh
wait.
well, I mean, if you don't feel that way anymore, like, hey, you can feel that way.
Right.
I've been called, man. I've been called a PBC show for years now, right? So I don't think it's. I think it is an unfair assessment, but I'm open to it because I don't want to. And if I can, the more biases I can acknowledge, and get rid of, I feel like that's the better off for me, right? That's like part of the thing.
Well, I think it's nothing wrong with being biased. It's no, it's not. I mean, to me,
well,
but being biased, if I'm biased about marriage, that's just it. That's just it. Don't mean that it's wrong or right. Sometimes some biases are some good biases. You know what I
I mean,
mean?
I'm not mad at it. I just want to know, right? I don't want to be like, I don't want to have like implicit or unconscious bias. Like regardless of like, if I have a bias, I want to know about it and I want to be able to own it, either good or bad.
Well, right, and I get that. So to answer your question, I can't lean either whether you're biased or not at this point, based on our conversation and based on the fact that you're not opposed to giving critique, and you're not also opposed to being critiqued if it's handled correctly. You know what I mean? As being
It's
alpha man.
ultimately,
Right, right. So based on that, I will have to hold back my comment or me saying that you're being biased either way.
Oh, that's it.
I think that I just think you're more informed, and it can seem like from my standpoint, I'm just speaking on for me because I'm not more informed than you, that it could be a biased opinion, but that's because I'm not informed on certain things that you're informed on. And so you make these arguments or these statements or these comments based on your informed judgment, and you make a judgment based on the information that you have, which may be more information than I have.
That's what's up. I totally understand where you're coming from, and I get it.
And I could come in at the time thinking that if I'm not careful, I can misread something or
that's it for all of
not
us.
applying not applying the information, not taking the information in properly, and then coming out with it incorrectly. Because just because you get information, it's how you implement it or how you process it that can make all the difference in the world. And I'm guilty of not getting the whole information sometimes, and then making a judgment on not having enough information, if I can say it that way.
Yeah. And people come, and boxing is a really fucking tough sport to get your arms around. Like it's different than like football is weird for its own thing because there's so many goddamn people on a team. I feel like it's kind of the easiest sport to get is basketball. It's not that old. There's not that many people. Like most of the greats are still kind of alive.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that one is kind of the easiest one to get, but yeah, boxing's a goddamn bear.
And, well, it can be overwhelming for those who are trying to on a panel. When you're trying to mix it up with, you have to understand we're on a panel with people that's come from all walks of world, from different parts of the city or the United States, and their
the world, yeah.
And so their knowledge may not be as aggressive as some of them, and they may be hungry or thirsty to get in that lane, and then there's just some that don't want to, just like the surface level of the sport of boxing. And then we have people that like you, that's really in depth, that keeps up, that's even around the smell of the gym and all of that, and the some of the boxers and know how the placement of a boxer feet should be, and who's a aggressor, who's not, who's a and I would like to know that. I'm just not there yet. So I have to realize that I have to take a back seat to some things and just listen and learn. And that's where I'm at. I'm in a learning stage of it. But I like to also throw my input in there every now and then, you know.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I feel like people. Um, it's like you said, it's about like having the information. It's not about whether or not you are, for the most part, like smart or anything like that. It's just whether you you're forming your conclusions based on the best available data. So I feel like
Right.
what is genius about the YTBC is that you have a bunch of boxing enthusiasts, so it's like having a whole bunch of researchers at your fingertips. The only issue is you have to figure out the reliable sources, because I mean it's still going to be research intensive, because I could tell you a whole bunch of shit based on my own research, but I may have something off here or there. So you still have to figure out, like, oh, okay,
Well,
Smoke said it was 5 guys, but it turned out to be 6 guys.
well, that's why the Bible says study to show yourself approved. So at some point you have to take what you hearing or what's being said or delivered to find out if if it's any proof or not, if the source have any what they call it, what we call it when we had to do a term paper and we had to I forget the name that we had to put it at the end of our paper, or where we retrieve that information from, and I forget what they call it. Uh, we had to do a
It,
paper and we
so
had to.
yeah. I got a
I'm trying to
question
get
for
that
you.
name. Yeah,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry,
go ahead.
I zoned out for 1 second. What were you saying? What name were you trying to get?
No, I said at some point, um, the Bible says you have to study so yourself approved.
Hmm.
So eh, at some point, you have to begin to learn how to. Once you learn, I'm not a person. Well, let me back up because I'm all over the place right now. I'm not a person that I'm asking you to provide me with the fish. I'm asking. I'll be looking to learn how to fish so I can go get my own fish. So whatever information that I'm taking in, I'm
Hmm.
going out there to see if that information is actually true or not, and just not taking off of face value.
Yeah.
And then I'm looking at multiple sources, and it's the Bible also says that in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, is the source should be truth. There should be truth. If these sources are saying, and you're going to 3 different sources that don't know each other, right? And they come out with the same thing, 9 times out of 10, that that information is correct. Now there may be a little bit of difference and something like that, but
Shit, now
I used
yeah,
to,
the internet killed all that.
you
You
know,
get good. You might get 15 sources telling you some crap.
right. So, but that's why when we used to do a paper, what is it called, where we had to provide where we got the information from or thought, when we had to write
Oh yeah,
a paper.
references. Yeah, you got to cite your
Right.
sources.
Yeah, yeah. Cite my sources, right? So based on that theory, I cite the sources. So I'm citing the sources where I'm trying to find out where they got getting their information from. So not only am I trying to look to see, okay, if it's relevant, how close is it? How close is it to the truth? I might not get all of the truth, but I want to know if when I'm reading out of those 15, which ones are the closest to the truth, and hopefully they have some receipts on where they got their information from. And that's how I'm digging it. I mean, that's how I'm digging into boxing a little bit. So I'm out there looking on my own to see if what you coming out your mouth is there some truth to that, you know.
Yeah, I'm
You
a
know,
right. And so I came up in journalism, like sources is my shit. Like like if you notice, I was like I don't believe what any of these people say. I just cite what they say, right? And then I try
right?
to make up my mind so that I'm not tripping. So when something happens, it's not like I can see the moves coming from farther out, and I'm not shocked or surprised as often as I used to be when I had a different understanding. When I thought that I understood, but I just didn't. Like and it's true about everything in boxing. Like even from the judging to the politics to everything. Like you think you know until you get the information. You're like, okay, maybe when I thought, case in point, when I watched the Oscar De La Hoya versus Sugar Shane Mosley fight, both of them,
Okay.
I thought that Oscar won and got robbed. Like when I watched them, right? Because that's what my understanding was of boxing and the whole thing at the time. I was working on that set of principles. But after like decades and more and chopping it up and finding out more about like how to score fights, yeah, like Sugar Shane Mosley just won. Like it wasn't a robbery at all. He just won those fights. You know, now I
Right.
understand it. Right? Anyway.
Right. So, and that's why I don't think I have no problem with what you're saying and what you're delivering during your rebuttals and when people are out on the panel. I think that pretty smooth. I mean, that for me it makes common sense. You know, I use a lot of common sense too. Not the common sense I grew up with. I'm talking about the common sense back when we was growing up. You know, not this
Yeah.
common. It's a little different. Common sense that we have, the young folks have today is a little different. Not to, maybe that was a shot at them. So forgive me if that was a shot at them. But you know, I use a little bit of common. I use some common sense that I grew up with, and it makes sense. You know what I mean? So it's not like you're off. I just at times I think you might be may get a little bit impatient with us sometimes. You know, that's what I get.
Oh
You could
yeah,
be
man, I do. I'm guilty. Like straight up, this is to me there's a bunch of different like sort of personality characteristics that I wasn't what is it? I didn't prioritize like even addressing, but my lack of prioritization is now led me to like having to do a whole bunch of work. And I feel like I am like I'm less charitable than the situation like requires, right? So I'm just kind of like I don't want to be, I only have the patience that I have. It is what it is, but I would like to be more patient and not be so hostile, right? But
oh
at the same time, it's the panel, it's the situation, and whatever.
yeah, no, no,
Sometimes the
no, no,
conversation,
no.
sometimes
I
it
don't
calls for
think
hostility.
that you. I'm not asking you to change how you debate
No,
or
no, this is a
anything.
personal thing. This is
And
just
then
me. This is
yeah,
not I'm
yeah,
like. And if you ask
right.
me to
But
change, I might, I might be hostile towards you. Right?
yeah, no, no. I
But
wouldn't ask you to
just by my,
that
just for me.
that all the characters what makes this panel what break makes this channel is because of the characters that's on the channel. So your character is perfect for the channel. Whether we all of us agree with it or not, is what the channel needs.
Yeah, that's what's up.
At
That's
the
what's up,
same,
right? Okay.
at the right, but at the same time, you know, you have to detox from your character because we are characters on this panel. We have to still live our lives outside of this panel and outside of this channel. And so
Yeah. So
what
yeah.
I'm saying is that you have to understand that you know not all of us is where you are.
Now, I get that, and
Yeah.
like so, like even in my own life, like I get this, right? It's just kind of like I should, I would like, I'm going to work on being more patient. I actually even have like a practical thing. I'm probably gonna go like anyway. It doesn't matter, but I'm gonna take some practical steps. because I mean, yeah, what else do you have to do in life, right? You might as well figure out how to like connect with your fellow man, right?
Well, we connected now. I mean, I
Yeah, I
think
know. Yeah, I'm just saying, like,
you allow me the opportunity. You have to understand we both alpha males, and we have to have, we're not beta men. So, but our because of our age, reason why you have patience with me, and the reason I have patience with you, because our age is closely resembling each other. So we know where we were brought up from. We know what level, what line. We understand the invisible line. This is what you're
yeah.
not
Oh,
going to do when we in a man's gathering or when we in a cipher. This is what you do
what's
not
the
do.
cipher, God?
Right. This is not what you're going to do when you're in that cipher, because when you do that, you violating that man's space at that point. And that man do have to, like you said, uh, for whatever you there is a reaction for whatever action that's brought to you. So if you're in this space and you're violating that space, be be able to take the consequences behind that. That may be that he go off on you. That may mean that he swing on you. You know what I mean? But there is a place that you can definitely talk with him and not lose that, how can I say it, not lose any your cred as well, and still respect his creds. And we both come off all right. And we still may not agree on the subject. You feel me?
Yeah,
That
I've
makes
been
sense.
right now. Like, I've been very reckless with my interest in people, right? So I've been writing off like millions of motherfuckers, like for real, with my actions. So now I'm just like, okay,
You've been
wait a
giving
minute.
them the smoke. You've been giving them the smoke, huh?
Yeah, my whole life, man. I've been like, you don't understand. Like, this is so now it's like, okay, hold up. I'm trying to communicate to fucking all these damn people that I've written off my whole life. Okay, hold up. Let me. Now I got to do the work. And I'm old as shit to be doing the fucking work too. So whatever. It is what it is. Yeah, teach the kids, right? Let the
And
next
as long
generation
as you're
do better.
alive, you're supposed to always be learning though.
Yep,
When you
yep.
stop learning, I think when you stop wanting to learn, it's more detrimental to you is than it is. So I have like I work with people, and I deal with technology, and so some of the people that call in to me are my age, and they say, "Well, I don't mess around with that computer stuff. I'm too old for that." I said, "Man, you the same age as me." Just like I said, if you just want, you ain't gotta learn how to put a computer together. You just want to learn how to manage your life. And right now, if you live to be another 20 years old, everything's gonna be done online. You should at least learn how to making sure that you know how to that you still have control over your life and not somebody trying to run it because you don't know how to do this, that, and the other. It's easy. It's not that hard. You just have to have the patience to sit back and learn it. You know, and so
My,
it's nothing
my
wrong
my
with.
parents totally don't get social media. They don't even understand the concept really.
Well, my
They
my
think they think social media is a place to like keep in contact with family. That's like the only thing that's
but that's
the only thing
probably
they
that's
can
and that's
conceptualize.
good though. At least they know that though. You
Yeah,
know what
yeah,
I mean?
that's the end all and be all for it, right? Like this whole
Right,
like creating communities and parasocial relationships and all this. They don't get that. Whatever.
right.
Hey,
But
where's the
that's
grandbaby's
not
fucking
what they
photo?
need it for. They don't need it for that. They just need it for them to keep in touch with their family. That's all they want it for. On the other, people like us, we want it for a little bit more than that. My parents still watch black and whites. Them the westerns. They still love that kind of stuff.
Yeah, shit, me too, man. I was watching Randolph Scott like all yesterday.
Right. So I mean, I like certain. I'm just saying that, my mother loves. She uses Facebook and stuff to communicate with her family, and she plays a little.
the little games. She found some games on the app, on the phone on the app. But other outside of that, she ain't gonna do this. She ain't gonna get on the line and chop it up. Now she'll use it for her church service, especially during the pandemic when they had service for church. They were putting it on YouTube, and she learned how to get to YouTube so she could go to service or listen to the sermon. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's what's up, actually.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, like they understand Zoom, but that's like, you know, to get the family that's all over the country on the same call together.
Right.
Like, since they get that
Right.
part. But yeah, that's yeah, man.
Yeah.
My cute parents. I would be sad to see him go, but that's the way life is. I'm readying myself for it.
Yeah. We we get one life to live in this world in this time, and I think we need to. As you get older, you find yourself valuing things a little different. Your value or what you value in is different from what the young people value in. And I had to realize that sometimes that I was just like them when I was young, dumb, and full of cum.
Man, oh man. And
Yeah,
yeah, like having these conversations, we are a little bit what is it? We're a little bit outmoded on this on this medium, right? Like
right.
most people are 33 and younger. Maybe you could give them
Yeah,
35, but like maybe 34. Like really, they're less under 35. Like basically, like that's where like the social media, like people are using it to like meet each other and talk about subjects and all that shit. It's kind of a young person's meet. It's populated mostly by young people, but you do get like there's just some subject matters like boxing that's like kind of all generational. So you get old people, young people, and all that stuff, and it just
yeah,
kind
yeah,
of an interesting
yeah,
mix. When it happens, it
yeah.
happens. It's like I you know, I don't. All right, so here's really what it is. If you're an old fucking troll, there's something wrong with you. Like if you're like 50 years old trolling motherfucking strangers and shit online, chances are you're not wrapped too tight. But to be like a 25-year-old troll is like kind of like that's expected almost. And so I don't get the troll shit. Like I just like I feel like I'm wasting my time when people are up here like trying to get under your skin for a laugh. Like like what's the point of that shit?
I get it. I get it. But we wouldn't. We okay. So let's just say that we went back into our time when we was 20 and 25. We didn't have none of this, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. We wouldn't even know the condition of what was going on in Russia and all these other countries. We would never, it would have got back to us so late about even the COVID. You know what I mean? Because that's just how limited we was just always in our communities. We didn't go too far out of our community. The only chance that you got to maybe during the time we was growing up is if you joined the service for me. Let me put that back on me because I'm not knowing I don't know your situation. The only time I got outside of my community was when I went into the service. It allowed me to go to Germany, go to Honduras, go to Saudi Arabia, go to France, because those places was close to me when I was in Germany.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it taught me something. It helped develop my brain outside of my community. But normally our brain was only capable of taking in so much information in a
So
certain time at a certain level. So now our kids are growing up lot faster than we were because of all the information.
I think that like really trolling requires that you're full of shit, right? And then before, if you were full of shit, when you couldn't just be full of shit like online, you had to be full of shit face to face, which meant somebody could touch you.
Right.
So that whole being full of shit ain't cool, right? But for some reason, because there's the internet now, you can be totally full of shit for jokes.
Yeah,
if you're like,
yeah.
if you grew up when full of shit people got the hell beat out of them, you don't really see a value or premium in being full of shit.
Right. I mean, whatever you are, you're just gonna be that, whether it's on social media or in person. The consequences on social media is that you may get away with it because you can't be touched.
Yeah, you just sit there and troll fucking endlessly. Like you can always just point the finger at somebody. Oh, look at you! Come on, dude.
But they are good for something.
No, I mean that. Yeah, it is. Like I said, it's a for me, it is a exercise in patience. It's a learning thing. I get to actually look at the fact that I've been dismissing whole swaths of humanity like my whole life, been marginalizing and like sweeping on like really just marginalizing their goddamn views. And I don't know, whatever. I mean, it's probably faster for what I was doing at the time, but I got time now. Like, what else is there to do? Why might as well like link up with all these people that I've been dismissive of.
Salute to the panel. How y'all feeling?
What's up, TNT? Another fucking old head.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh,
What's
man,
up,
we swapped one out for the other. Yeah, all right, Warren. I don't know what happened to you.
Out? Oh, I wonder. I mean, y'all was having a good bill, man. I was coming here to give you some little flowers because I've actually seen where like you've been very patient with me and a few other people, but then I think then Israel might have got under your skin a little bit, and then also Cosmic came, and then a few others, and then you kind of like started just like going crazy. I was like, damn, Smoke got the fire now. I was like, okay, but prior to that, man, you always had patience. I think the Free Smoke channel, and shout out to Smoke, it kind of like changed the energy as far as what you was doing.
Nah, man, I've been doing Free Smoke forever. That's not what it is. It's that
okay.
Yeah, the Free Smoke thing doesn't bother me at all. Like I am recognizing that no, it's not even that. I'm starting to value people that I didn't used to. That's it. And I'm doing that thing, and I'm doing that, and I'm doing it because I think that it is important to reach out and try to develop an understanding when possible you can, right? But the thing, so Ben Israel doesn't really like he as a person like when I was talking about the people like earlier, right? Because I was having a conversation. I can't remember who the fuck it was with now. It wasn't Kazi. It was who the fuck was I talking to? I was like, damn, I miss Kazi in this goddamn conversation now.
You talking about AO? You talking about AO?
AO, there it was. It was AO. There it was.
Because I've been listening all day, but go ahead.
Yeah, right. It was AO, exactamundo. So like AO, and that like, so when people are being like, when they are not trying to be understanding, then I may like force the issue a little bit. But that kind of thing triggers me still. Like I do get triggered by people who I think are trying to make an understanding, but won't listen. So then it's just kind of like, okay, wait, are you really trying to get an understanding, or you're not trying to get an understanding? I don't like to have to do this much fucking work.
Do you think they try to antagonize you a little bit because you all get the smoke? And I mean, don't get me wrong, you got a lot of knowledge.
No, I think that like people try to save face and they do these status games. I get the status game. I don't mind that shit. Like whatever. I give status. Sometimes I'll high post people. Sometimes I'll I'll demure.
When you say status, are you talking about when you say? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But when you say status, are you talking about the fact that they want to try to like build themselves up as opposed to like
Yeah, this whole idea of
So
like, oh yeah, I'm interacting with smoke right now. Like that means
right,
fucking
right.
something, right?
So let me, yeah, it
Or
does
like I'm
mean
an
something. I ain't
old
gonna lie,
guy
it
or a
do
young
mean
guy
something.
or
Though. I
some
ain't gonna
other
lie,
shit.
it
Like
do mean
that.
something. Though. I ain't gonna lie, it do mean something. Though. So you got price tag on your head, smoke. That's what you getting all this from. You
No,
got
I
price
mean
tag.
I got it. I
Where
mean
is
I
that
got
coming
that.
from? Where is that thought coming from, though? Why is that
Oh,
gets
okay.
me?
Yeah, I'm glad you back,
I
Warren
don't.
G. Because I
I'm
know.
not sure. I'm not sure what. I didn't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe I'm just dumb
Yeah,
to
he's just
who
he's
you
just
No, no,
new.
no,
are.
no,
He's
no,
new.
no, no,
Yeah,
no.
he's
Nah,
new. That's
Warren,
it.
Warren,
It's just new.
you've been right on point, man. I've been listening to y'all since I've been at work. I can't really get on when I'm at work. There's too much noise in there. So I've been listening to the whole conversation. So what I wanted to bring you, Warren G, you said it perfectly, man. You know, it's about us being older and understanding circumstances, and we know we get into a cycle, like you said. We know there's a boundary there, so we let everybody get their piece off. But the channel's called Free Smoke, so there's times you gonna get some free smoke. So I mean, that's kind of where where like a lot of that excitement, that adrenaline rush, those things of that nature can come into the conversation. It can seem aggressive, but it's Free Smoke Channel, so it can happen. You
Oh
know what I
yeah,
mean?
I'm down for it. I'm all
Mm-hmm.
down for it.
Yeah.
I
So
get
yeah,
it.
yeah,
I get it.
I came from that. I came from the era of like when anyway. That whole idea of free smoke coming to the YTBC. I came from that era and from the channels that did that thing, right?
Oh wow.
But really it was a function of before that people weren't really having open panels.
Okay.
So like the more that there were open panels, the more that whole idea. Anyway, but
No, go ahead.
yeah,
Break it down, Smoke. Break it down. Break it down. Take your time. Break it down.
no, I mean it's not. I mean the more that open panels became a thing, and we also had a pandemic, so everybody was online and at home, right? Like the whole free smoke thing became like a 24-hour show for a minute from the YTBC for like really like a year and something.
What year was this, Smoke?
You see again during the pandemic.
What? Oh, during the pandemic. Okay. All right. Okay, I
Yeah,
got you.
like 2020, 2021.
That's when it started. Is that what you're saying?
That's when it just got really intensified. Like this whole concept of free smoke didn't really
Mm-hmm.
that wasn't a thing in 2018.
Okay. See,
Like
I
that was
didn't know
mostly
that.
like
I
a
didn't know that.
pandemic. Yeah, that's most like a pandemic. Like there's a bunch of trolls, but the troll shit wasn't like whatever. There wasn't a lot of open panels. There was a lot of trolls, but then the panels started opening up more during the pandemic, and then as the panels opened up, you had all of these different levels of like sophistication.
Understanding.
The,
Yeah.
the levels of sophistication with their understanding of the sport. And when I got to YTBC, it was all of these guys who were really knowledgeable, like being really condescending to the people who are newbies.
Oh. And not to cut you off, Smoke, but
Yeah.
when I came in, I know some stuff about boxing, but all the other stuff, no, I didn't know. And I remember a conversation when Bush was on the line, and then you went to help somebody out that was newbie, and then you told him, you said, we don't feed our people to the wolves. And I understood that concept perfectly. You remember that conversation? He said, we don't feed our people to the wolves. And he wanted you to not help him out, and you was trying to help somebody out. And I respect you from that point on. You always had my respect. But I was like, man, I don't even really know how to do this social media. I'm gonna get on a panel and talk myself. But yeah, I might be messed up. But then I got somebody like Smoke there going like, okay, this is what he's really trying to say because he can't get your words out sometimes. You know what I mean?
Man, I'm not trying to just dunk on people, man. I'm not trying to embarrass people, all this shit. Like, what's that for? Like, I'm here
Well,
for
I
like
mean,
understanding.
sometimes that's what's needed, though. I think
Hey, man, I've
it
been
is
dunking
what's
all
needed.
day. Don't get me wrong. I've been dunking all day.
Right. Well,
But
so that
that's not what I
you
got out
do.
of
I've been
it.
ducking all day.
So what happens? What happens
I'm gonna go on pause real quick.
if it's a person that wants to grow, they're gonna take that dunk and say, you know what? Let me go out here and learn some more, so that when he comes dunking on me, I know how to block that shit. You feel me? So and you're actually helping that person. They know that they got to
There's a
come.
couple guys,
If they
they
gonna
know who they
come,
are.
You
There's
already
a
know,
couple
bro.
guys,
These
yeah.
guys, they be on some other stuff. I get 4 jabs.
And then if they not about nothing, they just gonna get slammed on, and that's just the way it is. Eventually, they will go high and do that, just that fade on out. Now, whether they stay a minute, they like taking a beating. That's on them.
Well, I'm not saying a lot of times
I
guys they
understand.
giving out beatings. They giving
So
out
I
beatings.
understand if the boxing world would like to see Fury versus Usyk, but I prefer Wilder versus Usyk.
Me too. I do too. I do
Why is
too.
that?
Well,
Why is that?
let me chime in real fast. The reason why I prefer it is because it gives a chance for Wilder to get the belts that he lost, I'm sorry, get belts that he didn't lose, but get another belt back and become unified. And then that sets it up for really a good rematch between him and Fury. But I mean, golly, can he do it the fourth time? I don't know. But it does set that up though. But I do like Wilder being
Man,
unified though. I do like Wilder getting unified. Usyk, for some reason, he think he can beat Wilder better than he can beat AJ. Not AJ, Fury. So maybe that's
Yeah,
why.
I don't think Usyk can beat Fury. That's firstly. I still don't think Usyk can beat Wilder, but I think the style contrast is like a little bit better. So I think the fight will be a better fight.
Yeah.
But
I don't
also
know,
I think
man.
like but really it's really this thing. For all of the shit they talk about Wilder and all the praise they give about Usyk, that's really what this is about for me.
Yeah.
Like there's a style thing in there too, and all that other stuff, and like being unified, sure. But I want to see Wilder decapitate this fucking dude so he can shut the fuck up about how great Usyk is, how he's better than fucking Holyfield, how fucking Wilder can't
I
fight,
wouldn't.
all this shit. Like just put this to bed. The guy that you say can't fight beats the guy that you say is the number one pound for pound dude. You can just shut the fucking go away forever.
Hey, Smoke. They saying that
So
Usyk is better than Holyfield. People saying that.
Yeah,
That is crazy.
wow.
I don't see that no
Well,
way, shape, form, or fashion.
well,
For no era.
I wouldn't want that fight. You talking
wouldn't
about
want what
after
fight?
he fight? You talking about after he fight his Wilder
It's
fight his?
No.
Okay.
What we're saying is, hold on. Let's clarify it real quick. What we're saying is, Usyk is not taking the Fury fight. He want to take the Wilder fight.
You talking about after Wilder fight his
Yeah, this fight right here. Yeah, the fight he got coming up.
Yeah.
Usyk want to
Okay,
fight him next.
then I'm gonna hold it then, because right now, based on what I saw Usyk do and based on the way he moves around the ring,
You think he gonna get Wilder some problems?
I believe he'll give Wilder some problems. But that's
I think he's
prior to me seeing him fight.
Yeah, no, I think right.
But let me ask one more question real quick. So, do you think that Wilder can knock Usyk out?
Yes, that's what I expect to have happen. But
Yeah,
I do understand what.
But
I do understand what Warren is saying. I do want to see I also want to see what he looks like against Helenius. I just expect him to be able to handle Helenius. But Helenius is a big fucking dude. He's like, he's 6'5", 6'6" himself and 250.
I just want to see if he made any improvements though. Because Wilder's still
I don't think
he's still vulnerable.
Yeah, he's vulnerable, but he's a vulnerable. Okay, so making improvements or not making improvements to me is a separate issue with whether or not he can beat Usyk. The improvements that he needs to make is to beat Fury. It's to beat Fury, a bigger, dirtier guy that can fight in different places that he can't. Right. But I'm not looking forward I don't need Fury Wilder 4. I think it'd be interesting, but I would rather see Wilder versus Usyk and AJ than see him fight Fury again.
But here's the question though, Smoke. AJ won't have nothing for Wilder to fight for.
What did you say?
Just
AJ
the bag.
won't have nothing for Wilder to fight for.
But it'd be for the bag.
Wilder beat Usyk. Yeah, the bag would be the only thing. Yeah, and then I guess it'd be like
no, but that's the fight that's supposed to be being made right now is the AJ Fury fight. Now I don't think AJ wins that fight either, but I will be kind of rooting for AJ to win that fight because I want to see AJ. I want to see Wilder versus AJ.
Well, I think you can still see it if Usyk loses to Wilder and Fury beat AJ, then we
All right.
are looking at number 4, right?
Okay. So here's the thing.
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay,
Real
go
quick.
ahead.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
say.
go ahead. No, go
After
ahead.
that fact, then you can get that AJ Wilder fight. That's all I wanted to say about that. I think you get it after the fact. You never get it before the fact.
So it would be it would be hilarious to me, right? This is just would be the funniest twist of fate if Wilder had 3 belts and AJ had 1 belt and they fought for undisputed.
How would AJ get 1 belt? Who can get the 1 belt from? Fury?
Fury, yes.
Wow, that's gonna be hilarious. Yeah, I agree with you. That's gonna be hilarious.
If all of a sudden had if Wilder had all of AJ's belts and AJ had Wilder's belt when they actually fought, like that would be fucking hilarious to me. But
that'd be
beyond
almost
that,
ideal. But man, that's crazy though. I don't got AJ. To me, AJ don't have a dog to beat Wilder.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna be Fury. I don't think AJ's gonna be Fury either.
Or Fury.
Yeah, but I just want to see. But I just don't want to. It is what it is. I would be so. It's not like AJ. Anyway, go ahead.
Would you be mad if AJ fought Fury? Would you be mad at that? Would you be mad at that?
No.
I mean, not right now. Not right now.
They're supposed to fight next. That's why he's not fighting Usyk.
So, but I remember hearing you saying that I wouldn't throw AJ in there with Wilder right now. So I'm not why.
Who's that? Me?
No. I heard you say that don't throw AJ in there with Fury right now because he need to go ahead and heal up. I thought I heard you say something like that.
No. Okay, so here's right. So what I said was it would be irresponsible for his handlers to do it. But his handlers have proven to be irresponsible, right?
But I agree with you.
Anyway, I don't think he's gonna fight him next. All this stuff is capped. I don't think ultimately Eddie Hearn is gonna make this fight.
But I don't know. I mean, come on, Smoke. We know Eddie Hearn. He'll throw you to the wolves.
I'm saying I think that Eddie Hearn has a tendency to throw people to the wolves. So I'm kind of thinking, yeah, but I also understand that that's just such a why would you have back-to-back fights with
against
Usyk
heavyweight
and then go into a Fury fight, back-to-back losses with Usyk and then go with Fury? I don't know. I don't see that happening.
No, I agree with you on that one because the reason is Fury fights similar to Usyk, but it's a lot more power and a lot more bigger body. So style-wise, kind of similar. Power-wise, not the same. You see what I'm saying? So yeah,
you got it. He's got a new trainer. He needs to figure it out. Actually, is he even working with Robert Garcia anymore? Don't even know.
Nobody knows.
Yeah, he just needs more time with the trainer. If you're gonna put him into a fight,
I couldn't see who was working with him. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you got it. No, you're right. No, I'm just saying. You're the scuttlebutt is Fury AJ happening next, but I think it's just marketing. I think it's just some keeping AJ's name out there in the press kind of stuff.
But he called him out though, right, Smoke?
They said no. They said that the fight is close to being made.
Oh, so it's more than a call out. It's about basically let it happen.
I haven't heard Frank Warren say anything about it. Eddie Hearn said something about it, and somebody else, but I haven't heard the other side's part of it yet. But they're also not talking about it, so maybe that's a good sign. So maybe it's actually getting made.
Now, if my boy JFL, if he was on here, he probably would say he probably got AJ beating Fury. He probably would say some shit like that. He probably would say something like that. I don't know.
Factually, though.
Factually. That's what I think you would say.
Because skill sets.
Yeah, because skill sets. If Wilder put that dog in his ass, I would give him a fighting chance. But I don't think he got a dog. He ain't got nowhere close to the fucking goddamn Wilder dog in him.
Nah.
And he ain't had it for years. And that was the big discussion with Cosmic and D was talking about.
Right, exactly. They've moved on they've moved away from the AJ stuff, but now it's Usyk. If Usyk would beat Wilder, Usyk could box circles around him, all this other shit. Yeah, Usyk will do all that shit until he got fucking touched. Usyk's going to sleep.
I
think Usyk is not even going to make. I don't even think he's going to make it to late rounds. Actually,
Well, one thing we know is that the amount of punches that Usyk got from AJ will be 10 to 12 more times than he get from goddamn Wilder. We know that for a fact. And he's gonna
All
throw
that
more
dancing
punches.
shit from the outside, like trying
Nah.
to looking for an opening to get inside. Yeah, all right, bro.
And then at
Listen,
the same time, he didn't got hit by a
what
bigger
Tony
puncher.
Bellew. Listen, I watched what Tony Bellew did to Usyk
Mhm.
before Usyk knocked him out, and I'm like, okay, let that be Wilder. Let that be. I've been saying this since 2018. I've been waiting for this goddamn fight. I want this one. There's Matt Chad. There's my guy. Yeah,
Man, Chad, what's up, man, Chad? Go ahead, talk your shit, yo.
Yeah, yeah, man. And another, guy on the fun side of 50. But yeah, Usyk, he loves some Usyk. Yeah, I got Wilder knocking your boy out.
I like Usyk, but I don't like him against Wilder though. I think it's a bad matchup for Usyk.
Yeah, me too.
I think it's a real bad matchup.
Can you imagine like Chris Bird without the upper body movement? Like, come on, man. What are we talking about?
That's crazy. Yeah, so we got that one. The next thing y'all,
He's got nice feet though. He does have nice feet. Don't get me wrong. He got some good head movement, but like, I don't know. He's going to sleep.
And he's going to sleep. Yeah, he's gonna hit that power. I mean, if you put Fury down, when Fury is 290 pounds, what is it going to do to a 220 pounder? He finally gonna have a fight with somebody around his size. That's crazy. Who did Wilder fight around his size? Can you let me know what else, Smoke? Who Wilder fight around his same weight?
Wilder around his same weight. Wilder has been over, and Wilder has been outweighed in all of his fights.
That's what I'm talking about. Now you're gonna have one where he's either an equal weight or a little bit more. That's the problem.
He's shorter than him, but they've still weighed more, right?
I mean, I don't know no fight that Wilder fought that he wasn't the lesser pound person. I don't know no fight like that. If you know one, you can let me know, because I don't know one.
I don't think maybe Spilka.
That's going a long way back, so I don't know. We got
maybe Spilka, but you know what? Let me pull it up. Let's not speculate.
Okay, let's not speculate. That's what Smoke be warned. That's what Smoke be warned. He be on this shit, yo. He on this shit. You know what I mean? You just gotta pull it out of him. He loved it though. He loved it. Smoke love that shit. I love it too.
Shit, we here. Well,
yeah, we want to talk.
I speculate when Box Rec is right.
We're gonna get the record straight. So and Warren G, you still here? Warren left. Well, shout out to you, Warren. Yeah, man. This channel is very diversified. Shout out to H Money, my guy. He's very knowledgeable as well. He know his shit. He spit it off the top of his head. And we fuck with H Money because he give us a chance to smoke. Shout out to you, H Money. Shout out to Smoke.
How we gonna do it? Shout out to you. Shout out to the fucking channel. Shout out to the community. Let's get this shit going.
Man. We fuck with it, man. We fuck with it. You know what I mean? We fuck with it. You know what I mean? Wait, what you find out?
Tyson Fury, he weighed 238. Tyson Fury weighed 277 in his second fight. In the third fight. In the second fight, he weighed 231. Tyson Fury weighed 273.
In the first fight,
Luis Ortiz, he was down by damn near 20 pounds.
Yeah.
No, in the third fight, he was down. It looks like 40 pounds. He was down 40 pounds in the third fight.
The only way he's at.
We watching boxing, man. We smoking on some good strong weed now, boy. We smoking on good green, boy.
Yeah, he's down 40 pounds.
We smoking on good green, nigga. We smoking on good green.
Look, yo, you hold your mute button down, cause my boy Smoke talking right now. Hold your mute button down, goddamn Cassie. We'll bring you in.
Sorry, my bad, OG. Oh, my bad, OG.
Now you coming? We got you.
It's all good. You're not bad.
We got you.
No, the closest he's been in 5 years is Gerald Washington, and Washington still outweighed him by.
What was he? Washington was 240.
17, yeah, 239.
Now that answers the
question. Yeah, I remember. I was gonna say that. Still, Washington was the second Yeah, Washington was Washington was the second guy or the first guy.
Hey, so Kaz, if Wilder fight Usyk, who you got?
I got.
Yep, it was Artur Szpilka. Guess what? Artur Szpilka was still outweighed him by 5 pounds.
Artur Szpilka, Szpilka was 230.
That's the closest fight he got to his weight.
233 and a quarter versus 228 and a quarter.
Okay, oh shit.
That's the closest fight he got.
Salute H, man. What's up, H, man? A salute Freeze, TNT, OG Smoke.
Salute you,
What's up, Cass?
Yeah, man.
So goddamn. So hold up, like that was the closest was Szpilka by 5 pounds.
Yes. See, I asked some questions like that.
So I got the right guy, but turns out he still weighed more than Wilder.
Smoke and him. OG Smoke and OG TNT.
Yes.
Sorry, Smoke, man. I wanted to ask you.
Go ahead, Cass. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I wanted to ask you guys, man. Don't you think that today was an interesting day of boxing?
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, dude. Oh my Lord. Lower the casket down.
We got Tate probably going to jail. We got fucking Shakur.
He ain't going to no damn jail. Get out of here.
Nah, we already know he's going to jail.
Yeah, Floyd not going to pay the lawyers, man. They're going to pay the judge, man. Pay the barristers, you know. It should be slack.
Well, the judge said he wanted to go to court, so I mean he'll be all right. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, he'll be all right.
God forbid he goes to jail. Right. We need to get that Ryan Garcia fact. We need to get something before the end of the year.
Hold on. Goddamn Cassidy. The father came out and said it. Devontae came out and said it. And even Ryan Garcia.
Well, you're supposed to do that. You're supposed to. You don't go in saying it's gonna be all right. You got because then the court is like, oh, you think I'm light work. Then you got to go on all the outlets talking about how scared you are, how sorry you are, how you understand the gravity of the situation, all this stuff.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
Yeah, don't go in there playing like, oh, this is easy. Floyd got this. Nah, you can't say that. Like, while that's the facts of the matter, right? You still got to play your role because the judge has the ultimate say.
Did we leave anything out, Cassidy?
No, but no, hold up a second. I did want to talk about
go ahead.
The Shakur fans exposing themselves.
Oh my God, Smoke, man, Mr. OG TNT, man. What the fuck is Shakur Stevenson doing, man? Obviously, I understand it's a minor setback for a major comeback, but nah, man, you can't be not coming in on weight, man. That doesn't make any sense, man. Cause we destroyed Kambosos. You get me? We destroyed Kambosos, so he needs to get put underneath the fucking grill as well.
Oh, and Kambosos came in like he didn't miss weight.
Kambosos came in overweight. He missed weight the first weigh-in.
No, he did not actually miss weight. Kambosos did not lose his fucking belt. What he did, he needed a second chance to make weight, but he made weight.
But he missed the weight the first time they got on.
But he made weight. Like Tank, Tank only missed weight once.
Yeah, Tank missed weight once. Tank missed weight once. Was it against? Who was it against? Liam Walsh. Who was it against?
No, it was against. No, it was against the guy.
Cuellar.
No, was it Cuellar? Wasn't that the Vargas fight?
I'm sure it was Cuellar. We gave Tank help.
Who did he fight?
Still knocked both of them out.
It was on the Floyd undercard. The Floyd McGregor undercard is the one, and I thought Cuellar was on the Jesse Vargas
and that was at
Broner undercard.
That was at 130.
Yeah, it's definitely 130. But I thought he fought Cuellar under the Jesse Vargas Adrian Broner undercard.
I can't remember. I don't watch.
Didn't he stop Cuellar to the body? I don't know.
No, it was against Gamboa. It was against Gamboa.
No, Gamboa down road.
No, he made weight against Gamboa. He just took
Gamboa at 135 too. So that
no. Hugo Ruiz.
There we go.
That's what it is. There you go.
2019. Yes.
No, 2017.
We gave Tank help. You know what I'm saying?
No, 17. It wasn't 19.
2017.
Oh, 2017. Okay.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. He was
oh shit, that was like 5-6 years ago. 6 years ago.
That's the last time he lost it. So I think Shakur gonna be okay, but he's gonna take the backlash in the meantime.
But I'm upset that he lost his belts on the scale. Like, I didn't know. Like
I'm
Terence
not upset
Crawford
about
never
it.
missed
I'm
weight.
not upset
Errol
about it,
Spencer's
bro.
never missed weight. Those guys, no one. Devin Haney's never missed weight. You know what I'm saying? So I was a bit confused with that.
And this dude just got to the division. He's been there like a year and a half.
Yeah, but like I mean, hey, Smoke, you did say, you know, I mean, I got a boxer. We're gonna talk about that on your channel, Smoke. I'm gonna bring that up, but the whole thing about it is he gotta learn how to go ahead and do that thing. And I mean, he young, so we gotta give him a little pass on that one. Professionalism is a degree. I mean, we all went to high school. We all done got in trouble. We went to the prison office. From say, okay, here's the punishment, and you're like, I don't think that's right. Well, his punishment is justified because he knew ahead of time.
Well, he knows
So
he knows how this works, man. Do you know what I'm saying? He needs to stick being professional.
yeah,
These
I
guys
mean,
getting paid. These guys
you
getting
know he
paid
was,
millions. These
you
guys
know,
getting paid millions, man. They need to. He knows how it works, man. He's a world champion for a reason. Do you know what I'm saying? So a bit more professionalism would have been nice. You know what I'm saying? A bit more, a sturdy head. Do you know what I'm saying? He should definitely have made weight. And what do you Smoke and OGTNT? What do you think about them? What do you think about Conceicao choosing to fight Shakur Stevenson still? Because if he didn't, he could have chose not to fight him and still received his full purse. What do you think
nah,
about it?
it's a tough fight. In my opinion, if I can go real quick, Smoke, I ain't gonna take that long. In my opinion, it was a tough fight, even if he made weight. And what I mean by a tough fight, because this guy coming to fight. I don't think he can beat him, but I think he got enough enough to stand there and not get fucking frustrated enough where he can just go ahead and just bang back on him and back him up. I think it's gonna be an interesting fight. I really do. I still think it's gonna be an interesting fight. Now it's just not for all the belts.
Of course,
Well, it is.
people are
It is.
crazy.
No, it is for one end. I'm sorry. It is for one end, but not the other end. Go ahead, I'm listening.
What I'm saying, people are crazy, boy, if they think that Shakur Stevenson is just going to go in there and run over Conceicao. Conceicao is going to be there all night. He's not scared of
crazy.
anything. He's a former gold Olympic medalist. He technically beat Oscar Valdez. You know, he's there in Shakur Stevenson's chest. He's going to be in his chest today. He's going to be in his chest all night.
Oh
All
yeah,
night in his
he
chest.
gonna definitely come. He coming to fight. Yeah,
Come
that's
to
what I
he's
mean.
that's what I'm saying. He's not
He
coming
coming
to
to
lay
fight.
down like
No, you're not. No, you're not. And Shakur gonna put them hands on him to back him off where his face. And you know what I see? You know what I see happening is he gonna keep coming forward to his face and eyes twirl up where he can't see because Shakur that fast. I think around 7th, 8th round he gonna start closing up his eyes because he gonna be getting hit because his punches are wide. Robson punches are really wide and he throw with all his fucking might, but for some reason the dude
Man,
you got gas tank.
man, damn all that. I don't want to hear that for the people saying that nigga ain't winning no more than fucking 3 rounds. That nigga
I
about
give
to
him
get
4. I give him 4
destroyed.
goat. I give him 4 goat.
Everybody
I give him 4 goat.
give him 4. I ain't giving that nigga 4. Fuck him. He goddamn. He's not all that. Oscar Valdez was teeing off on his ass, even though Oscar lost the fight. Yeah, I think he lost. Still, Oscar was having success with that right hand and the motherfucking left straight. And hell, that left straight Shakur, that's his punch. So I mean, hell, if he can't avoid that with Oscar, I know he ain't avoiding that with Shakur. It's
Yeah,
levels,
okay.
bro. I just,
Shakur,
you know what? And I'm
let
gonna
me ask you a
say
question.
this,
Let
and
me ask you a
I'm gonna
question though.
go ahead. I got time.
Let me ask you a
Go
question.
ahead.
Let me ask you a question. So the punch that Oscar hit him with, that knocked him on the ground, right? And he got back up and he finished strong. I give you that. I'm not saying that Shakur got the same kind of power as Oscar, and then he can get back up and do the same thing.
I ain't worried about that. It's
Okay.
accumulation of punches. You feel me? So like the punch accumulation, because Roberson get hit. All the shit about he's just fucking super slick. Like, bro, niggas, I'm sick of niggas just saying like he's a great boxer. He's good. But all this shit, like he's just fucking elite defensively. And once again, I said elite, not good. Elite. There's levels to this shit.
He's
Like,
not
bro
elite
is
defensively.
good, but you gotta be elite for Shakur.
Defensively.
And yeah, I'm putting my neck out there. So if some bullshit happen, y'all can come on here and roast my ass. But I'm telling you, this shit about to be a goddamn wash, bro. This man about to get washed. And for everybody,
I don't
when
see
he
the
do fuck him up and like beat his ass, I want that respect. I want people to just give my man respect. I don't want to hear no, oh, he fought Conceicao. Nah, because everybody's saying
Let me ask you a
Conceicao
question
is
then,
like
Goat. Let me
that.
ask you one question. If it do go
Go.
the distance, go. If it do go the distance, go.
Go.
I'm sorry. Hold on, Cassie. If it do go the distance, what will you say about fucking Robertson?
If it go the distance, I mean, shit. Shakur's the way he fight. It's not like he knocking out everybody, so that won't tell me anything. What'll tell me something is if they get in the fight and Robertson fucking fight. Like Robertson fucking win rounds and shit.
Robertson
Yeah,
gonna
then
fight, man.
I didn't I fight and let me finish. Fight and win rounds. You feel me? Not just fight. Anybody can just fight. I'm talking about going that bitch and be gang. Like on some high ranch fought fucking Gary Antoine, and that bitch was like swing rounds. Like that's why I'd be like, okay. But if I don't see that and I just see the same shit that I seen with Valdez, where all he gonna do is pick that nigga apart, it's gonna be another easy day's work. Like I say, the nigga throw the same. He throw it 1, 2, 3. He just throw it in like 2 or 3
He
different
definitely throw 1, 2,
ways.
3. Yeah,
He
1, 2,
fucking
1, 2, 3.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
nigga, he's slick, but like I say, elite, no. Then, like I say, fucking Oscar was hitting him with the 1, 2 and hitting him with the straight left. Hell, and Oscar right-handed. That's what I'm saying. Shakur is a southpaw, so that's gonna be bread and butter, bruh. So I don't hear too many people, you know, he missed weight, so I guess people jumping off the train now. I'm not saying y'all are, but I've been seeing the ass of people who now they saying, oh, now he can't even compete with this man. Get that shit up, bro. This nigga still elite and he gonna show it. I just want people, everybody who's saying like Roberson is like that, when he whoop Roberson ass, just give him his respect. Make sure to put that on his resume too, because a lot of people fuck around and say, "Oh, Roberson good," but then if you watch Roberson, oh, he ain't fought nobody. I don't want to hear that, and I know y'all ain't saying it, but I ain't hearing that from other people.
Roberson's decent fight, good fight.
Okay. All right. So I do got Shakur still winning the fight. I got an 8-4 off the brick, but
I can definitely see one judge giving it 10-2, another judge doing 9-3, and another judge doing 8-4. I don't see 7-5. Not at all. If you can get a 7-5, all right. Then I understand what you guys are
Bro,
saying.
if he can, I'm gonna say this now. If he can do a 7-5, I will fucking get a piece of paper and write Robertson Conceicao on a piece of paper and wear that bitch on my fucking forehead for 30 minutes on this bitch. If he win 5 rounds, if he win over 5.
Hey, go! Don't say that, boy. Don't say that.
You
Boy.
heard me. If he win over 5,
Don't say that, boy.
if he win over 5, I'm gonna come on this bitch with a damn piece of loose leaf paper and I'm gonna write Conceicao on that bitch and stamp it on my forehead.
Yeah, 30 seconds works. You don't need to do it for 30 minutes. 30 seconds works.
No,
Fuck
30 minutes,
that.
man. 30 minutes.
Damn, 3 minutes. I'm gonna do it around. I'm gonna do it around. You be ready to wear goddamn boots on your shit. That's what you be.
You're gonna wear Ben on your fucking head. You're gonna wear Ben on your fucking head for the whole fucking day. When you're at work, when you're going to sleep,
I do want to see some boots tied around your
when you're
neck.
with your
That's
woman,
kind of funny.
when you're with your woman, when you're going to sleep, when you're going to work.
Hey, fuck that. Just put a. You ain't even gotta do the paper. Just put a pair of work boots around your neck. Just wear a pair of work boots, and that'll be good enough for me. Cause we gonna work the shit out of Connor.
Oh yeah.
You know I gotta fit. You know I gotta fit with you, bud.
When Boots gets knocked out, I want you to put a fucking boot over your head. I want you to put a boot on your head. Or put a boot on your fucking head when he gets knocked out. Put him to sleep. Out. Pull.
I'm a cash up you your money too.
Come on, Cass.
You gonna have your money too.
Cass
Gold
don't really have a whole lot
knows
of
what's up when it comes to Conor Benn and me and Boots Innocent. He knows what's going on. He knows.
You don't have a lot. You really don't have a lot of confidence.
Boots.
He do got TNT. He got confidence TNT cause hell we got 2,500 on the fight when it happened.
Damn, can I get some of that? Can I get some of that cash?
Nah, I need all that. Butch, I'm your bookie. Don't bet with nobody else but me. I need all that.
God damn it, GOAT. I can't get no money off this shit.
Yeah, you come
Go,
with me, TNT, man.
He been
You get
talking
some bread.
shit to you like he been talking shit to me
go
about this
find
shit.
your own duck. I done found this duck. You gotta find you one.
Don't
I
put
tell
your
you what,
money on
no,
Earl.
no.
Don't
If you
put your
got your
money on
duck,
Earl, and
okay.
don't put your money on Boots when he face Conor Benn.
I got Boots knocking him out. I got Boots knocking him out before 12 rounds.
You gotta
It's a
knock him out.
knockout.
Yeah, of course you do. Of course you do. You think Boots is
No.
Armando Alvarez? You think
I
no,
think
but you
Boots is
not
more
Boots. You think Conor
craftier
Benn's
than
Armando
Conor
Alvarez?
Ben.
You think Conor Ben is
I think
fucking
Conor Ben
lifting
ain't
it
never
and that?
seen
That's
nobody
what you
like
think.
Boots. He ain't seen nobody like Boots.
And Conor
He
Ben,
ain't
yeah,
seen
Boots
nobody
ain't seen
like
no one
Boots.
like Conor Ben.
We want somebody like Conor Ben. We
No, you
just
don't.
ready for the fight. Yeah, we do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, we do.
No, you don't. That's why you keep
That's,
fighting
I
guys
don't
like
I don't hear keep ducking us. You know, keep ducking us.
Keith is ducking you.
Yo man, your unified goddess with the long hair. The one who you want to fight, Cody Crawley. Yeah, him.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I never let that go. You
Yeah.
had a nerve to goddamn spit Cody Crawley out your damn dick suckers. Don't you ever do that. Damn, Keith need to fight Boots. They with the same damn company. Why the fuck he gonna go somewhere else to fight a Canadian motherfucker? He need to fight Boots. Quit
And,
bullshitting.
and Cassidy, you gotta remember that Conor Ben basically got knocked out by a guy that had 3 wins and 2 losses.
You got knocked out. What are you talking about, TNT?
Okay, maybe I've been drinking.
Yeah, you're buzzing. That means that guy that stopped tanking the amateurs and made him cry.
So
Remember that? You know
no.
that guy.
The 3 wins, 2 D. What's
Gonzalez.
his name?
Joey Gonzalez made
Go.
Tank
What's his
Davis
name?
cry in
The
that,
3-2
and he
dude.
made
The
him give up.
3-2 dude. The 3-2 dude. The 3-2 dude. I looked at
Joey
it before.
Gonzalez made Tank cry in the amateurs.
Okay,
We
what
ain't
about the
talking
pros?
about amateurs. We talking about
What about the pros?
professional.
What about the pros? Who
We
made
talking
Tank
about
cry in the pros?
professional.
I'm talking about the sport where you put on 2 pair of gloves.
Yeah, you know he was a child then. Like Tank was a
He's a
goddamn
child.
champion too.
What the hey Smoke? What do you mean he was a child, fam? He was
I'm
not no
telling you
child.
that.
What?
I'm
How
telling
old
you,
is he? 8, 9, 10? How old is
I mean, old enough to fucking cry when you lose.
he? Hey, Smoke trying to make bad excuses for taking it. Don't kill me, fam.
Ain't nobody making no excuses. That's amateur shit. You bringing up. We talking about professionals.
I don't
Now
know how
we
you
talked
don't
about the
do that
nigga
over
getting
there.
hurt, and you want to go to amateur beat up.
Yeah.
Talk about
Amateurs.
professional.
Yeah, because amateurs
That
matter.
motherfucker was a
Amateurs matter.
professional.
You bring up the old habits carry over to the pros, nigga.
Nah, nigga. Oh well, what habits do you have? Cause you started when you were 18. So what have you won? But before you were 18, what did you win?
You said you started at 18. We talking about?
What time? Well, when did Joe Boy start? When did Conor Ben start boxing?
Okay. Oh yeah. Correct. You're right about that.
Yeah, I know I'm right about that.
Yeah.
When
See,
Boots started boxing.
when did James Winchester start fighting?
No.
It
Let's
don't
answer
see.
the question.
Nah. See, there you go. Bro, listen. You keep talking about a fucking James Winchester fight. That shit happened in 2000 and what? 17, nigga. You got knocked down a year later. Shit, I'd rather go the distance and you deal, nigga, than get knocked down twice.
Yeah.
And win a fight. The fuck is you talking about, bro?
You got knocked down by a nigga.
You love bringing up James Winchester. That's when you know a nigga good.
And Eddie Diaz.
When you gotta bring up
Eddie Diaz. If those guys
when you
start
gotta
fighting,
bring up shit.
distance with
Like I
Boots,
say, when you gotta bring up
we
shit
will knock Boots out. We will knock him out. If those guys
No, you won't. No, you won't. No, you won't. You got a tomato can dropped you twice. A tomato can dropped you twice. Don't ever forget that.
Go fight Gary Anton Russell.
That nigga,
go fight Gary
Conor Ben ain't nothing but a goddamn Chrysler 300 with a bump on the back of it, with a fender bender. That's all he is. A dressed up wannabe.
Boots a 51 Chevy, nigga. We bust it down.
Yeah, that motherfucker gonna run. That 58 Chevy with a fucking 448 in that bitch.
448
motherfucking boat on transmission, nigga. Yeah, you right. You right. He a 58. Man, Conor Ben is a
Tonka truck.
Conor Ben.
We're coming to take over. We're gonna run.
Conor Ben is one of them. Conor Ben is one of them rental scooters you get downtown, nigga.
Let me ask Butch a question. Who you got, Thurman or fucking Conor Ben? Who you got?
At this juncture, I have Conor Ben winning the fight.
You got Conor Ben beating Thurman?
Damn, you had to think about it.
Of course, I have to think about it. Conor, hey, Keith Thurman is a very, he's a, you get me? He's a
I don't have
guy.
to think about it with Boots. I don't have to think about that.
There, man. Why all of a sudden?
That's the reason why.
Let me ask you this, Mo. Let me ask you this, TNT and Go. So why all of a sudden you think that Boots can now just take out Keith Thurman when Keith Thurman's been in there with some of the best?
Because you ain't see that fight with Barrios. Do you see Boots in his goddamn body?
He rearranged his face.
Then after that,
I don't see Boots.
Why he spit? Why he spit that mouthpiece out? Why he spit that mouthpiece out? This nigga been hurt his last two fights. He dropped that mouthpiece out when he got hit with the ribs. Then let's not forget when Manny dropped his ass to an old ass Manny. Now Ugas go out there and work them, nigga. The fuck, this nigga done lost me. So you telling me an old ass Pacquiao and a fucking Barrios can do it, but you don't think? But you don't.
Crawford and Errol Spence wanted to fight that old ass Pacquiao. What are we talking about? Go.
Okay, that's the whole point. That's my whole nigga. That's my whole point. If I'm trying to explain. Are you gonna let me tell you? There's a reason that I'm making, nigga. Oh, now you want to use the over talking tactic, nigga. If Manny Pacquiao, if an old ass Manny Pacquiao, if a old ass Manny Pacquiao knocked his ass down, what the fuck do you think Boots is gonna do? Like, be real with yourself, bro. Damn, I see. So did Barrios hurt him to the body? Did he spit that mouthpiece out or no?
What does that mean, though? I don't understand.
What the fuck does that mean? He get hurt. What the fuck do you mean? What does it mean? The nigga get hurt.
Don't have no fucking chin.
The fuck? This nigga just said, what does that mean? What the fuck you mean? What does that mean? So now Barrios hit hard as Boots. Come on, bro. That nigga get touched. There's a reason. If that's the case, why the fuck he want 10 million? But he'll take pennies for Crawley. We know Crawley ain't gonna give him 10 million.
You said
come on, bro.
I don't know. I'm gonna.
Come on. And then we with the same promotional company. We with the same promotional company.
He never fucking wanted 10. He never asked for no fucking 10 million.
Yeah, he said it himself.
What
the fuck is you talking about, man? Do your research, bro. Do your research, bro. That nigga said it himself.
Smoke.
Quit trying to get Smoke to help you, nigga. I'll show you. I'm about to link. I'm about to send the link. I'm about to send the link to help you, nigga. Quit asking niggas to help you. This between me and you. You calling all the people. Don't call Smoke. Don't call Smoke. Nigga, I'ma send it to you so you can watch it. I'm about to send it to you.
So go. Let's get it straight.
I'm about to send you the video.
Hold on.
I'm about to send you the video.
Are you gonna send me the receipt of Keith Thurman saying I need 10 million to fight Bruce Ennis? Is that what you're gonna say?
Yes, nigga, I'm about to right now. Yes.
Okay, cool. No problem.
He definitely said it.
You don't even know TNT. You just fucking. I don't know what you're doing.
I heard.
You're in the limbo right now. You don't know.
Okay. Go ahead. Say what you want. Go ahead. Do shit.
You know you never heard Keith Thurman say that.
I did hear him say it.
Don't worry. Goat's gonna get the receipt for me. It's calm, man. I want the best to fight the best. But you telling me that's Manny Pacquiao that knocked out Keith Thurman? What the fuck? What are you talking about? So if Boots went in there and beat Manny Pacquiao, you would fucking give Boots credit. I don't hear about no old Pacquiao, old this, old that. I don't hear that shit.
The best fight the best.
The best fight the best.
We can walk it back. So why is Conor Ben fighting you, man, instead of fighting fucking goddamn Boots?
Because this is a legacy fight, whether you like it or not.
Okay.
This is I'm just saying. This is a legacy fight. If he fought, listen, TNT. If he fought anyone else, if it ain't Stanionis, if it ain't Keith Thurman, if it ain't David Avenesian, if it ain't fucking Virgil Ortiz, if it ain't Boots, those 5 motherfuckers. If it ain't those 5 motherfuckers, then I would have been aggravated. I would have been annoyed. I would have gotten to him the same way I get into Tank Davis, the same way I get onto Jamal Charlo, the same way I get onto Ruby Andrade, the same way I get into David Benavidez, the same way I get onto all of them.
So you saying that
that's a legacy
hold on. What you saying is he couldn't have took none of them fights.
I don't think so, because different sides of the streets, politics. You know what I'm saying? I don't think so. He couldn't afford Stanionis. He couldn't afford Virgil Ortiz. I'm guessing. He couldn't afford Virgil Ortiz. He couldn't afford Stanionis. He couldn't afford Boots right now.
You guessing on that one?
He couldn't afford. We tried to fight that David Avanesian. He didn't want. We sent him out to contract. He didn't want to sign it. He doesn't want to fight Conor Ben. He ducked.
Are you guessing
He ducked. David Avanesian ducked. He don't want no smoke. You clearly know that we tried to get Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman don't want to apparently fight nobody.
Are you guessing on that too, though? Just let me know if you guessing on that.
Am I guessing?
Go ahead, go. Well, go getting that shit together. I'm gonna say this to you, Cassie. I think that he could have took a fight that made something to the weight division. But saying he want to go outside the weight division, I'm going to give him some respect. My boy Tank did it. Tank went from 130 to 140. Now you got your boy Conor Ben moving up some weight division and catching him at a catch weight. Is he going to knock him out?
What do you think?
I don't think he's going to knock him out.
You think he's going to win?
I don't know. I'm not saying I think he's going to knock him out, though. I think he get beat up, too.
Who gets beat up?
I think Eubanks can beat Conor Ben up.
Yeah, he can, but that won't be happening, sir. That will not be happening, sir. Chris Eubank doesn't have the skills to install. He doesn't have the hunger anymore to take on a young lion like Conor Ben.
You know what? I say to you.
What you don't understand, GOAT. What you don't understand, GOAT.
Nah, talk to me.
GOAT is that we're hungry over here.
I sent you that link too, bro. Hey, bro, that link is in there. I'm about to send you the link where Espinoza said it too. I'm about to send you that link too.
Hold on. Don't tell me nothing about that little weasel Espinoza. I want to hear Keith Thurman say, I want $10 million to fight Boots Ennis. If that's not what I'm going to watch right now, then don't bother send it.
There's a report.
I told you, we're hungry over here, boy. Conor Ben, whether you like it or not. Yeah, Boots might have more skills than him. Yeah, you get me.
That's the whole point. Okay, so what's the difference? If he got better skill, what the fuck are we arguing about? You just admitted it. What the fuck, bro? You not hungry, bro. You not hungry, nigga. Your daddy, you were born with a gold spoon in your mouth, bro. Shut that shit up, bro. You get knocked down by nobody's. Your footwork suck. Where your upper body movement at? Where your upper body movement at?
Hey, gentlemen, hold on 1 second.
Fuck that smoke. Where your upper body movement at? This nigga ain't got no upper body movement. I don't want to hear that shit, bro.
Hold up.
That nigga ain't defensively responsible. Nah.
Hey, Goat, can you just drop that link? Hold up a second. Hey, Goat, will you drop that link with Espinoza, please? Go back at it.
It's in the back
drop
chat.
that link, nigga. Drop that link.
It's in the back chat.
Too much waffling right now.
It's in the back chat.
You're doing too much waffling right now. Drop that link, boy.
Hey, how you spell Espinoza?
No, I mean, you said you said you didn't want the Espinoza link. You said you didn't want the Espinoza link.
BENN. That's how you spell it, boy.
Is that? Oh, wait a minute. I see. It's in the private chat. Is that the Espinoza link right there?
No, that's the
yeah.
That's the link where they talking about keep ass for 10 million.
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Smoke. I asked him, yeah, is he gonna send me physical evidence of Keith Thurman, verbal evidence of him saying, I want 10 million to fight Boots. If he didn't say that, don't bother send nothing.
Listen, I got it. That you don't want to bother him sending, but I want to see Espinoza. Like, I don't need to hear Keith Thurman say it. And I get for your argument, you do, and I'm not mad at it. I'm not trying to derail that shit. I'm just saying I would like to see the Espinoza clip if he got it.
Fair enough. If he's got some type of receipts, then you get me. But Espinoza, from his backlog, his history, he fucking waffles and chats out his ass, the little weasel.
I mean, right. So for me, like Espinoza, if he lies about money, then he is opening himself to getting fired and going to jail and paying a big fucking fine. So, like I'm not saying he won't lie. I'm just saying that he has an
A lot
incentive.
to lose.
Like he has a whole lot to lose if he does lie about fucking money, right? But but when it comes
He's got
to
enough money. He's got enough money to go start up his own shit, though.
but like where you talking about it, and I'm just like calling like I see it. If you say you got Keith Thurman saying it, and that's all you want to hear is Keith Thurman saying it, I understand what you're saying. I'm
So
just
Smoke,
saying
Smoke,
that.
do you believe that he actually asked for 10 million?
The only time I heard him
To fight Boots.
So hold up a second. I've
I
heard.
got that Espinoza one. It's on Blue Blood Sports TV where he interviewed him. When Mayweather went when Mayweather went to goddamn the Hall of Fame, Espinoza was there. Blue Blood asked him himself. Like he said shit, we want to make that fight, but Keith want too much. The shit is expensive.
Hey, Goat. Do you know where that timestamp is? Is it a long clip? Can you find? I'm not trying to get you like off your game or anything like that. I just because this is. I appreciate you doing it for me. But I don't know if the clip is long, if it's short. Where can I find this particular quote? Like, the only time I heard Keith Thurman, the person that said that he asked for $10 million was Bomac, right, to fight Bud, and then Keith Thurman said he didn't fight, he didn't ask for that, so he actually refuted the whole 10 million claim Keith Thurman did. But then I heard the whole thing about Boots, but I don't know where the source is, so I can't actually weigh in on that because I really don't know if he said that or didn't say it. So we're helping each other out right now. No, I wasn't trying to.
As we should. Of course, go. Keith Thurman is expensive. What the fuck you want to do? You want him to take a fucking a bag of Doritos and a fucking party bag. That's what you want him to do. You want him to take fucking crumbs and go fight Boots and that. No, we're not doing that shit. We ain't doing that.
I don't know if you're talking, Goat, but you're on mute.
We ain't doing that shit. That's what you want, Goat.
Hold on. I got a question. What did Mario Barrios do? Did he ask for all that money? Because we ain't asking for nothing.
No.
So why did he take the fight with Barrios? Why did Barrios not need 10 million? Huh?
Boots wasn't available at the time, sir.
Oh, I don't want to hear that bullshit, Cass. Be real with yourself.
What are you talking about?
Bro. It's an easier fight. It's an easier fight, bro. Don't nobody want to hear that bullshit. Now you want to hit the bullshit of, oh, he wasn't fighting. Well, why the fuck he won't take what he gave Barrios and fight Boots now? Huh?
Let's just deal with it like this.
Do you think?
I asked the nigga. No, hold on, TNT. I asked the nigga a simple question. Why can't he offer Barrios what he offered Boots?
Because his Boots Barrios. Come on, go. Do you think people are?
It ain't no. Come on now, because you talking about 10 million, bro. Nah, you talking about 10 million, bro. Nah, nigga, nah.
You're shouting at me now. You asked me a question. Let me answer it. Do you think Boots is fucking Barrios? Boots is a much more established, a much more talented. The danger is more elite. How can you think that they're gonna offer the same amount of money to fucking Keith Thurman for fucking Boots? Come on, goat man. Come on, man. You have to think like a man.
No. You need to think like a man with a suit and tie. It's obvious. If you fucking Keith Thurman people, why the fuck would you have him fight Boots when it's niggas like you who had no problem with him fighting a Cody Crawley who hasn't done shit? That's my problem. No, it's niggas like you who'll say, oh, Keith can ask for fucking 10 million. When the nigga ain't made 10 million, hell, Crawford ain't even getting over 10 million for fucking Earl fight. And that's a fucking fight for undisputed top 5 pound for pounds. So now, bro,
I don't know if he's.
I don't know
if he's asking for 10 million.
Bro, that's bullshit, bro.
I don't know if he's asking for 10 million. I have no idea.
That nigga wants something. He obviously want to ask to what Steven Espinoza say he too expensive. He gotta want something. That's called pricing yourself out through a duck. That's what you call that.
Dang, Cass, he kind of like closed you down.
He ain't closing nothing down. He's just waffling. He's upset. He's upset that I'm
So,
giving him the facts.
Cass, do the Eubanks fight enhance?
Did Eubanks? Huh?
Do the Eubanks fight enhance Conor Ben trajectory through the what is it, 147 weight division?
Say that again, TNT.
Do the Eubanks fight with Conor Ben
Yeah.
advance him through the weight division?
Oh yeah, it should. It should. I don't know if it will. Well, obviously it will. What the fuck am I talking about? Ryan Garcia fought fucking Fortuna, and he fucking enhanced him into the fucking division.
That's not a good example though. But I mean, I'm just saying on a whole scale.
It is though.
Because I mean, you can't if you're gonna say that, you're gonna say Conor Ben versus Boots. Then you're gonna say
Ryan Garcia fought Fortuna at 140.
right.
Limited,
Then you're gonna say
and he beat him one. He beat him and he fucking number one now.
Okay, so you're saying that's the same Conor Ben doing that? Is that what you're saying?
If he knocks out Chris Eubank, which I don't think we'll knock him out. I think we're gonna stop him. We're gonna stop him convincingly, savagely. We're gonna stop him like a savage, like a fucking bear wolf, like a bear wolf. You hear that goat? Like a bear wolf. You don't want to put your fucking money down on that nigga. Huh? You don't fucking put your money down on that, boy.
The nigga can't even rehydrate, bro. He can't even rehydrate on
Why you
fight
telling me
night,
you
bro.
can't rehydrate, nigga? Why you telling me
But
that?
why would I bet with him? Why would I bet with a nigga who can't even do what normal fighters do? Like, why would I make that bet?
You said what normal fighters do. I can't.
Yeah, normal in a normal fight, they allow the person to rehydrate.
We're going up 2 weight classes, brother.
Nigga, you
What
going up?
do you want?
Nigga, you are going up.
I don't understand.
Nigga, you going up. What? 8 pounds, 7, 8 pounds.
No,
this nigga gotta come down.
10
You will
pounds,
run.
nigga. Get it right. 10 pounds.
10.
Yeah.
Is it easy to go up or come down? Is it easy to go up or come down? Answer the question. Answer the question. Is it easy? Answer the question. Is it easier to go up in weight or go down in weight? Answer that question.
He's coming down 3 fucking pounds, nigga. He's coming down 3 pounds.
Is it easy to go up?
What's that?
Which one is it? Answer the question. You ain't answered the question. Just answer it. Is it easier to go up in weight or go down in weight?
Go up in weight.
Okay. That's all I want to know.
Well, when you're going up in weight in 10 pounds difference to a 3 pound difference and a 7 pound
the nigga fight it.
You're losing your speed. You're losing your speed. You're losing your mobility.
Come on, bro. So when he rehydrate, he walking in at fucking 147 on fight night. No. He fucking fight. No, that's not. No, see, what are you yelling at? That's not what I'm yelling at. No, that's not what I'm saying, Butch. What I'm saying is the nigga usually fight at 150 anyway. On fight night, he gonna be 150, 155. We both know that. So really, he ain't gotta come up with a few pounds. Cause on fight night, he not 147. The nigga be like 155, 150.
Hey, listen, nigga. Listen,
so
bro.
Listen,
my man, go. Listen, my main man, go.
Come on,
Stop
man.
trying to imply excuses for Chris Eubank already, nigga.
I ain't implying excuses. I'm just spitting the real, bro. That's a fact. It's a fact.
He signed the contract. He wanted to fight, nigga. He signed the contract. He wanted to fight.
I tell you what, just don't lose.
He don't care about.
Just don't lose. Don't lose.
He's getting
paid. That's all I can say. I don't think you're gonna lose, but don't lose. I think you're gonna win, and I hope you win so we can get this fight that we've been wanting. But let me say this:
I'm in reality.
Don't lose because just to tell you, you are the underdog. You the underdog. You're not the favorite. You are the underdog. I'm just letting you know, don't lose, because if you lose, I'm not gonna be on your ass. You know, because I know how it is. But it's gonna be some other people on your ass.
Go put some broccoli. Go put some broccoli on Conor Ben, nigga. Go put some broccoli. Go put some broccoli on that, nigga. Go put some broccoli on that, dude. I told you, boy. I'm in reality. If Conor Ben loses to Chris Eubank, I'm gonna come back here and say, look, we tried to do something out of the ordinary. We didn't succeed. He's gonna come back.
You make sure you say you're not like that too. Make sure to say that too. Make sure to
don't let this be the end of Conor Ben. If Conor Ben fucks up his entire career, behind this shit right here, you're gonna be the face of this.
That's what you're hoping
For this
Smoke.
guy,
That's what you're
for
hoping
this
Smoke.
community,
That's what
you
you're
are the
hoping
face
Smoke.
for
That's what
this
you're
shit.
hoping. You've been saying this for months now. That's what you're hoping Smoke.
No, I'm not hoping that.
Amir
I'm
Khan.
not hoping that.
Amir Khan. Oh, he
No.
goes up in weight.
Kell
Yeah.
Brook.
We don't give a
Nah,
fuck.
Kell
Yeah, Amir
Brook.
Khan. Amir Khan's a
Kell
soft
Brook.
pussy. Amir Khan's a soft pussy. Kell Brook, he was fucking buzzing out his head. He only fought Golovkin for the paycheck because he knew he was never fucking beating
What are you
Golovkin.
saying? Okay, I'm sorry. So because their daddy's fought and
Amir
a
Khan's
paycheck, it's supposed
pussy.
to be better.
Amir Khan's a pussy.
Everybody knows that this is a goddamn money grab, and in this money grab, their daddy's fought.
You're gonna see, boy. You're gonna be so surprised when you see what the fuck Conor Ben does to.
Hey, listen, I'm telling you. All I'm
You
saying
hear me
is
go?
you're not
You
like
hear me go?
all I'm trying
You
to
hear
tell
me,
you is.
TNT? You hear me,
All I'm
Hank?
trying to tell you is a
I
humble.
ain't worried about that.
The smoke.
I want you to win. I want you to win. But all I'm saying is, if you lose, oh God.
Because that's what I'm speaking on. I'm telling you that
If we lose by decision, if we lose by decision,
a humbly worded statement after the fact ain't gonna make it.
Nah, that ain't gonna be enough. I don't want to hear.
What if we lose by decision? It's a war where we lose by decision.
No, I'm telling you, if Conor Ben never becomes a champion, if he winds up being like fucking Chris Eubank, an entire career never was a fucking champion. If he winds up getting his ass
Did you hear
fucking
what he
worked,
said? Did you hear what he said to him in the face of Smoke? Did you hear what he said to him? He said, "What are you fucking mad? You're 32 years old. What the fuck you done in the sport boxing? You ain't done shit." So when we get to that age, we're gonna fucking have multiple belts, nigga. We ain't Chris Eubank.
that's what I'm
Eubank
saying.
ain't on shit.
If he gets stopped by Chris Eubank, all right, whatever. But then if he gets fucking stopped at 147,
I'm telling you, Smoke, that won't be happening, Smoke. That won't be happening, Smoke. I bet any nigga on this motherfucker. I bet any nigga on this motherfucker that Chris Eubank won't be stopping Conor Ben.
Listen, I'm not. All I'm saying is, I'm not even saying what's gonna happen. All I'm saying is, if that happens, if Conor Ben ruins his fucking career by trying to make this fight, then yeah, just saying, hey, we tried something, we tried to do something out of order, yeah, that shit ain't gonna fucking fly. You might as well not even fucking say it.
That shit ain't gonna fly, Smoke?
That's not gonna fly, not at all. Everybody been telling this fucking dude.
Gonna fly,
especially if you lose. If you lose, oh my gosh.
Don't let this.
I expect for you to win, though. Let me say this. I'm giving you your flowers, bro. I expect for you to win this fight. But if you lose, I'm gonna be on your ass, Butch. I'm gonna be on your ass. Let me be the first to say it. I'm gonna be on your ass that whole night. You might as well not even come on, cause I'm gonna get your ass the blues if you lose.
Listen, I'm so.
Hey, go. What do you take me for? What do you take me for? About I'm definitely coming back here. I would never run.
That's what I like. That's what I like. Hey, you riding with your country. I can dig it.
You're a countryman, yo. You're a countryman.
You riding with your countryman. You riding with your countryman. I can dig it.
He cammed up for it. Yeah, we saw.
But you ain't got a cap for him. You ain't got a cap for him. You know Boots gonna beat that ass.
Don't you get it, go? We're fucking dogs, nigga. It don't matter about Bruce's his fast hands.
You ain't no dog. You ain't no dog. Nigga, you was raised in a mansion.
We don't give a fuck.
You ain't that nigga ain't no dog.
We start swinging level, boy.
Your daddy had money. You ain't have to go through no struggle, nigga. He had that good old British pound. He had that gold spoon in his mouth. That's why he fighting overseas fights. That shit gonna get. It's only a matter of time. We gonna see who lasts the test of time. That's what we gonna see.
Dogs live in mansions and the White House. Shit.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, poodle dogs. Those dogs. That's a dog. Yeah, it's a dog, all right. But that dog look good and look tough. But send them over there. Send them over there to the south side. Send them over there to the south side with them pit bulls.
Hey,
put them out there with them pit bulls on the south side.
Hey, that dog go to the motherfucking barber shop and shit, nigga. They take that dog to the barber shop, get that nigga trimmed up.
Yeah, you know it's Daddy Ben. Daddy Ben. You know Daddy Ben couldn't do it. Your dad couldn't do it. I hope you can.
Daddy Ben couldn't do what, boy?
Couldn't win the fight against Eubank.
Yeah, we
Huh?
won that second. We won that second fight, nigga. And that
Did
boy
you
had to
win
be.
it
And that
officially?
Nigel
Quit
Ben. Hey
lying.
yo, nigga. Hey
Did
yo,
you
nigga.
win it officially?
Chris Eubank
Quit
had to be
lying
eating.
to the
Listen,
people,
nigga.
bro.
Chris Eubank had to be eating out of a straw, boy. He had to be eating out
It
of a
don't
straw for
matter.
that fight, boy. Made him eat his own tongue, nigga.
What was the official record?
He ate his own tongue, nigga.
You gonna tell me the official record, or you gonna keep talking? Did Nigel Ben beat Conor Ben? Yes or no?
No,
Did
he did
Nigel
not.
Ben beat Eubanks? Okay,
We
that's
lost.
all I want to know.
We lost and got a draw. We lost and got a draw.
But you didn't win. Okay, that's my whole point.
Did Boots Ennis get a victory over Van Herden?
No, we had
No,
butted
nigga.
him.
No, nigga. We banged him out in 2 rounds.
Did you go to distance? Did you go to distance with? Did you go to distance? Did you go to distance with Granado? Hold on. Did you go to distance with Granado just a year ago?
Yeah.
Then you do
What
that.
does that mean? What the fuck does that
You
mean?
went
We
the
won every
distance.
round, boy.
You ain't knocking shit
We won
out.
every round.
You ain't on no knocking shit out. You
won every
ain't
round.
sparking
We done
shit.
what Devin Haney did to Cambosis. We won
What?
every round.
No, you
We
didn't.
won every round.
You didn't do that neither, nigga. Shut
We
that
won every
shit
round,
up,
bro.
bro.
What are you talking about?
First he was running. Now you won every round. Shut
Yes,
that
he
shit
was
up,
running.
bro.
What are you talking about?
Fuck you talking about? You didn't win every round, nigga.
Okay.
You didn't win every round.
Okay. How
You
much?
didn't win every round. You didn't knock him
How
out.
much rounds did Granados win, go?
What knockout you
How
on?
much
What
rounds did
knockout
Granados
streak you
win, go?
on?
How much rounds
What
did Granados
knockout
win, go?
streak? How many knockouts you got? I don't know about Granados. I don't know nothing about him.
No.
I don't know nothing about him.
I asked you, how many rounds did Granados win?
Shit, 2.
You don't even fucking know. You don't even fucking know, nigga.
2.
You don't even know, nigga.
2. He won 2. But he's a nobody, so I'm not supposed to know him like that. But
he's a nobody.
What's your knockout streak? What's your knockout streak? What's your knockout streak? Huh? How many people you knocked down in your last 5 fights?
We're talking about knockout streaks now. Oh
How many
God.
people you knocked down in your last 5 fights?
What's Earl Spence's knockout streak?
You're nowhere near Earl Spence. You're nowhere near that.
No.
You're nowhere near that. You ain't fighting for the fight Earl Spence. That don't matter because you're not the mandatory to fight Earl Spence.
Knockout streak.
What does that have to do with it? You're not the mandatory to fight Earl Spence. You're not on his level.
What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? You mentioning a knockout streak? What's Conor Benn's knockout streak? We got 14 knockouts.
Because
nigga.
you're not like that.
You got 14 knockouts, nigga.
You got 14. You got 14 knockouts. That's it. That's it. 14.
We've got 21 fights. We've got 21 fights.
We got more knockouts than you got fights. You know that, right? We got more knockouts than you got fights, bro. I'm just saying. It's levels to this shit, bro.
Of course. You're knocking out.
You're
You're
a late bloomer.
You're knocking out pizza drivers. You're letting
the pizza driver knock you down. Why the pizza driver knocking you down? You got into a fight with the pizza driver and he knocked you down twice.
Hey, James Winchester, man. Why the fuck you?
He didn't knock us down. Huh? He didn't knock us down. We UD'd him. He got UD'd, and that was 5 years ago. We UD'd him 5 years ago. You let the pizza man fight you good. Imagine a real boxer fighting a pizza man, and the pizza man actually winning rounds.
You took a real good game, boy. You ain't even
I know I do.
You ain't even see Ennis go 10 rounds. You ain't even seen a nigga go 10, 12 rounds, boy. You don't even know if he's got a sturdy chin on him. You don't even know if he's got a sturdy chin on him.
Because we get him out of there.
He's got a sturdy chin on him. You don't even know if he can
out.
You don't even know if he can take a shot. You don't even know if he can take a shot. You don't even know if he can take a shot and get back up.
Delorme threw an okay shot.
You don't even know.
Lipinets threw. Hey, Lipinets and Delorme, they threw a shot. We ate that shit. You seen the way we ate it? We ate that bitch.
Ain't give a shit, man. That was in the pandemic.
We ate that
shit, man.
Well, Poonan knocked you down, and he don't even have a knockout record like that.
Boy, that's the only thing Goat can ride us, boy. That's the only thing Goat can ride us, boy.
And guess what? And I'm gonna ride. That shit matter, bro. That shit matter. I'm gonna ride it till the wheels fall off.
You gonna ride that till the wheels fall off, boy?
Because it's a nobody. Why is a nobody knocking you down?
Yeah, because this is boxing, nigga.
Then he knocked you down. Then he knocked you down twice.
You get hit with a good shot. You're going down.
It's one thing to get knocked out once, like you get knocked down twice off a good shot, okay. That nigga knocked you down twice in the fight with the
How old
same
is he? How old is he? How
with
old
the
is he when it
same
happened?
overhand right. That nigga knocked you down with the same overhand right.
Yeah,
You
how
didn't
old is
even
he
make
when it
the
happened?
adjustment, nigga. That's what I talk about.
How
You
old is
don't
he?
have
How
the.
old is he? How old was he? How old was he when it happened?
I don't know. You tell me.
Do you know? Do you know? Do you know?
Tell me. You the Ben fan, not
Do you
me.
know?
I
Was it
don't fucking
21?
check
Was
for
it
Conor
21?
Ben.
22? You don't
Tell
know
me.
fucking shit. Yeah, you don't know fucking exactly TNT. You don't know fucking shit, go. You don't know
How
shit.
much was he? Well, tell us, fat man.
He was 21. He was
I
21,
said
nigga.
21. I
Exactly.
said
Yeah,
21.
TNT. I said TNT. Exactly. Yeah, you got it correct. He's 21. And then what did he
21.
do to him?
Oh my
And what did he
god.
do to him? What? Oh my god.
That's
Oh my god.
funny.
He
That's
wasn't even
funny.
21. He wasn't even 21. He
That's
was 20
funny.
years old, boy. He was 20 years
He
old,
was
boy.
20. Wow.
Yeah,
Hey Bush, hey
wow,
Bush, hey
Wow.
Bush.
wow.
When Boots was
And then we
21,
kicked
who
his
did he knock
and
out?
then we kicked his ass. And then we kicked his
Hey.
ass after we beat Chris Truman. We fucking kicked his
Oh, so
ass.
you needed a
We
tune-up. You
after we
needed a
beat Chris
tune-up.
Truman. Listen,
Oh, so
boy.
you
Listen,
needed a
boy.
tune-up
We ain't gonna
before you
disrespect him
fought
Listen,
like
him
boy.
that,
again.
yo.
Listen, boy.
Hey, yo, we ain't gonna disrespect him like that.
After we beat Chris Truman, we fucking came back and rematched Cedric Pina and beat his ass for fucking 10
You,
rounds. We beat his ass for 10
hey,
rounds. Unanimous decision. What are you
you
talking
didn't
about?
knock him
Unanimous
out.
decision.
You didn't
We
knock.
beat his ass for 10 rounds. Why are you talking about that?
You did.
Why are you talking about that?
Hey,
Huh?
hey, hold
Huh?
on. Why
You
you
didn't go
needed a
back and
tune-up?
rematch Van Herden. You didn't go back and rematch Van Herden, nigga, for the IBO belt. That was the IBO belt. Why didn't you fucking rematch him for the IBO belt, nigga? Yeah, no answer, boy. No answer, boy.
Why didn't you rematch? Are you talking about Conor Ben?
Huh?
Are you talking about
No,
who you
no.
talking?
Talking
Who you
about
talking about?
Boots Ennis. He didn't rematch Van Herden for the IBO belt, nigga. He could have been
I
the
mean,
IBO champion.
oh, that was a decision. That was a decision.
But Goat don't want to. No, it was a headbutt. Goat don't want to talk about his
Oh, it was
his
a
poor
headbutt.
foot placement and
And
his
who was
poor
losing
head
in that
movement
fight?
into what led
Who
into the
was
fucking
losing in that
headbutt,
fight
nigga.
with the
You don't want
headbutt?
to talk
Who
about
was
that.
losing? Who was losing? I'm asking you a question. Who was losing?
We don't know who was losing. He only went what?
According to the cards,
That's what I said.
Boots was winning. According to the cards, Boots was winning.
What? 2-3 rounds. Okay, we don't know what would happen in the rest of the fight. I'm sure that he would have won. I'm sure he would have went on to win. But it's the fact that
Okay,
he
so
became
what the
reckless.
fuck
He
we
became
talking
reckless.
about?
What's
He
your
became
argument?
reckless. He became reckless and had poor footwork and had poor head movement into which led to the
Oh,
fucking
poor head
headbutt.
movement. The
No, it was like
nigga ran
an
into his
unorthodox fight where
head,
the head
bro.
ran into his head,
Exactly.
yo.
He ran
Yeah,
into Van
come
Herden's head,
on,
nigga.
bro.
Why did
This nigga
Boots
is
run into his
funny,
head?
bro.
Why did Boots run
This
into his
nigga
head?
is funny, bro. This
Why
nigga
did
is funny.
Boots
Come
run into
on,
his head?
cuz.
Cause we came in
That
trying to
doesn't
kill him,
because nothing,
and he
nigga.
broke this
Because
head. Hold
nothing,
on,
nigga. Because
I'm
nothing, nigga.
telling you
Conor
what,
Ben, we don't do that
bro.
shit. We don't do
Oh
that
my
shit.
god.
We
Yeah,
clean
you
our
get knocked
opponents.
down twice. Now you
We don't
get
do that
knocked
shit.
down twice, and then you
Yeah, we
need a
didn't get no
tune-up
headbutts.
before you
Yeah,
fight
we
the
didn't get no
That's the
nigga.
headbutts.
crazy
We
part
didn't
about
bust.
it.
We
Nah,
didn't
you
get no
need a
headbutts, boy.
tune-up.
We
You
didn't get
need
no
a
headbutts.
tune-up for
We
a
bust
tomato
heads.
can.
We bust heads with
Imagine
gloves.
that.
We bust heads with
Crazy
gloves.
part about it.
Imagine Boots needing a tune-up for a tomato can. Shut that shit up, bro.
Yeah,
You
Mr.
needed a
Pads,
tune-up
Mr.
for a
Pads, Mr.
tomato
Pads,
can.
Mr. Pads. You can say Van Herden was about to get knocked out, but he fucking didn't. He didn't get knocked out. Boots ran in with his forehead and ran into Van Herden's head. That's his own fault.
Okay, and
Okay,
this Cedric
okay,
Which
okay,
puts a
okay.
and this
blemish,
So now
Conor
what?
Ben
So
which
now
puts a
what?
and this
blemish,
Conor
which
Ben
puts a blemish on his career.
own fault and it's Conor Ben own fault that he couldn't goddamn slide left for a fucking overhand
Why are
right
you talking about slide?
twice.
What slide? This slide that?
Slide
We won the
left.
fight,
He
nigga.
needed to
We
slide.
won the
You
fight,
got
and
knocked
we
down
rematched him
twice
after.
though.
We rematched him after, and we fucking won,
After
dog.
a tune-up. After a
After
tune-up.
tune up,
Yeah,
yeah.
after
Who
a
the fuck's
tune-up.
Armando Alvarez?
You
You
needed
still
a
ain't come.
tune-up. He
It's
was
been a month.
18 and
Hey
0.
go, hey
He
go,
was
hey go,
18 and
hey go,
0. Who
hey
had a
go.
better record?
It's been a
Who had a
month.
better
Hey go.
record?
It's been a
Kunan
month. Hey
or
go. It's been a month
Armando?
and a half, nigga. Hey
Hold
go.
on, bro.
Hey go.
Hey,
It's been a month
listen,
and a half. Go.
listen. You, bro. What are you gonna say? You're gonna say who's losers best win, nigga. I don't follow Armando. What the fuck, bro?
Go.
All
It's been
I
a
know
month
is
and a
that
half.
Armando
You
was
still can't
18
tell
and
me who
0.
Armando Alvarez
All
is.
right,
It's been a month and a
he was
half.
18 and
It's
0.
been a month
Who
and a
had a
half.
better record?
It's been a
Who had
month
a
and a
better
half.
record?
You can't tell me who
Who had,
Armando Alvarez
bro?
is.
Listen,
It's been a
you
month
keep
and a
over.
half.
You
Who's
keep
Armando
over talk.
Alvarez? Who's
Okay,
that?
you one of them types. You gonna over talk. Now, once
Go on, bro.
again,
Go ahead.
I admitted a month and a half ago. I don't fucking know him. All I'm saying is who got the better record, him or fucking the nigga who knocked you down twice? Cause he was
Oh my
18
goodness.
and 0. He was
Oh.
18 and 0 when we fought him.
Yeah,
And
now
you
that
know
guy's
that,
got 2
right?
losses, and now that
You
guy's
you
got 2
you
losses. That
what
Cedric
did
Puna Cedric Pino's got 2 losses from us. He's got 2 losses on his resume from us. Cedric Pino. How about that?
When he fought y'all, what was his record? When he fought y'all.